Chapter 1. Both my wife and daughter are fond of white moonlight, and I choose to divorce. Let us get a divorce. With unshakable calm, Qin Chuan gazed at the cold dishes spread across the table as he spoke. The group, previously animated with laughter and intention of entering the villa, suddenly froze in their demeanor. Qin Chuan, what did you just say? Divorce? You wish to part ways with my sister? I must have misheard. You're my sister's #1 devoted admirer. The sound of Lin Shuizhen's voice rose sharply, her eyes nearly rolling to the heavens. The mother-in-law let out a contemptuous hum. It would be best if that were the case. Do not say any more, you won't go through with it. Their 4-year-old daughter, Qin Si-chung, shook her mother's hand, innocently looking up at her. Mommy, if you and Daddy divorce, can Uncle Chi become my daddy? Mommy, I like Uncle Chi. Uncle Chi is a CEO and wealthy. He doesn't fuss over what I can or cannot eat. Last time, he bought me 2 platinum ice creams, which were absolutely delicious. Grandmother said that only rich people like Uncle Chi can afford such platinum ice cream. Daddy, on the other hand, is too poor. Enough! Lin Shuizhen sharply reprimanded her daughter before turning to her mother. You take Cheng Cheng upstairs. I will speak with him. Her mother-in-law quickly grasped her hand. Don't be foolish, it's not every day he agrees to let go. Lin Shuizhen shook her head in response. Rest assured, I know what I am doing. Before long, the dining room was left with just Qin Chuan and Lin Shuizhen. Lin Shuizhen strutted over in her high heels, swiftly placing her expensive bag aside, her movements sharp and decisive, perfectly in line with her role as the head of the dance troupe. Qin Chuan, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? This was her customary condescending tone used with subordinates. I do. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, realizing that uttering divorce brought no anticipated pain, rather, it delivered a feeling of liberation and relief. Seeing his emotionally stable demeanor, Lin Shuizhen found it amusingly infuriating. Is it really because I didn't return from my mother's birthday dinner? I know you cooked a grand feast, and it was no small feat. I understand your grievances. However, plans unexpectedly changed. What could I do? My mother encountered Chi Si Li mid-journey. He insisted on treating her to dinner at Guanlan Pavilion. You know well that dining at Guanlan Pavilion in Jiang City is not just about wealth. My mother has always longed to dine there. She had previously been mocked by old friends for never having experienced its cuisine. On her birthday, could I, as her daughter, refuse her wishes? In taking our daughter to enjoy ice cream with Chi Si Li, Qin Chuan lifted his gaze at her. That was also an unexpected encounter. He insisted on treating Cheng Cheng to ice cream. What could I do? Lin Shuizhen was as agitated as a cat with its tail stepped on, her emotions running high. However, Qin Chuan felt utterly drained. Every time Lin Shuizhen took their daughter and family to meet her first love, she would always argue on flimsy grounds, repeatedly using the phrase, "What could I do?" as a feeble excuse. Living with a wife who was physically present yet emotionally distant felt unbearable for him. Shuizhen, let us discuss the divorce agreement. Very well. Lin Shuizhen crossed her arms defiantly, her tone laced with frustration. If you wish to divorce, you shall leave with nothing, not a single cent from the Lin family, nor any of my real estate assets, nor a share of my dance studios. Agreed. Qin Chuan replied calmly. Lin Shuizhen's chest swelled with indignation. You cannot take our daughter either. Understood. Qin Chuan responded decisively. Lin Shuizhen ground her teeth. Furthermore, our daughter must change her surname to Lin. That is acceptable. Qin Chuan gazed at Lin Shuizhen with sincerity. You endured immense hardship to bring Cheng Cheng into this world, and having faced death herself during the delivery, she rightfully should bear your surname. With a crashing sound, Lin Shuizhen irately swept the entire meal from the table. Qin Chuan, I ask you again, do you truly intend to divorce me? Absolutely. Qin Chuan's tone was resolute, and after a moment of silence, he added in a slightly hoarse voice, a loveless marriage is akin to a cage. I no longer wish to continue in this fashion. Loveless? Loveless? Qin Chuan, how dare you claim you no longer love me? Lin Shuizhen found it harder to accept the notion of his indifference than the idea of divorce itself. On what grounds do you assert you don't love me? Who grants you such authority? Without me, could you reside in this villa? Without me, you would merely be a discarded foster son of the Qin family, a worthless soul who would be left to sleep on the streets. Were it not for that day when I drunkenly tangled with you, and consequently, we had Cheng Cheng, Do you think you would ever deserve such a lavish home? Enjoying all these privileged conditions? And you dare tell me you no longer love me? Qin Chuan, have you forgotten on the day I agreed to marry you? You vowed to love me with your very life, yet now you stand before me, declaring your love has vanished. Qin Chuan lowered his head in silence. What Lin Shui Yin articulated held an unsettling truth. The day he was cast out from the homes of his foster parents, feeling lost and hopeless, he turned to a bar for solace. At that time, Lin Shui Yan's first love, Chi Si Li, had rejected her for being too career-driven, leading her to a heart-wrenching breakup. Devastated, Lin Shui Yin too sought refuge in alcohol. In her drunken stupor, she asked him if he loved her. Faced with a girl he had secretly admired for 4 years asking such a question, Qin Chuan naturally replied, "I do." Following this, Lin Shui Yin leaned in and kissed him. That evening, they became intimately entwined. The next day, Lin Shui Yin urged him to forget everything, though Qin Chuan felt heavy-hearted. He acquiesced and promised that she could always come to him for help. Later, Lin Shui Yin returned to inform him of her pregnancy. Unwilling to terminate the life within her, she wanted to marry him, seeking his agreement. Overjoyed, Qin Chuan pledged to cherish her and their child for life, vowing to love them with all his being. Subsequently, after giving birth, Lin Shui Yin swiftly returned to her career. To support her ambitions, he willingly embraced the role of a full-time husband, nurturing their young child. They had initially agreed that once their child entered kindergarten, Qin Chuan would resume his career. Yet, year after year, Lin's family relegated him to the role of a housekeeper and nanny, forbidding him from seeking employment. They claimed he was ungrateful, unaware of the hardships of the world outside. Yet, this did not spearhead the demise of their relationship. The true catalyst was Chi Si Li's return that year. Seeing Qin Chuan silent, Lin Shui Yin assumed his acquiescence, continuing to vent her frustrations. Qin Chuan, truly consider if you have any conscience left. Have you ever witnessed a principal ballerina give birth? The anguish and suffering I endured to bring you a child. After childbirth, my pelvis has forever altered, and I will never reclaim my position as a principal dancer. To reclaim a semblance of pride and pursue my dreams, I established a dance troupe and opened a chain of dance schools. Do you grasp how exhausted I've been over these years? Do you know that the tuition for Chung Cheng's international kindergarten amounts to a fortune each year? 100,000 a year. All this I toiled to earn, while you lounge in air conditioning, preparing 2 meals, free from the treachery of the world. You dare to tell me you no longer love me. By what right do you claim to be free of love for me? Proud as a swan, Lin Shui Yin refused to entertain the notion that Qin Chuan could cease to love her. As a man who had traversed the murky depths of despair, he should be grateful for her willingness to marry him. To bear their child, he must furnish her with unwavering love and veneration. How could he dare to cavalierly declare his lack of affection? Lin Shui Yin could not face this reality. Qin Chuan parted his lips, ready to inquire, "But do you love me?" Yet, as the words hovered on his tongue, he swallowed them back. Lin Shui Yin sought dignity and respect, and so did he. Let us end this. It is what is best for us both. Qin Chuan felt exhausted within their relationship. Tomorrow, I will prepare one last breakfast for Cheng Cheng and you before I depart. Upon hearing this, the indignation within Lin Shui Yin diminished significantly, a smirk of "I knew it" forming on her face. Qin Chuan, I knew it. You cannot bear to part with me. How could you not love me? To climb into my world is a blessing you've earned over lifetimes. This is merely a tactic to provoke me. But let me tell you this time, I shan't be swayed by a mere breakfast. With those words, Lin Shui Yin turned on her heel and ascended the stairs without a backward glance. Qin Chuan offered no explanations, quietly retreating to the study to rest. The next morning, the living room echoed with a furious roar from his mother-in-law. "Qin Chuan, what hour is it? Why are you still not down to make breakfast? Do you wish for me to starve?" Chapter 2. Daughter. Wonderful, Uncle Qi can become my father. Responding to her was Qin Chuan, who was descending the stairs with a small suitcase in tow. "I am leaving today, so I want to be making breakfast for you." "What? You're not making us breakfast? Then who will?" Lin Mu reacted strongly. "We can have the maid prepare it. The Lin family can certainly afford a maid." Qin Chuan replied calmly. Indeed, the Lin family can afford a maid. Yet they insist he perform tasks meant for servants, including cooking, caring for children, tending to the garden, and maintaining the cleanliness of the entire villa. The reason being that their daughter marrying him is considered an immense blessing, making it his duty to do so. With his time completely consumed, he has found it impossible to accept even small design orders online or take on part-time work over the years. At that moment, Lin Xuezhen, his 31-year-old sister-in-law, descended the stairs, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Upon seeing Qin Chuan with his suitcase, she smirked coldly. "Well, Qin Chuan, you seem to have grasped the art of a woman's tears and tantrums. Now that you have your suitcase out, your preparations are quite thorough." As she spoke, Lin Xuezhen yawned and instinctively made her way toward the kitchen, her tone impatient. "Mom, there's no need to waste your breath on him. How could he possibly leave? He is nothing but my sister's #1 devoted admirer, utterly infatuated with her. There's no way he would consider divorce. It's you all who have been fooled by him." Back when Qin Chuan married Lin Xuezhen was practically drowning in dog food, as he treated her like a fragile treasure, causing the single Lin Xuezhen to feel intensely envious. She simply could not believe that such a person would leave Lin Xuezhen. Upon entering the kitchen, Lin Xuezhen was taken aback to find only 2 portions of lovingly prepared breakfast. One was an adorable little pig bun, clearly meant for her niece, while the other was her most despised avocado salad sandwich, unmistakably prepared for her sister. "Hey, Qin Chuan, where's my breakfast?" Lin Xuezhen placed her hands on her hips and walked into the living room. "I didn't prepare any," Qin Chuan replied honestly. He held no favorable impression of this sister-in-law, who constantly belittled him and intruded upon their marital life without any sense of boundaries. Now that he intended to end this relationship, he had no reason to be cordial. Respect is mutual. Since she did not respect him, he felt no need to extend her the same courtesy. Lin Xuezhen, bemused, poked Qin Chuan on the shoulder. "Have you grown wings? Qin Chuan, don't forget, you eat from the Lin family and wear our clothes, yet you dare not prepare breakfast for us." As her voice fell, Lin Xuezhen came down the stairs with their daughter and overheard the exchange. Qin Chuan deliberately refrained from responding, waiting for Lin Xuezhen to speak up. Sure enough, she chose not to defend him, instead pushing their daughter toward him. "Braid her hair. We're going to be late." A flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Chuan's eyes. He understood that it was time to sever ties decisively, and he should harbor no expectations, yet he couldn't help but feel disheartened. Previously, he had hinted at his sister-in-law's lack of respect, but each time, Lin Xuezhen would simply smile and say, "Why do you care? She's just an old maid who is frustrated and vents her feelings on you. It's perfectly normal." After mentioning it twice, he ceased to bring it up, reasoning that it was inappropriate for a man to be petty. He had hoped that his wife would address the matter with her sister, but given her attitude, he felt there was no need to say anything further. Qin Chuan took his daughter's hand, lifting her onto a high chair, and asked, "Would you like 2 buns?" "All right, I want 2 buns." Qin Xiqing lowered her head to eat. As she bent down, her hair got tugged, causing her little brows to furrow. "Daddy, can you even do this? You're hurting me. Why are you so clumsy?" Qin Chuan's expression faltered, but he said nothing. It pained him to hear such words from the little one he had held since birth. He had attempted to educate her on several occasions, but the Lin family always defended her, leading her to fear him less and respect him even less. At that moment, Lin Xuezhen sat across the table, calmly enjoying her breakfast while glancing at a report on her tablet, seemingly unaffected by her daughter's comments. Soon, the buns were finished. Qin Xiqing looked at her reflection in the mirror and pouted. "It's not pretty. Daddy, take it down and redo it as a single bun." "All right," Qin Chuan agreed with good humor. This scene was all too familiar. If there was one thing to commend about Qin Chuan, it was his temperament. He was so easygoing it was as though he had none. However, upon reflection, one might argue that this was simply what Qin Chuan was expected to do, a grown man incapable of managing household affairs, who also failed to read the room, would hardly justify his existence. Qin Chuan redid his daughter's hair. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Qin Xiqing looked up. "Daddy, are you really going to leave?" Her little eyes resembled her mother's. Particularly beautiful, the pang of reluctance gripped Qin Chuan's heart as he nodded. "Wonderful." The little one clapped her hands. "This way, Uncle Qi can be my daddy." Those words struck Qin Chuan like a sharp knife, piercing his vibrant heart and draining the color from his face. He instinctively glanced at Lin Xuezhen, who was still engrossed in her reports, unperturbed. She had always dismissed such remarks as mere childish banter. What's the harm in an adult arguing with a child? This had been Lin Shuiyan's previous retort. Qin Chuan forced a bitter smile, suppressing the ache in his heart as he tousled his daughter's hair. Congratulations, you'll have a new daddy. I'm leaving today and won't be picking you up from preschool anymore, but remember, don't go with strangers. Also, you're lactose intolerant, so you can't eat ice cream made with milk from outside. It's best to avoid platinum ice cream as well, as it contains 2 allergens. Before he could finish, Qin Siqing interrupted him angrily. I don't want to hear that. Just hurry up and leave. I love platinum ice cream. Only a poor person would say platinum ice cream is bad because they can't afford it. Another wave of pain surged within Qin Chuan. At last, Lin Shuiyan set down her report and looked up at him. Are you really leaving today? Yes, Qin Chuan replied. Good luck, but once you walk out of this house today, returning won't be so easy. Qin Chuan, know when to stop. Otherwise, it might be even harder to backtrack. Thank you for giving me a daughter. With that, Qin Chuan grabbed his suitcase and prepared to leave. Wait. His sister-in-law, Lin Shuizhen, blocked his path. In his haste, he stood too close, and Lin Shuizhen momentarily lost her composure at the sight of Qin Chuan's handsome face. When her sister first brought Qin Chuan home, she too had been astounded by his looks, feeling an intense jealousy toward her younger sister. However, upon learning that this man had just graduated and owned neither car nor house, most of her envy dissipated. Lin Shuizhen regained her composure, clearing her throat. You can leave, but we must inspect your suitcase. After all, any antique from our Lin family villa could fetch a considerable sum. Don't go overboard. Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened. Since I have promised to leave with nothing, I would never take a single item from the Lin family. Before he could finish, Lin Shuizhen bent down to seize the suitcase. Qin Chuan attempted to stop her, but his sister-in-law, who had always lacked a sense of boundaries, was dressed in a revealing tank top, and as she bent down, a generous expanse of her fair skin was exposed. Qin Chuan quickly averted his gaze politely. This allowed Lin Shuizhen to take advantage of the moment, pulling open his suitcase and rummaging through it. Look, do you still dare say you haven't taken anything from the Lin family? Lin Shuizhen held up a piece of exquisite, top-quality emerald, raising it triumphantly above her head. The emerald, rectangular in shape, was intricately carved with a dragon, its claws sharp and its expression regal, with every detail masterfully rendered to life. Lin Mu's eyes lit up at the sight of the emerald. The quality of this emerald is truly exceptional. Lin Fu, a connoisseur of fine things, couldn't help but stroke the carved dragon. This emerald must be priceless. You wouldn't get it for less than 70 or 80 million. No. I saw an emerald worth nearly 100 million last year, and it wasn't even this vibrant. Hearing this, Lin Mu couldn't help but berate Lin Shuiyan. You bought such a fine piece in secret and didn't even inform us, yet you let this man have it at a bargain. Qin Siqing poked her chubby cheeks with her finger. Shame, 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 Daddy is stealing from Mommy. Lin Shuiyan furrowed her brows and walked over to inspect the emerald. I've never purchased this emerald. As her words fell, the Lin family members were taken aback. This emerald belongs to me, Qin Chuan asserted, reaching for his rightful possession. But Lin Shuizhen refused to relinquish it, clutching it protectively to her chest. How could you possibly own such a treasure? It was given to me by a servant from the Qin family. Before he could finish, Lin Shuizhen interrupted him. A servant from the Qin family? How could they possess such a high-quality emerald? Qin Chuan, if you're going to lie, at least do it convincingly. Unless, of course, the servant stole it from the Qin family master and then had an affair with you to give you the emerald. Speaking thus, Lin Shuizhen turned to her younger sister. Think again. Is this truly not something you purchased? Perhaps you bought too many items and simply forgot. Lin Shuiyan held the jade in her hands, captivated by its exquisite quality. Even as someone who typically harbored no affection for jade, she found this piece particularly beautiful. Lin Mu gazed expectantly at her daughter, yearning for her to claim the jade as her own. She was eager to flaunt it, however. Lin Shuiyan shook her head. I am certain I have never bought this, and you all know with the funds I possess, I would undoubtedly invest in my dance troupe. Not squander it on such high-end luxuries. I might purchase bags worth hundreds of thousands, but I could never bring myself to buy jade worth tens of millions. This jade truly belongs to me. Years ago, I was switched at birth with a child from the Qin family. When the Qin family's nanny brought me back, she discovered I had this jade in my possession. Fearing her mistake would be uncovered, she secretly hid the jade away. It was only when I left the Qin family that she returned it to me, saying it would serve as a memento. aiding me in recognizing my biological parents in the future. This jade even bears an inscription on its reverse, wishing my son a life of smooth sailing, transforming into a dragon upon encountering water, striding boldly like a dragon and tiger, with all wishes fulfilled. Lin Shuizhen, somewhat incredulous, turned the jade over and, astonished, looked at Lin Shuiyin. It truly is. Please hand me the jade. This pendant holds great significance for me. Qin Chuan extended his hand. With a swift motion, Lin Shuizhen pressed the pendant back against her heart. Hey, Qin Chuan, are you still a man? Fine. I will take it as this jade truly belongs to you. You marry my sister without a bride price. Without a car, without a house, not even a decent ring. Now that you're getting a divorce, you can't even bear to give her a piece of good quality jade for your daughter. If others were to ask, hey, Qin Chuan, what did you leave your wife in the divorce? How much alimony did you provide? What would you say? This jade is proof of my connection to my biological parents. Lin Shuizhen casually draped the jade around her niece's neck. Ching Ching. This is a gift from your father, wishing you a future where you encounter dragons and transform upon meeting water. Lin Shuiyin opened her mouth to protest, but Lin Shuizhen interrupted her. Consider it your alimony. Otherwise, if word gets out, people will think you were left without anything. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyin fell silent. Yet Qin Chuan firmly declared, this is unacceptable. I can part with other belongings, but this jade is non-negotiable. I have a duty to support my child until she reaches adulthood. I will not evade my responsibilities regarding how much alimony and support I owe you according to local standards. Before he could finish, Lin Shuizhen burst into laughter, interrupting him. You providing alimony? Don't make me laugh. You haven't worked in 5 years, you're out of touch with society, and you're just an art student. What can you do out there? Move bricks on a construction site. Do you know how much Chongqing needs each year? Do you have any idea how expensive my sister's skincare products and monthly bird's nest are? Qin Chuan's expression turned cold. Then let the court decide. I will pay whatever the law requires. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiqing tugged at the string around her neck and bluntly remarked, it's ugly. I don't want this. Uncle Qi said a princess should wear sparkly necklaces. Qin Chuan, pained, picked up the pendant, suppressing his last shred of disappointment as he stood, intending to tidy the disheveled clothes his sister-in-law had left behind and prepare to leave with his suitcase. At this moment, his sister-in-law scoffed, pulling a picture frame from the pile of clothes and glancing at her sister. Humph, and you say he doesn't care about you. He even brought along a photo of you and your daughter when he ran away from home? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyin's previously grim expression softened somewhat. To be fair, Qin Chuan had treated her quite well over the years. Especially with his striking looks and physique, he was indeed a rare find. Even surpassing Qi Silin. Aside from lacking a prestigious background and a successful career, Qin Chuan was undeniably an impeccable husband. Qin Chuan, expressionless, snatched back the family photo from Lin Shuizhen's hands and stuffed it back into his suitcase. It was a keepsake from their family life. He did not believe that separating from his wife meant he should view her as an enemy. After tidying up, Qin Chuan left the Lin family villa, not casting even a glance at the child he had held in his arms since birth, soothing her to sleep through countless nights as he stepped out of the Lin family villa. He noticed the sky was particularly blue, and the air was refreshingly crisp. A smile crept onto his lips, but he was soon met with his sister-in-law Lin Shuizhen's sarcastic voice behind him. I bet you won't be able to last a day before he comes crawling back, head hung low. If he doesn't return, I'll chop off my head and let you sit on it. Qin Chuan ignored her, continuing to pull his suitcase forward. After taking a few steps, Lin Fu caught up, furtively slipping 20,000 yuan into his pocket like a thief. Dad? No? Lin Fu anxiously glanced behind him, then scolded, take it. I'm giving it to you. Just take it's just a little pocket money. I'm useless as a father. If you want to establish your authority, you'll need money for the next few days. Right? Qin Chuan shook his head, pushing the money away. No, Dad. Lin Shuiyin and I have truly ended things. We cannot continue. Lin Fu clearly didn't believe him, but he still hoped Qin Chuan could stay away for a few days to scare his daughter. You're more resolute than I ever was. You've done what I was too afraid to do all these years. Consider this money as a loan from me. If you can pay it back, do so. If not, I won't pressure you. Just see it as my goodwill. You've worked hard taking care of us all these years. With that, Lin Fu hurried back to the villa, fearing Qin Chuan would return the money. Looking at the bulging 20,000 yuan in his pocket, Qin Chuan felt a flicker of gratitude. Lin Fu was one of the few in the family who treated him well. Unfortunately, his low status in the family meant he couldn't speak up for him. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Mu eyed him warily, her tone unkind. "What were you doing?" "I thought I want to give Qin Chuan a piece of my mind." Lin Fu's expression flickered. "You all should just let it be. If you want Qin Chuan to return, don't push too hard. Men need their dignity." Lin Mu angrily pinched his arm. "You're the one who is clinging to him, I'll tell you." "I don't care. Our Shuiyin is so outstanding. Now Qi Silin is frequently showing interest. Once she leaves that poor guy, she can marry into the Qi family and live a good life." Lin Fu looked at his daughter. "Shuiyin, trust your father. If Qi Silin can abandon you once, he can do it again. He is not a suitable match." "Nonsense." Lin Mu spat. "Is Qi Xiao not a suitable match? What about that poor wretch? You lack ambition. Just look at how you've turned Lin South real estate into what it is today. Our Lin family is now just an empty shell. If we don't ally with the Qi family, how can we turn things around? How can we reach the pinnacle?" Lin Fu winced as she pinched his arm and rubbed it. "Who knows? Maybe Qin Chuan is really a rich heir." That Jade's value was evident to anyone with eyes. "I'm telling you, don't underestimate the young and poor. Don't be fooled by his good temper. His emotional stability and core values are solid. Such a person won't fare poorly in society. If you miss out on Qin Chuan, just wait and see how you'll regret it." Lin Shuizhen rolled her eyes. "Dad, in this society, without a bit of background or connections, a mere worker will never measure up to Qi Silin, no matter how hard he works." Qin Siqing nodded. "Grandma said Uncle Qi's car is 10 times the price of Mommy's little car." Lin Shuiyin displayed a hint of distaste. "Mom, why do you always talk to the child about these things?" Lin Mu smiled mockingly. "Oh, am I not speaking the truth? I hope my granddaughter grows up with her eyes wide open. Not growing up like her mother, bringing home every stray cat and dog she finds." As she spoke, she smirked. "If this Qin Chuan truly is some rich heir, some hidden gem, I'll chop off my head and let you kick it like a ball. Just because he has a decent-looking jade, you're all making it seem like it's priceless?" Lin Shuizhen chimed in. "Exactly. I think its quality is rather average. It might have been treated with some brightening agent." At this point, Lin Shuiyin had remained silent, her expression somewhat dazed. Lin Shuizhen nudged her elbow. "Hey, are you still thinking about Qin Chuan? Who says I'm thinking of him?" Lin Shuiyin reacted strongly, as if pricked by a needle. Lin Shuizhen, however, appeared to understand completely. "It's only natural if you're reluctant. Qin Chuan is so handsome and capable." Before she could finish, Lin Shuiyin's expression darkened, a hint of annoyance creeping in. "How do you know?" Lin Shuizhen shrugged nonchalantly. "What is the big deal? Every time I walk past your room, I hear you calling out to him. If he weren't good, would you behave like that? Besides, every time you flirt with him, do you think I can't hear? You've expressed your satisfaction with him to your friends, haven't you?" Lin Shuiyin felt a twinge of discomfort. She was indeed particularly pleased with Qin Chuan in that regard, gentle and enduring. However, she disliked having her private life teased by her own sister, feeling as though her privacy was being invaded. "We have what you could call a normal married life." Lin Shuiyin's discomfort was evident. Lin Shuizhen raised an eyebrow. "Stop thinking about it. I bet you that within 3 days, Qin Chuan will definitely find some excuse to come back. Even if he doesn't use the excuse of looking after the child, he'll find some other reason. He absolutely will not divorce you. If he were to divorce you, I would go live and do a handstand while eating excrement." Lin Shuiyin, with a haughty tilt of her chin, declared, "I am not the slightest bit concerned about his return. Where could he possibly find a wife more exceptional than I?" As her voice trailed off, a shriek emanated from the kitchen. Lin's mother had burned herself while preparing breakfast. In her fury, she overturned an entire pot of porridge. Lin's father entered the kitchen only to behold the chaos. "You clean this up," he commanded before Lin's mother stormed out, seething with anger. "It's all because of that Qin Chuan. He leaves without making breakfast." Lin Shuiyin, witnessing the commotion, felt a twinge of irritation. Meanwhile, after leaving the Lin household, Qin Chuan rented a suburban house through a real estate agency. The house was a standalone structure with a small yard, albeit in a state of disrepair. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's willingness to pay for repairs, the landlord readily agreed to rent it to him at a low price. Having secured the house, Qin Chuan arranged to meet his friend Qin Yang at a bar. Like Qin Chuan, Qin Yang was also an adopted son. However, the family that took him and treated him exceptionally well. The two had bonded over their shared experiences as adopted sons and had become close friends. When Qin Yang arrived at the bar, he teased Qin Chuan. "What brings you here today? Aren't you afraid of your mother tiger?" After taking a sip of his cocktail, Qin Chuan admitted, "I proposed a divorce to your sister-in-law." Qin Yang nearly spat his drink in surprise. With a woman like that, it was long overdue. Qin Chuan remained silent, downing his drink in one go. He had always maintained the image of a devoted husband and father. Believing that family matters should remain private, it was only after a drunken night with his friends that he inadvertently revealed his secret. A short while later, a group of musicians entered the bar. "Brother Chuan," exclaimed a man carrying an electric guitar, playfully punching his shoulder. "What brings you to the bar? Aren't you worried about your wife tugging at your ears?" Qin Chuan remained silent, raising his glass as a signal for his friends to cease their teasing. Qin Yang, unable to contain himself, mouthed the words, "Divorce." The guitarist Bin was taken aback. "Brother Chuan, is that true? Are you really getting a divorce?" Qin Chuan nodded. "Then, Brother Chuan, how about joining us for a jam?" Bin exclaimed, his face lighting up as he picked up his electric guitar. "We're performing tonight, and you can be our lead vocalist. It would be a nostalgic trip down memory lane from our college band days. If you hadn't mentioned the divorce, I wouldn't have dared to invite you, fearing you'd have a hard time explaining it at home." Hearing this, Qin Chuan felt a pang of bitterness. These were his old bandmates from college, yet he had distanced himself from them after marrying Shuiyan, who disapproved of their friendship. To his surprise, they were still considerate of his situation. "Come on, Brother Chuan. You have no idea how terrible Bin usually sounds when he sings." "Exactly." Bin pretended to swing his fist at a few of the younger guys. "All right, let's have some fun." Qin Chuan set down his drink and joined his former bandmates on stage, blissfully unaware of the burning gaze fixated on him from a corner of the bar. At that moment, Lin Shuiyan was being pulled by Lin Shuiqin toward the very bar where Qin Chuan was performing. Chapter 5. A stunning performance. Lin Shuiyan's jealousy. Qin Chuan took to the stage. Naturally handsome, with refined features and an air of restrained masculinity, he immediately drew attention as he began to perform. Several sharp-eyed women whispered among themselves, "Who is he? Is he the new lead singer? He looks so charming. Wow, he's so handsome. And that husband vibe, I want to flirt with him. Definitely. After the show, I'll ask for his WeChat." However, there were also skeptical murmurs. Can someone who looks that delicate really sing rock? At that moment, the bassist quietly asked Bin, "Brother Chuan, can he still perform? He hasn't sung in so long. Should we be ready to cover for him?" Bin shot him a sidelong glance. If Brother Chuan can't handle it, who can? Soon, a dazzling wave of electronic music filled the air. The bassist and guitarist quickly got into the groove. Qin Chuan felt as though he had been transported back to his college days, his long, elegant fingers gripping the microphone, making everyone yearn to be close to those beautiful hands. Then, his deep, resonant voice pierced through the atmosphere. "I have traversed the gloomy forests, crossed icy streams, and the ocean floor filled with fish. Yet I could not bring you along. The promised mountaintop." As his voice resonated, the audience was captivated, like someone who had just resurfaced from the depths of darkness to behold a vibrant spectacle. Gradually, the energy in the venue surged. The crowd swayed to the electronic beats, and Qin Chuan exchanged knowing smiles with Bin and the other old bandmates. That smile held a unique understanding, a harmony in their music. The exhilarating feeling of youthful exuberance washed over him once more. Qin Chuan relaxed his body, moving with the rhythm of the music. This love, I wish, had long been shattered. The surging tides retreat, only to crash into the mire, raising a toast to the crowd. "No one cares who you are. You might as well go home and drink tap water." As he sang and danced, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and the pent-up frustration in his heart seemed to dissipate with each note. Soon, the entire audience was swaying and singing along to "Might as well go home and drink tap water." The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Even the bar owner noticed the unusual energy and hurried out from backstage, incredulous at the scene unfolding before her. She had collaborated with this band several times before, but none had ignited the crowd like this one. The owner looked up at the stage and saw a man in a white shirt, handsome and deep-featured, exuding a hint of masculinity. He moved effortlessly, his expression alight with joy, as if he were one with the stage and the band in him. The bar owner saw the very essence of musical vitality. His voice was piercing, low and husky, yet laced with a seductive allure. Overall, he possessed a distinctly recognizable sound. This man would become a star. The bar owner, Ivy, smiled slyly at her companions. How about we sign him on as a resident singer? Ivy nodded, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Chuan. Sign him, whatever it takes. This kid will be our cash cow. With my promotion, within a week, this city will be flooded with girls coming to see him. Just wait and see. At that moment, the performance concluded. Ben suggested they switch to a softer tune. He had a personal motive. He wanted to prove to the audience that their band could perform both fast-paced rock songs and slow ballads. Qin Chuan understood his intention perfectly. With a shared glance, the unspoken bond between brothers was clear. This time, Ben initiated a tender melody, a heartfelt ballad from Su Zetian titled Accompany You on Your Journey. Soon, the melodious voice flowed through the microphone, rich with narrative, as though a heartbroken man were sitting before you. Recounting his tale, I know not for what reason, sorrow troubles me. Sometimes under the moonlight, it can take away the desolation of love. The audience felt a sudden tug at their hearts. Oh no, this young man has a story to tell. Yes, I want to heal him. The crowd was enraptured. Just then, Lin Shuiyin, who had just entered the bar, was struck by the enchanting melody. Her sister, Lin Shuichin, nudged her elbow. What do you think? Not bad, right? I didn't mislead you. This bar has a high standard. Lin Shuiyin clutched her bag tightly, still wanting to leave. Let's go back. I don't like places like bars. After a previous mishap involving alcohol at a bar, Lin Shuiyin had developed a strong aversion to such venues. Don't. Now that we're here, let's just relax. If you stay at home, you'll only think about that Qin Chuan, and the more you think, the angrier you'll get. Lin Shuichin stubbornly dragged Lin Shuiyin into the venue. You can't deny that the resident singer here has some serious talent. The sound quality is so good. He could easily win a prize on a talent show. As she spoke, Lin Shuichin curiously glanced at the stage, only to be struck by lightning. Qin Chuan? Lin Shuiyin froze. Following her sister's gaze to the stage, there stood Qin Chuan, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, perched on a tall iron stool, passionately singing. As the night deepens, only the moon remains in opposition. I clutch a small candy, gazing in your direction. Hurry and tell me, are you on your way here? Qin Chuan's expression was filled with emotion, his voice heart-wrenching, evoking empathy as if he were painting a scene of a devoted man waiting for his beloved to turn back. Lin Shuichin nudged Lin Shuiyin's elbow again. See, I told you, Qin Chuan can't forget you. I think this song is a sincere performance. Lin Shuiyin felt a flicker of joy within her. The pent-up emotions of the day began to lift at that moment. She knew Qin Chuan could never stop loving her. It was an utterly ridiculous notion. Lin Shuiyin proudly lifted her chin, listening to Qin Chuan's performance. She had never realized how captivating his voice was. Suddenly, memories flooded back of the times Qin Chuan had leaned over her, his voice husky from exertion, causing her cheeks to flush around her. Other women fervently recorded videos on their phones and seeing their infatuation. Lin Shuiyin felt an unprecedented sense of vanity swell within her. She even felt a hint of pride. Qin Chuan belonged to her alone. As the performance concluded, Lin Shuiyin stood up and made her way toward the stage. Faster than Lin Shuiyin, however, was the bar owner Ivy. She donned red shorts and alluring black stockings, complemented by 7-inch high heels, her wavy long hair cascading as she approached Qin Chuan. With her wine-red nails, she held a business card and pressed it against Qin Chuan's chiseled chest. Hi, I'm Ivy, the owner of this bar. It's a pleasure to meet you. I would like to hire you as our bar's long-term resident singer. You may set your own price. In the next moment, Lin Shuiyin rushed forward. Stop! Don't you dare touch my husband. Chapter 6. I reserve the right to be your first suitor. As Lin Shuiyin's voice fell, the room was enveloped in an immediate silence. The bar's owner, Ivy, reluctantly withdrew her wine-red talons. Lin Shuiyin stamped her foot in frustration. Qin Chuan, I forbid you from singing in such a vulgar place. You are not allowed to accept her business card. Upon hearing this, the entire band frowned in discontent. What do you mean by such a vulgar place? The bassist retorted. Exactly. You may stop me from flirting, but you cannot denigrate my bar, Ivy exclaimed, hands on her hips, her eyes sparkling with allure. Seeing this, Qin Chuan quickly whispered to Lin Shuiyin, don't make a scene here. Let's just go. How amusing. You can stay here. But why should my sister leave? Lin Shuiyin's older sister, Lin Shuizhen, approached with her arms crossed. Qin Chuan, if we hadn't come, We wouldn't have known that you were pining for my sister while simultaneously cozying up to the female bar owner. Qin Chuan frowned, displeasure etched on his face. Lin Shuezhen, show some respect. The bar owner hasn't done anything wrong. As a woman, you should not slander her. Ivy's spirits lifted upon hearing this, and she raised an eyebrow. Fanning herself with the business card, her impression of Qin Chuan improved. A gentlemanly man like him was certainly tempting, but alas, he was a married man. Lin Shuezhen, feeling insulted by Qin Chuan's words, grew agitated. How am I slandering? What reputable woman could possibly exist in such a place? Her words undoubtedly offended all the women in the bar. Angered glares were cast in their direction. Qin Yang sneered. How ironic. If this place is so beneath you, what are you doing here? Lin Shuezhen's expression faltered. I'm here to accompany Shuiyan for some respite. All right, you are not the same. You are noble, that should suffice. Qin Yang waved dismissively, urging the noble, pure ladies to leave before they disrupted the atmosphere. Absolutely not, Lin Shuiyan declared assertively. Qin Chuan, you must declare today that you will not sing here. Why not? Qin Yang laughed in disbelief. You are already divorced. Why do you care if my brother sings on the street or in a bar? Upon hearing this, the bar owner's eyes lit up. The women who had initially dismissed the idea of flirting began to stir with interest. Realizing he was a divorced man, no wonder he exuded such a strong aura of a husband. Indeed, he looks incredibly appealing. Divorced men are often more charming. As Lin Shuiyan listened to the surrounding women's discussions about Qin Chuan. Her anger boiled over, and she struck Qin Chuan in the chest. Look at the crowd you've attracted. Qin Chuan, you have been part of our Lin family. Can't you hold yourself to a higher standard? With that, she shot a fierce glare at Qin Yang. Who says we are divorced? We haven't finalized the paperwork yet, and until we do, I will manage him. I won't allow him to sing in such places. Tarnishing our daughter's reputation. My daughter is set to attend an international school. What will people say when they ask what her father does? Am I to say he sings in a bar? Her words not only wounded Qin Chuan but also the band members. A sharp pain gripped Qin Chuan's heart, and he replied solemnly, Shuiyan, I have already filed for divorce. Today, I have moved out from the Lin family. Henceforth, we part ways amicably. Please refrain from interfering in my life. I am an adult and can make my own decisions. Oh, so you are a single man in the making? Ivy cast a flirtatious glance at Qin Chuan. Handsome, once your divorce is finalized, remember to seek me out. I would like to be your first suitor. As her words fell, other women chimed in. I reserve the second spot. I'll take the third, me too. Handsome, why don't you add me on WeChat first? The chorus of voices grew louder. Qin Yang nudged Qin Chuan's elbow. Well, brother, your charm hasn't faded with time. He then made a face at Lin Shuiyan. See, my brother's appeal is still strong. Please let him reclaim his former glory. Lin Shuiyan trembled with anger, seizing Qin Chuan's collar. Qin Chuan, did you hear that? I will not allow you to sing in such places. I won't permit you to associate with these aimless people. You must immediately refuse that woman and distance yourself from these good-for-nothings. Brother, Ben, the band leader, urgently interjected. We need you now more than ever. You can't leave us. Ben was acutely aware that the bar owner had intended to dismiss them, but Qin Chuan's presence had changed her mind. The band had once flourished in college, hosting small underground concerts with a devoted fan base. However, since Qin Chuan had left to focus on his family, the band's fortunes had plummeted. It was evident how vital Qin Chuan was. Qin Chuan understood the stakes. Over the years, Ben had reached out to him numerous times, but he had always declined, prioritizing his daughter. After a moment's hesitation, he again turned down Ben's request. I'm sorry, I can guest perform, but I cannot join you. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang became exceedingly agitated. Brother, why are you afraid of this tigress? You're already divorced. What tigress? Show some respect, Lin Shuezhen retorted, fiercely defending her sister. Soon, tensions escalated. Lin Shuiyan's words became increasingly derogatory, treating the band and the bar patrons as if they were beneath her. Anyone with a modicum of sense would know what choice to make. To put it nicely, they were in a band. To put it bluntly, they were wasting their lives. Did they genuinely believe that the people coming to the bar were there solely to appreciate music? If one sought artistic refinement, they should attend a theater, not a bar. Lin Shuiyan's remarks ignited the crowd's fury. Damn it, I won't stand for this. What if I hit a woman? The bassist rolled up his sleeves. And others joined in with fervor. Yes, let's silence this self-righteous woman. How noble of you. Lin Shuezhen shot back. My sister is the head of a dance troupe. She is the 14th ranked principal ballerina in the world. She has won more awards than you have visited bars. Amidst the escalating conflict, Qin Chuan realized the situation was spiraling out of control. He quickly began apologizing to the band and the agitated patrons. They've had too much to drink and spoken out of turn. I apologize for the disruption. Can an apology resolve this? Indeed. Those two women have foul mouths. Some men, eager to stir trouble, began to step in. Qin Chuan, while continuing to apologize, took Lin Shueyin by one hand and gently shielded Lin Shuezhen with the other, guiding them away. Seeing this, Qin Yang could not bear to watch Qin Chuan be caught in the crossfire and quickly rallied some friends to help protect him. As the crowd surged, the situation grew increasingly precarious. Lin Shuezhen suddenly felt an unexpected flutter in her heart, as if she had been swept off her feet by a hero. She glanced at her brother-in-law, her heart racing uncontrollably. This was the first time a man had stood up for her in such a manner. Before long, Qin Chuan successfully led Lin Shueyin and Lin Shuezhen out of the bar. Lin Shueyin forcefully shook off Qin Chuan's hand, her demeanor still commanding. Qin Chuan, you must write me a letter of reflection regarding this incident. Chapter 7. Qin Yang. Is it possible that you truly are my brother? Shueyin, our relationship has come to an end. Only the formalities remain. I will not write that letter. My actions earlier were merely to protect my family. Please do not misunderstand. Lin Shuezhen chuckled derisively. How amusing. Misunderstand? Your demeanor earlier hardly suggested you were unaffected by my sister. Qin Chuan chose to ignore Lin Shuezhen's barbed remarks and pulled out his phone to ask Lin Shueyin, did you drive here? Do you need me to call a designated driver or arrange a ride? No need, Lin Shueyin retorted, glaring fiercely at Qin Chuan. Be careful not to play with fire. With that, she strutted away in her high heels, heading toward the parking area. Qin Chuan watched them leave, ensuring they got into their car and drove off before planning to return to the bar. Just as he turned, he met Qin Yang's disappointed gaze. Don't go back. Ben and the others are furious. Whatever you say now, they won't listen. Qin Chuan sighed. Then I suppose we shall wait for their anger to subside. Qin Yang shot Qin Chuan a resentful look. Get in the car.as he spoke. Qin Yang unlocked the nearby Neo car and climbed in. Qin Chuan followed suit, fastening his seatbelt just as Qin Yang vented. I just bought those troublemakers drinks. And you're footing the bill. In situations like earlier, treating people to drinks was the best way to diffuse tension. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan realized that despite his words, Qin Yang still had his back. And a smile crept onto his face. All right, duly noted. Qin Yang, hearing this, had just turned the ignition on when he switched it off again. Brother, I'm really a bit disappointed in you. Why did you refuse Ben just now? Qin Yang, I have thought it through, and being in a band is not the direction I envision for my future. I'm a student at an art academy, and I sincerely hope to engage in endeavors related to my field of study. Regarding my future development, I have indeed devised a plan. However, I am acutely aware that if I were to rejoin Ben's band, it would likely entail traveling extensively for performances, which would adversely affect my own aspirations and career trajectory. I am capable of distinguishing between my passions and my professional development plans. Qin Yang's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. What, brother, are you implying that your refusal to join Ben is not due to Lin Shueyin? Of course not, Qin Chuan shook his head. Then why did you defend her earlier? Qin Chuan smiled helplessly. Qin Yang, until the divorce agreement is formally signed, those two are still my wife and sister-in-law in name. In such a situation, if I were to see another man threatening my family and did not intervene, what kind of man would that make me? Qin Yang nodded. That is indeed true, as he spoke. He restarted the car. By the way, Brother Chuan, do you have any other stops, or should we head straight back to my apartment? Qin Yang asked while steering the wheel. First, accompany me to the Ming family. The Ming family? Have they not cast you out? Why would you still go there? Qin Yang's voice rose a notch. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I ought to pay them a visit. Although Ming Mu has not treated me kindly, Ming Fu has indeed been very good to me. If I do not see him, he would be disappointed, and my conscience would not allow it. Recalling Qin Chuan's adoptive father, Qin Yang had no further objections and accompanied him to the supermarket to purchase a box of mooncakes and some pu'er tea, then dropped him off at the entrance of the Ming family's villa. Qin Chuan entered, holding the gifts. That moment, Ming Fu was seated in the living room, engrossed in the news on his tablet. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, his face lit up with joy. Qin Chuan, what brings you here? he inquired, though the corners of his mouth could not help but lift. Father, Qin Chuan began, only to hastily amend his address. Uncle, with the Mid-Autumn Festival nearing, I came to see you. This is a gift for you. Pausing for a moment, Qin Chuan felt it necessary to explain, adding, I also wanted to inform you that Shuyan and I are getting a divorce. What? Meng Fu removed his glasses, concern etched across his features. What has transpired? It is my fault. Before Qin Chuan could elaborate, a cacophony of crashing sounds erupted from upstairs. Meng Fu frowned in displeasure, while Qin Chuan's expression turned awkward. Before long, Meng Mu rushed downstairs in a flurry. I told you. He does not bear the surname Meng. Ever since he was cast out of the house, he is no longer allowed to call himself Meng Chuan. He is a Qin, just like that wretched woman's family. As she spoke, Meng Mu relentlessly shoved Qin Chuan toward the door. Get out. Hurry. He is that woman's son. What more do you want? Are you deliberately here to provoke my son? Meng Fu interjected a fun. Do not act this way. Qin Chuan is a good child. This remark only served to ignite Meng Mu further. What good child? Does that imply my own son is a bad child? She then fixed a penetrating gaze upon Qin Chuan. When our families were ensnared in that child-swapping scheme, I treated you like a young master for so many years. Where is your mother? She abandoned my son to an orphanage. That heartless woman. Why should her son lead a life of luxury while mine suffers? Witnessing the once loving mother transform into such a monstrous figure filled Qin Chuan with a profound sense of bitterness and pain. Meng Mu, if my biological mother has indeed erred, I apologize on her behalf. However, could you possibly share any information regarding my biological parents? Qin Chuan's gaze was earnest. No. Qin Chuan, do not listen to her nonsense. Your mother is not like that. Before Meng Fu could finish, he was silenced by Meng Mu's sharp retort. Not a word. I will not allow you to divulge anything. If you dare tell him, I will hang myself at your bedside. I mean it. Why should that woman, who has committed so many wrongs, reunite with her son? I refuse to let it happen. I will ensure that she lives in torment for the rest of her life. Once more, the sounds of crashing echoed from upstairs. Meng Mu, beside herself with anguish, urged, Leave quickly. It's all your fault. You are the one who triggered my son's episode. His depression is all you're doing. Qin Chuan was forcefully shoved outside the villa, followed closely by the mooncakes and pu'er tea being thrown out. He picked up the discarded items, sighed, and returned to the car. Qin Yang glanced at his watch and teased. Wow, it has been over 20 minutes. Qin Chuan lowered his eyelids slightly. I received a fine education. Her son did not. It is only natural for her to harbor resentment. Yet, I refuse to believe that my biological parents are those kinds of people. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. With your commendable character, your biological parents must be equally admirable. By the way, Brother Chuan, have you managed to gather any information regarding your lineage? Qin Chuan shook his head. Suddenly, Qin Yang slammed on the brakes. Wait a moment, Brother Chuan. Could it be possible that you are my brother? I bear the surname Qin, and so do you. My adoptive parents lost a child at birth. Is it conceivable that you might be that child? Chapter 8. Qin Chuan is someone else's white moonlight. Stop joking. Qin Chuan shot a glare at Qin Yang. Upon discovering my surname is Qin. Do you have any idea how many people in this city share that surname? Qin Yang shook his head. How many? Over 100,000. It cannot be that coincidental that I am part of your family. Besides, your adoptive parents lost a child. That does not align with my circumstances. Qin Yang fell silent, slightly dejected. Indeed, a 1 in 100,000 chance. How could it be so fortuitous? Sigh, Brother Chuan. I did not mean to tease you. I genuinely feel that our connection is extraordinarily profound. You know? Qin Chuan shot him a sidelong glance. You've been single all these years. You're not harboring feelings for me, are you? Get out of here. Qin Yang exclaimed, nearly leaping up to kick him had he not been driving. The two burst into laughter. Sometimes, the bond between brothers is simply remarkable. Upon arriving at Qin Yang's apartment, he handed Qin Chuan a card. The password is 6/8. There are 200,000 inside, as your startup capital. Qin Chuan intended to protest, but Qin Yang's expression turned serious. This is a loan. If you dare act formal with me, you're not treating me like a brother. Qin Chuan refrained from being overly sentimental and accepted the card. All right, thank you, brother. Now that's more like it. Qin Yang settled onto the sofa, propping up his legs as he began playing a game. I don't frequent this apartment. You are free to stay as long as you wish. Honestly, You might as well return that house in the suburbs and move in here. Why waste money on that? Moreover, that building is in such disrepair. Who knows how much it would cost to renovate? Qin Yang, I appreciate your kindness. Your support means a great deal to me. As for that house, I have my own plans. Qin Yang paused. All right, brother. I respect your decision. You've always been resolute. At that moment, in an upscale office within a central business building, a woman with a slightly chubby face, exuding a cute and delicate charm, sat at her computer, typing with fervor, nearly sparking flames from the keyboard. Her secretary knocked on the office door and entered. President Lan, my dear sister, I knew you would be working late. In response to her secretary Zhu Zhu, the sound of the keyboard grew even louder, echoing angrily, Sister, after you left the bar, guess what happened? What happened? The woman turned her expressionless gaze, causing Zhu Zhu to momentarily freeze in shock. And why, dear sister? You scared me to death. Zhu Zhu clutched her racing heart, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes. What a waste of your beautiful face. With such a kawaii visage, you spend all day emulating an ice queen. Do you even know what the employees say about you behind your back? They call you the jade-faced demon. Lan Wei-yin shot a sharp glance at her, warning her with her eyes. You better have something to say. If not, get lost. She was in no mood for pleasantries, sister. I certainly have something to share. Who would give up a wonderful nightlife just to seek you out? With that, Zhu Zhu leaned in closer, gossiping playfully as she nudged Lan Wei-yin's arm. Sister, guess what happened right after you left? Upon hearing this, Lan Wei-yin felt a wave of agitation. She pushed the keyboard away and reclined against the chair's backrest. Today, she had gone to the bar with her colleagues to unwind, only to unexpectedly run into her long-lost senior, Qin Shixiao. He was the object of her secret affection during university, her eternal white moonlight. Just as she was lost in admiration for his singing, his wife had arrived. Hearing the words, "Stop, do not touch my husband," she had promptly departed. Although those words were not directed at her, she left feeling as if she had been struck by the most shameful aspect of her heart. The subsequent events were, of course, unknown to her. Zhu Zhu, observing her cousin's pensive profile, could not resist revealing the truth. Later, Qin Chuan's friend mentioned that Qin Chuan has already filed for divorce. What? Lan Wei-yin exclaimed, gripping Zhu Zhu's arm tightly, her excitement palpable. What did you say? Divorce? Is that true? You're hurting me. You have no idea how strong your grip is. Zhu Zhu quickly withdrew her arm. Lan Wei-yin, realizing her overexcitement, quickly loosened her hold. Is what you said true? You must not be deceiving me. It is true. Not even a pearl could be more genuine. Zhu Zhu pulled out her phone and displayed a video. I recorded it all, and even Qin Chuan himself admitted it. Show me right away. Lan Wei-yin practically snatched Zhu Zhu's phone, scrutinizing the video. Her heart raced with delight. It's real. Qin Chuan has indeed proposed divorce. Zhu Zhu cast a lingering glance at her cousin and said, I've brought the news, and I'll continue to enjoy myself with friends. You, my dear, are likely to sleep soundly tonight. Deep down, Zhu Zhu felt a pang of sympathy for her cousin, who had harbored feelings for someone for many years. Just as she was about to turn away, Lan Wei-yin suddenly called out to her. Zhu Zhu. Zhu Zhu turned her head and inquired. What is it? Next month, your salary will increase by 20. Zhu Zhu exclaimed. Long live my cousin. After Zhu Zhu departed, Lan Wei-yin felt a whirlwind of excitement, fear, and unease. She opened her phone and repeatedly watched the video of Qin Chuan performing that night, her fingers tracing his face on the screen. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she immediately called Zhu. I need all the information on Qin Chuan from these past years. And I also want information on Qin Chuan's wife. No problem, Zhu Zhu replied briskly from the other end. Also, please find me a cooking teacher. I want to learn how to cook. If I want to capture a man's heart, I must first win over his stomach. Zhu Zhu recalled the last time her cousin had set the kitchen ablaze and couldn't help but shudder. I think you want to ruin his stomach. Shut up. That last time was the teacher's fault. This time, get me a good instructor. I want a renowned one. Do you understand? A renowned one. After saying this, Lan Wei-yin hung up. She turned her gaze back to the video, where Qin Chuan's gentle and profound profile shone with a determined light. Qin Shixiao, this time, I will surely win you over. Meanwhile, Lin Shuiyin was also scrolling through videos of Qin Chuan. Upon returning to the villa, she threw herself onto the bed and took out her phone, irritably browsing through short videos online. To her surprise, she stumbled upon a clip of Qin Chuan performing that night, titled, Location, Avril's Bar, Encounter with an Exceptionally Handsome High-Tier Man. Seeing this title only heightened Lin Shuiyan's annoyance, prompting her to swipe away. After 2 more videos, she again found Qin Chuan's performance, this time titled, He Exudes a Strong Husband Vibe, Blinding My Aluminum Titanium Alloy Eyes. Instinctively, she wanted to swipe away, but after a few more seconds of watching, she found herself unable to look away. With a 4-year-old daughter and 5 years of marriage, she realized she had never known Qin Chuan could sing, let alone sing so well. Whether in rock or heartfelt ballads, he mastered both effortlessly. When he was lively, he radiated vigor. In stillness, he possessed an inexplicable allure that beckoned one to know him better. For the first time, Lin Shuiyan felt that Qin Chuan was not as unworthy as she had believed. After all, wasn't it merely a matter of him having slightly less social status and wealth than Qi Silu? The following day, Qin Chuan rose at 6 in the morning. After jogging a few laps around the apartment complex, he returned upstairs to whip up a couple of quick breakfasts. He then opened his notebook to draft a renovation plan for the old building. By the time Qin Yang woke up, Qin Chuan had already made considerable progress on the plan. Bro, are you aiming to be an old building renovation blogger? Qin Yang asked, munching on a sandwich. I studied sculpture and wall art in college. I still aspire to work in a field related to that. Becoming a renovation blogger is merely the first step. I hope more people can see my studio through my videos. Qin Yang nodded. Refraining from expressing any discouraging thoughts, he was aware of how challenging it was to become a video blogger nowadays, with every niche crowded and newcomers struggling for visibility. Even among old house renovation bloggers, there were countless who showcased various projects, leaving viewers overwhelmed and losing the initial desire to click. Nevertheless, Qin Yang remained vigilant, thinking he would buy a promotional package for his brother's video once it was released. After a quick breakfast, both Qin Chuan and Qin Yang set off for their respective tasks. Qin Chuan scoured the second-hand market for a tool truck and then headed to a home improvement wholesale market to purchase cement, wood boards, shovels, saws, and other necessary tools for the renovation. After acquiring these items, he returned to the small house in the suburbs with a yard, parking the truck at a distance. Qin Chuan unloaded everything from the vehicle, completely unaware that a pair of glistening black eyes were watching him intently from the corner of the wall. At that moment, a supermarket bag on the ground opened, and a loaf of bread rolled out. Qin Chuan paid it no mind, continuing to unload his items. Just as he turned around, a small shadow darted forward and snatched the bread, fleeing with lightning speed. By the time Qin Chuan sensed something was amiss and turned back, he only caught a glimpse of a small child's back as they hurriedly departed the scene. Judging by their height, the child appeared to be around 5 years old, but he could not discern whether it was a boy or a girl. After this brief interlude, Qin Chuan resumed his work. Once he had finished unloading, he began registering a Douyin account under the name Qin Chuan Studio, listing services such as wall painting, sculpture, television background wall design, home decoration, and old house renovation. Once the account was set up, he used a selfie stick to film a short video, introducing the state of the house from the inside out. Hello everyone, I'm Qin Chuan. Today, let me first introduce you to the original condition of this house. It comes with a small yard, is a standalone structure, and has 3 floors with a small rooftop terrace on the top. This is the yard, and I plan to transform it into a rustic wooden garden. After briefly introducing the house's condition, Qin Chuan began a live stream. He secured his phone to a tripod and started organizing the house. He first dismantled unnecessary items, removed the old cabinets, and cleared the weeds from the yard. The reason for featuring himself on camera was not that Qin Chuan wanted to leverage his looks for fame, but because he understood that many homeowners preferred local contractors over outsiders. By live streaming, he aimed not only to document the process, but also to showcase his skills, ensuring that viewers knew he was personally handling the renovation rather than relying on a team, as many fast-paced renovation videos often did. After a while, Qin Chuan found his shirt to be quite cumbersome. He stepped away from the live stream to change into a pair of white shorts and a black tank top before returning to the yard. At that moment, the weeds in the yard had been mostly cleared, and he began constructing a tool bench and a tool table. Taking out the wood boards, Qin Chuan picked up a saw and started cutting them to his desired lengths, then took a hammer to install and secure them. Under the sunlight, his chiseled features and muscular arms radiated an inexplicable charm. Meanwhile, dozens of viewers began to flood into the live stream. This was a perk for new users from the platform. A trial to see how many viewers the host could retain during their first live session. As time went on, some viewers began to comment in the live chat, "I've seen short videos of old house renovations, but never a live renovation stream. Cheers to your courage. Ha ha ha. How will those renovation bloggers who outsource their work survive with you around? Oh my, I've never watched a blogger saw wood for so long. It is so therapeutic, right? I feel strangely calm just watching this. It's genuinely soothing. Can I just say that the handsome guy's looks are even more soothing? Wow, when did live streams become this appealing? The sweat trickling down his chest is just too tempting that a crowd remained in the live chat for quite some time, from the afternoon until dusk, with new viewers continually joining. Just then, a barmaid who had just started her shift excitedly found AI Wei. "Boss, look, it's the handsome guy from last night. Oh my gosh, now I truly understand what dressing slim and undressing revealing means." AI Wei's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Did he take it all off? Of course not. He's live streaming. The barmaid rolled her eyes at her boss. AI Wei chuckled and took the phone, only to see Qin Chuan's black tank top clinging to his back, revealing the contours of his chest due to sweat. Oh my, this is even more lethal than being fully undressed. AI Wei quickly pulled out her own phone and entered the live stream, promptly gifting a shower of fireworks. Just as Qin Chuan looked up and spotted the tip, he sincerely thanked the camera, saying, "Thank you for the support, AI Wei." After expressing his gratitude, he resumed tidying up the yard, hammering and sawing wood. That moment, when AI Wei saw Qin Chuan gaze into the camera, she felt as if an arrow had pierced her heart. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced, and she casually shared the live stream link. "Sisters, the boss lady has verified this one. P.S. A gym, definitely worth pursuing." AI Wei, the bar owner and a well-known flirtatious blogger, frequently shared her thoughts on handsome men on social media, boasting over 20,000 followers. As soon as she sent the link, many of AI Wei's fans rushed to Qin Chuan's live stream, eager to see what the gym endorsed by AI Wei looked like. "Whoa, I haven't even seen his face yet, but that physique is impressive. Goodness, this guy's looks are a sight to behold. Isn't he the one performing at AI Wei's bar last night? He actually has muscles when he takes his shirt off. Aw, squealing like a gopher. I was at AI Wei's bar last night too. Last night, the young gentleman donned a shirt, exuding an air of refinement. How could he possibly possess muscles? Indeed, I find it hard to believe he has abs, unless he reveals them to me. Right, young sir, if I call out to you, would you dare to unveil?" I wholeheartedly recommend everyone to watch the video of the young gentleman's performance from last night. My goodness, he was utterly stunning. Alas, I have already seen it. The contrast is overwhelming. Man, tell me, which side of you is the true you? In an instant, the fervor within the live stream escalated, with the online viewer count soaring from a little over 100 to over 1,000. The platform, sensing the surge, tentatively increased the viewership, which then skyrocketed to 2,000, then 3,000, leaving even Qin Chuan puzzled. He placed a finger to his lips. "Shoo, ladies, I am a respectable person. Please do not jest, or else the live stream might be shut down," as his voice echoed. A few more tips flowed into the stream, and the comments increased exponentially. My heart has been struck. Woo-woo. Just for that phrase, respectable person, I want to tear his shirt apart. Because you are respectable, I no longer wish to be respectable myself. Right? I just want to be the bad guy. Hee hee. You all want to be the bad guys. Am I the only one who wants to be the young gentleman's finger? That finger resting on his lips. To be fair, Brother Chuan's lip shape is truly alluring. Indeed, what kind of restrained husband vibe is this? At this moment, Zhu rushed into Lan Wei's office, phone in hand. Her face flushed with urgency. "Sister, President Lan, this is terrible. We are late." "Late for what? Can't you be a bit more composed? After all, you are the president's assistant." Lan Wei frowned in displeasure, her expression reflecting her criticism of her impetuous cousin assistant. "Composed? Do you not realize that your friend from the bar, AI Wei, has already made a move on Qin Chuan?" "What?" The typically composed and self-restrained Lan Wei sprang to her feet. "What did you say?" "It's the owner of the bar you took us to yesterday. Isn't she your friend?" Lan Wei tightened her grip on the sign pin, a cold smile forming on her lips. "She may as well not be. In any case, anyone can be touched, but my Qin Shixiang is off limits." Zhu was taken aback by Lan Wei's chilling expression. "Woo, such a terrifying woman. A strong woman with a romantic mindset is even more fearsome." Quickly tell me what happened. Lan Wei's demeanor suggested she wanted to skip the pleasantries. Zhu immediately explained, Qin Chuan is live streaming now, and AI Wei charged into his stream with a large group of people. Even tipping him, the popularity of Qin Chuan's stream is skyrocketing. For a newcomer, this is akin to a windfall from the heavens, so now, AI Wei has become Qin Chuan's benefactor. Just imagine if Qin Chuan finds out AI Wei helped him and invites her for drinks. Oh my, I dare not even think. If you dare think, then do not think. Lan Wei's face darkened as she interrupted. Moreover, why did you not inform me that Qin Chuan is live streaming? Zhu opened her mouth to speak. I've been so busy every day. How could I find the time to pay attention? If it weren't for overhearing some employees discussing Qin Chuan's stream in the break room just now, I wouldn't have known. Lan Wei shot her a warning glare. Starting tomorrow, you are to recruit 2 executive assistants for the president. They must be graduates of prestigious universities, female, capable, and able to replace your position. From now on, your sole responsibility each day will be to investigate Qin Chuan and keep an eye on him, until I have secured him for myself. From today onward, your only project is to help me win over Qin Chuan. Understood? Understood. Zhu immediately saluted. My goodness, I can't believe there's such a leisurely task. Lan Wei, uninterested in Zhu's playful demeanor, swiftly snatched her phone to watch Qin Chuan's stream. Upon entering the live stream, she wasted no time and boldly tipped an entire island. Zhu's eyes nearly bulged out. Sister, that's my phone. No matter how much I tip, I'll reimburse you later. At that moment, Qin Chuan, facing the camera, looked momentarily stunned as he acknowledged a tip from Zhu Yuan. Thank you for your generosity. Upon seeing Qin Chuan glance in her direction, Lan Wei was ecstatic, jumping with joy. Zhu, he saw me. He thanked me. Zhu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Sister, why didn't you use your own account to tip? What do you know? Lan Wei replied while admiring Qin Chuan's handsome face. What if he discovers my identity later and realizes I've tipped him such a large sum? What if he feels his pride is insulted? What then? After a brief pause, Lan Wei's gaze turned resolute. I will not allow anything that might affect our relationship to occur. Relationship? You haven't even. Zhu started but was silenced by Lan Wei's warning glare, forcing her to close her mouth. Now go out and inform everyone in the company that everyone must work overtime tonight. Zhu, what? Everyone is to open their phones and enter Qin Chuan's live stream to learn. Just say it's to learn from an excellent peer, to gain experience, requirements. Do not disclose the company's name. Also, do not utter any disparaging remarks about the streamer. Just these 2 rules, go? Zhu stood there, dumbfounded, unable to take a step. Still not going. Lan Wei's eyes widened slightly. AI Wei has already taken action. I cannot lose to her. I must not. Zhu. Dotto, right? Treat my endeavor to win over Qin Chuan as this year's major project for the company. Zhu. The day I marry Qin Chuan will be the day the project is deemed successful. Zhu. The commission for this project will be 10 million. Zhu. What? Sister, I'm on board. I'm heading out to work overtime immediately. Zhu dashed out with enthusiasm. For the sake of funding her own modeling expenses, she was determined to strive. Soon, all employees of the Lan Corporation, one of the leading real estate groups in Jiangxing, were watching Qin Chuan's live stream. At this moment, Qin Chuan had practically concluded his day's work and was in the small courtyard constructing a clay stove with bricks to prepare dinner. The overtime workers of the Lan Corporation were bewildered. Learning from an excellent peer, building a clay stove and cooking dinner, they watched as Qin Chuan arranged the bricks into a small circle, stacking them to a height of 3 or 4 layers. Then he went to collect some twigs and chop down a few low bamboo shoots, even unearthing a large bamboo shoot. The live stream's comments flew by at lightning speed. Wow, the host could join a wilderness survival show, woo-woo. The moment the young gentleman chopped the firewood was so handsome. How come some people can master the contrast so well? Exactly, he has such a refined appearance yet engages in rugged activities. Qin Chuan paid no heed to the viewers' comments, directly pulling out a large pot, placing it on the clay stove to boil water, then turning to prepare the bamboo shoot, cutting it into pieces, blanching them in cold water, and waiting for the water to boil before adding them to cook. Next, he cleaned the duck purchased from the supermarket, cutting it into neat, uniformly sized pieces. The viewers expressed their admiration. Even a perfectionist would find it pleasing to watch. Meanwhile, Lan Wei was utterly captivated by Qin Chuan, her excitement palpable as she clutched her cousin's hand. Look, brother Qin is so skilled. Can you see? How can he be so capable? How fortunate it would be to marry him. I truly do not understand why Lin Shuiyin does not cherish him. At that moment, Lin Shuiyin, mentioned by Lan Wayne, was just about to finish work. Carrying her bag, she closed her office door and noticed a few girls from the dance troupe whispering among themselves. Look, the leader's husband is really handsome. Just look at those abs peeking through. I never expected the leader to eat so well. I'm so envious. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyin did not feel proud. Instead, she frowned and approached them. What are you talking about? The moment she spoke, the leader's imposing aura filled the room. The girls in the troupe were always intimidated by her and immediately felt guilty and frightened. One girl. Her head bowed, stammered, "Leader, we were just talking about the live stream. We didn't say anything." Lin Shuiyin snatched a phone from one girl, glanced at it, and saw Qin Chuan live streaming. The comments from viewers teasing his looks and physique were utterly unbearable to read. Furious, she tossed the phone back to the girl. "No more watching. You all, immediately go to the practice room and train for 3 hours on the basics." The girls, faces long, wanted to protest, but upon meeting Lin Shuiyin's fierce expression, they hurriedly scurried off to practice. Once the girls had left, Lin Shuiyin remained infuriated and promptly called Qin Chuan. Since it was Qin Chuan's first live stream, he lacked experience and forgot to switch to airplane mode, resulting in Lin Shuiyin's call coming through. Upon receiving her call, the live stream went black. It lagged, displaying that the host was answering a call. Qin Chuan did not wish to answer his phone at that moment, so he hung up. Lin Shuiyin was furious enough to explode, immediately dialing again. Just as Qin Chuan was apologizing to his viewers, the live stream went black once more. Qin Chuan hung up the phone, intending to set it to airplane mode, but Lin Shuiyin, seemingly determined to thwart him, called again. She had the air of someone who would not relent until Qin Chuan answered. However, this time Qin Chuan was quick, enabling airplane mode, and Lin Shuiyin's call could no longer come through. Qin Chuan resumed his apologies to the viewers, explaining that as a novice streamer, he lacked experience and would ensure to set his phone correctly next time. Lan Wei-yin took the lead in leaving a message. "It's all right, the host is already quite impressive." Employees of the Lan family, upon noticing the account of the chief assistant to the president making a statement, quickly echoed, "Yes, yes, the host need not feel guilty. You are already doing wonderfully. Keep it up, host." Indeed, to achieve this on your first day of live streaming is already quite remarkable. Soon, the live streaming room was filled with forced flattery. Qin Chuan sensed something amiss but could not articulate it. Meanwhile, Lin Shuiyin was fuming, stamping her feet in anger. "Qin Chuan, how dare you hang up on me? Are you out of your mind? You were such a scoundrel." Lin Shuiyin cursed as she stormed out of the dance troupe. Just as she was about to hail a cab, Chi Silai's vehicle approached slowly. The window rolled down, revealing Chi Silai's sharp and capable visage, accentuated by gold-rimmed glasses. "Yin Yin, get in." Lin Shuiyin hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed, uncertain of how much Chi Silai had seen of her earlier outburst. She still maintained a facade in front of him. Noticing her discomfort, Chi Silai chuckled lightly. "What's wrong? Haven't I seen you throw your little temper tantrums before?" His words instantly alleviated Lin Shuiyin's awkwardness. Pouting, she walked over, a hint of grievance and playfulness in her tone. "How did you know I didn't have a ride today? I happened to run into your sister on the road. Seeing her drive your car today, I decided to come pick you up." Chi Silai explained amiably. Lin Shuiyin, not wanting to be pretentious, climbed into the passenger seat as she had done countless times during their courtship. Inside, her mind was a whirlwind. The way Qin Chuan had treated her contrasted sharply with Chi Silai's tenderness, making her chest tighten with emotion. "What's wrong, my dear team leader? Who has upset you?" Lin Shuiyin refused to divulge. "Then let me take a guess. The girls in your troupe are all terrified of you. As for Qin Chuan, he surely couldn't have angered you, right?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyin exploded. "Of course he did. It's him." Chi Silai's expression deepened with concern. "What exactly happened? Yin Yin, tell me, and I'll help you analyze it from a man's perspective." Without a second thought, Lin Shuiyin poured out the events of the past 2 days. "Tell me, isn't Qin Chuan being utterly unreasonable?" Chi Silai frowned. "This matter is still my fault. I shouldn't have booked the birthday box for your mother that day. Let me personally explain it to him, no need. Qin Chuan doesn't deserve it. Besides, it's none of your business, just that Qin Chuan is so petty." Lin Shuiyin huffed angrily. Chi Silai did not drive just yet. With one hand on the steering wheel, he seemed hesitant about whether to say something. Lin Shuiyin noticed his reluctance. Ali, do you have something to say to me? Qi Silai sighed, revealing a look of helplessness. Yin, I probably shouldn't say this, but Ali, do you still have any reservations about our relationship? Then I will speak freely, Qi Silai replied, appearing as though it was something she had prompted him to say. Yin, you are aiming to take the dance troupe public. Ballet is a high-end art form, while live streaming is seen as the most lowly of performance arts. I fear that when the dance troupe goes public, there will inevitably be reports about you, including digging into Qin Chuan's affairs. You and Qin Chuan, one engaged in high-end art, the other in the lowest forms of art. What does that signify? It could diminish your status and impact the background check of your dance troupe. It may even lead netizens to doubt your noble artistic ideals, thinking that you are merely out to make money. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyin's expression shifted dramatically. She had always looked down upon live streaming and bar performances. Now, after Qi Silai's analysis, she felt that Qin Chuan's actions could jeopardize the future IPO of her dance troupe. Throughout the journey, she felt as if her lungs were ablaze. Upon returning home, she threw her bag onto the coffee table in front of her family with a loud thud, startling her father, Lin Fu. What is wrong with you? It's all Qin Chuan. He has gone to sell himself at a bar and now is live streaming. He's south deliberately trying to drive me insane. Lin Shuiyin exclaimed, pacing angrily in the living room. Lin Shuizhen raised her phone screen, indicating that she too was watching Qin Chuan's live stream. You know, quite a few people are tuning in to his stream. Lin Fu quickly snatched his eldest daughter's phone to take a look, noticing netizens commenting on how Qin Chuan's bamboo shoot duck soup looked and smelled exquisite, even through the screen. Isn't that great? Great? Lin Shuiyin stared at her father in disbelief. What is great about it? My future dance troupe is going public. If it continues like this, someone like Qin Chuan will be utterly unpresentable. Lin Fu frowned. Why think so far ahead? Do you really think going public is as easy as going to the bathroom, Dad? Lin Shuiyin's voice rose sharply in frustration. Lin Mu shot an admonishing glance at him. My daughter's dance troupe is definitely going public. Why are you throwing cold water on her dreams? Lin Fu pursed his lips in resignation, stating fairly, live streaming isn't some underhanded business. Even if the dance troupe goes public, it won't have any adverse effects. In a way, Lin Shuiyin declared resolutely. As the president's husband of a public company, he must not engage in lowbrow art. Our ballet troupe is dedicated to high-end, luxurious art. Dad, on the way here, I've already thought of a plan. We should have Qin Chuan enroll in a traditional Chinese painting class, and then leverage connections to arrange an art exhibition for him, awarding him some accolades to elevate his standing. Isn't he trying to develop a career? This could be his path. Lin Fu was left speechless. Lin Shuizhen waved her hand dismissively. Sister, don't be so uptight. What is Qin Chuan doing now? He's just trying to provoke you. He saw how successful Qi Silai's company is and felt insecure, fearing being labeled as a man living off a woman. He's just trying to prove himself. Dio, you really think he wants to do live streaming? He's waiting for you to back down and coax him. Coax him? Humph. No way. Lin Shuiyin scoffed. Suddenly, Lin Shuizhen raised an eyebrow, a sly glint in her eyes. Since you don't want him to live stream, I have a way to sabotage him. Chapter 12. A fiery confrontation. Lin Shuiyin leaned closer. Intrigued, Lin Shuizhen pointed at the live stream screen, saying, Look, he's wearing such a tight tank top. Isn't it just to showcase his physique? The sweat has soaked that area, and you can see the outline of his chest muscles. We can report him for being vulgar and skirting the edges. Nearby, Lin Fu couldn't help but interject, Don't be so malicious. He wears a tank top for convenience. Lin Shuiyin shot her father a glance, signaling Lin Shuizhen to ignore him. Continue. One person reporting doesn't have much effect. I can rally several friends to report him together. That way, the platform will surely pay attention. Then, we can tarnish his reputation in the live stream. I refuse to believe he can continue streaming after that. Lin Shuiyin hesitated for a moment. She knew this was wrong, yet she couldn't shake off her intense dislike for Qin Chuan's uncontrollable behavior. No, I must force Qin Chuan to come back and submit. All right, then hurry and get your friends to take him down. As she spoke, Lin Shuiyin, feeling further aggrieved, took out her phone to report Qin Chuan, leaving comments in the live stream. Is the host dressing this way to attract certain specific groups? Bending down to pick something up? Is it intentional to flaunt his waistline? How is this different from selling flesh? At that moment, Lan Wei-in exploded upon seeing these messages. Those with dirty hearts see everything as dirty. Lin Shuiyan, have you lost your mind? Lin Shuiyan, do you want to take a look at the nonsense you just posted? Lin Shuiyan's heart sank as she realized she had used her main account to report and comment, forgetting to switch to her alternate account. Her main account bore the nickname Dream of Fate Troop Leader Lin Shuiyan. Oh no, what to do? She had just criticized her husband using her main account. What if someone discovered it? No, it was already too late. Lin Shuiyan panicked, floundering for a response, and then, like a thief caught in the act, commented, "Sorry, my phone was taken by a friend for a prank. I will manage my phone better in the future." After sending that message, Lin Shuiyan exited the live stream, too fearful to even glance at the comments. Ha ha ha, confirmed, that person forgot to switch accounts. Exactly, such an official account. Who would let it be used for pranking? And have you noticed, as soon as someone mentions her, she appears immediately. Isn't that just watching the screen? At that moment, Qin Chuan naturally noticed Lin Shuiyan's comments, a sharp pang of pain flashing through him. He hadn't expected Lin Shuiyan to think of him in such a light. Were the constant reports coming from her as well? Without time to ponder further, a flood of trolls surged into the live stream. Report him. He.s. not human. Vulgar. Skirting the edges. What s with wearing a tank top at this hour? If you're going for suggestiveness, why not just take it off? Seriously, what has he been doing all day? Just weeding. When he squats down, his pants must nearly fall off. Disgusting. I knew it. How could a newcomer's account possibly trend? Turns out it's all skirting the edges. Originally, Lin Shuiyan's single account could not compete with Lan Wei-in. Now, the entire livestream room was filled with detractors. And Lan Wei-in was overwhelmed. Moreover, aside from Lin Shuiyan's friends, there were also some envious newcomer hosts who were jealous of Qin Chuan's trending success. A chaotic scene unfolded, with everyone tearing into each other. While Lan Wei-in frantically typed away at her keyboard, sparks nearly flying from the furious clatter. If you can't report it, then just perish. With such a filthy heart, living is merely a waste of the world's air. Haven't we accomplished quite a bit today? Beyond weeding, we've dismantled unnecessary items and crafted tool tables and chairs. Don't blindly criticize without watching the live stream. You can't take him down, but I'll tear you apart. Where's the edge? Your entire family is on the edge. When overwhelmed, Lan Wei-in commanded Zhu Zhu to rally the entire Lan family staff to join in the fray. One line each, whoever disparages Qin Chuan, let's retaliate. Coincidentally, the bar owner Ai Wei also noticed the unusual happenings in the live stream. Goodness, this is intolerable. She boldly strode onto the stage in her high heels. Addressing the microphone, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a buddy live streaming who is facing some detractors. I'd like to ask everyone to lend a hand and follow his stream. Today, anyone who enters Qin Chuan's live stream will receive a complimentary fruit platter. Anyone who speaks well of Qin Chuan will get a plate of spiced shrimp on the house. And for those who tip any amount, we'll treat you to a bottle of beer." As her voice faded, the early crowd erupted, eagerly pulling out their phones to tip. Consequently, the viewer count in Qin Chuan's live stream began to surge once more, with the tip amounts constantly refreshing. Qin Chuan was somewhat bewildered. He didn't even have time to say anything before a throng descended to engage in the fray. Each attack was precise. Each rebuttal was exhilarating. Suddenly, a car's headlights illuminated the scene. A vehicle halted just outside the courtyard. Shortly after, Qin Young's voice drifted over. "I returned to the apartment and didn't see you. So I knew you must be here." He wrinkled his nose. "What a delightful aroma." Rubbing his hands together, he remarked, "Looks like I arrived just in time." Qin Chuan shot him a glance, signaling that he was live streaming. Qin Young froze for a moment. "Oh no, how did I forget about this?" He quickly fished out his phone, searched for Qin Chuan's live stream, and upon seeing the viewer count, he gasped in astonishment. "Wow, impressive, brother. I was planning to secretly buy you a newbie promotion package today, but I completely forgot." As his words fell, someone in the live stream commented, "Ha ha ha, this must be a fake brother." Host, "Quite plastic. Don't let him have your duck soup." Host, "Let him show his face. We want to see what your plastic brother looks like." Qin Yang, unfazed, walked over to join the frame. He glanced at Qin Chuan. "Hey bro, do you mind if I join the shot?" He then tousled his hair. "Are you worried my stunning looks might steal your spotlight?" "Get lost." Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at him. "As long as you don't mind being on camera, I'll go fetch you some bowls and chopsticks. Qin Yang naturally had no qualms. Many of his friends streamed, and he was used to being on camera. Once Qin Yang joined the stream, comments about him began to pour in. Ha ha ha, the host's brother is quite confident. Indeed. With the host being so handsome, where does his brother get his confidence from? But to be fair, he is quite charming. Floral shirt, carefree and unruly. I'm into this type. The host and his brother are completely different types. True, one is a refined gentleman, the other a charming rogue, but I'm attracted to both of their looks. Whoa, am I the only one shipping their brotherly bond? I am too. The playful banter and camaraderie between brothers is truly delightful. As the conversation about Qin Yang grew, the detractors were systematically torn apart and reported by the Lan family employees. The atmosphere in the live stream became increasingly harmonious. Soon, Qin Chuan returned with bowls and chopsticks, sharing a duck and bamboo shoot hot pot with Qin Yang. While slurping the broth, Qin Yang marveled, "Wow, this broth is incredibly delicious. The duck is perfectly tender. Simply divine, I need another bowl," viewers commented. Even though I'm already full, watching Qin Yang's eating broadcast makes me hungry. Before long, the two had nearly finished an entire pot of bamboo shoots and duck, leaving only a small amount of broth. That moment, a little head peeked in from the entrance of the small courtyard, timidly and pathetically asking, "Can I have your leftover broth?" Chapter 13. All part of the plan. No, you cannot. Qin Chuan's refusal startled even Qin Yang. The child immediately turned and ran away. Just as viewers were about to express their discontent, many detractors were typing furiously when Qin Chuan called out to the child's retreating figure. "I can cook you a fresh batch." The child paused, astonished, and turned back to look at Qin Chuan in disbelief. "No thanks, I'll just take what's left." The child lowered their head and approached the pot, attempting to scoop the broth, but the pot was too large to manage. Qin Chuan furrowed his brows, observing the scene. Frankly, as a father, he couldn't bear to see a child, nearly the same size as his daughter, consume his leftovers. Thus, he instinctively refused, irrespective of the fact that this child had stolen a bag of bread from him at noon. The child pointed at the scant broth remaining in the pot, awkwardly requesting, "Give me a spoon." "Wait a moment, there's a stove inside. It'll boil quickly. No need. I just want that." The child pointed at the pot. "You cooked it for over an hour?" "The broth smells amazing. It can be smelled from several meters away." "You little rascal, your nose is quite sharp." Qin Yang teased. The child shot him an annoyed glance. "Big flower collar, you're the rascal." Qin Yang paused. "Wait, you're a girl?" The girl nodded. Qin Yang and Qin Chuan exchanged glances, falling into silence. Qin Chuan added some hot water to the broth, tossed in some vermicelli, and fanned the flames beneath the stove. Before long, the vermicelli was cooked. He served a bowl to the little girl. Ignoring the heat, the girl began slurping the vermicelli. Between slurps, she mumbled, "So delicious, IDS so good." Qin Chuan felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest. "No rush, take your time." Qin Yang also asked, "Hey kid, do you live nearby? We can walk you home. It's unsafe at night." The little girl didn't respond, finishing her last spoonful of broth before putting down her bowl and dashing off. She vanished in a flash, indicating she was accustomed to running. For some reason, as Qin Chuan watched her retreating figure, a heavy feeling settled in his heart. At that moment, Zhu Yuanyuan made a comment. "So the host couldn't bear to let the little girl eat his leftovers. The host is truly kind-hearted." Many netizens echoed. Indeed, the host is considerate, not letting the little girl appear on camera. "Look at that little girl. She is so thin, truly pitiful. I suspect the girl's parents are abusing her. Host, please help report it." What a joke. There's no evidence. How can the host report it? Exactly, the host is already very kind. When he refused earlier, I actually agreed with him. An unknown child eating your food could easily turn into a scam. Yes, what if she claims food poisoning? And then her parents come out? It's truly frightening to think about. Of course, there were also occasional derisive comments. "Heh, what a novice host. Who knows what kind of massive team is backing him? Only you all are being fooled. That little girl is surely part of a sentimental scheme. It's all orchestrated." However, even though there were occasional discordant voices, they were quickly drowned out. Qin Chuan sincerely addressed the camera. "Thank you all for your support. I must end the stream now. I also appreciate the viewers who spoke up for me. Thank you for your recognition and support. Lastly, a special thanks to my #1 fan, Zhu Yuan. I wish you sweet dreams. With the stream concluded, Qin Chuan began tidying up the space. Qin Yang assisted, bro, I didn't expect you to do so well on your first day of streaming. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Qin Yang hastily pulled out his phone and glanced at the newcomer rankings. Bro, you actually made it to 5th place in the newcomer list, generally, without a team or any investment. It's impossible to break into the top 10. You've managed to get into the top 5. Really? Before going live, Qin Chuan had done some research and heard that getting on this list was quite challenging. He felt a surge of joy and quickly glanced at Qin Yang's phone, unable to suppress a smile. This was the delight that came from validation, entirely different from the constant criticism, suppression, and denial he faced at the Lin family. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the starry sky in the courtyard, reflecting, Qin Yang, it seems I have fallen in love with the air of freedom. Bro, you should have done this long ago. Qin Yang rolled up his sleeves to help clean up the courtyard, honestly stating, I was quite happy for you when you married Lin Xueyan, a ballet goddess ambitious, stunning in both looks and figure. Only someone of her caliber could match you. But after witnessing her actions, my admiration shattered. Bro, it's commendable that you endured for 5 years in that marriage. From 20 to 25, those are the prime years for a man to strive in his career, and you dedicated them all to her. Mentioning Lin Xueyan, Qin Chuan's gaze fell slightly. Truthfully, as long as there was love and harmony in the marriage, and his daughter was affectionate, making some sacrifices wouldn't be too much to bear. But the crux was that all his efforts ultimately felt like feeding a dog. He had thought sincerity would yield sincerity. Over the years, he had regarded Lin's mother and Lin Xueyan as his own family, extending tolerance, care, and dedication. Yet, in return, he received nothing but their insatiable demands. What she received in return was the relentless trampling of her heartfelt sincerity. How could he possibly not feel sorrow? Yet, prior to the age of 2.5, their daughter had been incredibly attached to him. During that time, she would cradle her face in her soft little palms and exclaim, Daddy, I love you the most. The person I love the most in the world is you, Daddy. As she had been raised by him throughout her early years, the bond was naturally strong. She was even less attached to her mother. Lin Xueyan often worked late, and by the time she returned home, their daughter would be fast asleep. When Qin Chuan sensed the growing estrangement between mother and daughter, he would always create opportunities for them to bond. Even taking their daughter to deliver soup to his wife after work, hoping to facilitate their interactions, he consistently reminded their daughter that her mother was a woman of dreams, an extraordinarily capable person. The struggles she faced were ultimately for the sake of providing a better life for them in the future. He would often extol Lin Xueyan's virtues in front of their daughter, shaping her image as a great mother. Gradually, their daughter began to cultivate a better relationship with her mother. However, his mother-in-law, envious of his bond with their daughter, frequently brainwashed her, claiming that he had no money, no car, no house, and that having such a father would lead to ridicule from her peers. She would also speak highly of Qi Sili. Over time, compounded by the influence of that familial environment, where she witnessed her grandmother and aunt incessantly belittling him, their daughter gradually aligned herself with their sentiments. When Qin Chuan finally recognized the issue, he earnestly communicated with Lin Xueyan, hoping she could assist him in establishing a positive image before their daughter, just as he had done for her. However, Lin Xueyan refused, stating, I'm exhausted every day. Where would I find the energy? Moreover, Qin Chuan, why are you quarreling with the child? She will understand everything when she grows up. That day, Qin Chuan felt increasingly agitated, asserting, when she grows up, she will be ruined. Lin Xueyan dismissed his concerns, retorting, she is my daughter, Lin Xueyan. I will enroll her in an elite international school and nurture her passion for ballet from a young age. Rest assured, she will not be ruined. Reflecting on the past, Qin Chuan felt increasingly resolute in his decision to pursue divorce. It was at that moment that Lin Xueyan's call came through. Chapter 14. Xueyan, see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 in the morning. Hello. Qin Chuan answered the phone. Having just finished his live stream, he had no reason to decline Lin Xueyan's call. However, to his astonishment, as soon as the call connected, a torrent of fury erupted from the other end. Qin Chuan, have you lost your mind? If you want to be famous, this is not the way to go about it. You merely wish to force me to submit first, but do you really need to destroy me in the process? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow tightly, taken aback. Lin Shuiyin had always maintained her composure during their marriage. Even when she occasionally lost control, it was never to this extent. In his memory, she was elegant, calm, and capable, proud like a black swan. How could she now resemble a shrew? Shuiyin, what on earth are you talking about? How could I possibly ruin you? You are intent on destroying me. Furious, Lin Shuiyin stomped her feet in the room. Qi Sili was right. Your desire for fame is aimed at my ruin, ensuring that when my dance troupe seeks to go public, I will be mocked by the public, with the art goddess married to a live-streaming husband. Upon hearing Qi Sili's name, Qin Chuan felt a chill settle in his heart. Shuiyin, whether you believe it or not, I have never intended to ruin you. Even after our divorce, I hope you and our daughter can thrive. Hearing Qin Chuan's concession, Lin Shuiyin's anger dissipated somewhat. Then you should not live stream tomorrow. Aren't you eager to develop your career? I've already mapped out a plan for you, and I've even asked Qi Sili to help me find a renowned teacher. You can learn traditional Chinese painting from Gulao. And later, when you send him some money, just say you are his prize student. A year later, I will arrange an exhibition for you and help you win awards. This will also benefit the background investigation for my future public listing. After listening, Qin Chuan sneered. Ultimately, Shuiyin, you have never considered what I want, whether I like it or wish for it. You have always viewed me as your subordinate. Have I never taken your feelings into account? Lin Shuiyin's voice suddenly rose several notches. I care about you so much that I plan your future. Do you think what I just mentioned can be accomplished without several million? Qin Chuan? Don't be ungrateful. If it weren't for the dance troupe going public, I would never concede to you. Qin Chuan felt increasingly weary. Shuiyin, you still do not recognize the problem between us. Our issue has never been Qi Sili. It is that you have never respected me, never regarded me as an independent individual worthy of respect, nor have you supported my dreams. Our values and future directions are completely divergent. Shuiyin, let us part ways. It would be better for both of us. Upon hearing Qi Sili's name, Lin Shuiyin burst into laughter. In the end, you are still jealous of Qi Sili. You are upset because I didn't inform you about my mother's birthday. You are deliberately doing these things to provoke me. Mentioning this incident ignited a fire within Qin Chuan. As a husband, should he not be angry? Shuiyin, it was your mother's birthday. You took her to the private room Qi Sili prepared, and had you respected me enough to inform me, instead of leaving me at home waiting for 2 hours, I would have dressed appropriately and graciously attended, expressing my gratitude for his arrangements. But you did not. Not a single family member thought to remember me or acknowledge that I was waiting for you until the entire birthday celebration concluded. 3 whole hours. Shuiyin, you will never understand how I felt that day, nor what I experienced. Qin Chuan would never forget that day, the panic and helplessness he felt when he could not reach his wife. He called Lin Shuiyin repeatedly, but she kept hanging up. And eventually, the line was completely unreachable. He tried calling his mother-in-law's phone, but to no avail. He feared that something had happened to them on the road and frantically sought connections to inquire about their whereabouts. Ultimately, Qin Yang called him, saying, "Brother, no need to inquire further. I just ran into them at Guanlan Pavilion. They are all together with Qi Sili, as a complete family, by the end." Qin Chuan was unsure how he had hung up the phone. Sitting before a table laden with sumptuous food, he felt as if he had been drained of all vitality, like a tightly wound string that had suddenly snapped. His stomach grumbled, yet he felt no desire to eat. It was impossible to articulate what he felt in that moment, aggrieved, furious, and disheartened, all at once. Countless images flashed through his mind. The time his father-in-law encountered a scam, and without hesitation, he stepped in to negotiate. Traveling across the province to outwit the perpetrators and helping to recover half of the money. At a mere word from his mother-in-law, he would climb a step ladder to clean the living room chandelier. At another word, he would drive to help pick up her card-playing friends. When Lin Shuiyin returned home exhausted from work, complaining of muscle soreness, he would massage her. Even when his sister-in-law faced troubles, he was the one to resolve them. Over 5 years, he had contributed selflessly, yet no one seemed to appreciate his efforts. It felt as if, while they laughed and chatted at the dining table, they had completely forgotten there was someone at home, anxiously waiting and hungry. How could he not feel a deep chill? In those 3 hours, he reflected on many things, realizing that, in all these years, he had neglected to care for himself. He loved everyone but forgot to love himself. Thus, he resolved to divorce, to end this unequal, distorted, loveless marriage, on the other end of the line. Lin Shuiyin remained silent for a long while before finally letting out a cold laugh. Qin Chuan, are you so fragile that everyone else must pay the price for your sensitivity? Must we all tiptoe around your feelings? How old are you? As she spoke, Lin Shuiyin's laughter grew increasingly frigid. Perhaps you should go out to work and face some hardships, so you can understand how cruel this world is and not develop such a fragile heart. Her words fell like a bucket of icy water. Dousing Qin Chuan entirely, he painfully closed his eyes. Shuiyin, tomorrow bring your ID and household registration. We will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to divorce. What? Lin Shuiyin's voice rose sharply. Qin Chuan, are you threatening me just to pursue a trivial live stream? Let me tell you, even if we divorce, I will not permit you to continue live streaming. This must be written into the divorce agreement. Shuiyin, you have no right to dictate my life. At that moment, Qin Chuan was thoroughly enraged, his voice sharper than ever before. Lin Shuiyin was taken aback and took a step back. Qin Chuan, even if you do not think of me, do you not consider your daughter? Is it more respectable to have a father who live streams than one who holds exhibitions for traditional painting? Isn't that obvious? Shuiyin, I am exhausted. As per our previous discussions, I will not take a single penny from the Lin family's assets or real estate. Our daughter will carry your surname, Lin Xiqing. Whether she calls Qi silly daddy or finds a father who paints, it is of no concern to me. However, after the divorce, you cannot interfere with my personal career development or my life. If you agree, we will meet tomorrow morning at 9 at the Civil Affairs Bureau. If you do not agree, I will file for divorce. With that, Qin Chuan hung up the phone and switched it to airplane mode. When Lin Shuiyin found she could not reach him, she angrily smashed her phone. Hearing the commotion, Lin Shuiyin walked in and saw Lin Shuiyin on the floor, hugging her knees and crying. What is wrong? Did Qin Chuan upset you? Lin Shuiyin lifted her tear-streaked face. Sister, that scoundrel Qin Chuan has scheduled a divorce with me at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 tomorrow. He even said if I do not agree to the divorce agreement, he will sue for divorce. Lin Shuiyin furrowed her brows tightly. This cannot be right. Qin Chuan is taking this too far? He just said that. Lin Shuiyin could not accept it. She could not bear the thought of being discarded by someone as lowly as Qin Chuan. She is willing to marry him. Hence he ought to be filled with gratitude and kneel in servitude to her. How could he even dare to mention divorce? Moreover, Qi Silai has returned home and has insinuated more than once about rekindling their relationship. Yet she has not acquiesced. What more does he desire from her? Lin Shuiyin truly believes she has treated Qin Chuan exceptionally well, to the point where it could be described as noble. Which woman would choose a spineless man like Qin Chuan over a man like Qi Silai? Observing her younger sister's reaction, Lin Shuiyin questioned in disbelief. You cannot possibly have fallen in love with Qin Chuan. Can you? Lin Shuiyin's body trembled violently, her eyes widening in horror as she vehemently retorted. How could that be possible? I am doing this for the sake of the company's public listing. It would not reflect well to divorce before the listing. Her heart raced furiously. She refused to believe she had developed feelings for Qin Chuan. That was utterly inconceivable. A man like him could never be worthy of her. She was solely focused on the listing. Yes, that must be it. Meanwhile, in contrast to Lin Shuiyin's agitation, Lan Wayne was caught in a fit of giggles, her phone in hand as she repeated for the 108th time, Zhu. He wished me sweet dreams. Zhu. He expressed his gratitude towards me. Why did he thank me when so many others were overlooked? It indicates he has feelings for me, suggesting a connection between us. Zhu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Oh dear heavens, save me. If I am guilty, let me not suffer through this echo chamber. Suddenly, Lan Wayne became serious, pulling Zhu to the whiteboard for analysis. Qin Chuan's desire for divorce may stem from Lin Shuiyin's domineering nature. Quickly assess which aspects of my personality are too assertive. I will change. I will change immediately. Thus began an analysis that lasted until the early hours of the morning. Zhu sighed. Do I really need to earn this 10 million? Oh dear heavens. I am so tired. The next day, at 8:30 in the morning, Qin Chuan had completed his morning routine and donned a white shirt and black trousers, setting off for the Civil Affairs Bureau with the necessary documents in hand. Chapter 15. Fear of emptying one's pockets. As Qin Chuan stepped out of his small courtyard, he received a call from an unfamiliar woman. Hello, is this Mr. Qin Chuan? Yes, it is. Greetings, I am Director Zhang from Xinxing Kindergarten. Upon hearing the name of the prestigious kindergarten where his daughter attended, Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Receiving a call from the kindergarten naturally incited fears of something amiss with his child. May I ask, Director Zhang? Before he could finish, she interjected. I watched your live stream yesterday and noticed two paintings in the background. Point one was themed around a forest paradise, and the other, a starry sky. Do you happen to know the artist behind those works? Qin Chuan recalled that those two paintings were practice pieces he had previously left at Qin Yang's place. Since he had rented a small apartment, he had brought them along during the move. Intending to use them for decoration, he replied candidly, I am the artist of those two paintings. Really? A sound of excitement came from the other end. Mr. Qin, those paintings were indeed created by you? Yes. We have two blank walls on our kindergarten playground. We previously sought other artists, but they painted childish designs that did not satisfy our principal. I shared screenshots of your paintings with her, and she was pleased. We would like to invite you to help us with the wall murals. Would you be interested in this commission? Qin Chuan hesitated but ultimately agreed. He was in urgent need of work and pieces to validate his talent. However, I will need to live stream the entire process as this will be my first project. I will also respect the privacy of your teachers and the children, ensuring I do not infringe upon their rights, though. That's perfectly fine. We will inform the parents about the artist's visit, and if they have any objections regarding their child's appearance in the stream, they will notify us in advance so we can manage those children accordingly. Pleased with her accommodating nature, Qin Chuan responded. All right, Director Zhang, can we discuss the details of our collaboration further at the school? We need to finalize the payment and other specifics in a contract, Director Zhang urged with a hint of impatience. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. I apologize, but I have some matters to attend to right now. Could we meet this afternoon instead? Sure, Director Zhang, though a bit deflated, readily accepted. Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Then it's settled, Director Zhang, I'll see you this afternoon. After hanging up, Qin Chuan glanced at his watch. He had spent 15 minutes on the call, and it was now 8:45 a.m. With just 15 minutes left before the Civil Affairs Bureau opened, he instinctively reached for his phone to order a ride. It was only after placing the order that he remembered he had purchased a utility vehicle 2 days prior. Fortunately, the driver quickly accepted the request and was nearby. As Qin Chuan approached the white electric vehicle, a sudden scream pierced the air. A little girl's terrified voice rang out, followed by a man's coarse shout. I will kill you! I will kill you! Just as Qin Chuan's hand grasped the car door, he instinctively turned his head to see the same little girl who had stolen his bread being dragged by a rough-looking man in his 50s, who was mercilessly striking her with a rolling pinpoint. One of her arms was firmly gripped, preventing her escape as she desperately tried to dodge the blows. Onlookers had gathered, pointing and murmuring, yet no one intervened. As if they had become desensitized to such scenes, a knot tightened in Qin Chuan's chest. As a father to a daughter, he could not bear to witness such cruelty. At that moment, the rideshare driver honked impatiently. Are you getting in or not? I have another fare to pick up. Qin Chuan looked down at the driver. Could you please wait a moment? Absolutely not. My time is precious. The driver dismissed him without a second thought. Qin Chuan hesitated as he glanced back at the still screaming girl, then checked his watch. Finally, gritting his teeth, he declared, I'm sorry, driver, I won't be getting in. You can deduct my cancellation fee. With that, he strode purposefully toward the man assaulting the girl, seizing his wrist to stop the impending blow. Sir, what you are doing is illegal. None of your business. The man shrugged off Qin Chuan's grip and struck again. You little brat, stealing bread and not even offering me a bite. Are you trying to starve me? I'll kill you today. As another blow was about to fall, Qin Chuan once again restrained the man's wrist, this time with a firm grip that left no room for movement. If you continue to assault her, I will call the police. Mind your own business, kid. I can discipline my own daughter. The man spat at Qin Chuan, who narrowly avoided the saliva. The onlookers murmured among themselves, commenting on the girl's unfortunate fate. She has been cursed by bad luck for ages. Poor thing. One villager chimed in. If you didn't want her, you shouldn't have adopted her. Right? Now you've adopted her. But you don't know how to treasure her. You'll need her to support you in your old age. Treasure? Ha! As long as she doesn't kill me first, I'll count myself lucky. Rely on her to support me? Not a chance. At this point, the villagers attempted to reason with him. Your wife's death has nothing to do with her. She was sickly long before. But the man refused to listen, insisting, this girl is the cause of my wife's death. She is a harbinger of doom. I'm going to kill this harbinger. With that, he cast a derisive glance at the crowd. You all speak so well of things. Tell me, if I don't want this harbinger, does anyone here want her? Step forward if you do. The bystanders fell silent, instinctively taking a step back. The man then glared at Qin Chuan, barking, "Let go! Let go!" Seeing that the man had no intention of continuing his assault and had released the girl, Qin Chuan likewise loosened his grip. The man sneered at Qin Chuan, "Tell me, would you like to take this rice-stealing brat off my hands? She's all yours." As his words fell, the little girl looked up, her tear-filled eyes sparkling with hope. Chapter 16. Lin Shuian's mother. Let Qin Chuan come back. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the Lin family villa. Lin's mother hurled her spoon into the bowl with a clatter. "Aunt Zhou, come here." An innocuous-looking aunt wiped her hands on her apron and approached with confusion. "Madam, what is the matter? What is the matter? Do you even need to ask? I asked you to make preserved egg and lean meat congee, and what have you produced? It's utterly inedible." Aunt Zhou's expression darkened as she explained, "Madam, I have followed the steps you provided precisely. Otherwise, how could one possibly call you foolish? This dish in our establishment, not even a dog would consume. Dispose of it and start anew until I am satisfied. Otherwise, I shall deduct from your wages." It was unclear what precisely struck a nerve with Aunt Zhou. But the usually docile woman erupted in outrage. She promptly removed her apron. "I quit. You can do it yourself. You expect to act grand with such a meager payment?" Shouting and barking orders every day. Threatening to dock wages at the slightest whim. Who could possibly endure your demands? She demanded her wages for the past 2 days, threatening to expose them online if not settled. Lin Shuian, concerned about the impending IPO of her dance troupe, hurried forward to hand Aunt Zhou yesterday's payment. "That I apologize. My mother is simply like that. Please do not take it to heart." Aunt Zhou took the money and left, but Lin's mother was displeased. "What do you mean, my mother is simply like that? You try it yourself. Can this porridge be consumed? It is light years away from what Qin Chuan makes." At this moment, Lin Shuian, who had been agitated all evening, finally snapped. Qin Chuan, you have repeated his name hundreds of times over the past few days. Aunt Li does not mop as well as Qin Chuan, and Aunt Lu cannot climb up to clean the crystal chandelier. Now Aunt Zhou cannot even prepare century egg and lean meat porridge. Mother, if you truly believe Qin Chuan is so exceptional, then go coax him back. Who can withstand you changing helpers every single day? It has only been a few days. If this continues, we will be blacklisted by the housekeeping agency. Moreover, do not forget, my dance troupe is about to go public. Could you spare me the trouble and refrain from adding to the scandals? With Qin Chuan, I am already overwhelmed and at my wits' end." Lin's father chimed in. "Indeed, in the absence of Qin Chuan these past few days, nothing has been convenient. None of these maids can cook as well as he does. The restroom is out of paper, and no one has replenished it. The kitchen is leaking, and no one knows how to fix it. Only now do we truly realize how good Qin Chuan is." "What do you mean good?" Lin's mother retorted sharply, her voice rising several notches. "You two, father and daughter, stop your duet. Since Qin Chuan has moved out, I shall not agree to his return. Unless he kneels outside and begs me, I will consider whether to allow him to return for a trial period. Remember, it is a trial, not an agreement for him to avoid divorce. Do you think the door of the Lin family is one he can enter and exit at will? Grandmama, Mom, please stop arguing and hurry to braid my hair. I want 2 buns, Qin Siqing said, approaching with her hair down. Lin Shuian and Lin's mother exchanged glances, both at a loss. Lin Shuizhing, sensing their gaze, shrank back. "What are you all looking at? I can't do it either. I rarely braid my hair myself." Lin Shuian awkwardly turned to her daughter, Chengcheng, "How about just tying a ponytail like yesterday? But I haven't changed my hairstyle in 3 days. Dad used to help me change it every day. The other kids are laughing at me, saying I look sillied." As she spoke, Qin Siqing began to wail. "Wah, I don't care. I don't want a ponytail today." Hearing the child cry, Lin's mother felt her head throb with annoyance. If it came to that, she might as well spend money to bring Qin Chuan back, framing it as an employment arrangement. For 1,000 a month for the same tasks as before, but the condition would be a divorce, with no interference in her relationship with Qi Silin. Lin's mother spoke, as if offering a favor. Lin Shuian sighed in exasperation. "Mom, is 4,000 in US dollars? Aunt Zhou quoted 6,000. Lin's mother rolled her eyes. 4,000 is more than sufficient. He didn't have money for these tasks before. Besides, he hasn't worked in years. Finding a job that pays 4,000 is already quite the achievement. Mom, Lin Shuiyin felt utterly drained. He doesn't even care for that 4,000 now. He's busy with live streaming and wants a divorce. He's scheduled to meet me at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 this morning. What? Lin Shuijing was taken aback. Qin Chuan really wants to divorce you? That can't be, Lin Shuiyin nodded, glancing at her watch. There were only 15 minutes left until 9. She turned to Lin's father. Dad, I must head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I cannot allow Qin Chuan to look down on me. Hurry and take Chengqing to school. Me? Lin's father, typically a bystander at home, was suddenly assigned a task and felt a bit flustered. I have an appointment with an old friend at the tea house, Dad. You can go to the tea house later. With that, Lin Shuiyin grabbed her bag and rushed out the door. Lin Shuijing quickly followed. I'll accompany you. Lin Shuiyin nodded, appreciating the company. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, there was not a soul in sight, nor any sign of Qin Chuan. Lin Shuiyin glanced at her watch. There were still 3 minutes until 9, so she stood outside the bureau, her mood soured. She felt as though any comment could set her off. Frustration swelled within her like pent-up air, making her chest tight and her lungs feel constricted. Yet she could not comprehend why she felt this way. She could easily sever ties with Qin Chuan. Why did it feel so difficult? Lin Shuijing surveyed the area. I tell you, Qin Chuan will definitely not show up. He loves you too much, so deeply, that he could never truly go through with a divorce. He must just want to frighten you. Ha. Am I someone easily frightened? Lin Shuiyin laughed, but it was a forced laugh, her gaze drifting back to her watch. As soon as the clock struck 9, if Qin Chuan had not arrived, she would leave immediately. Lin Shuijing continued to chatter, but Lin Shuiyin was far too preoccupied to listen. She couldn't understand why she felt so anxious, as if her heart might leap out of her chest. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. It was only 3 minutes, yet it felt like an eternity. Yin Yin, are you even listening to me? Yes. Lin Shuiyin feigned calmness, pretending all was well. I just said, how could Qin Chuan possibly want to divorce me? How could he not love me? Yet again, her gaze flicked to her watch. The hands pointed to 9 o'clock. She exhaled. Let's go. Time's up. No waiting. With that, she took out her phone, snapped a photo of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and sent it to Qin Chuan's WeChat. I'm here. You're the one who dares not show up? Qin Chuan, what caliber do you think you are, making me wait? After sending the message, Lin Shuiyin eagerly headed back to her car. She wanted to leave that place immediately. She feared that in the next moment, Qin Chuan might appear. Her pace was hurried and slightly frantic. Once inside the car, she fastened her seatbelt, and Qin Chuan's call came through. Shuiyin, I'm sorry. Something came up here that delayed me. I'll be there shortly. Can you wait for me for another 15 minutes? In your dreams, Qin Chuan? You must be dreaming. What makes you think I should wait for you? I have already waited for you for half an hour. Haven't you played me enough? You clearly care for me, still love me. Yet for the sake of your ridiculous pride, you insist on pursuing a divorce. Is this amusing to you? Do you think that will restore your dignity as a man? Qin Chuan was at a loss for words. In the silence that followed, Lin Shuiyin decisively hung up the phone. Qin Chuan could only call back, but Lin Shuiyin hung up again. Each time he called, she hung up, her expression fierce as she turned to Lin Shuijing. What are you staring at? Hurry and drive. It was as if she feared Qin Chuan might catch up to them. Once the car was out of the Civil Affairs Bureau's vicinity, Lin Shuiyin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet she was once again engulfed in confusion. Why did she feel this way? Was she truly afraid of divorcing Qin Chuan? No. That thought only lingered for a second before Lin Shuiyin dismissed it. She was only concerned about the scandal. Yes, afraid the scandal would affect her dance troupe's IPO. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Chuan, having been hung up on, felt quite helpless no matter how he tried to contact Lin Shuiyin afterward. She would not respond. Glancing at WeChat, he saw that Lin Shuiyin had indeed gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau. A sense of regret washed over him for missing the opportunity to finalize the divorce. Moments ago, a little girl had asked him if she could come home with him, but he had not responded. He himself had a daughter to raise, and dealing with the paperwork would be incredibly complicated. Moreover, raising a child is not comparable to caring for a pet. It requires serious contemplation. Even adopting a pet requires a commitment, let alone a child. He needed to assess his current financial capacity and determine whether he could support another child. He also needed to consider how to sever ties with the previous family and legally adopt her. These were significant challenges, not something one could resolve with mere good intentions and bravery. However, before he could come to any conclusion, the little girl had run away. Perhaps she had encountered similar situations before, meeting others like him who sympathized with her, wished to adopt her, but hesitated. Ultimately, those individuals had left her disappointed. Hence, she chose to run rather than face an unworthy outcome. As the girl dashed off, the crowd dispersed, leaving Lin Shuiyin unwilling to take his calls. Qin Chuan could only return home to continue his work. He hoped that Lin Shuiyin would soon cool off and agree to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with him. During lunch, Qin Chuan prepared an extra bowl of food, placing it on a small stool by the door. However, when he finished eating and stepped outside to discuss a collaboration with New Star Kindergarten, that bowl of fried rice remained untouched. The little girl did not come to eat. For reasons unknown, a heavy feeling settled in Qin Chuan's chest. He took a deep breath, gathered his equipment and various tools, and set off with paint. Soon, he arrived at New Star Kindergarten. Chapter 17 Qin Xiqing, Your Father is Here. When Director Zhang saw Qin Chuan, he was momentarily taken aback by his looks. Having previously encountered Qin Chuan online and mentally prepared for their meeting, she was taken aback by his even greater handsomeness in real life. His gentle and mature demeanor was undeniably captivating to women of marriageable age. Director Zhang led Qin Chuan towards the principal's office, stealing glances at his profile, her heart racing uncontrollably. Just yesterday, she shared with a colleague about a charming streamer she had seen online, who was exceptionally handsome. Her colleague insisted that many live streamers relied heavily on beauty filters, claiming they often looked disappointing in person, which had caused her considerable worry. To her surprise, not only did Qin Chuan not disappoint, but she found him even more attractive than on screen. Mr. Qin, let's exchange WeChat for easier communication moving forward, she suggested. Qin Chuan nodded and took out his phone to scan Director Zhang's WeChat QR code. Hello, my name is Zhang Yuan. You can simply call me by my name. It feels rather awkward to keep addressing me as director. Qin Chuan offered a polite smile but did not respond further. Soon, they arrived at the principal's office. The principal, a woman in her mid-40s, appeared well-preserved and exuded an air of sophistication. Her features were sharp, and her keen gaze suggested she was a person of strict standards. After a brief self-introduction, Qin Chuan opened his tablet to showcase his previous artworks. The following pieces were created during lunch on a whim. I believe this composition, featuring both a starry sky and a forest, is particularly suitable for a kindergarten setting. The principal nodded appreciatively, a glimmer of respect for Qin Chuan evident in her eyes. Impressive. I appreciate someone who comes prepared. Mr. Qin, here is the contract for your review. Our kindergarten's rate is 2,000 yuan per square meter. How do you find this price? Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Typically, mural painting prices range from 500 to 1,200 yuan per square meter, with only renowned studios and artists charging upwards of 2,000 yuan. He did not expect the principal to quote such a figure. I accept this price, he responded with a hint of gravity. Excellent, we require a total of 20 square meters of painting, making the total fee 80,000 yuan. While this isn't a small sum, I hope Mr. Qin will approach this project earnestly, delivering a wall with artistic flair for the children. However, please note that according to the contract, should you fail to complete the work within the stipulated time or if the outcome does not meet our satisfaction, penalties will apply. Qin Chuan glanced at the contract's terms, which stated that the final wall evaluation would be determined by a random selection of 300 parents and 300 kindergarten children, each scoring out of 5 points, with a total score of 3,000 points. A minimum of 1,800 points was required for full payment. Scores below 1,500 would forfeit the final payment, and below 1,000 would necessitate the return of the deposit, with the kindergarten repainting the walls without retaining the artwork. In other words, this job could end up being completely futile. Mr. Qin, do you have any questions? The principal inquired. At this moment, Zhang Yuan, standing nearby, seemed poised to say something, but Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. No issues. I can sign the contract right away. Very well. The principal wasted no time, stamping the contract and notifying the finance department to transfer 30 of the deposit to Qin Chuan's personal account. As he observed the arrival of 24,000 yuan, a smile crept upon his lips. This was his first job since graduating, and the first deposit he had received, stirring a sense of excitement within him. After finalizing the contract, Qin Chuan departed with Zhang Yuan in the corridor. She sighed. I should have given you a heads up. The deposit clause is rather harsh. You could have negotiated with the principal. Many others have seen that clause and declined, fearing it might lead to wasted effort. Glancing around to ensure no one was listening, Zhang Yuan lowered her voice. Our principal is extremely discerning. She has previously rejected several studios, including some well-known ones, without even allowing them to reach the voting stage with students and parents. They were dismissed outright. That's all right. I relish the challenge, Qin Chuan replied with a polite smile. Thank you for sharing this information. Zhang Yuanyu and felt her cheeks flushed and no need for thanks. Before long, she led Qin Chuan to the playground, where two blank white walls awaited. These are the ones. If you need anything, feel free to contact me via WeChat. Understood, Qin Chuan nodded. I'll head to work now. Zhang Yuanyuan waved goodbye reluctantly as he began to set up his work and live streaming equipment. While mixing paint, he introduced the project to his online viewers, who immediately reacted with enthusiasm. Wow, the streamer can paint. Wall murals too. How impressive. Looking forward to the streamer's artwork. Wait, does that mean the streamer could end up doing it for free? Haha, funny coincidence. I used to be that person who worked for nothing. A notorious unfinished project that sent numerous studios packing. I advised the streamer to reconsider. Qin Chuan glanced at the comments, smiling faintly. Thank you all for your concern and suggestions. I appreciate them. Now, I will begin my creative process. Dressed in his work attire, Qin Chuan picked up a brush and applied the desired base color. Soon, a gradient blue sky emerged on the wall. The viewers were astonished. This speed, if it weren't live, I'd think it was fast-forwarded. The streamer's speed is incredible. Each stroke is steady and precise, exuding a masterful vibe. The depth is remarkable. It almost appears three-dimensional. Oh, dealing with a picky kindergarten. This is going to be tough. Ignoring the comments, Qin Chuan continued with a different brush, swirling to create a blue night sky's atmospheric vortex, enhancing the overall depth. Next, he took a smaller brush, perched on a ladder, and began painting stars in the night sky. By the time the children were dismissed, one wall already showcased his progress. Many children, emerging from their classrooms, were immediately drawn to the wall, approaching it with curiosity. I'm sorry, I have to pack up and leave now. I will resume the live stream later to share more details. Qin Chuan explained before exiting the live streaming interface to avoid a flood of curious children on camera. Several kids gathered around the wall, their excitement palpable. Uncle, did you paint this? A little boy asked, looking up with his chubby face. Qin Chuan nodded. You're amazing, chimed in a nearby girl. I want to be like you when I grow up and become a painter too. Uncle, can you teach me to paint the stars? The children were bubbling with enthusiasm. That moment, one child recognized Qin Chuan. Isn't that Qin Xiqing's dad? I saw him pick up Qin Xiqing before with that, the boy shouted. Qin Xiqing, your dad is here. Come quickly. Initially intent on leaving discreetly, Qin Xiqing froze upon being called out. Chapter 18. Destruction of the wall painted by Qin Chuan. Qin Xiqing hesitated briefly. She had indeed spotted her father earlier, but felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and didn't want to acknowledge him. Now, being singled out, she was utterly flustered. After a moment of confusion, she grabbed her backpack strap and bolted towards the exit. The other children exchanged glances. Why did Qin Xiqing run away? Isn't that her dad? Qin Chuan remained unfazed, finishing up his tools before heading outside. Upon exiting the kindergarten, he saw his daughter crying as she complained to her mother. Daddy, sob. He's painting the wall inside and my classmates recognized him. So embarrassing. I don't want this dad anymore. Mommy, I want Uncle Qi to be my dad. Upon hearing her daughter's outburst, Lin Shuiyan's expression darkened as she approached Qin Chuan. Seething with anger, Qin Chuan, have you lost your mind? Why are you working as a wall painter at our daughter's school? I'm not a wall painter. I'm a mural artist, Qin Chuan calmly clarified. Is there a difference? Lin Shuiyan retorted. How long do you intend to embarrass yourself? Don't you care about your dignity? If you find this embarrassing, then let us just proceed with the divorce, Qin Chuan replied, throwing his tools into the back of his second-hand pickup truck. The vehicle was rugged yet somewhat worn, with a cargo bed for tools, showing signs of wear from trips to the home improvement market, splattered with cement. Just then, the boy who recognized Qin Xiqing's father walked out, heading towards an extravagant luxury car. Before getting in, he pointed at Qin Chuan's truck and exclaimed, "So this is what Qin Xiqing's dad drives, how cool." Unfortunately, Qin Xiqing didn't hear the second part of his remark. She only caught the first half, causing her to freeze momentarily before rushing to Uncle Qi's car, flinging the door open and climbing inside, slamming it shut. Qin Chuan continued loading his tools onto the truck as if nothing had happened, maintaining a calm demeanor. Lin Shuiyin, seeing his tranquility, grew even angrier. Look what you've done. Are you satisfied now? Even our daughter is ashamed of you. I don't desire this, Qin Chuan replied evenly. Lin Shuiyin's expression softened slightly. Then you should resign from this job immediately. No, Shuiyin. I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. What I meant to convey is that I do not wish for my daughter to become such a person. I am deeply disappointed. It is my failure in nurturing her. Children should possess a pure and innocent worldview, rather than being tainted by worldly and utilitarian judgments at such a tender age. The thought of raising a daughter like this weighs heavily on my heart. You? Lin Shuiyin exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration. How can you, at your age, still hold such naive thoughts? Is it the fault of our daughter? Between a luxury car and a second-hand pickup truck, who wouldn't make the sensible choice? With that, Lin Shuiyin deliberately walked over to the passenger side of Qi Sila's vehicle and flung the door open. Qin Chuan remained unfazed, continuing to load items into the car. Just then, a striking red Lamborghini made a dramatic turn and skidded to a halt in front of Qi Silu's Maybach. The sleek lines and opulent design of the Lamborghini instantly overshadowed Qi Silu's more modest vehicle. The sudden appearance startled both Qi Silu and Lin Shuiyin. At that moment, the Lamborghini's door swung upwards, revealing a pair of long, elegant legs clad in black. Following closely, the owner of the Avril bar emerged from the car. Dressed in black leather shorts paired with a snug white tank top that teasingly exposed her navel, exuding an alluring charm. She glanced at Qi Silu, flicking her wavy hair, and said, "Hey, handsome, sorry to block your way." Qi Silu, momentarily dazed, took a while to respond. No problem." Avril smirked, leaning against the front of her car as she playfully whistled at Qin Chuan. "Hey, handsome, how about a joyride? Care to join me?" As she spoke, she deliberately shot a glance at Lin Shuiyin, then cast a flirtatious look back at Qin Chuan. "What's the matter? Can't decide which car to get into? Let me give you a tip. Choose the more expensive one." Lin Shuiyin discerned the bar owner's taunt directed at her, clenching her jaw in frustration. She climbed into Qi Silu's car, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud, and commanded, "Drive." Qi Silu hesitated for a moment before quickly reversing and pulling the car back onto the road. Along the way, Lin Shuiyin shot an indignant glance at Qi Silu. "Do you think she's pretty?" "Average," Qi Silu replied. "Then why were you staring at her?" Qi Silu smiled gently at Lin Shuiyin. "I've simply never encountered a woman of such low caliber in my circle. I was taken aback by her behavior." "Yin Yin, you're not jealous of her, are you? Come on, don't be so insecure. You are the queen of ballet. Besides, you know I have always preferred women of grace and sophistication." His final remark pleased Lin Shuiyin immensely. However, her mind soon began to wander again. Would Qin Chuan get into that woman's car? She looked marvelous. Would Qin Chuan be tempted? Thoughts of Qin Chuan consumed her. Persisting even as she accompanied Qi Silu and their daughter to the restaurant, it was utterly exasperating. If it weren't for the ballet troupe's listing, she wouldn't care about that man at all. After dinner, Qi Silu took Lin Shuiyin and her son back to the Lin family villa. Upon returning, Lin Shuiyin's sister, Lin Shuizhen, noticed her sister's foul mood and casually inquired about it. "Did you know? Qin Chuan has truly lost his mind. He actually went to Cheng Cheng's kindergarten to paint some walls and was recognized by Cheng Cheng's classmates." "What an embarrassment!" Lin Shuizhen immediately straightened up from the sofa upon hearing this. "Yin Yin, listen to me. This has to be Qin Chuan's so-called strategist's doing. Yes, it's a ploy from Qin Yang. He's south trying to drive you to the brink of despair. You must not fall for it." Lin Shuiyin tossed her bag onto the sofa. "I'm not falling for anything. I'm just utterly annoyed. I can't allow Cheng Cheng to be embarrassed as well. What does it matter? Just think of a way to destroy the wall, and he'll have to pack up and leave," Lin Shuizhen said casually while scrolling through a video. Her tone was light, as if it were a trivial matter. Lin's father could not help but frown. "You two shouldn't be so heartless. If Qin Chuan wants to venture out, let him do so. It's not good for a young man to stay cooped up at home all the time." "What's so heartless about that?" Lin Shuizhen rolled her eyes. "This is about saving face for our Cheng Cheng." With that, Lin Shuiyin shook her head. This matter was not appropriate. Lin Shuizhen chose not to press further. However, Qin Siqing had overheard everything. "Yes, if we destroy that wall, Daddy won't have to go to kindergarten anymore. She didn't want to be embarrassed like today again." Chapter 19. The temptation of getting wet. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan had naturally declined the bar owner's invitation, merely expressing gratitude for her timely intervention before politely refusing her offer. Avril raised an eyebrow. All right then, handsome, I respect your decision. But remember, once you finalize your divorce, don't forget to come find me. I've already reserved my place as your #1 admirer. With that, Avril blew a kiss in Qin Chuan's direction. This scene infuriated Lan Wayne, who was crouched in the bushes, twisting her cousin Zhu Zhu's arm in agitation. I can't believe this. That Avril has the audacity to compete with me for Qin Shixiang. It's infuriating, and the way she poses and blows kisses. Avril, I declare we're no longer friends from today. Humph. I knew Qin Shixiang would never get into her car. Zhu Zhu winced from the pain in her arm. Being a working-class person is so tough. Is earning money really a must? In the next moment, Lan Wayne's phone buzzed. It was a call from Avril. Wayne, long time no see. Shall we meet tonight? Absolutely, Lan Wayne replied without hesitation. Zhu Zhu was left bewildered. Cousin, didn't you just say you were no longer friends with Avril? After hanging up the phone, Lan Wayne narrowed her eyes and chuckled coldly. You don't understand? This is called knowing oneself and the enemy, ensuring victory in every battle. I'm just going to probe her background and see if there's anything worth learning. With that, Lan Wayne emerged from the bushes and got into her limited edition Cullinan, heading to Avril's bar. Once they were seated, Avril raised her cocktail glass and clinked it with Lan Wayne's. I've recently taken a liking to a handsome guy. He's the first man who's made me feel an urge to settle down. Pfft. Lan Wayne was taken aback by Avril's candor and nearly spat out her drink. Avril frowned. What? Such a strong reaction? Lan Wayne realized her response was a bit excessive and laughed awkwardly. Don TTs, you always say you're serious. Avril, taken aback, began to doubt herself. Did I? Have I said that before? Exactly. You always swear you're serious, yet you never last more than 3 months. Avril furrowed her brow. Is that so? But this one is different. Please. You said that last time too. Lan Wayne's expression was exceedingly sincere. Avril scrutinized her, beginning to suspect she might be developing early-onset Alzheimer's. She had no recollection of what Lan Wayne was referring to. Forget that. What is your plan to pursue this handsome guy? Lan Wayne took a sip of her drink, masking her nervousness about probing for information. Avril chuckled mischievously. I plan to look for a rental property near his place, to be his neighbor. That way, I can catch his attention easily. Then I'll create a scenario of wet and vulnerable temptation. On a dark and stormy night, I'll wet myself and appear before him, saying, Qin Chuan, my house has a burst pipe. As her words trailed off, a loud crack echoed in the air as Lan Wayne crushed her glass, fortunately not injuring her hand. Avril looked puzzled. When did our glasses become so fragile? Wayne, are you all right? Lan Wayne shook her head. Avril regarded her oddly. Why are you so agitated? Nothing. I was just pondering over business rivals and lost my train of thought. Lan Wayne replied, concealing her true emotions. Avril called for the waiter to handle the broken glass. Lan Wayne seized the opportunity to leave. The moment she stepped out of the bar, she immediately dialed Zhu Zhu. Spare no expense to rent the house closest to Qin Chuan. I want to be his neighbor. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan returned to his rented home. Before entering, he glanced at the bowl on the small stool outside. Noticing that not a single bite had been taken, a pang of discomfort struck his heart. He picked up the bowl, discarded its contents, and, just like yesterday, prepared a pot of bamboo shoot duck soup. As he cooked, he streamed live, his voice soothing and captivating, reminiscent of a master voice actor. He recounted his encounter with the little girl earlier that day, expressing his initial hesitation and subsequent guilt. He had left her food at noon, but she hadn't come by. Thus, he was now recooking the duck soup, hoping she would arrive. Soon, viewers in the live chat accused Qin Chuan of fabricating his persona, claiming it was all scripted by a team. However, Qin Chuan remained unfazed. He chose to act according to his genuine feelings, having resolved to be true to himself after leaving the Lin family. Yet, at that moment, others were offering words of comfort to Qin Chuan. As a streamer, I completely understand your feelings. Hearing about the little girl's situation makes me deeply upset. A mother can hardly bear such things. But adults have their own dilemmas. When adults must act, they must weigh their options. Indeed, life is fraught with challenges. I think the streamer is genuine. It's normal to hesitate and analyze in such situations. Just adopting a child is not a script, you know? Sitting in his small courtyard, Qin Chuan continuously stirred the duck soup to prevent it from sticking to the bottom. After waiting for over an hour, The little girl still hadn't come. A weighty stone seemed to press down on his heart, heavy and suffocating. For a fleeting moment, he envisioned two little girls before him. One is his daughter, Qin Siqing, and the other is the nameless little girl. One has a chubby face and wears her hair in various styles every day, while the other is painfully thin, with ambiguous hair. One is surrounded by a wardrobe full of beautiful dresses, while the other has been wearing a dirty t-shirt for 2 days. One's eyes are filled with arrogance, while the other's gaze is filled with longing. The images of the two girls continuously intertwined, leaving Qin Chuan in a state of disarray. Until the broadcast ended, the girl never appeared. As usual, Qin Chuan prepared a bowl of duck soup and placed it on the bench outside the small courtyard. However, by morning, the girl still had not come. The bowl of duck soup remained untouched. Qin Chuan suppressed the discomfort in his heart and drove his utility vehicle to the New Star kindergarten. As he stepped onto the kindergarten playground, he heard Director Zhang scolding. "Which class are you from? Why did you vandalize the mural?" Approaching, Qin Chuan saw a little boy caught by Director Zhang, his face pale with fear. Director Zhang at that moment, hiding in a corner. Qin Siqing was watching the scene unfold. Chapter 20. My father's painting. I can destroy it if I wish. I didn't mean to vandalize it. The little boy hung his head, tugging at his shirt. It seems I'll have to call your parents, Director Zhang said sternly, causing the boy to nearly burst into tears. Director Zhang, let me handle this, Qin Chuan interjected gently. Director Zhang paused, feeling somewhat embarrassed that Qin Chuan had witnessed his harsh demeanor. In contrast, Qin Chuan radiated warmth and kindness, which made Director Zhang feel even more ashamed. Qin Chuan crouched down and looked tenderly at the little boy. Can you tell me what you were doing just now? The boy pointed to the painting on the wall, head bowed, filled with guilt. I really liked this painting, but I didn't expect when I touched it. A small piece of paint came off it. I just wanted to stick it back. Qin Chuan smiled. That's actually the uncle's fault. It was poorly managed. The little boy stared blankly at Qin Chuan, seemingly captivated by his smile, and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, uncle, I didn't do well. It's all right. The uncle didn't handle it well either. The boy pointed at the area where the paint had fallen and asked, what should we do now? How about we fix it together? The little boy nodded eagerly. Qin Chuan took out his palette, mixed some colors, dipped his brush, and then held the boy's hand as they worked together to touch up the wall. The boy's small hand was enveloped in Qin Chuan's, and his expression lit up with unexpected joy. You see, this is how we paint the airflow in the sky. Turn it once, twice, 3 times, and the brush will create the textures. The little boy looked at Qin Chuan with excitement. Uncle, does this mean I've painted this too? Qin Chuan nodded. The boy's face broke into a wide smile. Great. When Mom comes to pick me up, I'll tell her I painted 3 strokes. Qin Chuan gently ruffled his hair, saying, go on, head back to class. Director Zhang took the little boy's hand and escorted him back to the classroom. After Qin Chuan put away his tools, he turned to head to the restroom. However, upon returning to the wall where he intended to continue his work, he found Director Zhang standing before him, his expression troubled. Mr. Qin, I just sent Guan back to the classroom, but I wanted to explain, I'm usually not this harsh, it's just that this wall. Qin Chuan looked at the wall, which bore deep, shallow, crooked scratches, and his expression darkened. The small boy had only scraped off a tiny piece of paint, which could easily be repainted. Yet the numerous scratches before him looked as though they had been made with a metal object like a key. Chaotic and irreparable, ruining the integrity of the mural. It shouldn't have been Guan. I held his hand the whole way back to the classroom and came straight here. Director Zhang panicked. He understood the damage was severe and would be difficult to remedy. It couldn't have been him. Qin Chuan's expression grew grim. The little boy had shown a genuine love for painting, evident in his actions and words. A true art enthusiast would never intentionally destroy a piece of art. The perpetrator was someone determined to deface the mural, noticing the height of the highest scratch, which was roughly that of a 4 or 5-year-old child. An unsettling thought began to stir in Qin Chuan's mind. What are we going to do? Director Zhang was now completely flustered. Qin Chuan surveyed the surroundings and pointed to the nearby surveillance camera. Director Zhang, would you kindly take me to check the footage? Yes, let us check the footage. Director Zhang slapped his thigh and quickly led Qin Chuan to the surveillance room. Soon, the security personnel retrieved the footage, and the truth emerged. After Director Zhang and Qin Chuan left, Qin Siqing, hiding nearby, was seen using the metal pendant from her backpack to scratch the wall vigorously, seemingly releasing her pent-up frustration. After more than a dozen scratches, she turned and ran away. Qin Chuan's expression darkened. Director Zhang immediately recognized the child in the footage and went to fetch her from the middle class, bringing her into his office. Teacher just checked the surveillance and saw you damaging the mural with the pendant from your backpack. Qin Xiqing, can you tell the teacher why you did that? Having learned from the previous experience, Director Zhang approached with much more gentleness this time. Qin Xiqing stood with her hands behind her back, exuding an air of arrogance. I is my father's painting. I can destroy it if I want. Her tone and demeanor were strikingly reminiscent of Qin Chuan's mother-in-law. Disappointment washed over Qin Chuan as Director Zhang was left speechless. Mr. Qin, this is your daughter. Yes, Qin Chuan admitted, but that does not give her the right to intentionally destroy the mural. Director Zhang's expression turned awkward. What on earth are we supposed to do about this? Qin Xiqing, hands on her hips, pouted defiantly. Why can't I? Grandma said your things are mine. Everything you own is mine. If I want to destroy your painting, I can. I don't want you to work at our school. Xiqing, what Grandma said isn't right. Every item of mine that you want to touch should be respected and discussed with me beforehand. Only with my consent can you touch it. That's politeness and respect, not this reckless vandalism. Such behavior is unacceptable. I'm not wrong. The one who did wrong is clearly you. You're the one who embarrassed me. I hate you. I absolutely detest you. Director Zhang offered a polite yet awkward smile. Well, Mr. Qin, since she is your daughter, please take her home for education. Before he could finish, Qin Chuan interrupted. Director Zhang, how does your school usually handle such matters? Director Zhang paused, responding honestly. In cases like this, it's quite serious. We would invite the child's parents for a discussion to ensure proper follow-up on the child's education, and we would require the child to apologize and the parents to compensate for the damage. Very well, let us proceed according to the school's protocol. Qin Chuan felt it was time for his daughter to understand that she must face the consequences of her actions. Director Zhang appeared even more awkward now. But Mr. Qin, aren't you Xiqing's father? Shouldn't the notification go to you? No, you can notify her mother. Before he could finish, Qin Xiqing poked Qin Chuan's thigh with her finger. Teacher, he*s getting a divorce from my mom. He*s not my dad anymore. Qin Xiqing's frustration grew. Even at such a young age, she understood the implications of calling a parent. I don't want you as my dad. I absolutely despise you. When Guan damaged your painting, you were so gentle and forgave him. I only scratched it a few times, and you want me to call my parents. Boo-hoo, that I hate you. I absolutely detest you. Qin Chuan sighed, crouching down to patiently explain to his daughter. Daddy just wants you to understand in this world, when you make a mistake, you must bravely face the consequences. While you are young, your parents will protect you. But as you grow up, you must take responsibility for your own errors. I hope you realize that you are different from Guan. He did not intentionally vandalize, but you did. Since you have made a mistake, you must acknowledge it. So, would you like to apologize to Daddy now? Of course, Qin Chuan also hoped that Lin Shuyan would take this opportunity to recognize the issues with their daughter and prioritize her education. However, to his dismay, Qin Xiqing completely dismissed his words and forcefully pushed Qin Chuan. I want to apologize. I refuse to apologize. You're not my dad. Caught off guard, Qin Chuan, who was half squatting, lost his balance and fell to the ground. After pushing her father down, Qin Xiqing demanded a phone from Director Zhang. Teacher, I'll call my dad. With that, she skillfully dialed Qi Sili's number. Chapter 21. A confrontation between Qin Chuan and Qi Sili. As soon as the phone connected, Qin Xiqing burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Uncle Qi, please come to the kindergarten and pick me up. Why bad dad is trying to bully me. Qin Xiqing cried, choking on her words. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan's heart grew colder by the second. Director Zhang appeared extremely embarrassed. She could mostly guess the situation, and in the end, she called Qin Xiqing's mother, explaining the general circumstances. However, the one who arrived was Qi Sili, not Lin Shuyan. Qi Sili rushed into the office. Slightly out of breath, he crouched down and picked up Qin Xiqing, skillfully soothing her to stop her tears. Our little princess, if you cry any longer, you won't be beautiful anymore, he continued. All right, if you listen to Uncle Qi and stop crying, Uncle Qi will take you to enjoy some platinum ice cream. Before long, Qin Xiqing ceased her sobbing. Qi Sili gently set her down and turned to Qin Chuan and Director Zhang. I apologize. But the child's mother couldn't make it due to an unexpected matter, and she entrusted me with the task of coming here. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan's expression darkened ominously. Qi Silly glanced at Director Zhang. Could you please escort the child back to the classroom? I need to have a word with Mr. Qin. Director Zhang, eager to comply, took Qin Siqing's hand and departed, leaving the two men alone in the office. Once Director Zhang had left, Qi Silly immediately tore off a blank check and handed it to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, this is compensation for you. It accounts for the damage to the wall. And additionally, it serves as my assistance for Shuiyin and Chengqing. I hope this matter can end here without further escalation. Escalate? Qin Chuan scoffed in anger. What you're doing is merely an attempt to garner Shuiyin's attention. Qin Chuan, be reasonable. Your actions are exhausting for Shuiyin. She is quite busy with work. As her husband, shouldn't you be more understanding? Qi Silly's words were cut short as Qin Chuan clenched his fist and struck him in the jaw. I'll tell you this. This is what I call causing a scene. Qi Silly, I warn you. Until the day I formally finalize my divorce with Lin Shuiyin, do not involve yourself in our family matters. If you intrude once more in my presence, I will strike you once more. With that, Qin Chuan turned on his heel and left. Upon exiting the office, he composed a WeChat message detailing his daughter's situation and his educational perspectives to Lin Shuiyin. After sending the message, he refrained from checking his phone again. He believed he had fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. The remainder, how Lin Shuiyin would raise the child and how the Lin family would educate her, was beyond his control. Returning to the playground, Qin Chuan swiftly set up his live streaming equipment and began to explain to his viewers about the unexpected damage to the wall. He refrained from mentioning that his daughter was responsible, merely outlining the situation before taking a shovel and vigorously scraping away the paint from the entire wall. With each stroke, viewers expressed their sympathy. Is someone intentionally trying to sabotage the streamer? There's no need to scrape it all off, just the damaged parts would suffice. No, if I do that, it would create an imbalance between that section and the rest, leading to disharmony. Trust me, I studied fine arts. Oh, I feel for the streamer. This job is truly not easy for him. Qin Chuan expressed his gratitude for everyone's concern and proceeded to lay a base coat. Embarking on a fresh creation, he painted until nightfall, unveiling a brand new starry sky masterpiece that captivated his viewers. Initially thought it was commercial work, but didn't expect the difference from the previous piece to be so apparent. Indeed, the streamer has put in great effort. I also assumed he would replicate the previous work, but I was pleasantly surprised by his heartfelt recreation. It truly possesses a soul. After concluding that day's creation, Qin Chuan tidied up and bid farewell to the security guard before leaving the kindergarten. During this time, Qin Yang happened to be nearby and came to find him. Without concern for the somewhat dirty pickup truck, he climbed into the passenger seat. Brother, I've thought this through. We could consider adopting that girl. If you feel pressured, I can contribute financially to help, brother. I have always been an orphan. It was only through my adoptive parents that I came to live a good life. Last night, as I reflected on that girl's experiences, I felt increasingly distressed. I believe I can now give back to society with my own abilities. I want to adopt her, but I lack experience in raising a girl. So I need your help. That I refuse to believe that two grown men cannot properly care for a girl. As they drove, Qin Yang rambled on. Qin Chuan remained silent for a moment before responding. It's not as simple as you think. That I will contemplate this matter thoroughly. With that, Qin Chuan drove into the suburbs, near his own yard. As soon as he parked, both of them heard shouts and barking in the distance. Instinctively, they looked up to see a grocery store owner striking a little girl with a feather duster, delivering blow after blow. Are you going to let go? Hand over the cookies. Qin Yang instinctively snatched the phone from Qin Chuan's hand, which was still live streaming, and began recording. Qin Chuan quickly cautioned him, do not capture her face. This would infringe upon the grocery store owner's portrait rights. Furthermore, he wished to protect the little girl. Heeding the warning, Qin Yang shifted his focus to filming only the lower half of the woman's body. Qin Chuan dashed over and firmly grasped the grocery store owner's hand. How much does she owe you? I'll cover it. A pack of cookies and a bottle of mineral water totaled 20 yuan. Qin Yang was incensed. 20 yuan? And you beat such a small girl mercilessly? The grocery store owner's expression faltered. In truth, she had just argued with her husband and was venting her anger on the child. Well, she is a habitual offender. I don't even know how many times she has stolen from my store. The little girl bowed her head in silence. Qin Chuan paid the 20 yuan, and the girl quickly grabbed the cookies and water before fleeing. Qin Chuan chased after her and soon caught up. Why did you allow her to hit you when you can run so fast? The little girl kept her head down, her voice barely audible. Stealing is wrong if I get hit. It's like paying off my debt. This was the logic of a 5-year-old. Suddenly, she looked up at Qin Chuan and exclaimed, I didn't mean to steal. I had no choice. I need to survive. When I grow up, I can earn my own money, and I won't have to steal anymore. Hearing her words, Qin Chuan felt as though an invisible hand was twisting his heart. After a long pause, he asked, Would you like to come with me? The girl's eyes lit up. Can I? Qin Chuan nodded and pointed to Qin Yang, who was filming from a distance. But you might end up on camera. Some things need to be documented. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it later. Would you mind? He endeavored to explain the implications in language the child could grasp, emphasizing that if her face were exposed, it might lead to negative repercussions in the future. Without hesitation, the little girl declared, I'm not afraid. I want to survive. I don't want to be beaten anymore. All right, then I will take you to find your adoptive father. With that, Qin Chuan signaled to Qin Yang to continue filming. Qin Yang, now realizing the gravity of the situation, was elated. Brother, are you saying you're going to adopt her? Qin Chuan nodded and led the little girl to her adoptive father's home. Soon as they introduced their intentions, the adoptive father roared, Get out. If you want to adopt her, then stop bothering me. The old man waved his hand, trying to shove Qin Chuan and the little girl out. Mr. Li, this matter requires signing a release agreement at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Before Qin Chuan could finish, he was forcefully pushed outside. Leave. I have no time for this nonsense. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Qin Yang, still filming, was bewildered. It appears things are not as simple as I thought. Brother, what do we do now? Qin Chuan glanced down at the little girl and replied, Let us go to the police station. The little girl immediately shook off his hand, visibly distressed. I don't want to go to the police station. It seemed she had developed a fear of the police from previous encounters when she had been taken there after being beaten. Qin Chuan crouched down and looked into her eyes. Are you sure you want to come with me? If you want to stay with me, we have to go to the police station to explain the situation. Otherwise, I could be accused of child trafficking. Qin Yang added, I really didn't think this through. Was I being too simplistic? The little girl hesitated for a moment, then looked up at him. Are you sure? If I go, can I come home with you? I'm not sure, Qin Chuan replied honestly. The little girl immediately pulled away from him and ran toward an abandoned, dilapidated building. That's my home. I have been sleeping there for the past half-month. She ran without looking back, stating, I've been taken to the police station before. They either tricked me into going and then ran away or, if they stayed, they couldn't adopt me in the end. Having heard this, both Qin Chuan and Qin Yang felt a heavy weight in their hearts. They followed the little girl, filming as they went, watching her expertly navigate into the rundown house and lie down on a few pieces of cardboard. They felt as if their hearts had been punctured with countless tiny holes and then tossed into a bowl of lemon juice, leaving an unbearable sourness. Brother, are we really going to leave her to sleep in such a place? Qin Yang furrowed his brows, then abruptly turned the camera towards the live stream. Is there any lawyer in the chat? In this situation, if we want to adopt the little girl, how should we proceed? At this moment, the viewers in the live stream also felt a deep sense of unease. Aside from a few discordant voices suggesting it was all a show, the majority expressed sympathy for the little girl. How tragic. Her adoptive father is inhumane. I used to think I was unfortunate, but after seeing the little girl, I truly feel fortunate. In this weather, she sleeps on the ground. What will happen when winter arrives? Adopting her and then not wanting to continue raising her. That old man is truly despicable. In this situation, taking her to the police station is indeed the appropriate course of action. However, the officers at the station find themselves at a loss when confronted with such a recalcitrant individual. At best, they can offer a few words of admonishment, but they cannot truly apprehend him. It is true that the officers are equally powerless, constrained to act within the bounds of relevant regulations. At that moment, Lon Wayne, who had been intently watching the live stream, immediately contacted the lawyer for the Lon family, urging them to convene without delay to devise the simplest and least risky plan for Qin Chuan. Yet, even with several distinguished lawyers engaged in fervent debate, no viable strategy emerged before the camera. Qin Chuan stepped into a dilapidated building, slowly approaching a young girl, crouching down behind her, and softly spoke. I haven't finished what I was saying earlier. I mentioned that while I cannot guarantee anything, I will do my utmost. Would you be willing to accompany me to the police station for another attempt? The little girl paused momentarily, turning to look at him with wide, bewildered eyes. After a prolonged hesitation, she nodded slightly, saying nothing, and followed Qin Chuan to the police station. Upon seeing the girl, the duty officer immediately recognized her and glanced up at Qin Chuan. Is this a matter of theft or adoption? She inquired, retrieving a registration book. Hello, officer. This little girl's adoptive father no longer wishes to care for her. Witnessing her homelessness and sleeping in a hazardous building, I intend to adopt her. If immediate adoption is not feasible, I would like to take her into my care temporarily to report this case, Qin Chuan explained, his demeanor gentle, leaving a favorable impression on the female officer. It's not that we refuse your adoption request. It simply does not comply with the necessary procedures. Even if you come here 100 times, we remain powerless to assist, she replied. Her voice steadied. It's this. The little girl shrugged her shoulders, her expression unperturbed. I told you, nothing will change. With that, she turned to leave, but Qin Chuan quickly grasped her hand. Officer, could we approach this differently? This little girl cannot find her way home or locate her family. Let us first file a report. As he spoke, Qin Chuan turned to the live stream camera. We will solicit information from the viewers. If anyone has details regarding the girl's family, please inform us. Afterward, he presented his social worker identification to the staff member. Once registered, I will care for her under the auspices of a social worker looking after a lost child. If her family seeks her, they can reach me through my report. Would this arrangement be acceptable? The officer hesitated briefly before beginning to input the report details. Very well, we shall proceed with this for the time being. We, as staff, are not heartless. We empathize with the girl's plight. Yet we find ourselves limited in what we can do. After a pause, she handed the report receipt to Qin Chuan for his signature. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream were abuzz with excitement. The host is so clever. Host is amazing. For those claiming the host is merely performing, do they think the officers are part of the act too? Exactly, no one would dare to perform at the police station for fear of being exposed. This doesn't seem like a mere ACT. My mother lives nearby, and this girl's issues have persisted for over 2 years without resolution. When I visited, I felt distressed seeing the girl being beaten, but not everyone has the courage like the host to adopt her. Indeed, especially with such a troublesome adoptive father. Even if it is an act, it provides a good refuge for the girl. I wish all hosts would perform like this. Perhaps we could see fewer children with such tragic backgrounds. Lon Wayne, equally exhilarated as the viewers, was tightly gripping Zhu Zhu's arm, exclaiming, Brother Qin is so smart. He truly is my brother Qin. He is incredibly kind-hearted. Oh Buddha, I wish to offer 10 pounds of meat from Zhu Zhu in exchange for Qin Chuan to divorce sooner. Zhu Zhu, bewildered, responded, What does that have to do with me? Buddha, please ignore my cousin's nonsense. Lon Wayne shot a cold glance at Zhu Zhu's slight belly, remarking, You're the only one with 10 pounds to spare. I have none. You? Zhu Zhu glanced at her cousin's slender, unblemished waist, momentarily rendered speechless. Meanwhile, in the police station, Qin Yang inquired, Officer, can we take her now? Not yet, the female officer replied with a serious expression. Qin Yang asked, Why not? The officer produced a small handbook and began explaining safety protection knowledge, pointing to a cartoon girl depicted within. No one is allowed to touch or caress your back and undergarments. Understood? Especially not members of the opposite sex. Even if it's an uncle or a relative you know, they must not touch you. Do you understand? The little girl nodded. The officer gently patted her head, took her hand, and lightly tapped her calf. Touching the head, face, and limbs can sometimes convey emotions, but if it makes you uncomfortable, you must refuse. If the person persists, you can call the police. Understood? The girl nodded again. The officer turned to Qin Chuan. As she is under 18 and you are not in a legal adoption relationship, you must bring her back for a follow-up visit every week. We will ask relevant questions and document them. Understood, Qin Chuan replied. Additionally, I suggest you take her to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. This should include an assessment of any injuries, internal trauma, necessary treatments, and whether she has been violated. Please obtain a report from the hospital to provide to me. I will keep it on file to affirm your innocence. Qin Chuan recognized that her suggestions were in their best interests and gratefully nodded. Thank you very much for your advice. After completing the paperwork, Qin Chuan took the little girl's hand and left. As they exited the police station, the girl still seemed incredulous. She looked up at Qin Chuan. So, I can go home with you now? Are you really my father? Qin Chuan nodded. For now, it seems so. The girl's expression remained dazed, as though she had not fully grasped the situation. Qin Yang, witnessing this scene, felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow mixed with emotion. After leaving the police station, Qin Chuan and Qin Yang took the girl to a nearby supermarket. On the way, Qin Yang asked, "What is your name?" "Yatu," she replied. "Yatu? Is that all?" Qin Yang inquired. The little girl shook her head. "My adoptive parents are uneducated. They named me Yatu after adopting me. They said that if I go to school, I'll be called Li Ya." "What kind of name is Li Ya?" Qin Yang scoffed. "Let us not take on that bad surname. You'll take ours, Qin." The girl pointed at Qin Chuan. "I want to take his surname. That is still a Qin surname. I'm a Qin too." Qin Yang raised his voice slightly. The girl stubbornly continued to point at Qin Chuan. "I just want his surname." Qin Yang sighed. All right, it's all the same surname." He then patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder. "Brother, why don't you give her a name?" Qin Chuan looked down at the girl, thought for a moment, and said, "Let us call her Qin Yu. Yu means joy and delight, and it signifies joy for oneself." "Do you like it?" "I like it," the little girl nodded. Qin Yang also agreed. "Qin Yu, that's a lovely name. Let us go with Qin Yu." As the three entered the supermarket, Qin Yang pushed the shopping cart. It was Qin Yu's first time in such a large mall, and she clung to Qin Chuan's clothes, feeling lost and frightened. Noticing her lack of security, Qin Chuan picked her up. Excited at the prospect of having a daughter for the first time, Qin Yang purchased numerous adorable cups, toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, and other daily necessities. "Brother, you can't take this money from me today. I'm buying these for my daughter." As he spoke, Qin Yang selected several pretty pink outfits. The little underwear was handled by a female staff member. When it came time to pay, Qin Yang asked, "You, when is your birthday? I'd like to note it down." "I don't know." Qin Yu shook her head. Qin Yang was taken aback. "Has no one ever celebrated your birthday?" Qin Yu shook her head again. Qin Yang paused, then said, "Come, help carry things. These are all for you." Qin Yu cradled the items in her arms, her round eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Qin Chuan and Qin Yang. "All of this is for me." "Yes," Qin Yang confirmed, and suddenly Qin Yu burst into tears, clutching her belongings and crying uncontrollably. Qin Yang stared at Qin Chuan, bewildered. "Brother, what is happening?" Qin Yu's cries grew louder, drawing the attention of many passers-by, as it is rare to see two men with a child. Who knows if they are human traffickers? Some people had already taken out their phones, seemingly ready to record or report. Startled, Qin Yang became flustered and at a loss for what to do. "Oh dear, my little ancestor, please don't cry. We already lack complete adoption paperwork. If you keep crying, people might think we harmed you." Meanwhile, Qin Chuan knelt down, pulled out a tissue, and gently wiped away Qin Yu's tears. "Today will be your birthday, all right? Birthday?" Qin Yu's attention shifted, and she stopped crying instantly. "Yes, today marks your new beginning. So let us consider it your birthday," Qin Chuan explained. Qin Yang quickly retrieved a fluffy rabbit plush toy from one of the bags and handed it to her. "This is your birthday gift from Dad Qin. Shall we go buy a small cake?" Holding the soft rabbit toy, Qin Yu still appeared bewildered and anxious. The gaze in her eyes appeared to be filled with a profound fear that the dolls might suddenly vanish. A trepidation that everything before her might dissipate in an instant, as if it were merely a fleeting dream. "No, it's all right." Qin Yu gently shook her head, displaying her understanding. "Having these is already quite enough." I've never worn new clothes," she confessed, her garments being those discarded by the neighborhood children. The wave of emotion surged in Qin Yang's eyes as he turned to Qin Chuan and Qin Yu, saying, "Please wait for me a moment." With that, he hurriedly re-entered the supermarket, emerging shortly thereafter with a small cake. Upon returning to the modest apartment rented by Qin Chuan, the three gathered in the chaotic living room, lighting candles, singing birthday songs, and celebrating the little girl's special day. After taking a bite of the cake, Qin Yu expressed her gratitude once more to Qin Chuan and Qin Yang. "Thank you. This is my first time tasting cake." Qin Chuan ruffled her hair, saying, "It's nothing. You'll get to enjoy it often in the future." Qin Yang chimed in, "Indeed, there's also my birthday and Brother Chuan's birthday. You'll have plenty of cake to savor. Not just cake, but also delicious feasts." At that moment, the comments in the live stream began to multiply. This scene is so heartwarming. I feel like crying. I hope Yaya will be joyful for the rest of her life. Happy birthday, Yaya. Sweetheart, may you find happiness in the future." After concluding the live stream, Qin Chuan led Qin Yu to the bathroom, drawing a bath for her before inquiring if she could bathe alone. Qin Yu nodded affirmatively. Qin Chuan then exited the bathroom, setting up a tent in the bedroom with soft blankets for her to rest upon. Once Qin Yu finished her bath, Qin Chuan gently dried her hair and encouraged her to cuddle her little rabbit doll and sleep in the tent. This place is still under renovation. Once it's completed, you'll have a bed of your own. Qin Yu obediently responded, "Thank you, Daddy. I will listen to you from now on." Qin Chuan affectionately tousled her hair, saying, "You need not be overly obedient. Simply heed the voice within your heart." With that, he reclined on the old sofa beside her, saying, "Now, sleep." "All right, good night, Daddy." As her voice faded, Qin Chuan's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw that the caller was Lin Shuiyan and told Qin Yu, "You sleep first, Daddy will take a call." "Okay," Qin Yu replied, understanding. Qin Chuan stepped out onto the terrace to answer the call. On the other end, Lin Shuiyan's voice erupted with anger. "Qin Chuan, have you lost your mind? The Civil Affairs Bureau stood me up, and now you draw my attention by adopting a girl. Have you forgotten you have a biological daughter?" Chapter 24. Lin Shuiyan looked down, her voice booming. "Qin Chuan, come back." Qin Chuan instinctively glanced at his phone before stepping further onto the terrace, concerned that Qin Yu might overhear. "Shuiyan, please calm down." "I cannot calm down," Lin Shuiyan retorted, her frustration palpable. Qin Chuan, feeling guilty for breaking his promise, softened his tone. "I admit, it was my fault for being late this morning. Qin Yu is the girl I adopted. She was beaten by the owner of a grocery store, and I couldn't just stand by. A pitiful child." Lin Shuiyan scoffed. "Qin Chuan, do you truly see her as pitiful, or are you merely using her for publicity and profit?" Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan's voice turned cold. "After 5 years of marriage, this is how you perceive me?" Lin Shuiyan remained unfazed. "Qin Chuan, everyone in this society is astute. Do you really think no one can decipher your intentions?" After a pause, Lin Shuiyan sounded weary as she continued, "Qin Chuan, you've won. Just come back. I truly don't want to continue this argument. I'm tired." Hearing this, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow tightly. "Why mother said she would give you 4,000 a month. I can increase it to 8,000. The money will be deposited into your account on the 1st of each month. You need to stop all those chaotic live streams." Lin Shuiyan's voice turned mocking. "You don't take care of your own daughter, but go and adopt another. Don't you find that ironic?" "I find it rather ironic myself," Qin Chuan replied, suppressing his rising anger. "I thought after 5 years of living together, you would at least have a basic understanding of me. I believe that even if we couldn't love each other as others do, we could at least respect one another. It seems, however, that you have no respect for me at all. Shuiyan, perhaps it's best we finalize the divorce proceedings." "Fine, come to my dance studio tomorrow to sign the divorce agreement. This time, I want to see what tricks you have left." "All right, I'll see you after work tomorrow." Qin Chuan hung up decisively and returned to the room quietly. The next day, Qin Chuan awoke to find the tent empty, a sense of dread creeping over him. Qin Yu. The thought that she might have overheard his conversation with Lin Shuiyan sent him into a panic. Qin Yu, though appearing strong-willed, was highly sensitive. "Qin Yu," he called out again as he rushed downstairs. However, upon arriving in the kitchen, he was taken aback by the sight before him. There stood Qin Yu, precariously perched on a small stool. Frying an egg, holding a spatula, she carefully plated the egg and, after descending from the stool, approached him, gazing up with concern. "Daddy, what's wrong? I'm making breakfast for you." Qin Chuan felt a surge of emotion as he accepted the plate from her, gently ruffling her hair. "Thank you, sweetheart. In the future, let Daddy handle these things." Qin Yu looked at him with wide, bewildered eyes, her eyelashes fluttering with uncertainty. He guided her to sit at the dining table while he quickly prepared a sandwich for her. They each enjoyed a sandwich along with a bottle of milk. Qin Yu ate slowly, as if savoring the moment. Once finished, she said, "Thank you, Daddy. This is my first time eating a sandwich. I used to only watch others eat. No need to be so polite with Daddy. In the future, if you want something, just tell me." Qin Yu looked down, unconvinced but obediently replied, "Okay." Qin Chuan asked, "Did you ever attend kindergarten?" She shook her head. "Do you know if you have a household registration?" She shook her head again. Qin Chuan stroked her hair, saying, "In the long run, you should go to kindergarten, attend school, and acquire knowledge. That way, you can earn a living on your own in the future. Understand?" Qin Yu nodded, her eyes brimming with desire. "I want to go to school." Her voice was resolute, filling Qin Chuan with pride. "But given the current situation, we need to devise a plan. For now, would you like to assist me as my little helper in live streaming? Once your household registration issue is resolved, I will send you to school. Of course, If you prefer not to show your face or wish to remain anonymous, you need not participate in the live streams. No, I want to help you, Qin replied nonchalantly. I'll be your assistant in exchange for a meal. Hearing this, Qin Chuan felt a pang of sadness. Whether it was preparing breakfast or serving as his assistant, Qin Yu was desperately trying to prove her worth, solely to avoid being abandoned. Yeah, since I promised to adopt you, I will take full responsibility for you. You are my daughter, and it is my duty to care for you until you turn 18. You need not do these things. I only ask if you are willing. After speaking, Qin Chuan did not pressure Qin Yu to immediately understand or accept his words. After all, the sense of security she had been missing would need to be gradually restored. However, he was confident that he could provide Qin Yu with sufficient security through love. Now, let's gather our tools for today's tasks. Soon, the father and daughter began to tidy up. Qin Yu seemed accustomed to chores. Her movements quick and nimble, betraying none of her 5 years. As they loaded the tools into the vehicle, Qin Chuan secured the child safety seat he had purchased the previous night, allowing Qin Yu to sit comfortably. Yeah, let's trim your hair and then let it grow long, shall we? Once you start school, Daddy can help you style it. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded eagerly. Qin Chuan then took her to get a haircut. Previously, Qin Yu's hair had been unevenly cut, resembling a dog's chu to white at the salon. He requested the stylist to tidy it up, resulting in a neat bob that framed her face. With bangs resting perfectly on her forehead, making her look utterly adorable. Doesn't it look lively and cute? Our Qin Yu will surely be a little beauty when she grows up. Really? Qin Yu's eyes glimmered with hope as she asked. Not quite believing it, Qin Chuan nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Thank you, Daddy, Qin Yu shyly replied. Qin Chuan was taken aback. In the past, when he had complimented Qin Siqing for her princess-like beauty, she would roll her eyes at him, exclaiming, "Do I even need you to say that? I'm already a princess." Yet, he never expected Qin Yu to express her gratitude. It seemed that raising Qin Yu was indeed a distinctly different experience. Before long, the father and daughter arrived at the kindergarten. As Qin Chuan set up the live streaming equipment, he explained to Qin Yu how to proceed. Although a 5-year-old might not grasp everything, she listened attentively and surprisingly caught on. During the color mixing segment, Qin Chuan patiently guided her, introducing his work. The morning's live stream had few viewers, yet those who tuned in were moved by the scene. Qin Chuan truly knows how to teach children. Perhaps after some time spent with him, 5-year-old Qin Yu will even learn to paint. During the live broadcast, Qin Chuan also took the opportunity to explain to netizens that having Ye by his side was not a bid for sympathy, nor was it an attempt to accumulate wealth. Currently, the status of Ye's household registration remains unclear. Her adoptive father is uncooperative, making it impossible for her to be enrolled in kindergarten for the time being. He hopes that the vast community of netizens, particularly those knowledgeable in this area, might offer some advice. Above all, he wishes for Ye to attend school and experience the life of a kindergarten child. After a brief chat, Qin Chuan resumed his creative endeavors on the wall. The base color for yesterday's forest concert mural had already been laid, and today he swiftly painted various animal shapes to complete the task. Holding 3 pins of varying thickness, he skillfully rendered the lines. Before long, a giraffe adorned with a bow tie came to life on the wall, leaving Qin Yu in awe. Wow, Daddy, you're amazing. In no time, a variety of animals, each with distinct expressions, were vividly outlined. As the children finished their lessons, they gathered around. Wow, Uncle, your painting skills are incredible. Uncle, could you teach us? Uncle, may I touch the little monkey? Not yet, Qin Chuan gently declined with a warm smile. The paint isn't dry yet, but in a few days, you can. From a distance, the principal observed the scene and approached, her expression remaining largely unchanged. She was known for her ability to conceal her emotions. Being the principal of an elite kindergarten and frequently interacting with affluent parents, upon noticing her arrival, Qin Chuan greeted her politely. The principal nodded slightly. Mr. Qin, at this pace, will the mural on both walls be completed today? Qin Chuan glanced at his watch and replied, it should be finished by this afternoon after lunch. Conservatively estimating, you can come for inspection around 3 o'clock. Very well, I will randomly invite 300 parents to rate the work this afternoon. If there are no issues, I will also have the finance department settle your final payment. Chapter 25. Mother-in-law. I have a way to force Qin Chuan back to work. Thank you, Principal. Satisfied with the response? The principal departed. Qin Chuan then made some refinements to the mural's details before taking Qin Yu out for a meal. After lunch, He pondered how long the rating activity would last that afternoon, prompting him to call Lin Shuiyin. Shuiyin, there's a mural rating event at school this afternoon. Can you come? Once the event concludes, we can also discuss the divorce agreement. Let's see how it goes, Lin Shuiyin replied. My dance troupe is extremely busy. With so many affiliated organizations, I am completely overwhelmed and simply cannot find the time to engage in activities like yours. After saying this, she hung up the phone in frustration. Lin's mother and Lin Shuizhen exchanged glances. What's wrong? What's Qin Chuan done now? Lin Shuizhen inquired tentatively. What else could it be? Lin Shuiyin replied, brimming with resentment. He wants me to participate in that wall painting rating and then discuss the divorce agreement. Then go and discuss it, Lin's mother exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Hurry and finalize the divorce. Mom, we can't divorce. Why not? Lin's mother furrowed her brow tightly. Schwer, is Qi silly unwilling to reconcile with you? No, Lin Shuiyin shook her head. I've already submitted the materials for our dance troupe's public offering to Qi silly today. He said he would help me with the proposal and application. Mom, at this juncture, a divorce scandal would significantly impact our dance troupe's public offering. How long will it take to finalize the divorce? Lin's mother persisted. At least 6 months, after the company goes public. Lin Shuiyin now found herself somewhat confused, unable to comprehend why she felt so agitated every time divorce was brought up. Subconsciously, she was particularly reluctant to divorce. Lin Shuizhen scoffed, Mom, don't be naive. Qin Chuan will never agree to a divorce. The fact that he dares to confront my sister now surely means he's learned about our dance troupe's upcoming public offering and is trying to leverage it against her. Think about it. If the dance troupe goes public, who stands to benefit first? It will undoubtedly be Qin Chuan. Our shared marital assets would multiply several times over. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyin's expression softened somewhat. However, Lin's mother's keen eyes darted around. If Qin Chuan intended to seize the funds and shares from their dance troupe's public offering, he would have no chance. Thus, since divorce was not an option for the time being, let Qin Chuan return home to work first. Lin's mother rubbed her sore shoulder. Without him, things at home were rather uncomfortable. They could hardly enjoy a good meal. Wait until the company goes public, and then you can divorce. However, make sure to prepare a solid divorce agreement. Mom, your calculations are quite astute, but Qin Chuan is unwilling. I've already offered him a salary of 8,000 a month, yet he still refuses to come back. Qin Chuan's ambition is truly growing by leaps and bounds. Lin Shuiyin recalled the phone call from last night and grew agitated again. Don't worry, dear. Leave this matter to me, Lin's mother said, a smirk forming on her lips. If Qin Chuan has gotten too big for his boots, I will make sure he returns to reality this afternoon. Mom, what do you intend to do? Lin Shuiyin asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. That wall painting project of his, doesn't it need to pass inspection before he can receive the final payment? I have a way to ensure those mothers give him low scores, Lin's mother declared with utmost confidence. Just wait and see. Once the event concludes, I will make sure he returns in disgrace. Himph, having been the son-in-law of the Lin family for so many years, living in a grand villa without needing to earn a living, does he think he can simply refuse to work? After a brief lunch, Qin Chuan took Qin Yu back to the kindergarten. As they passed the playground, Qin Yu's gaze lingered on the swings. Noticing this, Qin Chuan asked her, do you want to swing? Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with desire, yet she shook her head. It's all right. Daddy will take you. It's just for a moment. If we encounter a teacher, I will explain. Qin Chuan did not perceive this as a significant matter and led Qin Yu to the swings. It was Qin Yu's first time on a swing, and she felt quite uneasy. Qin Chuan reassured her, hold tightly to the ropes on either side, and when Daddy pushes you, just enjoy it. Qin Yu nodded. Qin Chuan gently pushed her back, and soon her body began to sway, a smile gradually forming on her lips. Her bangs fluttered as she experienced a new perspective, felt the gentle caress of the breeze, and embraced the thrill of speed. Daddy, push me higher. All right. Qin Chuan applied a bit more force to propel Qin Yu. She squealed with joy.t that moment, a pair of resentful little eyes, round and glaring. Fixated on the scene, the more she watched, the angrier she became. Why is Daddy pushing another little girl? Why? All of this should have belonged to her. After a while, Qin Siqing could no longer contain herself. Fuming, she stormed out of the classroom and pointed at Qin Yu, exclaiming, get down. You can't play on our school swing. You aren't one of us. With that, she even went so far as to pull Qin Yu down. Taken by surprise, Qin Yu fell to the ground, scraping her knee. Qin Chuan had not anticipated that Qin Siqing would suddenly act out and pull someone without regard, failing to protect Qin Yu. A flash of guilt crossing his eyes, he quickly crouched down to inspect Qin Yu's knee. "Are you all right?" Qin Yu shook her head in feigned nonchalance, saying, "This little injury is nothing compared to getting hit by a stick." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan felt a pang of heartache and turned to look sternly at Qin Siqing. "Apologize. You pulled a little friend and caused her injury. You must apologize." "Why should I?" Qin Siqing stomped her feet in frustration. "Why should I apologize to someone like her? She's poor, dark, and ugly, and doesn't even have a pretty dress to wear. I have no reason to apologize to her." As her words fell, Qin Chuan's chest swelled with anger. He could hardly believe such words were uttered by a 5-year-old girl. What kind of ideology had his mother-in-law instilled in her daughter to raise such a domineering and unreasonable child? "Chung Chung." Qin Chuan's voice rose a notch. "If you make a mistake, you should apologize, not use your standards to judge other children. That is wrong. I did nothing wrong. You're my dad. If you don't protect me, why are you protecting other kids? I hate you. I just hate you." The moment those words were spoken, Qin Yu was taken aback, instinctively glancing between Qin Siqing and Qin Chuan, then shaking Qin Chuan's hand. "I'm fine. No need to apologize. No, this matter requires an apology," Qin Chuan insisted. "I won't apologize," Qin Siqing exclaimed, stamping her feet in anger. "She's not even a student at our school. With tuition that expensive, can she afford it? Daddy, can you afford it? If you can't afford it, she has no right to touch anything at our kindergarten." Just then, Qin Siqing's teacher approached, gently inquiring, "What happened here?" Qin Siqing pointed at Qin Yu in agitation. "She isn't one of our kindergarten students. She touched our swing. I am reporting her to the kindergarten." The teacher recognized Qin Chuan and cast him an awkward glance. "Mr. Qin, is this accurate?" Qin Chuan succinctly explained the situation. After listening, the teacher squatted down to speak with Qin Siqing. "Although Qin Yu is not a student here, playing on the swing is not a serious matter. As kindergarten children, we can share the swing with other little friends." Qin Siqing turned her face away in displeasure. "Then, your actions were wrong. Would you please apologize to Qin Yu? You should take the initiative to apologize, and the teacher will reward you with a small red flower upon your return." Qin Siqing reluctantly uttered, "I'm sorry." Qin Yu lowered her head, anxiously clenching her garment's hem as she replied, "It's all right." Upon hearing this, Qin Siqing shot her a fierce glare. The teacher exchanged a few pleasantries with Qin Chuan before leading Qin Siqing back to the classroom. Qin Chuan gently ruffled Qin Yu's hair and said softly, Yeah, you have done nothing wrong. You deserve respect." Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by Qin Chuan's words. Qin Chuan then bent down, picked up Qin Yu, and took her to the tool cart, retrieving the first aid kit to tend to her wounds. After a long pause, Qin Yu finally said, "She is your daughter. It is only right that I take care of her." Qin Chuan was initially stunned but then firmly replied, "You are you. There is no need for you to conform to anyone else's expectations. You only need to be true to yourself." At his words, Qin Yu froze momentarily, her small eyes still filled with confusion, yet she could sense that Qin Chuan was different from the social workers who had previously sought to adopt her. He was so gentle, treating her with utmost kindness. Therefore, Qin Yu silently prayed to spend a little longer with this father, just a little longer. She truly cherished him and wished to give him the very best the world had to offer. Upon returning to the kindergarten, they proceeded to repair the walls. Soon, parents who had received scoring invitations began to arrive at the kindergarten in succession. Chapter 26. Can the principal and director save the host? Before long, Qin Chuan spotted his mother-in-law, dressed flamboyantly like a butterfly, entering with a sapphire blue handbag. She glanced at him provocatively from afar before warmly greeting the ladies beside her. In the sunlight, the large diamond ring on her ring finger sparkled brilliantly. Before long, Mother Lin had mingled seamlessly with the wealthy ladies. A sense of foreboding stirred within Qin Chuan. After exchanging pleasantries with several affluent matrons, Mother Lin approached Qin Chuan with an air of arrogance. "If you leave now, you might still salvage some dignity," she said. Qin Chuan, maintaining his composure, asked, "Why should I leave? You don't genuinely believe you can win and secure the final payment, do you?" Mother Lin's tone was dismissive, showing no regard for Qin Chuan. "One must at least try, wouldn't you agree?" Mother Lin let out a derisive laugh, shaking her head repeatedly. "To call you naive would be an understatement. Let me impart a valuable lesson today. In this world, wealth equates to power and connections. Talent is merely a consolation for the poor. Today, I will demonstrate to you that no matter how beautiful your paintings may be, if the Lin family wishes to crush you, it would be as effortless as stepping on an ant. Qin Yu, upon hearing this, looked at Qin Chuan with concern, while Qin Chuan remained remarkably composed, his gaze deepening. If it is that simple, why waste breath on me? It is merely an opportunity you are offering. I wish to avoid making things too unpleasant. Leave now, apologize to Yin Yin, return to work, and I shall consider these past few days as if nothing ever happened. I'm afraid I cannot comply, came Qin Chuan's unwavering response. You, Mother Lin's emotions flared slightly. You cannot possibly still dream of winning, can you? Qin Chuan, do you dare to wager with me? What wager? If you lose, you must obediently return to the villa tonight to work. You will resume all those tasks you used to do, and you must sign a divorce agreement with Yin Yin, ensuring that you do not interfere with Yin Yin's private meetings with Qi Silu. Qin Chuan let out a laugh born of frustration. So you mean to say I must do household chores and remain silent while being cuckolded? Surely, no one in this world is as shameless as you. Just as Mother Lin's expression soured, Qin Chuan swiftly interjected, but I accept your wager. What if I win? Mother Lin gritted her teeth, glaring at Qin Chuan. What do you want? I want you to apologize to me in front of Lin Xuan, acknowledging that you wronged me in the past and did not treat me well. Very well, it is a deal. Mother Lin seethed through gritted teeth, her anger nearly spilling from her eyes, with an air of arrogance. She turned away and rejoined the other ladies. At that moment, the principal, Director Zhang, and a teacher responsible for scoring arrived at the scene. The staff set up a movable whiteboard. Director Zhang addressed everyone, explaining the scoring rules. Dear parents and children, you each hold a white magnetic card. You may write a score between 0 and 5 for these two paintings. Please score orderly and then affix your scores to the whiteboard. Our scoring teacher will tally them on site. As Director Zhang's voice faded. Qin Chuan's mother-in-law was the first to score, giving a mere 1 point before placing it on the board. Director Zhang's expression faltered momentarily, but she quickly recognized that the old woman before her was Qin Siqing's grandmother. The low score likely stemmed from familial discord. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live stream began to voice their displeasure on behalf of Qin Chuan. This old woman is being deliberately spiteful, isn't she? Indeed, no matter how one looks at it, the host's painting cannot possibly be worth just 1 point. I wish I could give it a score of 50. Absolutely, the host's artwork is far more sincere and artistic than the wall murals of other kindergartens. After Mother Lin's scoring, her usual circle of acquaintances also assigned low scores of 1. Within moments, 5 1-point scores marred the whiteboard. It was truly shocking. Mother Lin cast a taunting glance at Qin Chuan, her gaze seemingly asking, "What now?" It's not too late to concede. Qin Chuan remained calm, his expression betraying no anxiety. Qin Yu glanced up at Qin Chuan, her eyes filled with concern. Noticing her gaze, Qin Chuan responded tenderly, "It's all right, yeah. Remember, in your life, you will encounter many situations like this. But until the final moment, never doubt yourself." Qin Yu nodded, partially understanding. "All right, now stand tall and keep your chest out. Do not let those who wish to harm you look down upon you." Qin Yu obediently took a deep breath, puffing out her chest. Observing her small figure, Qin Chuan felt an even deeper affection for her. Soon after, several other matrons scored 2 points. Director Zhang, feeling anxious, interjected, "Do the parents feel that there is something lacking in the paintings? Or that the imagery is unsuitable for children?" The principal shot her a glance, prompting Director Zhang to lower her head, reluctantly falling silent. At this point, others continued to assign low scores. The principal wrote a score of 5 on her magnetic card, affixed it to the whiteboard, and smiled at the parents. "Please do not hesitate. Follow your heart in making your choice. This merely represents my personal opinion." At that moment, the first 5 appeared on the whiteboard. It was a score from such a significant figure as the principal. The parents began to show signs of hesitation. What should we do? Are we to heed the principal or the grandmother of Qin Siqing? Needless to say, our children study here. We certainly cannot offend the principal. At that moment, the parents whispered among themselves, each reluctant to be the next to score. Meanwhile, Director Zhang felt a surge of excitement. She had not anticipated the principal would take the lead in scoring. Was this truly the same principal, known for being so difficult and stringent? The principal, who typically held such high standards, had given Qin Chuan a score of 5. How remarkable! Encouraged, Director Zhang also wrote a score of 5 and slapped it onto the whiteboard. Qin Chuan nodded gratefully toward the principal and Director Zhang. The principal acknowledged him with a cool nod, while Director Zhang internally fluttered with excitement. At this moment, a wealthy matron with business ties to the Lin family wrote a score of 2 and affixed it to the whiteboard. Another lady followed suit, also scoring a 2. The live stream viewers were collectively holding their breath for Qin Chuan. Is there truly no one to save the host? Not even the principal and director. My heart aches for the host. While aesthetic tastes vary, surely these 2 murals are worth at least 4 points. Indeed, those scoring 1 and 2 are clearly acting maliciously. What can be done? If this continues, the host is destined to lose. Losing means no final payment. I'm furious. I wish I could rush to the scene and score myself. At this moment, Lon Wayne, in front of the live stream camera, was also anxiously pacing. What could she do to assist her senior brother? The viewers were equally tense, praying online. May a kind-hearted deity pass by and help the host. It's truly unbearable to watch the host lose. Chapter 27. Qin Chuan, the most exceptional genius painter of the Academy in 50 years. As soon as the 2 parents who had assigned low scores departed, their children voiced their discontent. Grandma, do you even know how to score? Exactly, Mom. Do you understand it all? The grandmother and mother being addressed felt slightly put off. However, the children's thoughts were innocent and they grew increasingly agitated. Uncle's painting is so beautiful. Why did you give it only 2 points? Mom, are you deliberately targeting Uncle? Mom, do you really think it's unattractive? Didn't you always teach me to be honest? The mother paused in her tracks. Suddenly angry as she glared at Qin Siqing's grandmother, I refuse. Why should I heed your words? You are merely decades older than us. Why should we be at your beck and call? We didn't oppose you before out of respect for your age. But now, to make us the villains in front of the children, I've thought it through. I cannot agree to help you. I must be a role model in my child's eyes. Having said that, the mother revised her score, changing it from 2 to 5. Her daughter erupted into applause, jumping with joy. Oh, how wonderful. Mother is truly remarkable. She has bravely resisted the threats of the old witch, showcasing her incredible strength. The parent, touched by her daughter's praise, couldn't help but beam with delight. Meanwhile, Lin's mother, exposed for seeking to lower scores, exhibited a fluctuating complexion, clearly distressed. That moment, the mother of the little boy who had damaged Qin Chuan's painting approached and assigned a score of 5. She gestured a thumbs up to her child, who was visibly uplifted by the encouragement. Soon, several parents resolved to disregard Lin's mother's influence. After all, the Lin family is merely a modest one, yet they fancied themselves a prominent clan. Indeed, simply due to her age, they showed her some courtesy, and she truly took herself too seriously. When it comes to capital, what does she even have? Precisely. One by one, the crowd began to assign Qin Chuan a score of 5. Before long, the 5s on the whiteboard became conspicuous, rendering the earlier 1s and 2s almost trivial. That moment, Lin Shuiyan and a female parent arrived late. Lin Shuiyan immediately noticed her mother's sullen expression and, perplexed, gazed at the whiteboard. Before she could utter a word, the accompanying mother spoke up, exclaiming how audacious the colors and combinations were. This parent was a professor at an art academy, and she rushed forward, astonished to witness such bold and distinctive color schemes in a kindergarten setting. The lines and brushstrokes were exceptional. The strokes were steady at the beginning and decisive at the end, revealing the artist's unwavering inner conviction while creating. This was not the work of an ordinary industrial painter, but certainly that of a professional artist. The excited mother approached the principal. I wonder if the principal could introduce me to this artist. Such brushwork, such color schemes. I have only seen them in a genius student from our academy 5 years ago. I am absolutely thrilled and wish to meet this artist to invite her to lecture for our students. Professor O, you are too kind and I am not yet qualified to teach the younger students. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Olan froze momentarily, unable to believe her eyes as she turned to Qin Chuan. It's really you, Qin Chuan from the class of 2019. A genius artist who has not been seen in our academy for 50 years. Olan, enraged, playfully struck Qin Chuan's arm, her eyes misty. Where have you been all these years? I have dreamt of seeing your award-winning news in international publications. Yet year after year, I have been met with disappointment. The art world has mentioned nothing of you. Everyone who knew you said you had abandoned painting and sculpture. Qin Chuan, you are driving me to madness. Olan, a young and vibrant mother, was merely 3 years older than Qin Chuan and was once his senior. Now the academy's youngest professor, at this moment, she was both crying and playfully smacking Qin Chuan's arm, feeling somewhat embarrassed once she regained her composure. She shot Qin Chuan an accusatory glance. "It's all your fault. You made me lose my composure. My apologies." Qin Chuan softly admitted his fault. Meanwhile, the live chat was bustling with rapid messages. "Wow, the youngest professor from the Art Academy personally endorsing. Incredible. A genius artist not seen in 50 years. What level of praise is this? Oh my, the charming young man I admire is indeed both handsome and impressive. To give such a remarkable individual a score of 1 or 2 is indeed an insult." Exactly. Did you not hear that previous parent? They were coerced. Indeed, there are underhanded dealings. At this moment, Lin Shuiyan stood in shock, unable to find her voice. Is Qin Chuan truly that remarkable? A genius artist? An exceptional artist not seen in 50 years? Lin Shuiyan suddenly realized she knew nothing about Qin Chuan. This realization was unsettling. She harbored an inkling that Qin Chuan was no longer under her control. As Lan reminisced with Qin Chuan, she suddenly noticed the low scores on the whiteboard, her voice rising sharply. "What is this nonsense? Even if one were blind, they shouldn't score such works a mere one." With that, she shot Qin Chuan another fierce glance. You ought to have worked diligently after graduation rather than languish here, subject to the judgment of amateurs." Qin Chuan, with a calm demeanor, lowered his head. "Professor O is right. It is indeed the student's oversight." Lan was instantly amused, playfully smacking his arm. "You certainly know how to charm me." Lin Shuiyan, observing this scene, felt a chaotic voice within her screaming, "Oh, not touch my husband. Qin Chuan is mine. Oh, Lan, you divorced woman, keep your distance from my husband." Were it not for the fear of being ridiculed, she would have rushed forward to push Lan away. At that moment, Lan, who had given Qin Chuan a score of 6, remained oblivious to Lin Shuiyan's dark thoughts. She boldly wrote down a 6. Director Zhang paused for a moment before explaining. "Professor O? Our highest score is 5. Upon hearing this, Lan raised her chin defiantly and insisted, "But I believe these 2 paintings are worth 6,000 points. I will give him a score of 6. The principal nodded, signaling the scoring teachers to disregard it. Just record 5 points. Soon, after Lan completed her scoring, it was time for the children to give their scores. Except for Qin Siqing, who gave a score of 1. All the other children scored 5. At this moment, a parent, unaware of the underlying dynamics, curiously asked Qin Siqing, "Little one, why did you give just 1 point? Indeed, do you not like these 2 paintings?" Chapter 28. Qin Chuan's mother-in-law faces a resounding slap in the face as the words fell. The other children burst into laughter. The artist is Qin Siqing's father. Qin Siqing, feeling shy, deliberately assigned a low score to her father. Qin Siqing does not like her father. She often tells us that her mother wants to find her a new father. Her new father is very wealthy. One child incited the others, and they all joined in the jesting. They believed this was a classroom setting where speaking up would earn rewards, unaware that such comments left Lin Shuiyan mortified, unable to lift her face. Surrounding onlookers regarded Lin's mother and Lin Shuiyan with peculiar gazes. At that moment, a wealthy lady spoke with a sarcastic tone. "Oh, I see. She looks down on her former son-in-law and aims to climb the social ladder by having us give low scores." Following suit, others chimed in with indignation. "Exactly. Handle your family affairs yourself. Don't drag them into public like this. Divorce is one thing, but is it necessary to belittle others? It's utterly disgusting to suppress others and drag us down with you. Truly, anyone related to her is bound to face misfortune. Indeed, Mr. Qin is quite remarkable. He looks good and is a genius artist. People are simply too greedy. They see something better and want it for themselves." The murmurs of the crowd echoed like invisible slaps in the air, each one striking Lin's mother's face. At this moment, her expression was rigid, her meticulously applied makeup beginning to crack, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Lin Shuiyan, once the belle of the dance department, accustomed to being adored, had never faced such humiliation and shot an angry glance at her own mother. Meanwhile, Lan scrutinized Qin Chuan with a furrowed brow. "Is that truly your daughter?" Qin Chuan gracefully acknowledged it. Lan's frown deepened, casting a scornful glance at Lin Shuiyan. "It is said that daughters are their father's little treasures. How has yours turned out so poorly?" "Ahem. The principal cleared his throat, breaking the tension. Dear parents and friends, thank you very much for your support and assistance with our kindergarten's work. To create a more artistic atmosphere for our children and enhance their aesthetic abilities. We have organized this wall painting scoring event for our parents today. The total score for this event is 3,000 points, and Mr. Chin has received a score of 2,950 points. Congratulations to Mr. Chin for the successful acceptance of his project, and heartfelt thanks for bringing such splendid artwork to our kindergarten. The principal led the applause, Director Zhang enthusiastically clapped as well, and Lan joined in with vigor. Soon, the children and parents present were also applauding, leaving only Lin Shuiyan, Lin's mother, and Qin Siqing standing stiffly in place without clapping. Qin Chuan could not suppress a joyful smile as he glanced down at Qin Yu. Isn't that right? One must persevere until the end. Qin Yu nodded vigorously. The father and daughter exchanged smiles. Online viewers began showering gifts in the chat. Oh, the streamer received a score of 6. It turns out someone deliberately tried to lower the score. The ones trying to lower the score are the streamer's ex-wife and ex-mother-in-law. That is quite disgusting. Exactly. Wouldn't it be better to part ways amicably and thrive separately? I simply can't stand that snobbish mother-in-law. To be honest, that child seems to have been poorly raised. Wishing for a new, wealthy father. Could a child even say such a thing? It must have come from the mother or grandmother. That woman seems to be the ballet goddess Lin Shuiyan. That's her. Our family and Lin Shuiyan's family live in the same villa community. I've indeed heard rumors that she has unresolved issues with her ex-boyfriend, and now Qin Chuan has moved out, so they must be separated, though they haven't finalized the divorce. Seeing the comments from netizens, Lan Wayne was fuming, pacing back and forth in the office. The Lin family is so domineering. How could they not be satisfied with having a son-in-law like Senior Qin? Divorce is one thing. My Senior Qin deserves better. However, the premise is that one should not torment others in such a manner. Each time Lan Wayne speaks, a reward is given. The livestream displays. Zhu Yuan you run, sent a heart. Zhu Yuan you run, sent a rocket. Zhu Yuan you run, sent an island. Zhu Yuan you run, sent a villa. Zhu Yuan you run, sent a castle. When Lan Wayne wishes to send more, it shows insufficient balance. Zhu. At this moment, the youngest professor at the Academy of Fine Arts. Lan takes the initiative to invite Qin Chuan to dinner. Sorry, Professor O. I have some personal matters to attend to. Another time, I will treat you to a meal. Lan eyes him with suspicion. You aren't trying to brush me off? Are you? Qin Chuan, I genuinely want to understand your future career plans on the path of art. You should know that I can assist you. I have numerous resources at my disposal. No, Professor O. I truly have matters to attend to. I have an appointment with Shuiyan to discuss the divorce agreement. Lan's expression falters for a moment before she recovers. Then you should take care of your family matters first, Qin Chuan. From the perspective of someone who has been through it, indecision only leads to chaos. Such matters should not be prolonged, as they are detrimental to both parties. Thank you, Professor. I understand. Lan takes out her phone, opens the WeChat QR code, and commands, then add me, so we can exchange contact information. All right. Qin Chuan also opens the WeChat app and promptly adds Lan. Lan glares at him. Remember to keep in touch. Certainly, Professor OU. At this moment, Lin Shuiyan, who had been observing the exchange, can no longer contain herself and rushes over. Qin Chuan, what are you doing? Qin Chuan, reprimanded, instinctively furrows his brow. I'm adding Professor O on WeChat. I won't allow it. Qin Chuan, how could you add another woman's WeChat in front of me? Don't forget, we are not yet divorced. Qin Chuan apologetically glances at Lan, then turns to Lin Shuiyan. Professor O is my teacher. There is nothing inappropriate about adding a teacher's contact. Lin Shuiyan, don't be so double standard. Your phone not only has Qi Silin's contact, but you also chat with him frequently. Do you truly think I am unaware? Whenever I fail to meet your expectations, you immediately pull out your phone to speak with Qi Silin. When your father discovered nodules, or when our housekeeper's grandson was born, or when you were in a bad mood, you would always talk to Qi Silin. Lin Shuiyan's expression instantly turns cold. Qin Chuan, you were spying on my chat records. You are overthinking it. I did not. It's just that every time you chat with Qi Silin, you do not hide it from me. Their voices raised in dispute attract the attention of several onlookers. Feeling embarrassed, Lin Shuiyan says to Qin Chuan, I booked a private room. Let's go over there to talk now. All right. Qin Chuan responds decisively. Chapter 29. Discussing the divorce agreement. Lin Shuiyan's face turns pale. Qin Chuan called Qin Yang early in the morning. At this moment, Qin Yang's car has arrived outside the kindergarten. Qin Chuan takes Qin Yu's hand and hands the child over to Qin Yang. Shuiyan and I need to discuss the divorce agreement, so it's inconvenient to bring Yair along. Please take her to the mall for something to eat. As he speaks, Qin Chuan gently pats Qin Yu's head, reassuring her, Daddy will take you home once he finishes his matters. Qin Yu nods and then holds onto Qin Yang's sleeve. Qin Chuan then gets into his small pickup truck and drives to the large shopping mall across the street. Entering the private room that Lin's mother had reserved in advance, he settles down. Lin's mother, Lin Shuizhen, and Lin Shuiyan arrive. Qin Chuan frowns, clearly reluctant to see so many people. The divorce is a matter solely between him and Lin Shuiyan, and there is no need for his mother-in-law and sister-in-law to be involved. Lin Shuizhen notices Qin Chuan's expression and smiles. Of course, you wouldn't want us here. If we didn't come, you would bully my sister. Qin Chuan, with great decorum, stands up to pour tea for the three women opposite him, helplessly stating, In 5 years of marriage, have you ever seen me bully Shuiyan? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuizhen is momentarily at a loss for words, stammering for a moment before saying, Then what have you been doing these past few days? That is bullying. You make my sister unhappy, and that is bullying. If what you refer to as bullying is merely non-compliance, then I have nothing more to say. Qin Chuan calmly pours himself a cup of pu'er tea, elegantly raising it to savor. His every action reflects the cultivation he received from the Meng family, rivaling that of any noble youth from high society. Originally, upon graduation, Meng's father intended to groom him as a successor. However, when Meng's mother suddenly learned that the child had been switched, she discreetly had a DNA test conducted, which unveiled his identity as a false young master, resulting in his expulsion from the Meng family. Otherwise, Qin Chuan would undoubtedly be an enviable figure in high society today. Regrettably, many things lack a what-if. Observing Qin Chuan's composed and graceful demeanor, Lin Shuizhen, infuriated, stands up, but ultimately, it is Lin Shuiyan who pulls her down, convincing her to sit. Qin Chuan has no intention of beating around the bush and states plainly, Shuiyan, let us discuss the divorce agreement. As long as it falls within my capacity, I will agree to it. After we part ways, we will still be Cheng Cheng's father and mother, relatives. I do not wish for the divorce to become a source of animosity. Lin Shuiyan is momentarily taken aback, asking, Qin Chuan, do you truly want to divorce me? Her expression is unmistakably one of disbelief. Qin Chuan smiles helplessly. I have clearly expressed my intentions these past few days. It is you who do not believe me. How could you possibly want a divorce from me? Lin Shuiyan feels as if a heavy pot has struck her forehead, leaving her head and eardrums ringing. I am the campus belle, a ballet goddess. What more could you possibly want after marrying me? Qin Chuan, please, I am the principal dancer. Which principal dancer would bear a child for you at the peak of her career? Hearing these familiar words, Qin Chuan feels utterly exhausted. Shuiyan, I acknowledge your excellence, but this current marital life is not what I desire. Then what do you want? Are you hoping to marry Olan? Lin Shuiyan's voice rises a notch. It has nothing to do with others. Qin Chuan calmly corrects her. Shuiyan, I would very much like to take all the responsibility upon myself, but I find it impossible to do so. Shuiyan, have you not contributed to our marriage reaching this point? What responsibility do I bear? Lin Shuiyan feels as though she has been pricked. I work diligently every day outside to improve the quality of life for this family. What fault do I have? Qin Chuan's eyes betray a hint of disappointment. Shuiyan, I am a man, once your husband. I possess my own dignity and pride. Yet have you ever given me the respect I deserve as a man and husband? Had I known that loving you and joining your family would require sacrificing my dignity and shattering my pride, I would never have agreed to marry you. You all remain lofty, and I receive no respect whatsoever. I am truly sorry, but I can no longer endure this. Shuiyan, let us divorce. Lin Shuiyan wishes to say more, but Lin's mother interjects. Very well, you wish to divorce. Let us directly discuss the divorce agreement. I have been waiting for you to say that, Mom. Lin Shuiyan frowns at her mother. Lin's mother asserts, Be silent. Lin Shuiyan attempts to speak again, but Lin Shuizhen tugs at her arm and whispers, Hold your tongue for now and see what Mom has to say. She will not harm you. Only then does Lin Shuiyan fall silent. Lin's mother produces a draft of the agreement and, donning her reading glasses, begins to read. First clause, upon signing the divorce agreement, you must immediately go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. Qin Chuan nods. I completely agree with this. At this moment, Lin Shuiyan's face pales, revealing her distress. Following that, Lin's mother continues to read the divorce agreement. Second clause. You shall not possess any of the Lin family's assets, including real estate and shares. You must leave with nothing. Third clause. You shall not possess any of the assets under my daughter's name, including her car, jewelry, or any shares from the dance troupe. Fourth clause. Following the divorce, due to the dance troupe's ongoing application for listing, to avoid any unnecessary impact, you cannot publicly disclose the fact of your divorce. Therefore, you must return to the Lin family home, continue with household duties, and publicly present the facade of being a family, even attending some public events with Shuiyan if necessary. Fifth clause. You cannot interfere with Shuiyan's relationship with Qi Silin and must provide cover for them when needed. For what reason? Qin Chuan, upon hearing this demand, is both angered and amused. There is no end to shamelessness, only greater shamelessness. For what reason? Because you do not have to endure 10 months of pregnancy. Because my Shuiyan nearly lost her life giving birth to your daughter. Qin Chuan's shoulders slump in defeat. Lin Shuiyan indeed faced severe complications during childbirth, nearly losing her life. After leaving the delivery room, she was immediately transferred to the ICU, where she remained for a lengthy half-month. Qin Chuan is well aware of the suffering Lin Shuiyan endured, which is why he has since treated her with utmost care. He has tolerated some unreasonable demands, as long as they were not excessively outrageous. He reassured himself that Lin Shuiyan's family was not kind to him, yet Shuiyan nearly sacrificed her life to bear him a child. However, now he finds it increasingly difficult to maintain such self-deception. If repaying this kindness requires sacrificing his dignity for a lifetime, then the cost is far too great. Suddenly, Qin Chuan raises his gaze to Lin Shuiyan. You cannot have it both ways. Lin Shuiyan's heart jolts, as if a certain greed has been exposed by Qin Chuan, leaving her feeling guilty. Qin Chuan mockingly glanced at his mother-in-law and asked, Have you ever inquired about Qi Silin's feelings? Have you shown him any respect? Does he wish to be the hidden third party? Is this fair to him? Qin Chuan firmly believed that no man would willingly accept such an absurd arrangement, if he had even a modicum of dignity and genuinely loved the woman. He could not agree to it. Suddenly, Lin's mother chuckled. Do you think everyone is as selfish as you? Qi Silin would undoubtedly say he is willing to sacrifice everything for Yin Yan. He doesn't care when it will be made public. To emphasize her point, she dialed Qi Silin's number in front of Qin Chuan and pressed the speaker button. Chapter 30. Absurd. Qi Silin willingly embraces a polyamorous relationship for love. The call connected. Hello, Yin Yan's mom. Qi Silin's gentle voice came through. Lin's mother felt her mood lift slightly at how he addressed her. She shot a glance at Qin Chuan. Look at others, and then at yourself, Silin. Auntie is discussing a divorce agreement with Qin Chuan. There are 2 clauses he finds unsatisfactory. I'll read them to you, and see if you have any objections. Lin's mother recited the 2 clauses related to Qi Silin. After finishing, she asked, What do you think? As her words hung in the air, the tension in the room escalated. The silence was palpable, only broken by their breaths. After a brief pause, Qi Silin's voice came through, Auntie, I have no objections. You have written this for Yin Yan's sake. I am willing to sacrifice everything for her. I don't care when it will be made public. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother beamed with satisfaction, while Qin Chuan was left utterly speechless. He could hardly believe that any man would willingly do such a thing, especially someone of Qi Silin's stature. Perhaps he truly adored Lin Shuiyan. Lin Shuiyan, hearing this, feigned indifference while feeling a pang of discomfort. She wasn't unattractive herself. Although she could not quite compete with her sister, why did all these men seem to be infatuated with her? Meanwhile, Lin Shuiyan felt a peculiar sense of vindication. As if reclaiming a victory in front of Qin Chuan, she yearned to say, See, your wife is still quite desirable. Naturally, she believed Qi Silin must love her. Even if they could not be together, he must hold her in his heart. Even if one day he married someone else, she must remain his first love. After all, she was the ballet goddess, Lin Shuiyan. These men should be utterly captivated by her brilliance and excellence. All right, Silin, let's leave it at that for now. Auntie will hang up. With that, Lin's mother ended the call. Qin Chuan sarcastically raised an eyebrow. After 5 years of living together, had his mother-in-law ever spoken to him in such a gentle manner? Often, when she needed something, she would merely call without even addressing him by name, simply stating her demands before hanging up. Reflecting on this, Qin Chuan's resolve to divorce strengthened. No matter how great Qi Silin might be, he, Qin Chuan, was not. He could accept leaving with nothing, but he would not return to the Lin family nor take on household chores, nor would he serve as their cover. Hey, I do not appreciate that remark. Lin's mother straightened up, tapping the table. If you refuse to return to our Lin family, does that imply you want to continue working outside, bringing shame upon yourself and tarnishing Yinyan's reputation? Rubbing her forehead, she pressed her hand to her chest. Oh dear, I felt utterly humiliated just now. I don't know where to hide my old face at that moment. The door to the private room swung open with a creak. Qinyang entered with a lawyer, sporting a floral shirt and chewing on a lollipop, exuding a carefree demeanor. Upon seeing him, Lin's mother frowned. What brings you here? I'm here with a lawyer to help my brother. I can't let anyone bully him, Qinyang declared, pointing at Qin Chuan with the lollipop before popping it back into his mouth. Rest assured, Yeya is being looked after by my female secretary. Everything is fine. The priority now is dealing with this old witch. How can I let 3 women bully a single man? Some things you can't say due to your status. Allow me to speak on your behalf. With that, he pulled out a chair next to Qin Chuan and plopped down. Hey, old witch, what did you just say? Humiliated to the point of wanting to die? Then go ahead and die. If you're so fragile, just go. Why should my brother resign from his job? How long do you intend to hold him back? They say women can afford to waste 5 or 8 years. Does that mean a man's time is worthless? Does a man get to live forever without dying? As if a man's youth isn't precious. As he spoke, Qinyang snapped his fingers, prompting the lawyer to place 2 copies of the divorce agreement on the table. This has all been drafted according to my brother's wishes. He leaves with nothing, looking down on your Lin family's assets. It's all clearly stated. He doesn't want any of your worthless real estate or shares. As for alimony, the typical court ruling is around 800 to 1500 yuan. My brother has decided to provide 2,500 yuan monthly for Qin Chuan's upbringing. Take a look and see if there are any issues. If not, just sign it. Lin Shuezhen scoffed upon hearing 2,500.2500 isn't even enough to cover a month's kindergarten fees for Chengqing. If she goes to an international school in the future, it'll be even more expensive. Is 2,500 enough to scrape by? Qinyang chuckled, pulling out the lollipop and gazing steadily at Lin Shuezhen. No wonder you're not married. Who would want someone so bitter and sharp-tongued? Alimony is based on the average living standards of our city. Since the court has determined that one party should provide roughly 1,000 yuan to the other in case of divorce, it means this amount is sufficient for survival. Any more would naturally have no upper limit. My brother doesn't necessarily have to enroll his daughter in an international kindergarten. Given his current unstable job, providing 2,500 yuan is already generous. You should ask around locally if 2,500 is enough for a child's monthly expenses. As for whether you want to send her to an international kindergarten or abroad, that is your own choice and has nothing to do with my brother. After all, a mother also has the obligation to support a minor. Moreover, our sister Xueyin is so outstanding. I dare say she could support 10 children without issue. Qinyang's words left everyone present speechless. Lin's mother flipped through the agreement and realized Qin Chuan had indeed asked for nothing from the Lin family. However, it was unacceptable. Qin Chuan still had to pretend to be a couple with Yin Yan, help with household chores, and cover for Qi Silin. After all, this was a crucial stage for Yin Yan's dance troupe to go public. Qinyang chuckled, coughing lightly. I knew your Lin family was shameless, but I didn't realize your mother was this shameless. You're divorced, yet you still expect him to cater to you? Have you lost your mind? Even hiring a maid costs money. Why should my brother be treated like a servant? And to cover for your sister's affair, do you really think he is a gigolo? Don't speak so harshly. Qi Silin has agreed. He is bearing humiliation for the sake of our Yin Yan. Why can't Qin Chuan do the same? Not agreeing is selfish. Then let me be selfish, Xueyin. I refuse this unreasonable demand. With that, he swiftly signed his name on the divorce agreement without a hint of hesitation. With quick strokes, he signed both copies and slid one towards Lin Shueyin. Yes, she opened her mouth to respond. Qinyang interjected, Sister-in-law, you wouldn't be harboring feelings for my brother and hesitating to sign, would you? Ah? Our esteemed goddess wouldn't suddenly realize she loves my brother, would she? Chapter 31. Signed. The divorce agreement is signed. As Qinyang's voice fell, Lin Shuezhen was the first to bang the table. How is this possible? Her expression clearly conveyed her disbelief. How could someone as ethereal as her sister be interested in such a mere mortal? She pointed at the divorce agreement, signed. Show him. Exactly. My sister Shuiyin never accused you of forcing her. That was her kindness and mercy. Had it not been for the child, she would never have married you. Lin's mother chimed in, nudging her daughter's shoulder. Sign. Don't let anyone look down on you. Lin's mother and Lin Shuizhen, spurred on by Qin Yang's provocations, were incensed. Their primary concern was to save face. Completely forgetting their intention to coerce Qin Chuan into returning to do household chores, that moment, Lin Shuiyin instinctively felt reluctant to sign. However, with the atmosphere escalating to such a degree, especially after witnessing Qin Chuan sign so decisively, her anger reached a boiling point, and she swiftly picked up the pen, signing her name. Okay, that's done. I'll take my copy. Qin Yang collected one of the divorce agreements, rising leisurely. Now, let us strike while the iron is hot and head to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to finalize the paperwork. Whoever doesn't go is a little dog. How about that? Let us go. Our Yin is afraid of you, Lin Shuizhen challenged, banging the table at Qin Yang. Qin Chuan glanced at Lin Shuiyin. Then we'll meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow at 9. Additionally, I will visit Chengqing once a week if she doesn't wish to see me. So be it. If you ever have matters that prevent you from caring for Chengqing, feel free to contact me. That's my responsibility. With that, Qin Chuan stood up, turning his indifferent gaze toward his mother-in-law. This afternoon, during the wall assessment, I won. You should apologize to me now, shouldn't you? You once stated that if I were to emerge victorious, you would apologize to me in front of Shuiyin, acknowledging the disrespect and mistreatment I endured in the past. When did I ever say that? Lin Mu's face flushed deeper, her hand trembling as she held the teacup. You are speaking nonsense. When did I wager with you? Qin Chuan scoffed dismissively, looking down on his former mother-in-law. Qin Yang grinned widely, saying, Oh, you claim you didn't bet with my brother? Lin Mu pressed her chest forward defiantly, retorting, I never said that. Very well. Qin Yang's mischievous eyes sparkled. Then swear. Vow that you didn't place a bet with my brother. If you did, may you be struck by a car the moment you step outside. Lin Mu's complexion turned pale, her words faltering. Why should I swear? I'm not as childish as you. All right, then I'll swear for you. Qin Yang removed the lollipop from his mouth, raising 3 fingers to take an oath. By heaven and earth, I, Qin Yang, hereby swear on behalf of Wang Meifan that if she indeed wagered with Qin Chuan, may she be struck by a car upon exiting. Before he could finish, Lin Mu erupted in anger, exclaiming, Pooh pooh pooh. Qin Yang merely smirked disdainfully as he wrapped his arm around Qin Chuan's shoulder, leaving the private room. Once outside, Qin Yang inquired, Brother, what do you think? Was I effective? Qin Chuan nodded with a smile. How could he not understand Qin Yang's provoking tactics? Without Qin Yang, this divorce agreement likely would not have been signed so swiftly. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I cannot tolerate that old witch and her accomplice bullying you. Your excessive respect for them is why you feel reluctant to confront them. I have no such qualms. They are of no concern to me. And I will confront them if I wish. Very well, Qin Chuan acquiesced. Sometimes, dealing with unruly women indeed requires someone like Qin Yang. His temperament simply does not allow him to speak so boldly. A reflection of the upbringing instilled by his father, Meng. Meng had always taught him that there are no eternal enemies in business, and one should leave some grace in conversation, avoiding complete annihilation as a means for long-term survival. Furthermore, Meng's cultured demeanor rarely led to confrontations, serving as his idol. Thus, Qin Chuan unconsciously mimicked his behavior, resulting in his current inability to speak harshly to the Lin family. However, this is something he must amend. Qin Chuan and Qin Yang arrived at the children's amusement park within the mall. Qin Yang's secretary brought Qin Yu out, and Qin Chuan immediately took her in his arms, asking, Are you happy? Do you like it? Qin Yu nodded. Would you like some ice cream? Daddy can buy you a McDonald's ice cream. Qin Yu's eyes brightened with excitement. Can I? Yes, Qin Chuan affirmed. At that moment, Qin Xiqing, who was also at the amusement park, glared intensely at the scene before her, feeling an unprecedented rage build within her. She rushed forward, pointing at Qin Chuan, declaring, You are not allowed to buy her ice cream. Qin Chuan's lips parted, about to ask Qin Xiqing if she would like to join them for ice cream. When he heard her agitated voice, I command you, do not buy her ice cream. If you are to buy, you can only buy for me now, immediately, go buy it for me. Her loud and domineering tone drew the attention of the adults present, who began to whisper and point. Qin Chuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, she was his biological daughter. Even if they were to divorce, it was difficult to view her as a stranger. Seeing others express disdain towards his daughter made him feel uncomfortable and pained. He squatted down to meet Qin Siqing's gaze, patiently and gently explaining, "Chengcheng, when you wish for someone to do something for you, try communicating with him respectfully rather than issuing commands. Not everyone in this world will indulge you. If you communicate well with Daddy, I will buy it for you." "All right." Before he could finish, Lin Mu's mocking laughter echoed from behind. She approached, shoving Qin Chuan's shoulder forcefully. "Not everyone is as heartless as you, the biological father. Buying ice cream for a child, picked up off the street while neglecting your own daughter. My granddaughter was born into a family like ours. What's wrong with being spoiled? Do you believe that the moment she speaks, Qi Silin would immediately present her with ice cream?" Qin Siqing chimed in, hands on her hips. "Exactly." Qin Chuan shook his head in disappointment, standing to face Lin Shuiyin. "Do you truly believe there is nothing wrong with your daughter behaving this way?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyin exploded. "Qin Chuan, it is you who wants a divorce from me, and it is you who neglects your daughter. You buy ice cream for this illegitimate child while denying it to your own daughter, and you think you have a leg to stand on?" As her words echoed, Qin Yang quickly covered Qin Yu's ears, saying, "Don't listen to her. You are not an illegitimate child." Qin Chuan merely shook his head in disappointment. Lin Shuiyin assumed his silence was due to guilt and pushed his shoulder again. "Speak up. Have you gone mute?" Just as she attempted to shove Qin Chuan's shoulder once more, he seized her slender wrist with a firm grip, his gaze dark and penetrating. "Did I ever say I wouldn't buy for Chengqing? I am teaching her how to respect others and communicate properly. You clearly heard what your mother said. You did not stop her and instead turned the blame on me. Perhaps I have been too lenient with you all in the past." With that, Qin Chuan unleashed his full presence, shaking off Lin Shuiyin's hand. She was taken aback, unable to regain her composure. She had never seen Qin Chuan this fierce. "Do you still think there is nothing wrong with Chengqing's character and manners?" Qin Chuan pressed. Lin Shuiyin answered defiantly, "Yes, very well, then I have nothing more to say. Shuiyin, you had better not face the consequences one day." With that parting remark, Qin Chuan turned to leave with Qin Yu. Qin Yang smirked. "When your little princess one day speaks to you like this, you will understand." Qin Siqing huffed, "I would never speak to mommy that way." Qin Yang said nothing further and quickened his pace to catch up with Qin Chuan. The two bought ice cream for Qin Yu, each grabbing one for themselves as well. The trio strolled towards the parking lot, each holding an ice cream cone. The moonlight spilled onto the ground, casting elongated shadows. Qin Yu felt this was the most beautiful scene she had ever witnessed in her life. After finishing their ice cream, Qin Yang was summoned back home, reportedly for an arranged marriage. Qin Chuan then took Qin Yu back to their rental apartment. As soon as they stepped into the small courtyard, a drenched woman burst in unexpectedly. Chapter 32. Whose good person is dressed like this? Wet and tempting. Startled by the sudden intrusion of the woman into the courtyard, both Qin Chuan and Qin Yu were taken aback. The woman was clad in a casual hoodie and long pants. Her entire body soaked, her hair damp and disheveled, her head bowed, obscuring her features. Perhaps she felt embarrassed and didn't want anyone to see her face. "Hello, I just moved in next door. Could you please help me? I have a burst pipe over there." Lan Wayne covered her face with her hands, too ashamed to look at Qin Chuan, thinking to herself, "Oh no, I'm so embarrassed. Wet and tempting is not this kind of temptation. Which good person dresses in floral pants and a loose hoodie to entice others?" Lan Wayne felt she might just die from embarrassment. "All right, I'll get my toolbox." Qin Chuan decided to help the young girl, considering it was tough for her to manage alone. He instructed Qin Yu to go inside and rest while he grabbed his toolbox and followed Lan Wayne next door. The adjacent small house was a story shorter than his, yet the layout was quite similar in this village. Most houses were built in a similar fashion. Upon entering the living room, they were greeted by a sight of water everywhere, accompanied by the sound of the faucet hissing as water spewed forth. Lan Wayne, her hair shielding her face, pointed towards the kitchen and said, "It's over there." "All right, let me see how to handle it. You should go change your clothes. Be careful not to catch a cold." Qin Chuan responded gently, displaying his gentlemanly manners without glancing at her disheveled state. "Thank you, I really appreciate it." With that, Lan Wayne dashed upstairs to change. When she came down again, Qin Chuan was met with the sight of a girl with an excessively cute, doll-like face approaching him. Her long, smooth hair cascaded down to her waist, and she wore a fitted apricot-colored long-sleeve knit top paired with a plaid miniskirt, exuding vitality. Qin Chuan guessed she must be a freshman at a university. Everything is fine now. The faucet was simply old. I happen to be renovating my house and have a few spare faucets. I'll help you replace it, Qin Chuan explained. Thank you so much. When Lan Weiyin met Qin Chuan's gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly, her expression a bit awkward. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she hurriedly took out her phone. How much is the faucet? I'll transfer you the money. Qin Chuan paused for a moment, but did not hesitate to pull up the shopping receipt on his phone. I bought this faucet at the wholesale market. It costs 120 yuan. All right, then I'll add you on WeChat. After quickly adding Qin Chuan on WeChat, Lan Weiyin transferred the money and then asked, what should I call you? My WeChat name is my real name, Qin Chuan replied, putting away his phone as he walked outside. Lan Weiyin followed him, expressing her gratitude. Mr. Qin, I truly appreciate your help. I just moved here and wasn't prepared for anything. I'm so grateful to have you. Qin Chuan glanced at her. There's no need to be so formal. We are neighbors. You can just call me Chuan Gu, like my friends do. All right, Chuan Gu, I'm Lan Weiyin. My friends call me Ini and as she spoke. Lan Weiyin enthusiastically extended her hand towards Qin Chuan. He politely shook her hand. Hello, Weiyin. He refrained from calling her Ini, as the familiarity of that term felt too intimate for their current relationship. Lan Weiyin's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. As astute as she was, how could she not fathom the thoughts swirling in Qin Chuan's mind? Yet, ultimately, she had overstepped her bounds, mistakenly believing he would affectionately call her name like an elder brother. Aware of the delicate sensibilities of young women, Qin Chuan swiftly diverted the conversation to alleviate her embarrassment. By the way, how is it that a girl like you ends up renting a place so far away? Aren't you concerned about safety, girl? Lan Weiyin paused momentarily, her expression taken aback as she accompanied Qin Chuan towards his small courtyard. I graduated from CADA 4 years ago. You've been working for 4 years? This time, it was Qin Chuan who was taken aback, incredulously examining her youthful visage, brimming with collagen. Lan Weiyin, slightly bashful, touched her cheek and asked, What do you think? Can this face still deceive anyone? Qin Chuan nodded, the conversation flowing more freely now. Did you say you attended CADA? Yes, she replied, purposely divulging this information. I graduated from the CADA Academy of Fine Arts. I take it you are from the main campus then? Yes, that is correct. So, you could consider me your senior? Qin Chuan smiled lightly. I suppose so. All right then, I shall call you Senior Qin from now on. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived at the entrance of his small courtyard. It is not customary for a lady to see me home, he chuckled. Lan Weiyin waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. It's just a short walk. In any case, Senior Qin, thank you for this evening. I shall take my leave now. With that, she sprinted back to her rental apartment, a distance of merely 20 meters. Once inside her room, she threw herself onto her bed, burying her face in the quilt, and began to roll around in excitement. I finally added Senior Qin on WeChat. Recalling their earlier interaction, her lips curled into a smile. Senior Qin was as gentle as ever. The moment she heard his soft voice, her heart raced uncontrollably. Zhu often remarked on her aloof demeanor, but in the presence of Senior Qin, she found it impossible to maintain her composure, transforming instead into a giddy young woman. Oh, how blissful it felt to converse with Senior Qin. It was pure sweetness. Lan Weiyin lifted the hand that had just shaken hands with Senior Qin, kissing the palm tenderly, her heart swelling with joy akin to sweet candied yams. She rolled around a few more times until her phone rang. Upon answering, she heard the voice of the bar owner. Weiyin, I'm feeling down though. What's wrong? Lan Weiyin flipped over, feigning concern. The apartment I had my eye on was rented out. I don't even know which scoundrel snatched it from under me. Can you believe it? I offered 10 times the price, and the renter still refused. Is that person insane? Why would they turn down money? Lan Weiyin swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of guilt. Perhaps they really needed the apartment for work? Ugh, it drives me mad. I haven't been so smitten with a man in ages. Now that I want to get closer to him, I have no way to do so. I'm about to lose my mind. Hurry and come to my bar. Let us drink. Ai's words faded. Thunder rumbled outside. Suddenly, Wei perked up. Wait, Weiyin, don't come. I have a plan. I'm going to find Qin Chuan and seduce him with a wet look. Ha 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 ha. With that, Wei hastily ended the call. Sister, I can't talk now. I'm driving. Tonight, we're having some good meat. Upon hearing this, Lan Wayne sprang up from her bed. Wait, how exactly do you plan to seduce him with a wet look? Elaborate. She dialed AI Wei again, but her calls went unanswered. Leaving her in a panic, she quickly called Zhu Zhu. You have 5 minutes to find out where AI Wei is, Zhu Zhu replied. It seems my cousin doesn't realize I'm off work. And what can you do in 5 minutes? Once you find her, do everything you can to stop her from coming here. I don't care if you blow up her bar or block her car. Just keep her away, within legal limits. Zhu Zhu sighed. Cousin, do you hear yourself? Are you sure any of this is within legal limits? After a pause, Lan Wayne added, Wait, if she wants to seduce Senior Qin, she must be coming this way. Zhu Zhu, quickly prepare some thumbtacks and scatter them on the road at the village entrance. I don't want AI Wei to come, Zhu Zhu groaned. Must I really do this? Is it necessary to resort to such underhanded tactics? With a resigned sigh, Zhu Zhu replied, All right, I understand, and reluctantly got out of bed. Half an hour later, the thumbtacks were laid out, and AI Wei's tires were punctured. Yet, the tenacious AI Wei managed to drive her car to the entrance of Qin Shuan's courtyard. After stepping out, she deliberately got herself wet and knocked on the door with a pitiful demeanor. When Qin Shuan opened the door, he beheld a striking sight. AI Wei, clad in a black leather jacket and shorts, leaning against her crimson sports car. The stark contrast of black and red created a visually striking impact. A thin layer of water glistened on her exposed skin, exuding an unmistakable allure. Meanwhile, hidden on the balcony, Lan Wayne felt a surge of anger, nearly wishing to punish Zhu Zhu for the situation. Qin Shuan blinked, momentarily taken aback by the sight of yet another wet woman that evening. Suppressing his unease, he maintained a gentlemanly demeanor and asked, Miss AI, may I inquire what brings you here? My tire is flat. I happened to end up here and can't move my car, AI Wei said, casting a sultry glance at the tire. As immature man, Qin Shuan was naturally skeptical of such coincidences. Yet he feigned ignorance as he crouched down to inspect the vehicle. Noticing Qin Shuan's lack of attention to her, AI Wei pouted in frustration. You really don't know how to appreciate beauty. After inspecting the tires, Qin Shuan rose. There's only one spare tire, but all 4 tires are punctured. This poses a problem. Upon hearing this, AI Wei's smile widened. How about this? You invite me in for a drink while I wait for my friend to tow my car? Qin Shuan pretended not to notice the implications in AI Wei's eyes and replied evenly, I'm currently reading a picture book to my daughter. If you don't mind the mess inside, you're welcome to come in and rest. The mention of his daughter, AI Wei's expression faltered. How could she have forgotten about Qin Shuan's adopted daughter? Imagining the untidy interior, AI Wei suddenly lost her desire to seduce Qin Shuan that evening. She had high standards. Not only did her partner need to appeal to her visually and physically, but the surrounding environment also had to match her expectations. She required a beautiful setting where she could freely express herself, not a place where she had to worry about disturbing a child. Still hesitating, AI Wei's phone rang. What? Someone's checking on the bar's fire safety? Our bar's fire safety is perfectly fine. They're clearly trying to set us up. Yes, I received the news and wanted to inform you immediately. Where are you? Lan Wayne feigned ignorance. I'm in the western suburbs. AI Wei replied, realizing her earlier outburst had been too loud, so she lowered her voice. All 4 of my tires are punctured. I can't get back. You're in the western suburbs? Perfect timing. Zhu Zhu is also in the western suburbs. I'll have her pick you up on her way. You should hurry back to the bar. All right, I'll send Zhu Zhu my location. After hanging up, AI Wei quickly sent Zhu Zhu her coordinates and turned back to Qin Shuan. I'll leave my car here and have someone tow it tomorrow. I have matters to attend to at the bar. So I must be off. With a regretful glance at Qin Shuan, AI Wei sighed. What a pity I won't be able to have my fill of Tang Sang meat tonight. Soon, Zhu Zhu's car arrived at the location. AI Wei hastily climbed into her vehicle and drove away. After watching AI Wei leave, Qin Shuan returned to the courtyard, closing the door and resuming his reading with Qin Yu. Meanwhile, on the second-floor balcony, Lan Wayne couldn't help but smile slyly. Haha, no one will lay a finger on my Senior Qin. This time, I will not miss my chance with him. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Qin Shuan and Qin Yu set out early. As they left, they encountered Lan Wayne struggling to push a small electric scooter out of the courtyard. Upon seeing him, she cheerfully waved. Senior Qin. Qin Shuan politely nodded in her direction before leading Qin Yu to his small pickup truck and driving away. After Qin Shuan departed, Lon Wayne rode her electric scooter to a densely wooded area, parked it, and then switched to her limited edition, high-spec Cullinan worth $8 million. Zhu Zhu, sitting in the driver's seat, remarked, "Sister, why go through all this trouble? If you really manage to marry your senior Qin, wouldn't he find out about all this eventually? It's better for him to find out later than sooner. What if he thinks I'm trying to trap him into marriage?" Lon Wayne shot Zhu a disapproving look. "You don't understand. Senior Qin has had a failed marriage. He is likely to be wary of wealthy women. If he knew my situation, he would exclude me from his options. Just think about it. If he struggled with someone like Lin Shuiyan, he'd surely keep his distance from someone of my standing. Until I have him wrapped around my finger, my identity must remain a secret. Whoever dares to expose shall lose their head." With that declaration, Lon Wayne stomped her foot in indignation. "It infuriates me. It's all because my father is too wealthy." At that moment, Blue Father, at home, inexplicably sneezed several times. Qin Chuan met up with Qin Yu and Qin Yang at a breakfast shop. After finishing their meal, the trio headed straight for the Civil Affairs Bureau. This time, Qin Chuan arrived 15 minutes early at the entrance of the bureau. To spare Lin Shuan any embarrassment, he instructed Qin Yang to wait with Qin Yu in the car. The autumn rain began to fall gently from the sky, mingling with the yellow leaves that had dropped to the ground. In an instant, the air was imbued with a chill and a sense of desolation. Autumn melancholy has a way of awakening the deepest sorrows within one's heart, and Qin Chuan was no exception. In those brief moments of waiting for Lin Shuiyan, his thoughts inevitably drifted back to the time they first met 5 years ago. Back then, Lin Shuiyan was radiant and sunny, her smile capable of bringing a healing comfort, a stark contrast to her current demeanor. It was on a sunlit afternoon in early autumn that he emerged from the library, only to stumble upon her stretching beneath the cherry blossom tree. Although it was merely a few simple stretches accompanied by a glance and a smile, it left an indelible mark on his heart. From that moment on, he found himself enamored with her, silently observing her every move, attending her performances, and orchestrating chance encounters in the cafeteria. However, all of this came to an abrupt halt when he discovered that Lin Shuiyan had a close boyfriend. Silly, that day was Christmas, and Qin Chuan had intended to confess his feelings. He had never been one to shy away. Yet, as he approached Lin Shuiyan, gift in hand, he saw Silly arriving in a luxury car to pick her up. In that instant, Lin Shuiyan ran towards him, her hair flying and her skirt billowing. Years later, Qin Chuan still struggled to articulate the tumultuous emotions that surged within him at that moment. As she rushed towards him, it felt as if his heart was suddenly constricted, as if he possessed the entire world. But when she brushed past him and leapt into the arms of the man behind him, it felt as though his heart had been cleaved in two, the pain rendering him incapable of steadying the gift in his hands. Subsequently, he fell into a period of despondency, refraining from deliberately tracking Lin Shuiyan's every move. Just as he began to emerge from the emotional whirlpool, Lin Shuiyan sought him out once more. This time, at a bar, she didn't cling to anyone else, but rather drunkenly wrapped her arms around his neck and asked, "Do you like me?" Qin Chuan did not shy away. He candidly admitted, "I do, but I have no interest in being a third party." Lin Shuiyan laughed upon hearing this, blooming like a flower. "That's good enough. Will you love me then? I'm so sad I broke up with Silly." Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating their breakup. Observing the surrounding men eyeing her hungrily, waiting to pounce, he led Lin Shuiyan to a hotel suite upstairs. Initially intending to set her down and leave, Lin Shuiyan clung to him stubbornly, showering him with kisses, pleading for him not to leave. He restrained himself from touching her, his voice hoarse as he queried, "Do you even know who I am?" Lin Shuiyan chuckled, letting out a tipsy belch. "I know. You're the handsome guy from our school's art department. I recognize you. You're Qin Chuan. I know you often watch me secretly." In that instant, it felt as though something exploded in Qin Chuan's mind, and he could no longer resist kissing Lin Shuiyan back. That night, he felt like the happiest man in the world. The day he learned of Lin Shuiyan's pregnancy, he found it difficult to articulate his joy. In the early days of their marriage, they had shared a period of sweet affection. That time, Lin Shuiyan's career had yet to flourish. She was proud by nature, but utterly inexperienced in matters of romance, easily embarrassed. After Qin Chuan introduced her to the pleasures of intimacy, she became somewhat addicted, often seeking him out even during her pregnancy, only to be left bashfully flustered afterward. During that time, they would stroll together, attend prenatal classes, and learn about caring for their baby. After their daughter was born, when Lin Shuiyan's health was fragile, Qin Chuan took it upon himself to handle all child-rearing and household duties. Soon after, Lin Shuiyan received an invitation to serve as a judge for a talent show. That particular program catapulted her to fame, attracting many who wished to learn ballet from her. It was then that she established her dance troupe. Ever since the inception of her dance troupe, Lin Shuiyan frequently returned home late into the night. Less than 6 months postpartum, she ceased breastfeeding, opting for Qin Chuan to switch to formula feeding so she could focus solely on her career. As her career expanded, so too did her ambitions. Along with that came mounting pressure, and her temper grew increasingly volatile. Qin Chuan tolerated her, but his mother-in-law looked down upon him, deeming him spineless and a freeloader. The more successful Lin Shuiyan became, the more disdainful her mother and sister grew towards Qin Chuan, often sowing discord between the couple. Over time, as Lin Shuiyan absorbed their words, she too became influenced. Reflecting on the past, Qin Chuan let out a sigh. It became clear that in marriage, the efforts of one alone were far from sufficient. It was painfully superficial to have fallen for someone solely based on their appearance. For, in truth, looks are among the least useful attributes in a marriage. Pulling himself from his reverie, Qin Chuan met Lin Shuiyan's bloodshot gaze. She appeared unwell, as if she had cried through the night. Chapter 34. What is this if not blatant infidelity? You've arrived, Qin Chuan greeted, his heart heavy upon seeing Lin Shuiyan's reddened eyes. He held feelings for Shuiyan, but the current dynamics of their marriage were not what he desired. The entire Lin family felt suffocating to him. Lin Shuiyan huffed coldly, turning her face away, strutting inside with the pride of a peacock. Following closely behind, her sister Lin Shuizhen shot him a glare before entering as well. Qin Chuan found himself at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Concerned for potential embarrassment, he had specifically instructed Qin Yang to remain in the car. Yet here was Lin Shuiyan, who felt the need to bring her sister along for the divorce proceedings. Was it her divorce or her sister's? At times, Qin Chuan felt Lin Shuiyan resembled an incapable adult, overly reliant on her mother and sister. Entering the service hall, Qin Chuan took a number and waited nearby. Soon, their number was called. Lin Shuiyan and Qin Chuan approached the counter, with Lin Shuizhen trailing behind, standing beside Lin Shuiyan. The staff member cast a peculiar glance at Lin Shuizhen. The three of you are here to process a divorce? No, I'm her sister. I can't let anyone bully my sister, Lin Shuizhen interjected anxiously. The staff member internally rolled her eyes. Since you're family, please take a seat in the back. Rest assured, we are government officials and will not allow anyone to bully your sister in our presence. That won't do, Lin Shuizhen protested vehemently. Comrade, please start the process, I assure you. I won't hinder your work. With no other option, the female staff member glanced at the couple's marriage certificate and inquired, Are you both here voluntarily for the divorce? Voluntarily, Lin Shuizhen chimed in first. The staff member shot her a glance, prompting Lin Shuizhen to fall silent. Qin Chuan replied, We are here voluntarily. Lin Shuiyan lifted her chin proudly. I am also here voluntarily. Have you signed a divorce agreement? Are there issues concerning children or property? Comrade, our daughter will remain with her mother, and we have no property disputes. We have already signed the divorce agreement, Qin Chuan responded. The staff member recorded the information, then looked at both of them again. Do you have irreconcilable differences? Why must it come to divorce? The staff member proceeded with the customary pre-divorce mediation. Upon hearing this, both Qin Chuan and Lin Shuiyan fell silent, the atmosphere growing awkward. Lin Shuizhen spoke up on their behalf. Comrade, this is a serious issue. This man, cannot earn money, living off our family. He treats my sister poorly. Before she could finish, the staff member shot her a warning glance. Are you the one getting divorced, or are they? Did I ask you? Lin Shuizhen quietly scoffed, muttering under her breath, I'm not even married yet. The staff member's ears perked up and her tone grew stern. Since you're not married yet, refrain from interfering in others' affairs. With no experience of your own, how can you offer advice? With family members like you who lack boundaries, meddling in the couple's marriage, problems are bound to arise. Do you understand? Qin Chuan cast a grateful glance at the staff member. In that moment, Lin Shuiyan felt a flicker of understanding, as though she momentarily grasped the message. Yet she remained somewhat perplexed. Why would the staff member echo Qin Chuan's sentiments? Was it truly wrong for her sister and mother to intervene in her marriage? But they were the ones who cared for her the most in this world. How could they wish her harm? No, Lin Shuyan shook her head. The issue at hand was not her sister or mother, but rather Qin Chuan. It was Qin Chuan who insisted on pushing for a divorce. She had already accepted his lack of career success. What more did he want from her? As this realization washed over her, Lin Shuyan felt a swell of grievance. Just then, she heard Qin Chuan state, "Comrade, we have incompatible personalities, and our career developments have diverged. Moreover, there are irreconcilable conflicts at home, which is why we are applying for a divorce." The staff member expressed regret. "Can't you reconsider and try again?" Qin Chuan shook his head. The staff member sighed and promptly printed out a receipt, 2 copies. "Your divorce appointment is now confirmed. This is your receipt. The next 40 days will be a cooling-off period. During this time, we recommend that you both live separately, travel, or revisit places you went to during your courtship to see if you can mend your relationship, if it's truly impossible to live together. Then take this time to reflect on whether divorce is truly necessary." "All right, thank you, comrade." Qin Chuan graciously accepted the receipt from the staff member, handing 1 copy to Lin Shuyan. Lin Shuyan took the receipt and, donning her small high heels, stormed outside with a sullen expression. Just as she stepped out, a loud bang echoed and fireworks erupted above her head, showering her with colorful sparks. "Congratulations on your divorce," with another pop. Qin Yang set off another firework. "Congratulations to my brother Chuan for regaining his freedom." Lin Shuyan, infuriated, stomped her foot and shouted at Qin Chuan, "Look at you. What kind of pig-headed friends are you associating with? Qin Chuan, are you really going to stand by while your brother humiliates me like this? Aren't you supposed to defend me? Do you even consider yourself a man?" In a fit of rage, Lin Shuyan swung her handbag at Qin Chuan's chest. He chuckled softly and grasped her wrist, preventing her from striking him further. "Shuyan, Qin Yang means no harm, and no harm?" Lin Shuyan widened her eyes, her voice rising. "After all this, there's still no malice. Shuyan, Qin Yang is merely an oversized child who hasn't matured yet. Don't take him too seriously," Qin Chuan gently advised. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuyan felt her anger boiling. "How old is he, and still a child?" Qin Chuan lowered his gaze slightly and deliberately remarked, "Shuyan, don't hold it against him. Qin Yang is just a single man with a twisted psyche who hasn't yet married. Once he does, things will improve." "Qin Chuan." Lin Shuyan raised her handbag again, but suddenly seemed to recall something. Her expression shifted dramatically, and the handbag hung in midair, not falling. "You." These were the very words she had previously hurled at Qin Chuan. Every time her sister bullied him, she had used this same rhetoric against him. Now, Qin Chuan had returned it to her in full. At that moment, the previously composed Qin Chuan's demeanor turned icy. "Shuyan, do you now understand how I feel? When my dignity was trampled upon by your family countless times, did you ever defend me? What you are experiencing now is but a fraction of what I endured." Lin Shuyan's lips parted in shock, struggling to find her voice. Just then, Chi Silai's Maybach pulled up in front of them. Dressed in a black suit, Chi Silai opened the car door, presenting a grand bouquet of pink roses to Lin Shuyan. "Ali, what brings you here?" Chi Silai smiled warmly. "Your sister sent me." He offered the pink roses, saying, "Congratulations to my ballet goddess on her imminent rebirth." This statement was rather biting, implying that Lin Shuyan's association with Qin Chuan had been torturous, and only through divorce could she find renewal. Qin Chuan smirked sarcastically. "We haven't even officially divorced yet." His sister-in-law was already eagerly summoning the light of his wife's life before his very eyes. What a marriage that could endure such circumstances! Seeing Chi Silai arrive to support her, Lin Shuyan accepted the roses without hesitation. Lifting her chin defiantly, Chi Silai gestured, "My goddess, this way, pleased at 8 this evening. I have reserved a romantic candlelit dinner at the Splendid to celebrate you." Upon hearing the word celebrate, Lin Shuyan felt a surge of satisfaction, casting a challenging glance at Qin Yang. At that moment, Lin Shuyan approached, unabashedly saying, "Oh, Splendid. Isn't that the most expensive sky restaurant in our city? They say without proof of an annual income of 50 million, one cannot reserve a table there. Sister, I'm truly envious of you. Regular folk can't dine in such places, especially not with a poor fellow. That's simply out of the question. Oh, right, celebrating in such a place is far more delightful than any shabby firework display. Indeed, fireworks are the domain of the impoverished." With that, Lin Shuyan stifled a laugh. Qin Yang, enraged, remarked, "Damn. In this day and age, Being shameless has truly become a badge of honor, hasn't it? Here we are, not even officially divorced. And she's accepting roses from another man right in front of her husband, ready to dine with her lover by candlelight. Isn't that outright infidelity? Chapter 35. This is outrageous. How could this not be considered infidelity? Lin Shuiyin was livid. Qi Silai and I are completely innocent. We are merely going out for a meal. What's wrong with him comforting me? When have I ever committed infidelity? Qin Yang was about to retort. But Qin Chuan clenched his fist and struck Qi Silai once more. Though he appeared refined, he struck with considerable force. With a loud thud, Qi Silai's lip burst open, blood oozing forth, swelling almost immediately. Mr. Qi, have I not warned you before? Until Lin Shuiyin and I have officially filed for divorce, do not meddle in my family affairs. Otherwise, every time I see you, I will hit you. You truly have a short memory, Qi Silai winced, clutching his mouth and retreating. The situation unfolded too swiftly for Lin Shuiyin to process. Yet, when Qin Chuan delivered that blow, she felt no pity for Qi Silai. Rather, she found Qin Chuan incredibly attractive. That punch was clean and decisive, executed with remarkable flair. Her vanity was satisfied like never before. She adored the scene of a man fighting for her, consumed by jealousy. It made her feel like the most exceptional woman in the world, worthy of love. Unfortunately, Qi Silai was not one to engage in brawls. In the past, when someone had made lewd remarks to her, he would always tell her to let it go, claiming that her beauty would naturally attract trouble. However, at that moment, Lin Shuiyin was increasingly convinced that Qin Chuan's invitation to divorce was merely to intimidate her. Otherwise, why would he be so jealous as to strike Qi Silai? Qi Silai, nursing his mouth, did not retaliate. He had never been fond of fighting. He preferred to resolve matters with money. Seeing Lin Shuiyin remain silent for so long, Qi Silai finally spoke up. Qin Chuan, if hitting me would bring you comfort, I would unconditionally allow it. As long as this is for Shuiyin's good, I have no objections. Qin Chuan cast him a disdainful glance and said nothing further. Qi Silai, feeling guilty under Qin Chuan's stare, quickly suggested, Shuiyin, sister, let us leave first. Lin Shuiyin, wanting to provoke Qin Chuan further, deliberately got into Qi Silai's card. That moment, Lin Shuiyin also opened the back door of Qi Silai's Maybach and sat down. Once settled, she threw a taunting glance at Qin Chuan, saying, you can keep driving that old pickup for the rest of your life. With that piece of junk, you think you can take my sister anywhere? Dream on. Qin Yang nearly lost his shoes from the urge to throw them at Lin Shuizin's head. He had never encountered such an irritating woman. Qin Chuan grabbed him by the collar and glanced at the scattered remnants of the fireworks on the ground. Pick them up. Not a single piece can be left behind. Huh? Qin Yang, with a downcast face, replied, but brother, I know you want to punish me, but can't you choose something else? Qin Chuan shot him a look of disdain and turned to borrow a broom and dustpan from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Clean up. Don't let your momentary pleasure make things difficult for the sanitation workers. Oh, all right. Qin Yang quickly complied, beginning to gather the remnants of the fireworks. He was particularly eager to heed Qin Chuan's words. Feeling an undeniable charm emanating from him, it was precisely for this reason that he believed Lin Shuiyin was unworthy of his brother Chuan. After tidying up the mess, Qin Yang returned the broom to the security guard, and the three of them left together. That moment, Lan Weiyin and Zhu Zhu emerged from the side. Lan Weiyin's expression was as cold as ice, clad in a black suit jacket and skirt, radiating an aura of dominance, reminiscent of a powerful CEO commanding a team. Zhu Zhu poked her in the arm. Cousin, they successfully reserved the divorce. Why do you look so unhappy? They actually humiliated Xixiang. Lin Shuiyin has gone too far. And that Lin Shuiyin, mocking Xixiang for being poor. If it weren't for Lin Shuiyin, how could the talented painter Xixiang's career have been delayed? Zhu Zhu quickly reassured her. Cousin, don't be upset. Once you marry your Xixiang, just take good care of him. As if I need your guidance. Lan Weiyin shot her a glance. Zhu Zhu, contact the owner of the Splendid immediately. Have him verify the table Qi Silai reserved, and ensure that the table next to it is clear. It must be larger than Qi Silai's table. Then call Qin Chuan and invite him to dine for free, promoting their cuisine. Remember, the manager must not disclose any of my information, or I will have him shut down. Understood. Zhu Zhu noted it down. Also, our company will refuse any business dealings with the Lin family, Lin Shuiyin, and Lin Shuiyin from now on. Any events or projects associated with the Lin family and those two must not involve them. I intend to blacklist them. Juju swallowed hard. This was the legendary tyrant. If one day Qin Chuan discovered her cousin's true nature, oh dear, it was too dreadful to contemplate. She even imagined a scene on a grand round bed, where Qin Chuan, wrapped in a blanket, would sob about being deceived. Meanwhile, her cousin would be beside him, lifting Qin Chuan's chin with a triumphant smile. This was truly wicked. She was now an accomplice to the wrongdoing. Qin Chuan, I'm sorry, as a worker, I am bound by circumstances, as you must understand. At most, when you are eventually consumed by my cousin, I will light a few incense sticks for you, praying for your speedy escape from her clutches. Just then, Qin Chuan received a call from a merchant while en route to the home improvement market. He had to pull over to the side of the road to communicate with the caller. Mr. Qin, it's like this. Our boss watched your live stream and greatly admires your act of taking in Qinyu. He wishes to sponsor all the supplies for her room. Of course, in return, our boss has requested that you live stream our brand throughout the entire process. If you find this agreeable, you may come to Yipin now. Yipin is the most comprehensive one-stop shopping mall for infant and toddler home furnishings in the city. Yipin. Upon overhearing the phone call, Qin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, and he quickly mouthed, "That's the most renowned brand in our city. Agree to it." However, Qin Chuan remained composed. "I sincerely appreciate your boss's recognition. Nevertheless, I have my own standards regarding the items provided for Qinyu and the brands I promote to my followers. My foremost requirement is that formaldehyde levels must not exceed permissible limits. I can't proceed to live stream and coordinate with you now, but I need to test the formaldehyde levels of the products. If they pass, we can collaborate. It's settled then. Feel free to test. The quality of Yipin's products is strictly controlled. After all, they are intended for mothers and infants, and we cannot afford any negligence." Qin Yang gave Qin Chuan a thumbs up. Impressive, bro, to be hit with such a huge opportunity and remain this calm. Qin Chuan smiled gently. "To be honest, I am quite pleased as well. If we can collaborate smoothly, not only can we provide the best for Yaya, but we can also save a considerable amount of money. As he spoke, he turned to Qinyu. "Shall we go select items for your room now?" Qinyu beamed. "Thank you, Daddy." Qin Chuan smiled, steering the car toward Yipin. With nothing on his agenda for the day, Qin Yang seized the opportunity to grab the live streaming equipment and assist Qin Chuan with the broadcast. Qin Chuan, carrying a toolbox and holding Qin Yu's hand, entered Yipin. Just as the trio stepped inside, they spotted a familiar figure. Chapter 36. The host might be silenced. It was Lin Shuejing. She had accompanied a client to select materials for a baby room. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, her expression momentarily froze, then a light laugh escaped her lips as she approached. "What's this? Following me? Hoping I could whisper sweet nothings in Yin Yan's ear on your behalf." Qin Chuan ignored Lin Shuejing and turned to Qin Yang, who was adjusting the live streaming equipment, instructing him, "Be careful not to let her get in the frame." At that moment, viewers in the live stream began to inquire, "Has the host encountered a familiar face? Who is it? Is she a beauty? Why can't we see her? Seems like the host knows her. Am I the only one who thinks this is scripted? Did they arrange this beforehand?" Qin Yang was quite displeased. He had long harbored a dislike for Lin Shuejing and was eager to expose this detestable woman to let the viewers know what kind of person she was. However, despite his irritation, he still dutifully followed Qin Chuan's instructions. The two led Qinyu toward the reception desk, deliberately ignoring Lin Shuejing. They explained their purpose to the front desk attendant, who promptly called the manager. Seeing that Qin Chuan treated her as though she were invisible, Lin Shuejing's anger flared, and she strode over, tugging at Qin Chuan's sleeve. "What's the matter? Are you afraid to respond? Did I hit a nerve? Miss Lin, please conduct yourself with dignity." Qin Chuan evaded her touch, his expression cold as he cautioned, "We are currently live streaming. If you wish to keep your identity concealed and do not want viewers to know you are causing us trouble, it would be best for you to leave." Lin Shuejing noted the timid expression on Qin Yang's face. The camera was not directed at her, which only emboldened her. "What am I afraid of? The one who should be afraid is you, right? Afraid that I might expose your facade in front of a vast audience, thereby ruining your future live streams?" Lin Shuejing scoffed, crossing her arms. "Do you have any idea how expensive the products here are? Do you think you can afford anything in this place? Did you just waltz in without checking the prices? This is a well-known light luxury maternal and infant brand in the city. Can you really afford it? Whether I can afford it or not is none of your business." Qin Yang retorted angrily. "They open their doors for business, so we have every right to enter." "Oh, really? Just browsing and not buying? How embarrassing, Lin Shuijing said with a mocking tone. That moment, a gentleman in a black suit approached, smiling at Lin Shuijing. Thank you, miss, for your flattering remarks about our friend. Claiming we are a renowned light luxury maternal and infant brand, in truth, not all our products fall under the light luxury category. We also offer some mid to high-end products suitable for the general public. Lin Shuijing rolled her eyes. That was clearly directed at you, wasn't it? Everyone knows how expensive your products are. The man paused momentarily, maintaining his smile as he continued to explain. As this gentleman mentioned, we welcome guests from all walks of life. Regardless of whether they make a purchase or not, we are very pleased to have customers browsing our products and comparing prices and quality. Therefore, I kindly ask you, miss, to refrain from driving away our patrons. Additionally, these two gentlemen and this young lady have been specially invited by our boss's wife. They can afford all the products here, as our boss's wife has expressed her admiration for his decision to adopt Miss Chinyu. Everything he desires today will be complimentary. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuijing's expression stiffened, and her smile faltered. Your boss's wife really invited someone like him to live stream. Does she know how many followers he has? It's just a new account. Lin Shuijing managed a strained laugh, then finally rolled her eyes and said, My colleague is calling me. I won't waste any more time with you. After which, she hurriedly left. The viewers erupted in ridicule. Wow, what a disgusting woman. This level of snobbery is absurd. Did this woman forget to brush her teeth before leaving home? She is so unpleasant. Expose her. She is revolting. Exactly. Such a person should never enter the dating market. Please expose her, blogger. At that moment, Qin Yang chuckled at the sight of Lin Shuijing fleeing. What a disgraceful spectacle. Only you could endure her for so long. Qin Chuan smiled, saying nothing, and turned politely to the man who had defended them. Hello, I am Qin Chuan. You must be Manager Wang of Yipin? Correct? Yes, indeed. I am. Manager Wang replied, extending his hand to shake Qin Chuan's. This way, please. Very well. We are currently live streaming. Qin Chuan reminded kindly. Of course, no problem. We welcome your live stream. Manager Wang replied as they walked, explaining the layout of Yipin's three-story exhibition area. The first floor features mainly soft furnishings, including decorations for children's rooms, small sofas, and bedding, while the back hall focuses on decorative materials, such as tiles, flooring, and wallpapers. Further back, we have a warehouse that spans 10 acres. All the items displayed here are in stock and can be delivered the same day. May I ask, Mr. Qin, if you have any specific plans for Yeya's room? What products are you looking to find today? Qin Chuan opened his tablet and presented a design plan to the manager. Manager Wang's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Yes, incredibly beautiful. I didn't expect you to be such a meticulous person. Mr. Qin, not only designing the entire room style but also preparing a comprehensive procurement list. Qin Yang chimed in eagerly. Bro, let me capture the design details. Qin Chuan nodded, lifting the tablet to showcase his design and procurement list to the viewers. For those who are preparing to renovate their children's rooms, feel free to screenshot this design as a reference. Afterward, Qin Chuan apologetically addressed Manager Wang. I have quite a few items to procure today. Manager Wang smiled reassuringly. Mr. Qin, there is no need for concern. Our boss's wife has assured us that if we are helping to furnish Yeya's room, we will follow through. You may procure whatever you need from your list. Qin Chuan expressed his gratitude with a nod, feeling the sincerity of the brand. Soon, the group of four proceeded toward the raw materials exhibition hall. As they entered, Qin Chuan activated an air formaldehyde detector and explained to the camera, as we step into the exhibition hall, the air feels fresh, with no irritating odors. Here, you can confidently bring your little ones. The formaldehyde levels in the air are also within acceptable limits. Shortly after, Qin Chuan and Qin Yang selected a wood-colored, tree-patterned solid wood floor, which appeared fresh and suitable for children. Manager Wang remarked, Mr. Qin, you have an excellent eye. This is our latest product for the season. Quite fashionable, unlike the usual dull brown boards. Qin Chuan smiled warmly at Manager Wang. I have a small request. Manager Wang paused, momentarily taken aback. I heard you mention that your warehouse is located at the back. I would like to inspect the formaldehyde levels there. Since this area is an exhibition hall, with multiple air purifiers operating simultaneously, it is normal for formaldehyde levels to be compliant. However, compliance of sample exhibits holds no significance to consumers. Since I intend to recommend this brand to my followers, we must ensure that the inventory in your warehouse matches the same standards and quality as these exhibits. His voice fell. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Wow, this guy really knows how to negotiate. He is not afraid to raise concerns. I don't know. I'm following you just for this. I'm a mom preparing to decorate my child's room. And I'm genuinely worried about product safety. Ha ha ha, do you think Manager Wong will agree? I can see his face turning pale. Oh my goodness, how thrilling. If the largest light luxury children's home furnishing store in the city has excessive levels, it would be disastrous. If issues are uncovered, I fear the host might be silenced. In such a grand spectacle, will merchants truly dare to seek out anchors in the future? At this moment, Manager Wong displayed a hint of hesitation. Deep down, he too felt uncertain. Who could predict whether there were any issues within the warehouse? The storage area was sealed, equipped only with a rudimentary ventilation system. Moreover, the items transported from the factory emitted an overpowering odor. Just then, Manager Wong's phone rang. It was a call from the boss's wife. Chapter 37. Yet, what loomed larger in his heart was exhilaration. Take him there, he instructed. After hanging up, Manager Wong gestured for Qin Xuan to proceed. Qin Xuan entrusted Qin Yu to the staff and, alongside Qin Yang, entered warehouse number 1. The air here was considerably poorer than that of the exhibition hall, thick with the scent of wood. As he spoke, Qin Xuan showcased the formaldehyde levels in the air to the viewers in the live stream. Remarkably, the formaldehyde levels were within acceptable limits, not exceeding the standard. After obtaining consent, Qin Xuan collected a small portion of scrap material for testing with reagents. Let us wait 30 minutes, he said, and after that, we shall observe whether the material presents any formaldehyde issues. Following this, Qin Xuan proceeded to warehouses number 2, 3, 4, and 5, conducting similar tests for formaldehyde levels in the air and randomly selecting a dozen scrap materials for analysis. The results confirmed that the air quality in all these warehouses posed no problems regarding formaldehyde. Subsequently, the live stream continued to meticulously document the material tests of numerous disposable cups. During these 30 minutes, Qin Xuan conversed with Qin Yang, Qin Yu, and Manager Wong on the front couch. Manager Wong chuckled. This is the first time we've encountered such a meticulous host. You truly leave us no room to maneuver. Qin Xuan smiled. It's my responsibility to my fans who visit my live stream. Throughout the interaction, Manager Wong inquired whether Qin Xuan had any other products he fancied, but Qin Xuan remained tight-lipped. Ultimately, Manager Wong shook his head in resignation. Mr. Qin, you really leave no stone unturned in your endeavors. Only after witnessing the testing results confirming that all materials were free from excessive formaldehyde did Qin Xuan finally relax. Now, he thought, I can confidently recommend the products I favor to my viewers. Manager Wong then stood and accompanied Qin Xuan in selecting products. While choosing bedding, Qin Xuan sought Qin Yu's opinion. Yeah, what do you think of this one? Do you like it? I do. And this one? I like it too. Qin Yu nodded, speaking softly. I'll listen to both of my daddies. A glance exchange between Qin Xuan and Qin Yang revealed an unspoken discomfort. The viewers flooded the chat with comments. Darling, you don't need to be so understanding. Such a considerate girl, in stark contrast to my mischievous child. Single and unmarried. I don't know why this makes me feel uneasy. Now I understand why Brother Chuan chose to adopt Yaya. She truly is so pitiful. Qin Xuan gently ruffled Qin Yu's hair, crouching down to explain patiently, Yaya, we are working right now. When we work, we earn money. The reward for this effort is that Uncle will gift us the products we choose. He continued, so, Yaya, you can select freely according to your heart's desire. After you choose, just tell our fan friends why you made that choice. This is your job. Qin Yu's big, round eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Qin Xuan. Can I really choose for myself? Absolutely, Qin Xuan affirmed with a nod. Thus, Qin Yu selected a pink children's bed. Now, Yaya, can you tell everyone why you chose this? Qin Xuan inquired. Because it looks like a cute little rabbit? Qin Yu replied earnestly, gesturing towards the camera. Now, let us see if this bed is comfortable, shall we? Qin Yu nodded and carefully sat down, bouncing a bit. The bedboard is hard but a little soft. Very comfortable. Being only 5 years old, her expressions were not fully developed, prompting Qin Xuan to clarify. What Yaya means by bedboard is actually the mattress. This is a natural coconut core mattress. The firmness is to protect the spine of a child who is still developing, while the slight softness enhances comfort. Next, they attentively introduce the bedside table, writing desk, and decorations to the viewers. Before long, all items on Qin Xuan's procurement list were acquired, 19 items in total, amounting to 290,000 yuan. As the receipt was presented, Qin Yang's expression turned to one of astonishment, his mouth agape, though internally he felt a surge of satisfaction. Stealing a glance at Qin Chuan, he noted his serene, artistic demeanor, as calm as a clear sky, showing no signs of having taken advantage of the situation or any smugness. It was as though everything was perfectly reasonable. Qin Yang's admiration for Qin Chuan deepened. Indeed, he was worthy of being called Brother Chuan, his aura, temperament, and vision truly unparalleled. However, Manager Wang appeared somewhat awkward. Yet, adhering to their agreement, he summoned the movers to load the items onto the truck, delivering them to the location designated by Qin Chuan. When the children's bed was being transported, Lin Xuejing hurried over, halting the movers. This cannot be delivered. It must be reserved for Chengcheng. She had her eye on this rabbit-themed children's bed. Lin Xuejing informed the movers of an address, insisting it be sent to the villa she had just mentioned. That won't do, Qin Chuan interjected. This is what Qin Yu has chosen. We agreed that it is for her. As his voice fell, Qin Yu tugged at Qin Chuan's sleeve. Daddy, I can forego this bed. Let it go to my sister. Before she could finish, Lin Xuejing shoved Qin Yu away. Sister? You're merely an abandoned child, with no right to claim kinship with our Chengcheng. With a sudden shove, Qin Yu found herself sitting on the ground. Qin Yang, witnessing this, immediately erupted in anger. Lin Xuejing, have you lost your mind? How can you lay hands on a child? She is no child. She is a little green tea, Lin Xuejing snapped, stomping her foot in fury. Qin Chuan, his expression stern, helped Qin Yu to her feet and resolutely stated, You are not a lowly person. Every individual is born equal, including Ye. Your belongings are yours, and no one can force you to share them if you do not wish to. With a cold glare directed at Lin Xuejing, he continued, If Chengcheng requires anything, I will purchase it for her if it seems reasonable, but you cannot just take it away. Today's acquisitions are the result of our hard work with Ye, and thus I refuse to give the children's bed to Chengcheng. Have you lost your mind? Qin Chuan, do you know what you are saying? After all this effort to obtain a decent children's bed, you would deny your own daughter to a foundling. Seeing the situation spiraling further out of control, Qin Chuan quickly addressed the livestream audience. Dear friends, I apologize for the interruption. Due to unexpected family matters, we will conclude today's procurement livestream here. With that, he signaled Qin Yang to end the broadcast. After all, it was a family issue, and he did not wish for it to become public knowledge, nor was it a particularly honorable matter. Once Qin Yang had shut down the livestream, Qin Chuan turned to Lin Xuejing, stating firmly, You must apologize to Ye today. You insulted her first and then assaulted her. You owe her an apology. Lin Xuejing chuckled disdainfully. In your dreams. Not only will I not apologize to this little wretch, but I will also ruin this beat. As she spoke, Lin Xuejing brandished a sharp key, sneering at Qin Chuan. I'll scratch this bed right in front of you. What can you do about it? I dare you to call the police. With a triumphant laugh, she declared, I'll make it clear now. If my Chengcheng cannot have it, then no one else shall. Just as she was about to strike the expensive, adorable children's bed, Qin Chuan's voice rang out, piercingly resolute, Go ahead and try. See if I won't call the police. Lin Xuejing was momentarily taken aback. She had never seen such a fierce side to Qin Chuan before. Yet, with her hand poised to strike, she felt a sudden hesitation. Would he really dare to call the authorities? If he did, it would mean a complete severance from the Lin family and an end to his relationship with Yin Yan. No, Lin Xuejing was convinced that Qin Chuan would never dare to divorce his own sister. He was merely using this cooling-off period to intimidate her sister. Qin Chuan's actions were nothing more than a bid for respect from the family, an attempt to regain some face. With this thought, Lin Xuejing grew increasingly brazen, raising her hand to bring it down upon the pink bed. However, just as the key was about to make contact with the children's bed, a pair of large hands intervened. This lady, if you continue this unreasonable commotion, I will indeed have to call the police. Manager Wang's firm grip seized Lin Xuejing's wrist. He could not bear to witness the destruction of the beautiful children's bed. What do you think you are? Lin Xuejing exclaimed, forcefully shaking off Manager Wang's grip, yet failing to escape his hold. With an indignant glare, she threatened, If you don't let go, I'll accuse you of harassment. I am a valued guest invited by your manager. At this, Qin Yang was momentarily stunned, torn between laughter and concern that Lin Xuejing might notice his amusement. Oh dear, I'm genuinely frightened. I didn't realize you were acquainted with the store manager of Yipin Mall. Are you afraid now? It's too late. Lin Shuezhing seized the chance when Manager Wang was distracted, wrenching her hand free and plunging the key into the bed's headboard, dragging it downwards to carve a deep, ghastly mark. It seemed that her actions were insufficient. She swiped again, marking a cross on the exquisite headboard screen. As she engaged in this behavior, a frenzied voice echoed within Lin Shuezhen's mind. Destroy it. It must be destroyed. For reasons unknown, she simply could not stand the sight of Qin Chuan thriving. Her disdain for him was profound and unyielding. Anything related to Qin Chuan was something she yearned to sabotage, and she could not resist the urge to lash out at him. Qin Yang observed the beautiful children's bed in disarray and found himself at a loss for words. Lin Shuezhen? Oh, Lin Shuezhen, at times I cannot help but suspect that you have harbored a secret affection for my brother Qin, that your hatred stems from love unrequited, compelling you to trouble him daily. As his words fell, Lin Shuezhen appeared as though pricked by something, her body jerking as if ready to leap up and strike Qin Yang. You lunatic! What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? Lin Shuezhen continued to assault Qin Yang, entirely oblivious to the fact that both Qin Chuan and Manager Wang had simultaneously drawn out their phones to call the police. When Lin Shuezhen finally heard the two conclude their call and hang up, she stood there, utterly stunned, struggling to regain her composure. Qin Chuan, what did you just say? Did you really call the police? Her face turned ashen, her heart racing violently. Yes, I warned you earlier. Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. As Qin Chuan spoke, he cast a glance at Qin Yu, who seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and nodded obediently. You've gone mad, Lin Shuezhen exclaimed, her voice trembling with agitation. I am your sister-in-law. And you actually called the police on me? Do you realize that this will leave a permanent record? Oh, you are aware that this action will leave a record? Qin Yang rolled his eyes in disbelief. So you do know you have crossed the line, yet you still bully my brother Qin, who is so easy to talk to. Lin Shuezhen paid no heed to Qin Yang, rushing to Qin Chuan and gripping his collar, her emotions in tumult. Qin Chuan, I ask you, what do you truly consider me? How can you report me to the authorities when we are family? Lin Shuezhen was unable to process it, feeling as if she had been betrayed by a scoundrel. Qin Chuan's demeanor remained icy. He calmly detached her hand from his collar. Firstly, I have already filed for divorce from Shuoyan, and we shall soon cease to be family. Secondly, if you regarded me as family, you would not have acted so today. It was your lack of respect for me that led to my resolute response. Stepping back, Lin Shuezhen appeared incredulous that Qin Chuan could treat her thus. She shook her head repeatedly, her face paling. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she cried out, Manager! She dashed to the front desk, pounding on the surface. Quick, call your manager over. Have him come and handle this. Before the front desk could respond, the department manager who had accompanied Lin Shuezhen approached. What is going on? Why all the shouting? Do you realize how impolite that is? Lin Shuezhen's manager, a decisive middle-aged woman, approached in black high heels, her voice stern. What has happened? Faced with her superior, Lin Shuezhen immediately became timid, lowering her head and pressing her lips together. Manager Li, there has been a small misunderstanding. Someone is causing a ruckus here, and I wanted to call their manager out. Manager Li furrowed her brow, lowering her voice to reprimand her. We are here to discuss an advertising collaboration with Manager Wang. Your shouting will leave a poor impression. Did the front desk not mention that Manager Wang is attending to esteemed guests? Your actions are disrespectful to potential clients. Do you understand? Lin Shuezhen fell silent, looking down. But they called thee. Her voice was too soft for Manager Li to hear, who then turned to Qin Chuan and Manager Wang. Hello, I am her superior. May I ask what transpired just now? Manager Li adopted a conciliatory tone, understanding the importance of keeping matters small. After all, they were there to negotiate a partnership. Making a scene would only be detrimental. Qin Yang pointed to the ruined bed screen behind him. Take a look. This is what your subordinate has done. We have already called the police. Upon seeing the damaged screen, Manager Li's pupils constricted, but her expression shifted dramatically at the mention of the police. She was at a loss for words, incredulous as she turned to Lin Shuezhen. Are you out of your mind? I brought you along to discuss a partnership, not to create chaos. Why would you ruin a perfectly good children's bed? At that moment, Lin Shuezhen realized her mistake. She could not fathom why she lost control each time she encountered Qin Chuan. She was not inherently this malicious. Manager, please allow me to explain. Lin Zuezhen pleaded, pointing at Qin Chuan. This man is bullying my sister and intends to divorce her. I couldn't stand it and acted out. Manager, please help me. Speak to Manager Wang and have him mediate. I do not want a criminal record. As her words fell, Qin Chuan burst into laughter. Come, let me formally introduce you. This person beside me is the very Manager Wang you seek. What? Lin Zuezhen's expression shifted abruptly, her breath catching. Indeed, I am Manager Wang, and they are the esteemed guests I am attending to. Manager Wang nodded indifferently at Lin Zuezhen's superior. Lin Zuezhen's superior turned pale with anger, wishing she could slap this oblivious woman. Well done. You've offended Manager Wang and his esteemed guests. As Lin Zuezhen recalled her earlier arrogance towards the man. Regret washed over her. She felt on the verge of tears, her eyes glistening with moisture, utterly devoid of her previous fury. Manager Wang, I apologize for this matter. I purchased that bed. Would you consider retracting the police report? Lin Zuezhen implored in a hushed tone. Manager Wang hesitated, glancing at Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, what do you think? Chapter 39. Her heart felt as if it were crushed beneath Qin Chuan's arm. Having just procured goods worth 290,000. Qin Chuan found it difficult to disregard Manager Wang's standing. Thus he spoke politely. It is your prerogative to forgive her and accept her compensation. However, this did not imply that it reflected his opinion. This sentiment remained unvoiced, for he had further strategies in mind. Manager Wang internally sighed with relief. Noticing that Qin Chuan did not impose difficulty upon him, his regard for him rose several notches. To be frank, he was also a working man. The police report was primarily a means to resolve the issue. If the other party was willing to compensate, he was reluctant to complicate matters further for a woman. Moreover, he understood well that the situation was not severe enough to necessitate detaining anyone. The police would likely merely mediate and provide a few words of education. Manager Wang called to the front desk. Prepare an invoice for her, process the payment immediately. Deliver that children's bed to her specified location, and then retrieve another identical one from the warehouse for Mr. Qin. Understood, Manager Wang, replied the front desk staff promptly. Swiftly bringing forth the POS machine to charge Lin Zuezhen 25,000. Lin Zuezhen felt a sharp pang of loss. 3 months' wages and performance bonuses were gone in an instant. That moment. She wished she could turn back time to half an hour earlier and slap herself soundly. Qin Yang could not help but taunt her. Listen, what did Manager Wang say? The warehouse still has another children's bed. What are you fighting about? And all that nonsense about needing to save one for Qingqing. Qin Yang made a face as if to vomit. You are nothing but a troublemaker. Do you truly believe that this is love for Qingqing? Qingqing was such a sweet and sensible child, only to be corrupted by people like you. Lin Zuezhen could not bear to hear this, and her temper flared once more. Why I do this is not because I don't care for Qingqing. I would rather spend 25,000 to help her vent her frustrations, Lin Zuezhen pointed at Qin Chuan. Must I be like him, buying beds for someone else's child to prove my love? As her anger escalated, she glared fiercely at Qin Chuan. Now you have no leverage over me, do you? This bed is mine, and I shall do with it as I please. Do you have any say in it? I have a say that it was Manager Wang who retracted the police report, not me. Qin Chuan's voice was soft, yet it struck Lin Zuezhen's heart like a heavy tolling bell. What? Lin Zuezhen felt disoriented. When the police arrive, I will truthfully recount what transpired just now. Qin Chuan raised his phone. I have recorded everything. The truth of the matter will be thoroughly investigated by the police. Whether you purchased it first or provoked us first. Before he could finish, Lin Zuezhen lunged for Qin Chuan's phone. In her fervor, she pressed her chest against his arm. Give me the phone. Qin Chuan held the phone high, evading her grasp. Lin Zuezhen's body brushed against his arm. He made every effort to avoid contact. That moment, Qin Yang also raised his phone. Lin Zuezhen, are you planning to delete my backup as well? With those words, Lin Zuezhen's superior placed her head in her hands, overwhelmed with regret for bringing Lin Zuezhen along for the meeting. What an embarrassing spectacle! Upon hearing that Qin Yang also had a backup, Lin Zuezhen's shoulders slumped. She gritted her teeth at Qin Chuan. What must I do for you to withdraw the police report? Apologize. Apologize to Qin Yu. Dream on, Lin Zuezhen instinctively retorted. Very well, then we shall simply dream here. Qin Yang appeared unhurried. Lin Zuezhen composed herself, gritted her teeth, and with great discomfort uttered, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Qin Yang grinned broadly, and when apologizing, shouldn't there be a degree of politeness? You should look at the person and say our Ye's name. Qin Yang, you mustn't go too far. Lin Xuezhen cast a fierce glare at him, and upon noticing that Qin Chuan showed no sign of relenting, she, fearing to leave an even worse impression before her superior, could only swallow her indignation. She stood before Qin Yu and, albeit reluctantly, offered an apology. Qin Yu, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. It was never my intention to target you. I simply found Qin Chuan rather displeasing. After receiving a satisfactory apology, Qin Chuan made a phone call to withdraw the police report and turned to Lin Xuezhen, remarking, I hope you take today's lesson to heart. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. With that, he took Qin Yu by the hand and departed. And no sooner had Qin Chuan, Qin Yang, and Qin Yu left than Lin Xuezhen's superior chuckled and said to Manager Wang, this is all a misunderstanding. It's also my subordinate's fault for bringing personal matters into the workplace. How about we discuss potential advertising collaboration instead? Please submit your proposals first. I will review them and contact you if they seem suitable. Before Manager Wang could finish his statement, he strode towards the office area, making it abundantly clear that he was uninterested in collaborating with their company. Manager Li, well aware of the underlying dynamics, turned to Lin Xuezhen and declared loudly, You are now terminated. Me? Lin Xuezhen pointed incredulously at herself. Yes, due to significant negligence and mistakes in your work, you are being dismissed immediately, with no severance pay. Pack your things and leave. Having someone like you in our company is truly a stroke of bad luck. With that, Manager Li hurried after Manager Wang, cheerfully saying, Actually, I've already devised the proposal in my mind. Why don't I share it with you now? Manager Wang responded nonchalantly, and the two continued to walk away, leaving Lin Xuezhen, still in shock, standing there, utterly bewildered. Once she regained her composure, she erupted in a furious tirade, cursing Qin Chuan vehemently. Little did she know, her troubles were far from over. Before long, tech-savvy individuals had tracked down Lin Xuezhen, and a post featuring her photo alongside derogatory remarks about the woman who insulted Brother Chuan went viral. Wow, she looks so harsh. Honestly, her appearance is my type, tall, deep features, and well-endowed. But I simply cannot tolerate her manner of speaking. Exactly, any man would find her unbearable. Actually, she was my senior in college. She used to be aloof, but she's not like that anymore. As a joke, she was our class beauty. Well-endowed but brainless, case closed. Such a snobbish demeanor. Just looking at her is annoying. Let us spread the word. Let her social life be ruined. Yes, share it widely to warn single men. Already avoided. Before long, Lin Xuezhen's eye-rolling selfies were turned into various memes, accompanied by numerous crude captions. For instance, her eye-roll meme was paired with, This little guy dares to show up? Obliterate him in 5 seconds. These amusing memes quickly gained traction and were shared extensively. Meanwhile, Lin Xuezhen remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding around her. On the other side, within a self-built house on the outskirts of the city, a woman's furious voice could be heard. This won't do. This one won't do either. Get someone else. Hire someone else at a higher price. Zhu managed a polite yet awkward smile. Cousin, you see, God is fair. He blessed you with a business acumen while simultaneously closing the door on your culinary skills. Why not just have those chefs bake a cake and claim it as your own? There's no need for you to do it yourself. You don't understand. Lan Wayne shot Zhu a glare. To win over a man, you must first conquer his stomach. Zhu glanced at the cake, which was either burnt or a puddle of uncooked egg mixture. This is about winning over a man's stomach, not removing it. She genuinely worried that if Qin Chuan were to consume her cooking, he might not live long. Of course, she refrained from voicing this concern. The nth baking teacher looked awkwardly at Lan Wayne and suggested, Ms. Lan, I actually have a recommendation. Speak. In fact, having cake for dinner can be rather heavy. Why not try baking egg tarts instead? Good. Thus, under the guidance of the baking instructor, Lan Wayne carefully poured store-bought egg tart filling into tart shells and placed them into the oven. Before long, a ding sounded, and Lan Wayne donned oven mitts, solemnly opening the oven as if unveiling a priceless antique. She gingerly retrieved the egg tarts and set them on the table, then took one to taste. With a bite, Lan Wayne leapt up in excitement. Success! This is the first time in my life I haven't tea blown up the kitchen. Zhu remarked. The tart shells and filling were both store-bought. Your only task was to bake them. If you failed, it would truly be supernatural. The baking instructor quietly thought. For the first time, My profession feels perilously close to danger. Lon Wayne excitedly arranged the egg tarts on a beautiful platter. At that moment, the sound of a car could be heard from next door. Senior Chin is back? Lon Wayne quickly tidied her appearance in the shiny surface of the cabinet and instructed Zhu. Remember to arrange the details for the splendid restaurant. With that, she carried the egg tarts over to the next door. Upon seeing Qin Chuan get out of the car, her heart raced, her voice trembling with a hint of nervousness. Senior Qin, these are the egg tarts I just baked for you and Yeya. When she spotted Qin Yang, Lon Wayne quickly added, and for your friend too. This is a token of gratitude for helping me fix the faucet last night. Without you, I truly wouldn't have known what to do, little junior sister. There's no need to be so courteous, Qin Chuan said, inviting her into the courtyard. In the courtyard stood a rudimentary tea table and chairs left by the homeowner. Lon Wayne didn't mind at all and plopped down without hesitation. A flicker of mild surprise crossed the faces of Qin Chuan and Qin Yang. Typically, girls would be disdainful of such old and dirty furniture. But Lon Wayne showed no qualms, earning them both a favorable impression of her. Qin Chuan, with a warm smile, nudged Qin Yu gently on the back, saying, "Go wash your hands before having the egg tarts." Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Upon answering and discerning the caller's request, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. "Splendid restaurant? And you want to bring a female companion?" At this, Qin Yang's eyes widened slightly. "Isn't that the restaurant where Lin Shuiyan and Qi Silin are celebrating?" Chapter 40. The excitement. The three members of the Qin family unexpectedly encounter Qi Silin and Lin Shuiyan. Qin Yang had become particularly sensitive to the name Splendid after spending the entire day inquiring among several friends in his circle about whether anyone had a VIP card for the restaurant, as he wished to take Qin Chuan there. The reason being, he could not swallow his pride. While he could endure being looked down upon, he could not allow brother Chuan to suffer the same fate. However, after asking around, everyone said they had no VIP cards for that establishment due to its high entry threshold. Though Qin Yang's foster parents' assets could afford them a VIP application, ever since he learned of his adopted status, he had been reluctant to exploit his family's status for personal gain, thus suppressing his desire to take Qin Chuan to the splendid restaurant and confront Qi Silin and Lin Shuiyan. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan was still in conversation with the manager of the splendid restaurant. Qin Yang hastily pressed his ear closer, hearing the manager offer a complimentary dining experience, contingent upon a live broadcast. Qin Yang nodded vigorously. Brother Chuan, accepted. He was nearly tempted to snatch the phone and agree on Qin Chuan's behalf. But Qin Chuan remained composed, seemingly unaffected. He was not one to be easily swayed by minor favors, a quality that Lon Wayne found quite admirable. Had Qin Chuan been a petty individual, she would have lost interest entirely. At this moment, Qin Chuan continued to inquire about the dining arrangements. The manager explained, "There are no mandatory requirements for ordering. You may select anything from the menu without any price limitations." After a pause, he added, "The only stipulation is that filming should only include your table and must not capture other patrons in the restaurant. At Splendid, we highly protect our guests' privacy. That's not a problem." Qin Chuan stood at the corner of the small courtyard, one hand on his phone and the other casually resting on his belt as he communicated with the manager. His profile, with its elegant, long fingers and tall stature, mesmerized Lon Wayne. Her heart raced like a startled deer, pounding so loudly she feared Qin Chuan might hear it. At that moment, Qin Chuan posed a curious question. "I'm intrigued. Why would a restaurant of your caliber seek out a newcomer like me for a live broadcast?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lon Wayne felt a surge of anxiety. Did Senior discover something? On the other end, the manager provided a smooth explanation. "Mr. Qin, when we search for promotional streamers, we evaluate several factors, including real engagement levels and user quality in the live chat. Your stream has seen substantial monetary gifts, indicating that there are clients of ours among your audience. Furthermore, while your stream may not rival those of major influencers, the viewers are all genuine, no fabrications or bots. Lastly, we must admit that promoting through your account allows us to incur lower costs. Compared to the exorbitant fees demanded by top influencers, your rates are much more reasonable. So, Mr. Qin, would you be willing to join us for a dining broadcast tonight at 8? Yes, Qin Chuan agreed. Both Qin Yang and Lon Wayne secretly sighed in relief. What do you mean by needing to bring a female companion? Qin Chuan inquired. Lon Wayne felt utterly bewildered. She never requested Zhu to do such a thing. All she had asked was for Zhu to have the manager of Tsuetsan contact Qin Chuan, informing him that he could bring as many people as he wished, with no restrictions on ordering, and that she would cover all expenses. Indeed, we would prefer you to bring a female companion or family member to dine with us, as our restaurant primarily caters to couples, and of course, we are aware that you have an adopted daughter. You may also bring her along, just like a family of 3, which aligns perfectly with our restaurant's theme, so there is no limit on the number of guests. Correct. All right, I understand now that Mr. Qin. We look forward to your visit. Just after hanging up, Qin Yang placed a hand on his chest. Bro, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I almost thought you were going to decline this opportunity for fear of running into Lin Shuyan and Qi Silly. That's not my style. Qin Chuan smiled lightly. Work is work, and personal matters are personal. As long as it benefits my career's development, I will pursue it. I left the Lin family to seek progress and to ensure that more people recognize me and that I gain more opportunities. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. Lan Wayne couldn't help but smile. Truly, her beloved senior Qin always maintained such a positive and uplifting outlook. However, at that moment, a flicker of hesitation crossed Qin Chuan's face. It seemed that the other party genuinely hoped he would bring a female companion. A female companion? Qin Yang scratched his chin, suddenly focusing his gaze on Lan Wayne. Isn't there one right here? Lan Wayne felt a jolt at being singled out, her heart racing. Miss Lan, weren't you planning to repay my brother for fixing your faucet last night? Here's your chance. You can be my brother's female companion. Hearing this, Lan Wayne nearly burst into laughter, her hand gripping her thigh tightly, and laughing. Lan Wayne, you must maintain your composure. Now is not the time to reveal your true feelings. Before Lan Wayne could respond, Qin Chuan admonished Qin Yang. Do not put my junior sister in an awkward position. Fearing the opportunity might slip away, Lan Wayne quickly bit her lip to explain. Senior Qin, actually, I have never been to Tuan. But I really want to go. Qin Yang's face instantly lit up. Then it settled. Let us proceed with that. He then draped an arm around Qin Chuan's shoulder. Bro, just consider it as taking your junior sister out to experience the world. Qin Chuan, gazing into Lan Wayne's eager eyes, ultimately could not bring himself to refuse. Then I shall trouble you, junior sister. It's no trouble at all. I must thank you, senior, Lan Wayne exclaimed, barely containing her excitement. She felt that Juju deserved a raise for this. Qin Yang scrutinized Lan Wayne and asked, Junior sister, do you have any formal attire? If not, I can have a friend bring over a suitable dress for you. I have one, she replied. Then please dress to impress. Tonight, my brother may very well run into his ex-wife and her lover. The more stunning you look, the more impactful your presence will be. Qin Yang's plan nearly backfired with the enthusiasm he displayed. No need to go to such lengths. Qin Chuan shot him a glare, but before he could say anything further, Lan Wayne had already stood up and headed for the door. Senior Qin, rest assured, I will not let you down tonight. With that, she dashed away. Qin Chuan reproached Qin Yang. You shouldn't have dragged her into this. Qin Yang made a silly face. Qin Chuan, unable to argue further, instructed, go help Ye pick out a dress. I will change into a suit upstairs. All right, Qin Yang replied eagerly. Half an hour later, Qin Chuan was already dressed in a sleek black suit paired with a white shirt, the top button undone, giving him a relaxed yet refined appearance. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had donned a lovely pink tutu, her adorable watermelon hairstyle accentuating her cuteness. Shortly thereafter, Lan Wayne arrived in a stunning gradient blue mermaid gown with delicate straps. The dress hugged her figure perfectly, showcasing her elegant collarbone, and the sequined fish scale design made her appear as radiant as a mermaid freshly emerged from the sea. Qin Yang was left speechless. And even Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. My goodness, Qin Yang exclaimed. They say clothes make the man, and junior sister, you are winning this. To truly outshine Lin Shuyan, one must look this exquisite. Lan Wayne felt her cheeks warm from the compliment and hesitantly looked at Qin Chuan. Is this really all right? I want to embarrass you, will I? Not at all, Qin Chuan replied, his voice warm and melodious, akin to the low tones of a cello. This made Lan Wayne's cheeks flush deeper. To mask her embarrassment, she took Qin Yu's hand. Sister, hold my hand, let us go. Qin Chuan strode forward, with Lan Wayne closely following, hand in hand with Qin Yu. Under the moonlight, the scene resembled a beautiful family portrait. Qin Yang quickly pulled out his phone, snapping a picture and showing it to them. You three look like a stunning family. Upon hearing this, Lan Wayne's heart raced. Qin Chuan, however, scolded Qin Yang, do not jest about my junior sister. Qin Yang quickly apologized. It's just that you all look too good. I couldn't help but capture this moment. With that, Qin Yang took the initiative to drive, while Qin Chuan settled into the passenger seat and Lan Wayne, along with Qin Yu, took the back seat. Soon, they arrived at Suetsan restaurant. Qin Chuan instructed Qin Yang to park the car and join them afterward. What? I'm coming too. Qin Yang was taken aback. Qin Chuan patted his shoulder. Doi seemed like someone who would forget his brother when taking someone out to experience the world. Warmth spread through Qin Yang's chest. The reason he treated Qin Chuan so well was that Qin Chuan had always treated him with kindness. All right, I understand. Once out of the car, Qin Chuan bent down, lifting Qin Yu in one arm, and led Lan Wayne into the elevator. Ding! The doors of both elevators opened simultaneously. The trio stepped out just as Qi Sili and Lin Shuiyan exited the other elevator. Chapter 41. Is Qin Yu your and Lan Wayne's daughter? Both parties were momentarily taken aback upon seeing each other. Lin Shuiyan looked up at Qin Chuan's handsome and dignified face, momentarily lost in thought. The impeccably tailored black suit paired with the crisp white shirt accentuated his aristocratic aura, rivaling Qi Sili in elegance. Over the years, Lin Shuiyan had known that Qin Chuan could be incredibly charming, but she had never realized he could be this captivating. Was this the same Qin Chuan who once donned an apron to cook? Yet, as she recalled his previous identity as a foster child of the Ming family, it made sense. The Ming family was one of the prominent families in the circle, and it was no surprise they could raise someone like Qin Chuan. Moreover, before the mystery of his background was unveiled, the elderly couple had treated Qin Chuan like their own son. How could they have shortchanged him? Wait. How could she be so entranced by Qin Chuan's looks? Lin Shuiyan quickly snapped back to reality, her expression darkening. The authoritative tone of a superior addressing a subordinate resurfaced. Qin Chuan, how could you be here? Chengqing's mother, there is no need for you to concern yourself with this matter. Qin Chuan replied coldly, his demeanor and voice exuding icy detachment. At that moment, he struggled to suppress the anger boiling within him, striving to maintain his composure. Upon seeing Lin Shuiyan and Qi Sili emerge from the elevator together, he felt an inferno of rage erupt in his chest, flaring uncontrollably, nearly pushing him to the brink of explosion. This was the first time he faced his wife on a date with another man. Until now, it had always been speculation without concrete evidence. He had gleaned hints from their childish words, but Lin Shuiyan had always managed to evade the truth. Whenever he pressed, she would deflect with excuses about encountering someone on the road. Occasionally, she would lower her head, approach him, and plead for intimacy. All right, baby, I know I made a mistake. It wasn't intentional. In those moments, her voice would be irresistibly sweet, her body, honed from years of dancing, remarkably pliable, always adept at finding his sensitive spots, silencing him with her lips. Later, she would feign innocence, complaining, Qin Chuan, you hurt me. At that time, as a man, he found it difficult to express his anger. Moreover, he often discovered these situations days later, feeling as though he had lost the upper hand. But this time was different. Technically, they were still married. He had directly caught his wife cheating, something no man could remain calm about. Alongside anger, there was a deep sense of betrayal. Every sacrifice he had made for her and their family over the past 5 years flooded his mind like a vine, tightening around his heart. The woman he had cherished was treating him this way, trampling on his feelings and shattering his dignity. Very well. Qin Chuan felt an overwhelming desire to divorce Lin Shuiyan immediately and sever all ties cleanly. Lin Shuiyan, unaware of his thoughts, felt a knot tighten in her chest upon hearing that address. Qin Chuan, what did you just call me? Chengqing's mother. Qin Chuan repeated coldly, is there a problem with my addressing you this way? Lin Shuiyan could not bear such provocation, angrily grasping Qin Chuan's arm and lowering her voice. We are not divorced yet, and you address me like that? You are aware that we are not divorced? Qin Chuan's sharp gaze cut through Qi Sili like a knife. Qin Chuan, I think you've misunderstood. I invited her to dinner as a good friend to comfort her, knowing how upset she is about your insistence on divorce. We do not share an improper relationship. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Chuan interrupted him sharply. Silence. I possess my own judgment. Qi Silin, is dining with another man's wife truly more delectable? Even before our divorce. You intervened in my family and my affairs repeatedly, dating Shuiyan, calling her Yin Yin, gifting presents to my child and my mother-in-law, and you dare to claim you share a mere platonic friendship? Qi Silin. Such shamelessness is not so easily dismissed. As his words fell, Lin Shuiyin immediately positioned herself protectively in front of Qi Silin. Qin Chuan, what anger do you have to unleash upon me? Why direct your ire at Qi Silin? The sight of Lin Shuiyin defending Qi Silin stirred a painful ache within Qin Chuan's chest. Lan Wayne, observing the scene, felt a pang of sympathy. Meanwhile, Lin Shuiyin, seeking to vent her frustration, struck Qin Chuan's chest. What wrong has Qi Silin committed? Speak up. All he desires is for my life to be a little more comfortable. Has he erred? Everything he has done stems from a promise made to me in the past. He vows to cherish me as his one and only princess, and furthermore, we agreed that he would not interfere with my marriage. With reddened eyes, Lin Shuiyin continued, do you know that Qi Silin frequently speaks highly of you, urging me to treat you well and to enjoy life with you? Lan Wayne was utterly taken aback. Were it not for her current status as not yet being Qin Chuan's girlfriend, she would have leapt up to shout at her. Wake up! Do you even hear the words coming out of your mouth? Qi Silin has been reduced to a mere shell, and you remain oblivious? Moreover, in a marriage, is it not the most fundamental principle to maintain distance from the opposite sex? At that moment, Qin Chuan, speechless, let out a cold laugh. Then I truly thank him. However, Lin Shuiyin, I cannot endure this three-person dynamic. I cannot speak for others, but I, Qin Chuan, cannot survive even a single day in such a situation. If it weren't for the 40-day cooling-off period, I would have left you immediately. Lin Shuiyin was taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed Qin Chuan lose his temper, the first time she had heard him curse in her memory. He had always been the kind, gentle man who could never bear to scold her. She found it hard to accept and shook her head incessantly. Meanwhile, Lan Wayne felt a surge of satisfaction. Qin Shixiang, how handsome! This is how you should confront them. In her heart, she silently applauded him. As she admired Qin Chuan's profile, she thought to herself that had he been a spineless sycophant, she might have been disappointed enough to walk away, for she had no desire to be with someone so subservient. She desired a love that was equal, one built on mutual respect and effort. If Lin Shuiyin's tears could bend Qin Chuan to her will, she would have to reassess her feelings for him. Fortunately, after days of interaction, Qin Chuan had not disappointed her. No, she found herself liking him even more, believing he deserved the finest treatment this world could offer. At that moment, Lin Shuiyin acutely sensed Lan Wayne's infatuation. Only then did she scrutinize the woman before her, with an exquisitely beautiful doll-like face that belied her age, reminiscent of a university student, yet with a well-developed figure accentuated by a stunning Dior haute couture mermaid gown. She radiated an almost ethereal glow. A fierce sense of crisis engulfed Lin Shuiyin. Confident in her own beauty, she was usually unshaken by mere mortals, but this woman was different. The innate allure and that doll-like visage favored by men sent alarm bells ringing in her mind. Igniting a fierce jealousy, she pointed at Lan Wayne and exclaimed, "Oh, Qin Chuan, how dare you blame me? Even before our divorce is finalized, you brought a woman here to dine with you? Not to mention, you brought along a bastard child." Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, casting a suspicious glance at Lan Wayne and Qin Yu. Wait, could this child possibly be yours with this woman? Chapter 42. President Lan? Lan Wayne's true identity revealed. The thought that Qin Chuan might have fathered a daughter with this woman drove Lin Shuiyin into a frenzy. Clenching her fists, she pounded against Qin Chuan's chest. Qin Chuan, do you truly value me? You scoundrel. Have you ever witnessed a prima ballerina give birth? Have you forgotten how I almost lost my life giving birth to Qingqing? Before she could finish, Qin Yu forcefully pushed against Lin Shuiyin's leg, leaving her momentarily stunned. Standing defiantly before her father, Qin Yu crossed her arms, looking fierce yet adorable. You shall not strike my daddy. He is a good man. And you must not harm him. I will not allow anyone to hurt my father. With that, Qin Yu spread her arms wide, resembling an eagle protecting its chick, ready to shield Qin Chuan. A wave of warmth washed over Qin Chuan, stirring a soft spot within him. This was the compassion that should exist among people. Kindness begets kindness. Yet, despite his great care for Qingqing, it had never been reciprocated in such a manner. Reflecting on his biological daughter brought a hint of melancholy to Qin Chuan's gaze. To claim that he was unaffected, that he felt no pain, would be a lie. In truth, he had his own selfish desires in raising Qin Yu. He yearned for a sweet, soft daughter who would show him affection, a dream shared by many men. He wished to prove to himself that he could raise a daughter well. Of course, Another reason was the circumstances surrounding Qinyu. She was indeed a child deserving of sympathy. He merely wished to extend a helping hand to her. Qin Chuan took Qinyu's small hand into his own and gently placed it into Lan Wei's, speaking softly, Yeah, you need not do anything for me at any time, that a father's role is to shelter you from the storms of life. No. Qinyu, having spent several days with him, had already sensed Qin Chuan's sincerity. She lifted her small head, gazing steadfastly at her father. I do not want to be the only one receiving care from you. I wish to give back as well. Daddy Yang said that is what we call mutual effort. Otherwise, it would just be sycophancy. Qin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle, signaling to Lan Wei to look after Qinyu. Adults should never drag children into their disputes. Lan Wei, being astute, nodded in agreement to Qin Chuan. With the assurance received, Qin Chuan turned his attention back to Lin Shuiyan, Qingqing's mother. Allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Lan, my neighbor. Due to work commitments, she has accompanied me. We are not here on a date. Moreover, unlike you and Qi Silin, who dined alone, I invited Qin Yang and Qin Yu to join us. As his words concluded, the elevator doors opened, revealing Qin Yang, who approached while fiddling with his car keys. He surveyed the grim expressions of Lin Shuiyan and Qi Silin, remarking, You two truly are nauseating. Please mind your words, Qi Silin said, gentlemanly defending Lin Shuiyan. Qin Chuan, much like how he protected Lan Wei and Qin Yu, stood in front of them, declaring, Chengqing's mother, now that we have cleared the misunderstanding, I hope you will apologize for your unfounded speculations about Miss Lan and Qin Yu. I shall not apologize, Lin Shuiyan retorted defiantly, casting a scornful glance at Lan Wei. Work? Qin Chuan, what work could you possibly have? What are you even doing here? Indeed, Qin Chuan, I understand you are concerned about Yin Yin, and you came here because you learned I intended to dine with her this morning, but please do not act on impulse. This restaurant has stringent requirements. Not only must you have a reservation, but you also need proof of assets and must pay with a black card. Qi Silin grasped Qin Chuan's hand, suggesting, perhaps you should leave for now to avoid embarrassment. You can sit down with Yin Yin another day and discuss things properly. Let go. Qin Chuan's expression darkened as he forcefully shook off Qi Silin's grip. Before he could respond, Lan Wei, unable to contain herself, pulled out a black card from her purse, waving it in front of Qi Silin. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. Is this not a black card? In these times, who does not possess at least 10 or 8 black cards? Qi Silin. Qin Yang. I do not have any. 10 or 8? Lan Wei, in a fit of anger, failed to notice the expressions of disbelief on Qi Silin and Qin Yang's faces. She continued to pull out several cards from her wallet, introducing them one by one with pride. This one is the globally limited edition Black Wukong co-branded Black Gold card. This one is from the Bank of Communications, issued to me as a black card for billionaires. This one allows unrestricted access to all Michelin establishments worldwide, and this one permits me to fly first class on all airlines tax-free. Are these sufficient? If not, I have more, as her words fell. Qi Silin and Qin Yang were left utterly dumbfounded, while a hint of surprise flickered in Qin Chuan's eyes. Lin Shuiyan, however, felt as if her eyes were ablaze with fury, wanting nothing more than to consume the woman before her. A woman who was not only beautiful and youthful, but also wealthy stirred a profound sense of insecurity within her. Previously, she had firmly believed that should Qin Chuan leave her, he would find no one better. For she was the goddess of ballet, a wealthy woman, no less, but the current situation was proving otherwise. Lin Shuiyan suddenly felt a wave of panic wash over her, causing her breaths to quicken. At this moment, Lan Wei also began to feel anxious. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she forced a smile that appeared somewhat stiff. Why are you all staring at me all of a sudden? As her voice trailed off, the radiant general manager, a gentleman in his mid-30s clad in a navy blue suit, approached with a smile. Raising his hand in greeting, Qi Silin reciprocated the gesture and turned to Lin Shuiyan, introducing, this is the general manager of the company, who holds a 5% stake in it. Before he could finish, the general manager enthusiastically approached, calling out, President Lan. In that instant, Qi Silin's face seemed to freeze, his hand still raised in midair. Meanwhile, Qin Yang and Qin Chuan exchanged incredulous looks at Lan Wei. President Lan? Chapter 43, Lan Wei. Exposing my father's mistress. A loud crash echoed in Lin Shuiyan's mind as she momentarily blanked out, her thoughts swirling in confusion. She desperately tried to signal to the manager, her eyes nearly bulging from the effort. Fortunately, Just as the manager was about to make contact with Lan Wayne's hand, he suddenly realized and swiftly moved past her, firmly grasping the hand of the man who had just exited the elevator. "Mr. Lan, it's been ages." The man was about to clarify that he had mistaken the identity when the manager pulled him by the shoulder, forcibly leading him away. "Come on, we've prepared some law fight in the office. It's been so long since we last met. Let's enjoy a drink." As the two figures grew increasingly distant, Lan Wayne's anxious heart finally settled. And she chuckled bitterly, "You scared me. I thought someone was calling me Mr. Lan. Turns out, it was just a namesake. I told you, I'm not Mr. Lan." Qin Yang harbored no suspicions, casting a sidelong glance at Chi Silly's hand still suspended in midair. Unable to suppress a laugh, "I thought you were quite familiar with the general manager, but it seems it's nothing more than this." Chi Silly awkwardly lowered his hand, his expression darkening as if shrouded in a cloud of gloom. Meanwhile, the manager hurriedly arranged for other personnel to attend to Qin Chuan and his companions. "Mr. Qin, greetings. I am the one responsible for your reception. My surname is Wu. Mr. Wu. Nice to meet you." Qin Chuan responded politely. The other gestured for him to proceed, stating, "Our general manager has prepared a table for you and your companions near the window, boasting an exquisite view. Please follow me. I will also share some important filming considerations." "All right." Qin Chuan followed the individual into the dining area, attentively listening to the work requirements. Lan Wayne quietly sighed in relief, accompanying Qin Yu as they trailed behind. Qin Yang shot a glance at Chi Silly, his expression smug. "No need for you to worry about our entry now." With that, he casually strolled in, hands tucked into his pockets. Chi Silly gently placed his hand on Lin Shuyan's back, softly suggesting, "Shall we go in as well?" The moment Lin Shuyan felt Chi Silly's touch, she angrily marched ahead in her high heels. Chi Silly glanced at his palm, his gaze obscure. Upon reaching the front desk and reporting their reserved table number, they followed the waiter to their table. Once seated, they discovered that Qin Chuan and his group were at the adjacent table, albeit with slightly better seating that allowed for a view of the picturesque scenery. Observing the table full of laughter and chatter, both Chi Silly and Lin Shuyan's expressions darkened considerably. At that moment, Qin Yang had just taken his seat and curiously inquired, "Miss Lan, how is it that you possess so many black cards?" Initially setting the tableware, Lan Wayne's hand abruptly paused. Noticing Qin Chuan scrutinizing her, she quickly lowered her voice, stating, "They're fake, mere props." "Fake? That can't be. Show them to me." Qin Yang was evidently skeptical. "Shoo." Lan Wayne gestured for him to lower his voice, fearful of being overheard. "What if they discover they're fake? These are custom-made for my clients, and I just happened to bring them along to make a statement." "Clients? What sort of clients require these?" Qin Yang questioned, his suspicion evident. "The film crew. They often need such luxury items." Lan Wayne swallowed nervously, casting a discreet glance at Qin Chuan, who was adjusting the live streaming equipment. Seeing that he harbored no doubts, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yang's realization dawned. "Oh, so you're in that line of work? Naturally, the gown you're wearing is also from the production." "Indeed," Lan Wayne replied with a wry smile. "Due to my work, I frequently come into contact with such replicas." Almost biting her tongue, she thought to herself that she mustn't be so impulsive next time. Thankfully, she had managed to navigate through that. If Qin Shixiang were to discover that her father's assets exceeded 100 billion, who knows how he would distance himself from her? At that moment, Qin Chuan had already set up the live streaming equipment, briefly introducing the current environment to the viewers while expressing gratitude to the restaurant owner for inviting them to sample the cuisine free of charge. He showcased the tablet on the table, displaying the menu. "This section covers raw dishes. This is for cooked dishes, and this one for beverages." He flipped through the pages slowly, allowing the viewers to see the detailed descriptions and prices of the dishes. "Thank you, streamer. I probably will never have the chance to dine at such a restaurant in my lifetime. My eyes are essentially dining alongside the streamer. My favorite streamer is quite impressive. Having dined at Epin this morning and now at Chui Ken tonight. Indeed, these are all heavyweight establishments. Ha ha ha. It's the first time I've seen a home improvement blogger receive an invitation from a restaurant. Truly impressive. I'm envious. Woo-woo. The view outside the window is simply breathtaking. Streamer, have the lady beside you show her face. We can only see a glimpse of her gown and hand." "Exactly. The lady's hand looks lovely. Her face should be equally stunning." The streamer, Sister Yeya, equals a high-profile family of 3. Qin Yang is the third wheel, ha ha ha. 1,000 fans plead for Qin Yang to roll away. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing the viewers' comments, Qin Yang, feeling proud, huffed. I'm not going anywhere. My bond with my brother Chuan is true love. Our relationship is as solid as gold. Lan Wayne found this amusing. The viewers chimed in. It's confirmed. Qin Yang has a crush on Qin Chuan. At this moment, Qin Yu glanced between Qin Yang and Qin Chuan, gradually lowering her previously cold and guarded demeanor, revealing a child's genuine smile from the heart. While the atmosphere was lively on one side, Qi Sili and Lin Shuiyan's table remained utterly silent, both fixated on Qin Chuan's side. Qi Sili, in particular, unabashedly scrutinized Lan Wayne. Her exquisite features were of the type adored by men, with a figure that was slender in all the right places, yet voluptuous where it mattered. What was even more captivating was the multitude of black cards she possessed. This was the first time a woman outside of his wife had piqued his interest. Qi Sili's eyes narrowed slightly. He snapped his fingers, summoning a waiter. Please bring me a bottle of 82 Lafite and a few extra glasses. Certainly. Before long, the waiter arrived with a tray, delivering the Lafite and wine glasses. Qi Sili poured a glass for Lin Shuiyan, then took several empty glasses and a bottle of red wine toward Qin Chuan's table. He placed the glasses on the dining table, saying, Qin Chuan, and this lovely lady, allow me to propose a toast. As he spoke, he poured the wine for himself and handed a glass to Qin Chuan. This 82 Lafite is quite exquisite. You seldom have the opportunity to taste such a refined wine. How about we toast? Qi Sili's demeanor was courteous, his head slightly tilted, his lips curving into a faint smirk, laced with an almost imperceptible hint of provocation and mockery. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream detected the tension. Who is this man? His way of speaking is so irritating. Indeed, he rivals the pretentious fellow from this morning. Woo-woo. How is it that the streamer encounters such insufferable people everywhere? I seriously suspect that this streamer scripts these scenarios, often recruiting individuals to play these annoying roles, but I admit, I'm a sucker for this. Streamer, don't give him face. Make sure to give him a black eye. To be fair, while we can't see his face, the 82 Lafite is indeed genuine, and that watch on his wrist is authentic too. Just so everyone knows, that antique watch on this man's wrist is worth around 900,000. I feel like it might be challenging for the streamer to retaliate here. At this moment, Qin Chuan glanced at the wine glass Qi Sili had offered, his expression frosty. I'm afraid I don't believe our relationship is suitable for sharing a drink. Even in terms of social etiquette, you are unworthy of it. Qi Sili's expression faltered slightly, but he quickly turned to Lan Wayne with a smile. Qin Chuan, if you choose not to drink, must you also deprive this beautiful lady of the opportunity? I want tea drink. If my Shixiang doesn't tea drink, I want tea either. Lan Wayne's voice was fervent, her gaze resolute. Qi Sili's expression stiffened, but his eyes fell upon the limited edition mermaid gown adorning Lan Wayne. Momentarily taken aback, if memory served, he had first laid eyes on this gown in Paris, contemplating purchasing it for Lin Shuiyan, only to be deterred by its steep price of 800,000. Never did he expect this woman to possess such a prestigious background, capable of donning such an expensive dress. Qi Sili, of course, was unwilling to relinquish the chance to get to know this intriguing woman. He parted his lips, eager to say something further, when Qin Yang, growing impatient, interjected. Is 82 Lafite really that impressive? He then picked up his tablet. You probably don't know. Do you? The owner of Chui can stated that all drinks are on the house, with no limit. Just a mere bottle of 82 Lafite. Who can't afford that? Qin Yang scrolled through the menu, just as he was about to place an order when Qin Chuan halted him. No need. A bottle of 82 Lafite generally retails for around 17,000. In such a high-end restaurant, the price would only escalate. Others inviting them for a live stream indicated that drinks were indeed limitless. But he had no intention of being the one to waste resources. The items he had procured earlier at Epin, while significantly more expensive than this meal, were necessities for Ye's room. He had not squandered a single cent, however, in this instance. It was unnecessary to provoke Qi Sili brother. Qin Yang glared at him. I've had 82 Lafite before, and it was nothing special. Qin Chuan, with remarkable patience, took the tablet from Qin Yang's grasp. Just as Qin Yang was sulking, a waiter wheeled over a small cart, slightly bowing. Mr. Qin, our owner wishes to offer you and your companions a drink. Chi Silly glanced at the bottles on the cart. They appeared old, with tattered labels, indicating they had some age, and one bottle was already half consumed. He dismissed it, replying to the waiter, "No need to trouble your owner. I am currently treating Mr. Chin to a bottle of Lafite from 1982. As my voice trailed off, keen observers in the live stream had already recognized the exquisite wine. One viewer exclaimed thrice, "What the heck? What the heck? What the heck?" and then became so overwhelmed with excitement that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Qin Yang, sharp-eyed, noticed the barrage of comments and instinctively sensed that this bottle of wine was extraordinary. He looked up and inquired of the waiter, "What kind of wine is this?" Before the waiter could respond, Qin Chuan answered, proclaiming it to be the legendary 1945 Ch. Mouton Rothschild, an illustrious wine that had once been speculated to fetch over 3.7 million for a single bottle, yet remained elusive. What? The famed Mouton Rothschild that could supposedly devour a car tire in one sip? And it's from 45. Qin Yang, brimming with excitement, stood up and gingerly touched the ancient bottle of wine. My goodness, the 1982 Lafite would surely feel despondent and take its own life upon witnessing this, Chi Silai. Qin Yang turned to Chi Silai and asked, "You've never tasted the 45 Mouton Rothschild, have you?" Chi Silai's lips quivered, and Qin Yang confidently asserted, "You need not feign ignorance. I know you haven't, Chi Silai. That there's only one bottle in our city. It is rumored that a real estate tycoon secretly bought it while keeping it from his wife. Little did we know it belonged to the brilliant boss Lon Wayne. Nonsense. That was my father's precious treasure." To humiliate Chi Silai, I even let my father's mistress have her way. At that moment, Chi Silai, feeling speechless, suddenly found the Lafite in his hands to be less appealing. I apologize, but we won't be offering you the 45 Mouton Rothschild. After all, the boss has stated that he will only treat us few. As he spoke, Qin Yang waved his hand. "Make way, hurry up, Chi Silai. You're obstructing our ability to savor the aroma of the 1945 Mouton Rothschild." Chi Silai, with a scowl, retreated to his seat. Throughout the meal, Chi Silai and Lin Shuiyan dined as if chewing wax. Meanwhile, Lin Shuiyan, upon seeing the posts and memes online, felt her forehead flush with rage. "Qin Chuan, I will kill you. You scoundrel, it's all your fault. You've ruined me." Fuming, Lin Shuiyan hailed a cab to Qin Chuan's courtyard, knocking furiously on the door. "Qin Chuan, come out, scoundrel, I will make you pay." Just as Lin Shuiyan prepared to voice her grievances further, a large hand suddenly reached out from the darkness and pressed a damp, ether-soaked cloth firmly over her mouth. After struggling for a moment, Lin Shuiyan succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 44. Lon Wayne pampering her husband. Utterly sweet. In the resplendent restaurant, Qin Yang raised his glass. "Cheers, let us toast to my brother." Lon Wayne also lifted her glass, elegantly clinking it with Qin Chuan and Qin Yang. The crystal glasses produced a melodious chime, and all three wore delighted expressions. Qin Yang swallowed hard. "Brother, I suddenly feel a bit nervous. I've never tasted such an expensive wine in my life. Truly, as you said, I am here to broaden my horizons." Qin Chuan smiled lightly, saying nothing, and took a delicate sip from his glass. Though his demeanor appeared casual, every gesture exuded the grace and sophistication befitting a gentleman of the upper class. Lon Wayne was left entranced. At that moment, as Qin Yang took his first sip of wine, he exclaimed several times, "This wine is absolutely amazing." He then glanced at Lon Wayne and inquired, "Miss Lon, what do you think of this wine?" Suddenly being addressed, Lon Wayne paused for a moment, quickly took a sip from her glass, and after savoring it, remarked, "The taste is indeed commendable. The tannins and alcohol are in perfect harmony, making it smooth upon entry, with no harshness in the throat. The progression from palate to throat is quite delightful." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan regarded her intently and said, "It seems my junior sister has a keen understanding of red wine." Lon Wayne felt as if struck by lightning, wishing she could slap herself. At this moment, Qin Yang scrutinized Lon Wayne. "Indeed, you must have had your fair share of fine wines. You even mentioned tannins, a term so professional that it's rarely associated with wines costing a few hundred." Lon Wayne could only chuckle awkwardly. "Well, I've just been around the set a lot. Sometimes, after hearing it so often, I unwittingly let it slip in moments of pretense." She laughed nervously. She nearly bit her own tongue. The viewers in the live stream began commenting, "This young lady is so adorable. with such a straightforward personality. I'm particularly curious about her appearance when she mentioned pretentious. On a film set, could this young lady be some obscure actress? Didn't someone mention she was providing props for the production? I don't care. Host, quickly reveal this young lady's true appearance. She is 1,000 times better than that snobbish girl from this morning. Qin Chuan noticed the comments, but naturally could not acquiesce to the viewer's demands. He was somewhat aware of the online bullying that Lin Xuezhen had faced and understood the power of the internet, capable of both elevating and destroying individuals. Thus, during the live stream, he was careful to avoid involving bystanders. Had it not been necessary to prove he wasn't involved in child trafficking, he wouldn't have allowed Ye to appear on screen. Qin Chuan lifted his glass again and took a careful sip. Steering the conversation away, I would like to express my gratitude to the owner of the resplendent restaurant for allowing us to savor the 1945 Mouton Rothschild. The texture is indeed velvety, offering a richness beyond that of typical red wines, with a balanced acidity and a delightful natural grape aroma, presenting a complex range of sensations on the palate. Once again, thank you. Soon, the topic in the live stream was diverted by Qin Chuan. Wow, I'm in awe. A sip of the Mouton Rothschild that could devour a car tire. I'm so envious of the host right now. I must say, the way the host just slapped that smug face was truly magnificent. Clearly, he did nothing, yet that scoundrel's face was slapped resoundingly. So what if it's la fight? I can't afford it, ha ha ha. I'm a fan of this live stream simply for the dramatic little skits. 1. At this moment, the waiter wheeled in a cart, gradually serving them foie gras, caviar, black truffles, and Australian lobster sashimi, among other signature dishes of the restaurant. Qin Yang was taken aback, but we didn't order any of these. This is an additional treat from our boss. Please enjoy, the waiter smiled. Qin Chuan, ever polite, nodded to the waiter. Please convey my gratitude to your boss. Certainly, sir. Enjoy your meal. As the dishes were laid out, Qin Yang, with his usual boisterous demeanor, began to eat heartily. In contrast, Qin Chuan was more attentive, ensuring that Qin Yu and Lan Weiyin were well taken care of. He refrained from allowing Qin Yu to have certain foods unsuitable for a child's digestion, such as lobster sashimi, explaining the reasons to her. Each time, Qin Yu complied without fuss, appearing exceptionally well-behaved. He also inquired whether Lan Weiyin could reach the dishes that were a bit farther away and if she needed assistance. Lan Weiyin quickly waved her hands, saying it was unnecessary, yet her heart fluttered with joy. She couldn't help but steal glances at Qin Chuan when she saw him raise his glass for the 4th time. She couldn't resist asking, Qin Shixiang, do you really enjoy this wine? Qin Yang rolled his eyes. Isn't that a given? With such an expensive wine, of course, my brother enjoys it. Qin Chuan chuckled lightly. It's not solely because it's expensive. The complexity of this wine's flavor is truly captivating. Qin Chuan spoke candidly. Lan Weiyin's eyes sparkled with inspiration. She stood up and said, you all enjoy your meal. I am just stepping out to the restroom. With that, she lifted the hem of her dress and approached the counter to find a familiar waiter. Do you have any clean empty wine bottles? We do. The waiter handed one to her. Where is my father's Mouton Rothschild? Take me there. The waiter, unable to refuse, led her to the climate-controlled wine cellar. Upon entering, Lan Weiyin immediately spotted her father's Mouton Rothschild prominently displayed. Striding over, she seized the bottle and prepared to pour it into the empty one. The waiter's eyes widened in alarm, and he quickly intervened. Miss, what are you doing? Pouring wine. If you take the wine away, how will we explain it to Mr. Lan when he arrives? That's simple. Once I'm gone, you can pour any cheap bottle into this one, and the height of the wine will be about the same. Trust me, my father hardly drinks red wine. What you say is what it is. Lan Weiyin spoke nonchalantly, as if her father's wine were as inconsequential as a found trinket. The waiter was utterly flabbergasted but still insisted. This really isn't allowed. Miss, we are a high-end restaurant, and we cannot engage in such actions that betray our clients. What do you mean it's not allowed? I am your esteemed client, and I wish to take what rightfully belongs to me, and you dare tell me it's not allowed. But this belongs to Mr. Lan. Lan Weiyin, now a bit irritated, retorted, if it belongs to my father, doesn't he that make it mine as well? I'm his only daughter. When he passes, won't all of this belong to me? The waiter, rendered speechless, silently lamented for Mr. Lan, thinking, this little cotton-padded jacket has some serious holes. How about this, miss? Call Mr. Lon in front of me. If he agrees, I will immediately allow you to take it. That is the rule. I truly cannot make this exception for you. How annoying. Lon Wayne pouted in displeasure but, unwilling to continue making things difficult for the waiter, pulled out her phone and called her father, sweetly asking, "Hey, Dad, have you taken your blood pressure medication today?" "I have, daughter. When did you become so concerned about your father?" The cheerful voice of Lon's father came through the phone. "I have always been so concerned about you, haven't I? Well, do you have any rescue heart pills nearby?" Upon hearing this, Father Lon immediately became alert and sat up straight. "No, daughter. Just how serious of a mess have you gotten yourself into? Asking your father for anti-hypertensive medication and rescue heart pills. Never mind that. Just prepare the rescue heart pills first." After a moment, Father Lan's voice came through the phone. "All right, I've asked the servant to bring them to me. Now, tell me what is going on." "The thing is, I was dining out and encountered a rather clueless waiter. I asked to retrieve your stored wine, but he insisted I call you first. Isn't that infuriating? I told him, I am your most beloved darling. Isn't everything of yours meant for me?" "Indeed." After a pause, Father Lan's voice came through again, "But something doesn't seem right. This matter must not be as simple as it appears. You must be pulling a fast one on me. Which bottle of wine do you want from your father?" "Isn't it that bottle of 1945 Sictola Fight? Isn't it?" The voice on the other end became animated, accompanied by slight panting. Lon Wayne could almost envision her father clutching his chest, standing up. "Dad, just tell me, what is more important, the wine or your own daughter?" "This time, I choose Sictola Fight." "Without hesitation, Lon Wayne. That all right then. I will tell Mom that you secretly bought Sictola Fight and didn't even let me have a sip. That is settled then. I have nothing more to say. I'll block you. And we won't be in touch anymore." "Hang up." No, daughter. Wait a moment. I believe there is still room for negotiation here." Father Lon's tone grew increasingly obsequious. "HM?" Lon Wayne responded coldly with a nasal tone. "Here's the deal. If you go on a blind date with Chi Silly from the Chi family tomorrow night, I will give you that Sictola Fight. What do you think?" Chapter 45. The Power of Pampering My Husband. "I won't go." Lon Wayne flatly rejected. "What do you take me for?" "As my daughter." "What? Did your grandmother consult a fortune teller who said you would marry a divorcee? Am I that desperate to find a marriage partner for you? You think someone like my daughter could marry a divorcee?" Lon Wayne's eyes suddenly sparkled. "Dad, did Grandma really say that?" "More genuine than pearls." Lon Wayne instantly cheered up. "Daughter, heed your father's advice and go meet him. It's worth at least a meeting. I've heard that Chi Silly from the Chi family has studied abroad, has done quite well in his ventures overseas, is cultured, modest, and refined. Many socialites are vying for him. Do you think your father would deceive you? Just meeting him could be worth several million worth of Sictola Fight. You'd be at no loss." Lon Wayne scoffed. "Oh, our Lon family's chairman doesn't he seem like someone who would engage in a losing business? Now tell me, why on earth do I have to meet Chi Silly? Our family had a verbal engagement with the Chi family in the past. The Chi family has brought it up several times for a meeting, and I've put it off. After postponing several times, it's becoming awkward. Just like that. Besides, your father also thinks Chi Silly is quite a catch. Looking around, the only prominent family that can rival the Chi family now is the Chin family from the north of the city. But your father has inquired, and that Chin Yong is an adopted son. What if you two hit it off, and someday the Chi family's biological son comes knocking? All for nothing." "Father." Lon Wayne's tone grew serious. "Listen carefully. I will not engage in a marriage. Lon Wayne, do not need a marriage to maintain the quality of my life. I can work hard to live the life I desire. Who I marry is my own decision. If you disagree, I will forfeit the Lon family's assets and donate them to society. That won't do. The assets of the Lon family must still be passed on to you. But not the Sictola Fight. You?" Lon Wayne was truly exasperated with her father. "Tell me the truth. Why must I go on a blind date with Chi Silly? Speak. The truth. Isn't it just about the high-speed rail project? A multi-billion project that neither our family nor the Chi family could tackle alone. Thus, cooperation is necessary. That's why the Chi family has brought up the engagement again. After all, with such a large project, everyone is worried about the other party backing out. I've pushed for you to meet several times, and the Chi family is unwilling to continue negotiations. Your father thought you could just meet him and placate them. Besides, who knows, you might just hit it off fine. I will go tomorrow night, but you must not send anyone to supervise me. You know my temperament. I have always disliked others meddling in my affairs. The moment I discover you've sent someone to follow or monitor me, whatever you say afterward, I will not agree to. All right, it's a deal. Also, daughter, save me a sip of that Tola fight. Just a little sip, okay? And don't tell your mother I was sleeping in the study last night. Without waiting for her father to finish, Lon Wayne hung up the phone, glanced at the waiter. Hurry up. Pour me the wine. After that, she dialed Juju. Clear your schedule for tomorrow night. You're going on a blind date with Chi Silly for me. Juju. Wait, sister, what do you take me for? Do you really think I'm just a pawn to be moved around? Enough nonsense. This month's performance bonus is doubled. Okay, got it, cousin. I'll take care of everything. It is my honor to alleviate my superior's troubles. Satisfied with the response, Lon Wayne hung up the phone, took the wine bottle from the waiter, and returned to the dining table. Qin Yang glanced at Lon Wayne. Why do you seem so familiar with this place? Ah? No, I just got lost earlier, that is all. Lon Wayne's face stiffened for a moment. Qin Yang looked at the wine in her hand. Do you still want a drink? Oh, this isn't mine. The waiter just brought it over, saying it was a gift from the restaurant's owner to Qin Chuan, a substitute for Sage Tola fight, with a taste almost identical to it. A substitute? There can be a substitute for Sage Tola fight? Qin Yang took the bottle of wine, scanned it with his phone. A wine priced over 1,000 could be a substitute for Sage Tola fight? Lon Wayne swallowed hard, earnestly stating, this is from the owner's own vineyard, just packaged in a regular bottle. Qin Chuan took the wine bottle from Qin Yang and placed it by his side. Regardless, the intentions of others are worth cherishing. Upon hearing this, Lon Wayne secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had considered giving Qin Chuan the entire bottle of Fitola fight, but he would surely be suspicious. After all, the owner wouldn't send such an expensive wine as a gift to promote the restaurant. Qin Chuan isn't foolish, but if she claimed it was a substitute, Qin Chuan would undoubtedly accept it without reservations. He, Lon Wayne, you are truly a clever little fox. Lon Wayne secretly peered at Qin Chuan again, imagining him enjoying the wine later, unable to suppress a smile. Just as she retracted her gaze, she unexpectedly made eye contact with Chi Silly. Feeling a sudden pang in her chest. Ugh, what a filthy thing. Only Lin Shuiyin would treasure it. Hey, Lin Shuiyin, if you want this fiancé, I'll gladly hand him over to you. Feel free to take him. This time, I choose senior brother Qin. Soon, Qin Chuan wrapped up his 2-hour live stream and prepared to leave with Qin Yu. Just as they stepped out of the restaurant, Lin Shuiyin rushed over angrily, tugging at his arm, commanding him, come back with me. I have something to discuss with you. I have nothing to discuss with you except for divorce. Qin Chuan coldly rejected Lin Shuiyin's request. Lin Shuiyin shuddered, looking at him with a wounded expression. You refuse me? You never used to refuse me. Lin Shuiyin, you know that was in the past. From the moment I witnessed you on a private date with Chi Silly tonight, a singular thought has occupied my mind. What thought? Lin Shuiyin's face paled to a ghostly white. Divorced, I wish I could divorce you immediately. You may not realize it, but in this marriage, I can tolerate everything else, including your temper, your bad moods, and your family's difficulties, but this principle cannot be compromised. This is my bottom line. After saying this, Qin Chuan took Qin Yu and got into the designated driver's car and left. Back in her rented room, Lon Wayne couldn't stop replaying Qin Chuan's words in her mind. Immediately, divorce? There's still a 40-day cooling-off period. How can it be immediate? Lon Wayne paced back and forth on the balcony. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh. I've got it. She then quickly called her uncle. Second uncle, remove the clause about the divorce cooling-off period. The voice on the other end of the phone gasped in shock. Wayne, are you joking with me? This is a significant matter. Moreover, even if you propose it now, it will take at least half a year from proposal to implementation. I don't care. This isn't solely your decision. You have no idea. If a partner has violent tendencies, those 40 days could lead to a homicide. That's a bit exaggerated. In any case, I don't care. My friend needs an immediate divorce. You're responsible for finding a way. Either you amend this clause, or our Lon family will cease donating to you. Upon hearing the mention of donations, Lon Wayne's second uncle quickly changed his tune. Well, actually, many have raised this issue recently. However, this clause can't be changed overnight. If your friend is indeed in a hurry, I can arrange for the system to send him a beta test for shortening the divorce cooling-off period. We can publicly say it's a limited number of slots for random beta testing. How about that? All right, let us proceed as you suggested. I'll give you his phone number. Have your people send him a beta test message? Stating he can divorce early. Understood? Got it. My dear aunt, simply wish to know that my second uncle treats me the best. Lon Wayne fervently praised him over the phone. After hanging up, she instinctively glanced towards Qin Xuan's rental apartment, only to find his mother-in-law furiously pounding on the door of his small courtyard. Qin Xuan, come out. I warn you, release my daughter immediately, otherwise, I will not spare you. Chapter 46. Qin Xuan, how dare you strike your mother-in-law? Qin Xuan had been reading a bedtime story to Qin Yu when he heard the commotion outside. Frowning slightly, he closed the book and descended the stairs. The moment he opened the courtyard door, Lin's mother nearly lunged at Qin Xuan, ready to scratch his face, but was fortunately restrained by Lin's father just in time. Do not act like this. Qin Xuan is not that kind of person. Lin's father pleaded with his agitated wife. In response, Lin's mother furiously struck him. Qin Xuan cast a glance at Lin's father, Lin's mother, Lin Shuiyin, and Qin Siqing. When the light fell upon his daughter, his expression darkened further. What is the matter? His voice carried an icy undertone. Lin's mother, exceedingly agitated, retorted, How dare you ask what the matter is? Zhangjin sent us a message saying she was coming to find you. Now she is missing. And her phone is unreachable. Qin Xuan, how can you claim this has nothing to do with you? This matter is indeed unrelated to me. Qin Xuan replied, standing beneath the moonlight, his back straight and demeanor as cold as a pine tree. Upon finishing his words, he reproached Lin Shuiyin. Why have you brought the child into the conflict between adults? There is no one at home. I had no choice but to bring Chengqing with me. Lin Shuiyin replied, her eyes filled with helplessness. No one at home? With the Lin family's resources, hiring 1 or 2 nannies or childcare specialists should be a trivial matter. Qin Xuan clearly did not believe her explanation. Each time the family created such a ruckus in front of the children, over time, his authority in their eyes would undoubtedly wane. Consequently, Chengqing began to regard him with increasing disdain and distance. This was a perpetual pain in Qin Xuan's heart. Lin Shuiyin felt a lump in her throat and could not utter another word. Qin Xuan was unaware of how many nannies her mother had chased away. It was not that she did not want to find help, but their family had been blacklisted by numerous housekeeping agencies. The home was in disarray, and she could not even enjoy a warm meal when she returned each day. Which was why she had thought of going to a restaurant with Chisilin today. Lin's mother seized Qin Xuan's arm, forcing him to face her. Qin Xuan, if you have grievances, direct them at me. Why make things difficult for Zhangjin? And now, why trouble Shuiyin? Our family has truly fallen into misfortune to have you as a son-in-law. Her words were exceedingly harsh, causing Qin Xuan's heart to grow colder. He attempted to smirk mockingly but found that a seemingly invisible thread connected his heart, and with a smile, his heart ached in response. He had thought his heart had long since hardened. Yet, unexpectedly, in that moment, he could not help but feel disappointment and sorrow for himself. What had the sacrifices of the past 5 years been for, if not for a family even worse than that of swine and dogs? Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan calmly responded, Believe it or not, I have never met Lin Shuiyin. If you do not believe me, then report it to the police. As he spoke, Qin Xuan turned to close the door. However, Lin's mother rushed forward to strike him. I do not believe this matter has nothing to do with you. Just as her fist was about to strike the back of Qin Xuan's head, Qin Yu swiftly jabbed her chest with a broom, halting her movement. Why, Dad is a good person. Qin Yu declared fiercely, her small eyes particularly resolute. At that moment, Qin Siqing also rushed out and pushed Qin Yu aside. You must not bully my grandmother. Qin Yu staggered back a few steps but steadfastly stood in front of Qin Xuan, brandishing the broom. In any case, you can hit me, but you cannot hit my dad. I will not allow anyone to strike my dad. Warmth surged in Qin Xuan's heart, but before he could say anything, a woman's voice approached, low and tinged with barely restrained anger. Lin Shuiyin, are you just going to watch your mother bully Brother Qin? The voice was chilling, seemingly carrying a hint of restraint that made one's heart skip a beat. Lin Shuiyin instinctively turned towards the sound and beheld Lon Wayne under the cold streetlight. Like a vengeful spirit come to reclaim a debt, her once cute face was now enveloped in an icy demeanor as she stepped forward, exuding an air of authority. Approaching Lin's mother, she demanded, Tell me, when did your eldest daughter say she was coming to find Brother Qin? Lin's mother was momentarily taken aback by Lon Wayne's imposing presence and could not find her voice. At 8 o'clock, Lin's father promptly answered her question. My eldest daughter messaged our family group, stating she was coming to confront Qin Chuan. Upon hearing this, Lan Wayne let out a cold laugh and looked at Lin Shuiyin with disappointment in her eyes. At 8 o'clock, we were at the Tsuetsan restaurant, and Brother Qin did not leave at all, did he? Lin Shuiyin, you know this full well, yet you still brought your mother to create a scene. You know this, yet you allowed your mother to insult him? In your eyes, what is Brother Qin to you? What do you consider him? Shouldn't a wife be the first to step forward to defend her husband? Hearing the word wife, Lin Shuiyin suddenly snapped back to reality. You do know I am Qin Chuan's wife, so now I ask you, what is your identity? Are you here to question me as a junior? If not, then you are guilty of marital infidelity. I just couldn't stand seeing you bully him. Lan Wayne bit her lip. She knew her position was not convenient, but she had been too angry just now. Qin Chuan cast a grateful glance at Lan Wayne. Thank you, little sister, for speaking up for me. However, this matter does not concern you. You need not get involved. It would be best if you return for now. As he spoke, Qin Chuan ruffled Qin Yu's hair, and thank you, my little treasure. But Dad does not yet require you two girls to protect him. All right. Qin Yu lowered the broom and obediently stepped behind Qin Chuan. Once he saw that Qin Yu had distanced herself from the center of the storm, Qin Chuan finally spoke. I have said what I needed to say. If you continue to make a scene, I will call the police. Call the police? Go ahead. Qin Chuan, you truly are something. Our family, Jinjin, is merely standing up for Qingqing, and you want to call the police on her, Lin's mother sneered, almost pushing forward with her chest. Go ahead. Arrest your sister-in-law, and then take your mother-in-law away too. Let us see how impressive you really are. Seeing this unfold, Lan Wayne's teeth clenched in rage. For heaven's sake, I truly want to slap that woman senseless. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan grasped his mother-in-law's arm, forcefully pulling her outside. Lin Shuiyin and Lin's father rushed forward to assist, urging Qin Chuan to release her. However, Qin Chuan's grip was as strong as a vice, ultimately throwing her out of his small courtyard and turning to shut the door behind him. Lin's mother landed on the ground, her hands pressed against the rough surface, instantly scraping the skin and causing her to wince in pain. Qin Chuan, you ungrateful scoundrel, you wretched creature. Our Lin family has provided you with food, clothing, and a grand villa, and this is how you repay us. How dare you lay a hand on me? Indeed, Qin Chuan, you cannot strike my mother. She is your mother-in-law, Lin Shuiyin lamented as she helped her mother to her feet. Qin Chuan offered no response, only casting an apologetic glance at Lan Wayne. Little sister, I am sorry for dragging you into this. Please wait here for a moment. It is not convenient for you to go outside just while it is fine. Brother Qin, I am not in a hurry to return. Lan Wayne replied, reluctant to leave. She wished to spend more time with him and was concerned that the old witch outside might bully him. This was not due to a lack of confidence in Qin Chuan, but rather because sometimes the differences in gender made certain situations difficult to navigate. For instance, when Lin's mother had attempted to confront Qin Chuan as a son-in-law, he had no choice but to retreat and dared not retaliate. At that moment, Lin's mother had just risen from the ground when she began to kick the door. Once, twice, thrice. So, Qin Chuan, you want to call the police, do you? I will call first. Let us see how you explain to the police that you struck your own mother-in-law. With that, Lin's mother quickly dialed the police. Chapter 47. A big and a little protecting Qin Chuan. Upon hearing Lin's mother calling the police, Lan Wayne's beautiful face abruptly turned cold. Qin Yu felt similarly. Having had a bad experience with the local police, she could not muster a smile at the sound of the call, her small hands tightly gripping the broom as if preparing for a fierce battle. Qin Chuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these two, whom he had only recently become acquainted with, would stand by him so resolutely. He had not expected that the love he had long sought would unexpectedly manifest in this remote corner of the world. In truth, when he had just entered his second year of university, Meng's mother had already realized he was not her biological son. Yet she chose to remain silent, merely to torment him. She nitpicked and suppressed him until his senior year. When he was facing job hunting, she finally cast him out. For 3 years, he could not understand why his mother had completely reversed her attitude towards him. He constantly searched for reasons within himself, falling into a cycle of internal conflict. The psychology of lacking love gradually formed during that darkest period. When Meng's mother viciously revealed the truth and expelled him from home, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. That day, while intoxicated, he met Lin Shuiyin, and 3 months later, she offered him a home. Without a second thought, he accepted. Over the past 5 years, he had been silently giving, hoping to warm the hearts of this family. Yearning for his own family. Was it not also due to a deep-seated craving for love? When he finally resolved to leave after much suffering and introspection, intending to love himself genuinely and no longer harbor affection for others, he was unexpectedly met with a delightful surprise from fate. He cherished this unexpected joy and expressed gratitude for this serendipitous encounter, glancing at his little junior sister who was still trying to connect with people on WeChat, saying, "It's all right, the innocent will clear themselves." "Absolutely not," Lon Wayne declared firmly. "This society will not accept the notion that the innocent will clear themselves. You have worked hard to establish a reputation in the streaming world. If this incident of being summoned to the police station is captured and exaggerated by those with ill intentions, all your previous efforts will be rendered futile." Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He expected Lon Wayne to consider such intricate details on his behalf. Yet, the person outside was his still-married wife, who had never once shown such concern for him. It seemed that his decision to divorce was indeed the right one. Lon Wayne continued to reach out to contacts on WeChat. "Juju, call my third uncle and inform him that a contact from Qin Chuan's side is coming to record a statement. Do not bring anyone back to the police station." After sending the message to Juju, she quickly contacted several lawyers, inquiring how to handle this situation. The lawyers suggested that there was a case for defamation. While Lon Wayne was still responding to messages, Qin Chuan spoke up. "When the police arrive, you should leave. You're just an office worker. I don't want to drag you into this. As for testifying, I can have Qin Young come." He was concerned that a young woman being taken to the police station late at night would affect her. "I'm fine." Lon Wayne replied nonchalantly, "This is nothing for me." No sooner had her words faded than a police car arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, and several officers stepped out. Qin Chuan's mother-in-law hurried forward, pointing at the courtyard. "Officer, the suspect is inside. He is my son Lord. This moment." Lin Shuian frowned and interjected, "Mom, don't make wild accusations before the facts are clear." Qin Chuan is not that kind of person. Hearing her obedient daughter say this, Lin's mother was furious. "Not that kind of person? What kind of person is he? He called the police on your sister and even tried to arrest me. He just assaulted me. Why don't you tell me what kind of person he is?" Lin Shuian bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin's mother continued to address the officers. "Comrades, arrest him. He is inside. Hurry and break down the door." The officers shot her a stern look. "Are you instructing us on how to do our job? Who is the criminal suspect here? You or us?" Chastised, Lin's mother instantly lowered her head. Lin's father quickly pulled her aside. "Since we called the police, let them investigate thoroughly. Don't cause more trouble." Lin's mother shot him an angry glare and shrugged off his hand. At this moment, Qin Chuan opened the courtyard door and stepped out calmly. The lead officer surveyed the scene and asked, "What exactly is going on?" Lin's father stepped forward to explain, "Comrade, my daughter Lin Shuezhen said she was coming to find her brother-in-law. Then we lost contact with her. My wife got anxious and ended up in a confrontation with her son Lord. As he spoke, Lin's father retrieved a voice message from their family group chat and played it. The recording captured Lin Shuezhen's agitated voice, declaring she wanted to kill Qin Chuan. "After this, we lost contact with her, and her phone was turned off." The officer scrutinized the timestamps. 8 o'clock. It hasn't even been 3 hours. You can't report a missing person until 24 hours has passed. Could it be that your daughter's phone simply ran out of battery? Or perhaps she is with a friend? My daughter hardly has any friends." Lin's mother confessed, her demeanor shifting awkwardly. "My elder daughter is always busy with work, and her college friends have gradually drifted away. Plus, she has a good relationship with my younger daughter, so she never needed friends." The officers exchanged glances, slightly bemused, and turned to Lin's father and Lin Shuiyan. "Has the missing person had regular contact with anyone?" They exchanged uncertain looks and shook their heads. Instead, Qin Chuan offered several names and identities. "Officer, these individuals are the ones Lin Shuezhen frequently communicates with. I've often heard her chatting with them while munching on apples." The officers nodded, taking notes. Lin Shuiyan couldn't help but ask, "How do you know that?" But as soon as the words left her mouth, both she and Lin's father lowered their heads in shame. They lived under the same roof, yet at this crucial moment, they were less informed about Lin Shuezhen than Qin Chuan was. While the officers continued to gather information, Lin's mother, anxious and agitated, turned to the lead officer. "Officer, please stop recording this useless information. My elder daughter is definitely in his room, He must have kidnapped her and hidden her away. You need to go in and rescue her? You're talking nonsense, Lan Wayne pointed at Lin Shuiyan. At 8 o'clock, I was with Senior Qin at the brilliant restaurant, and Lin Shuiyan can attest to that. We never left her sight, so how could he have abducted your daughter? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyan seemed to recall something and pointed at Lan Wayne. Officer, Qin Chuan never left my sight, but this woman was absent for a while and was not within my line of vision. Moreover, she was gone for quite some time. As her voice trailed off, Lan Wayne stared at Lin Shuiyan in disbelief. Qin Chuan quickly interjected, Officer, my little junior sister left to use the restroom and chatted with a waitress for a few moments. I was live streaming. I can prove it was only about 15 minutes, but the journey from the restaurant to here takes at least 20 minutes. So round trip, that's 40 minutes. Therefore, it is impossible for my little junior sister to have been involved in this. The officers contemplated for a moment before addressing their colleague. Go check the surveillance footage at the village entrance and see if Lin Shuiyan appeared in this vicinity. Before long, the officers returned, breathless, to report, Officer, the surveillance shows that Lin Shuiyan indeed came here. Upon hearing this, the Lin family's expressions shifted dramatically. Lin's mother rushed forward to grab Qin Chuan and struck him on the head. I told you so. It must be you. You want to harm my daughter. I didn't do it. Qin Chuan shrugged off Lin's mother's hand. With a crack, it sounded as if a bone had dislocated. Immediately, a scream followed. Ah, it hurts, officer. My hand is definitely broken. I want to report this. I want to arrest him. Having dealt with unruly individuals before, the officers ignored her and turned back to their panting colleague. What else did the surveillance capture? The surveillance shows that the area in front of this door is a dead zone, so we can't confirm whether Lin Shuiyan entered the house. However, it is certain that she was headed in the direction of finding Qin Chuan. The officer who was being addressed lowered his gaze and looked at Qin Chuan, asking, We currently do not have a search warrant, but will you allow us to search to prove your innocence? Certainly, Qin Chuan gestured for them to proceed. The officers entered the courtyard and began their investigation. Lin's mother followed them inside, adamant, she must be in his room. She has to be. Once I find her, I'll see what he has to say. Hearing her mother's unwavering conviction, Lin Shuiyan felt her resolve waver. She quickly pulled Qin Chuan aside and whispered urgently, You haven't really done anything. Have you? I know my sister can be harsh with her words, but you shouldn't retaliate against a woman like that. Her words fell like a bucket of icy water over Qin Chuan's head. Yet it was not entirely unexpected. He realized he could calmly accept all the disappointment Lin Shuiyan brought him. As someone once said, anger stems from a desire for reconciliation, a wish for someone to soothe your hurt. But true departure is quiet, just like the calm of the moment he proposed divorce, resolute yet tranquil. At this moment, Qin Chuan gazed intently at Lin Shuiyan, offering no defense. He suddenly found that the face that once captivated him no longer held allure. Failing to stir any emotion within him, say something, explain yourself. What does it mean for you to just stare at me? Lin Shuiyan urged, tugging at Qin Chuan's shirt. I'm doing this for your own good. If you really did something to my sister, I'll tell them to stop searching. Before she could finish her sentence, the officers had already led Lin's mother downstairs and addressed Lin's father. We searched the entire house, top to bottom, inside and out, and we found no one. Lin Shuiyan's face froze instantly, her embarrassment palpable. The officers then reprimanded Lin's parents, advising them, if you showed more concern for your child, she wouldn't go missing without you knowing about her friends. Also, try to resolve your family issues internally and avoid wasting police resources. Lin's father and mother hung their heads in guilt. Lin's mother pressed her lips together, attempting to grab the officer's sleeve. Officer, please think of another way. My daughter must have encountered something unfortunate. A mother knows her child. I'm certain she's in trouble. If she's not here, perhaps Qin Chuan has hidden her elsewhere. He truly wants to harm my daughter. Please help us search again. If all else fails, arrest him and use forceful interrogation. Ridiculous, the officer retorted. Ma'am, we have procedures to follow. We must rely on evidence, not simply arrest someone for a brutal interrogation. The lead investigator wore a stern expression and coldly reprimanded, causing Lin's mother to feel her heart skip a beat. Too frightened to utter another word. You may first check the places she frequents, her colleagues and friends' homes. If you cannot establish contact after 24 hours, return to the police station to file a report. After delivering this instruction, The investigator handed over a statement for Qin Chuan and Lin's mother to sign. Once the signatures were affixed, they departed. As soon as the investigators left, Lin's mother rushed towards Qin Chuan, accusing him, "It's you. You are the one to blame. Even if you didn't hide my Zhenjin, you must help me find her. On what grounds?" Qin Chuan replied, his gaze frosty and demeanor indifferent. "Simply because you are the one who harmed Zhenjin, subjecting her to public scrutiny." Lin's mother spoke without a hint of remorse. Qin Chuan scoffed, "That was entirely her own doing." He then gently touched Lan Wei-yin's shoulder, saying, "Junior sister, I shall escort you home." Lin Shuiyin, witnessing Qin Chuan's hand on Lan Wei-yin's shoulder, felt an immediate surge of anger. "Qin Chuan, what are you doing? I'm still alive. How dare you touch another woman in front of me? And intend to take her home?" Qin Chuan cast a dispassionate glance at Lin Shuiyin. "I'm not dead yet either, am I? Aren't you off on a date with Qi Sili?" Lin Shuiyin felt as though she had been pricked by a thorn, her fury igniting. "Regardless, I forbid it. I won't allow you to take her home, nor will I permit you to treat her so kindly. Do you hear me?" As Lin Shuiyin stomped her feet, a voice within her screamed. Qin Chuan belonged to her. He must heed her every command. How could he extend kindness to another woman? Absolutely not. She would not allow such an occurrence. Unperturbed by Lin Shuiyin's outburst, Qin Chuan continued to guide Lan Wei-yin away. "I apologize, but this is my family matter, though I seem to have drawn you into it." As they walked, Lan Wei-yin frequently glanced back, a worried expression crossing her face. "Senior brother, are you sure you can handle this alone? Perhaps I should stay and look after Qin Yu." "No need." Qin Chuan replied curtly. Lan Wei-yin pursed her lips, aware of her own position and the inappropriateness of interfering, and lowered her head as she turned back. Upon returning to the courtyard, Qin Chuan coldly dismissed the Lin family. "I kindly ask you to leave my home. I have no obligation to assist you in searching for Lin Shuizhen. Even if I did, I would not do so. I will not show mercy to someone who has repeatedly harmed and humiliated me. I am not that magnanimous." Lin Shuiyin furrowed her brows, as if she had never known Qin Chuan. "Why are you so petty? My sister is likely in danger, and the police said it hasn't been 24 hours yet." "Qin Chuan, you hold a grudge." "Indeed, I do hold a grudge. Therefore, I kindly request you to leave now." Qin Chuan's expression remained impassive as he issued the eviction once more. Hearing this, Lin Sicheng crossed her arms and huffed. "Grandmother, don't plead with that bad father anymore. We can go find Uncle Qi. Uncle Qi is so capable. He will surely help us locate Aunt." Lin's mother quickly realized, striking her thigh in enthusiasm. "Yes, let's find Qi Sili, Yin Yin. Let us hasten to find Qi Sili. He must have a way." Lin Shuiyin also found this reasoning sound, ceasing her insistence and promptly heading outside. Although she instinctively knew that by leaving, Qin Chuan would become even more difficult to appease. After all, Qi Sili was the person he cared about most. She felt she had no other choice. The safety of her sister was paramount. They all understood well that her sister had a habit of carrying a power bank. Thus, her phone being off was surely indicative of trouble, rather than merely a dead battery. Lin's father cast a guilty glance at Qin Chuan. "I apologize." He wished to say more, but, recalling the situation regarding his eldest daughter, ultimately turned and left. Once this group departed, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Qin Chuan secured the doors and took Qin Yu upstairs to rest. Meanwhile, in the abandoned cabin atop the mountain, Lin Shuizhen gradually regained consciousness. When she fully awakened, she discovered that her hands and feet were bound. Her eyes covered, and before her lay an impenetrable darkness, leaving her utterly unaware of her location. "Help! Is anyone there?" Lin Shuizhen struggled desperately against the ropes binding her, but they were tied too tightly to yield even a fraction. The more she fought, the tighter the ropes seemed to constrict, causing her skin to chafe and burn painfully. She glanced around in vain, unable to see anything, as her anxiety swelled like ripples in a pond. She had no idea what awaited her. "Help! Qin Chuan, please save me. Qin Chuan, come quickly." Lin Shuizhen attempted to rise repeatedly, but each effort ended in failure. Each fall and failure to escape left her feeling desolate, as tears streamed down her face. "Qin Chuan, you bastard, every encounter with you brings nothing but misfortune." Lin Shuizhen sobbed. A sudden realization struck her. Despite her aversion to Qin Chuan, why, in this moment of peril, did she instinctively call his name? Why did she still hope for his rescue? Confusion enveloped her. At that moment, a distant memory fluttered into her mind like delicate snowflakes. Chapter 49. Qin Chuan, I'm sorry. I finally understand why I targeted you. On an autumn afternoon, Lin Shuizhen was dragged to campus by a friend as she walked. She complained, "What is so great about the school band as performance? No matter how talented they are, can they compare to a singer? No matter how handsome, can they rival a star?" Her friend laughed and replied, "You might just be right. They are even better than singers. Even more handsome than stars. Look over there." Lin Shuizhen followed her friend's gaze and spotted Qin Chuan on the high stage, clad in a white shirt with the hem slightly askew, embodying the essence of refined wildness. Sunlight bathed his dark hair, casting a soft glow upon him, making him look extraordinarily handsome. Below, the younger students roared with excitement, moving in rhythm with the music at that moment. Lin Shuizhen felt her heart respond in kind. What astonished her further was that Qin Chuan not only excelled at fast-paced songs, but sang slow ones with an allure that seemed to penetrate the soul. Her friend explained, the lead singer, Huan Yu, is set to sign him as a solo artist, but he declined. Why? Lin Shuizhen asked, bewildered. Isn't becoming a star a dream for many? Moreover, it could yield substantial earnings. It is said that he has his own aspirations, wanting to pursue a career in artistic decoration or interior design. Music is merely a hobby for him. Lin Shuizhen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He is indeed a rather unique individual. What, have you taken a liking to him? Her friend teased. Our aloof queen has finally seen the light. Indeed, Lin Shuizhen replied without a hint of hesitation. I am interested in him. I used to think I wasn't interested in men. But it turns out none of them appealed to me until now. It's him. I will pursue him. Her friend was taken aback. Are you serious? You are older than him? And so what? An older sister knows how to cherish someone. Lin Shuizhen smiled, flicking her long hair, her eyes gleaming with determination. After that day, she learned that Qin Chuan's band performed nightly at a bar, and she made it a point to attend regularly. Weeks passed, and feeling the moment was ripe, she planned to confess her feelings that very night when she suddenly received news that her sister had gone missing after a breakup. The family searched frantically, and Lin Shuizhen had no choice but to abandon her confession to help find Lin Shuiyan. They were well aware of Qi Sili's significance to Lin Shuiyan and feared she might take drastic measures. However, Lin Shuizhen did not realize that on that very night, Qin Chuan had just discovered he was not the biological son of the Meng family. For over 20 years, the individuals he had called father and mother were not his true parents. That night, he was cast out and sought solace in alcohol at the bar. On the very night Lin Shuizhen intended to confess her feelings, the same night she was desperately searching for her sister. Qin Chuan and Lin Shuiyan became entangled. When Lin Shuizhen learned the truth, it felt as though a sword pierced her heart, inflicting both pain and regret. She mourned the untimely end of a relationship that had never truly begun, lamented that her beloved sister had been the one to sever it, and regretted not being by Qin Chuan's side that night to offer him comfort. Even now, reflecting on that day, Lin Shuizhen felt as though her heart had been gouged out, leaving an agonizing void. From that day forth, she viewed Qin Chuan with disdain, believing him to lack self-control. Throughout that month, she cursed him 100 times daily and vented her frustrations to her friends until they could bear it no longer. By the time she finally decided to let go of her resentment and attend one of his performances, Lin Shuiyan delivered shocking news. Sister, I'm pregnant. Its Qin Chuan that instant. Lin Shuizhen felt as if the world had collapsed. Pregnant? How could you be pregnant? Are you certain that child is Qin Chuan's? At that moment, Lin Shuizhen felt a surge of agitation. Her voice rising in pitch, Lin Shuiyan's complexion darkened instantly. Sister, what are you implying? I have not. Qi Sili and I have not. My first time was with Qin Chuan. He is my only man. If this child isn't Qin Chuan's, whose could it be? I am your sister, and you think so little of me? It was the first time the sisters had quarreled. That day, both wore foul expressions, refusing to acknowledge one another. 3 days later, Lin Shuizhen took the initiative to apologize and sought out Lin Shuiyan. What are your plans now? I don't know. I'm utterly confused. Upon seeing her sister's humility, Lin Shuiyan softened her stance. Sister, should I marry Qin Chuan for the sake of this child? After all, this is a life. Lin Shuizhen's heart skipped a beat. Do you truly know that Qin Chuan? He likes me, Lin Shuiyan stated with certainty. He likes you? Yes, I'm sure that he often steals glances at me, covertly keeps track of my affairs, and even inquires about me from others. I am quite certain that he is hopelessly in love with me. Lin Shuiyan spoke with great confidence. But what about Qi Silin? What will happen when Qi Silin returns to the country in a few years? Yin Yin, are you truly planning to give up on Qi Silin? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyan hesitated once more. Never mind. Marriage was merely a fleeting thought for me. After all, to terminate a life feels rather cruel. However, I have no intention of marrying or having children before the age of 35, even for the sake of Qi Silin. Because once I become pregnant, my pelvic structure will be altered, and many ballet movements will become impossible for me. I would no longer be able to serve as a principal dancer. Lin Shuizhen quickly nodded in agreement. Then I will accompany you to the hospital, and let us keep this from our parents. All right. Lin Shuiyan nodded. That very day, under Lin Shuizhen's arrangement, she went to see her gynecological classmate. Preparing to terminate the pregnancy immediately, however, after the examination, Lin Shuizhen's friend furrowed her brows. To be frank, I do not recommend that you terminate this pregnancy. The position of this fetus is peculiar. Most doctors would hesitate to perform an abortion due to the significant risk of hemorrhage, which could endanger your life. Moreover, terminating this pregnancy could render you unable to conceive in the future. Upon hearing this, both Lin Shuiyan and Lin Shuizhen were taken aback. After much contemplation, Lin Shuiyan ultimately decided against the abortion and sought out Qin Chuan for marriage. On the day Lin Shuiyan approached Qin Chuan to discuss matters, Lin Shuizhen stood at a distance beneath a tree, waiting for her. She faintly heard her sister playfully tease Qin Chuan, but no principal dancer would willingly sacrifice her career to bear a child for a man. Qin Chuan, you must treat me well after we marry. If you do not, I shall not spare you. Lin Shuizhen smirked derisively. Hemph, deceiver. Subsequently, they registered their marriage. Qin Chuan, a cast-off from the Ming family, had no savings and could only afford to buy Lin Shuiyan a simple gold ring. There was no wedding, no dowry. This fact brought Lin Shuizhen some solace. What good is being handsome? Handsomeness cannot be eaten. What value does talent hold? The world is not lacking in talent. The least valuable talent is that of the poor. Moreover, the absence of a lavish wedding for her sister, who had always been proud, provided her with a sense of relief. After their marriage, Lin Shuizhen found herself inexplicably drawn to them, sometimes at a loss for words. She could not help but provoke Qin Chuan with a jibe. Each time she witnessed Qin Chuan's restrained demeanor, she felt a sense of satisfaction. The scenes of her mocking Qin Chuan replayed in her mind like snowflakes swirling in a tempest. Her memories, akin to thorny vines, ensnared her tightly, suffocating her and causing her tears to fall incessantly. Qin Chuan, I'm sorry that I finally understand why I cannot help but ridicule you. It is because I love you. Because I am unwilling to accept it. I was the one who first set my sights on you. How could you marry my sister? It is not that I wish to meddle in your marriage. Rather, I yearn to be near you, even if it is just to converse. It is all my fault. My fault for not knowing how to communicate with you, and my fault for being envious of Yin Yin. Qin Chuan, if I were to die here today, would you ever think of me? As her voice faded, the wooden door creaked open. Lin Shuizhen trembled. Chapter 50. Qi Silin. Investigate the woman beside Qin Chuan. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, allowing a sliver of moonlight to penetrate the dim wooden cabin. An old man, stooped and clutching a bottle of liquor, stumbled in, belching drunkenly. Who? Lin Shuizhen felt a chill run down her spine. Before she could finish her question, a sharp crack of a whip answered her. The sound echoed as it struck her arm, her fair skin instantly lacerated. You wretched woman, are you awake? It's good you're awake. Now you can feel the pain. Another crack resounded. I'll kill you, you filthy creature. Ah, who are you? Lin Shuizhen dodged left and right, but the whip continued to rain down upon her. Her arms and bare legs were ablaze with pain. Who are you? Have you mistaken me for someone else? Crack? I have not mistaken anyone. I'm targeting women like you, greedy and vulgar. You are the one who looked down on that streamer today. You, with your snobbish eyes, are just like my wife who ran off with another man. I will kill you. I will eliminate all women like you from this world. The man's voice was thick with liquor. Lashing out at Lin Shuizhen in a fit of rage, he belched again, scanning the surroundings for my chainsaw. I want to use my chainsaw to chop off your head, your arms, your legs, piece by piece, and toss them into the sea to feed the fish. Lin Shuizhen's face turned pale with fear. No, I know I was wrong. Please, spare me that I kneel before you. I bow my head. I will speak properly from now on. In that moment, all Lin Shuizhen wanted was to survive, regardless of her disheveled state. Humph, too late. I'm going to get my chainsaw. Women like you shouldn't exist in this world. Meanwhile, in Chi Silen's penthouse, he was shaking the bottle of liquor in his hand. His eyes narrowed as he reminisced about Lan Wayne. Black cards. How does she possess so many black cards? Even Lin Shuiyan cannot obtain a black card. He himself only had 2. How could she possibly have so many? That woman seems quite interested in Qin Chuan, protecting him at every turn. This irked Chi Silen. Qin Chuan had not only secured the ballet goddess Lin Shuiyan, but she also bore him a daughter. Now that they were divorced, he still had such a high-quality woman waiting to take her place. How was that fair? What advantages did he have over me? He merely possesses a decent appearance. Yet, a man's looks are the least valuable trait of all. To put it bluntly, even if one is ugly, short, or overweight, as long as they are wealthy and powerful, countless women will flock to them. That night, Chi Silen found himself feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Qin Chuan. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chi Silen's personal assistant delivered a warm porridge for supper. Amy, please investigate the identity of the woman beside Qin Chuan as swiftly as possible. For a moment, Chi Silen suspected that the woman known as Xiao Shimi was Lan Wayne, the only daughter of the chairman of the largest real estate company in the city, the Lan family. She was also his prospective marriage partner. Only women of such stature could possess that many black cards. Amy noted this and glanced at the schedule. Chi Zong, you have a blind date tomorrow night at 8. The chairman of the Lan family has agreed to meet with you. What? Chi Silen paused for a moment. Amy repeated herself. All right, I understand. As Amy turned to leave, Chi Silen called her back. There's no need to investigate the woman beside Qin Chuan anymore. Whether or not she is the daughter of the Lan family, I will know when I go tomorrow night. Amy hesitated for a moment before responding. Understood. The doorbell rang again. Amy went to open the door and was met with the disapproving gaze of Lin's mother. Who are you? What are you doing in Chi Silen's house at this late hour? Mom, this is Amy, Chi Silen's assistant. Lin Shuiyan quickly grabbed her mother, who resembled a battle-crazed hen, and smiled apologetically at Amy. However, Lin's mother was still relentless. Even if she is an assistant, it is inappropriate for her to be here so late. Lin's father frowned. Enough, let us hurry inside. Finding Zhenjin is our priority. Do not forget the purpose of our visit. Humph. Lin's mother remained obstinate, insisting that Zhenjun be found while also safeguarding my youngest daughter's happiness. Lin Shuiyan, infuriated, retorted, Mom, what on earth are you rambling about? It is precisely because you behave this way that Qin Chuan has misunderstood and wants a divorce. Lin's mother was about to respond when Chi Silen, feeling a surge of disdain, approached with a polite smile on his face. Aunt, you are right. It is indeed inappropriate for Amy to be here at this hour. I will be more mindful to avoid any misunderstandings in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother felt somewhat appeased and nodded. She shot a disdainful glance at Lin Shuiyan. Look, this is what a perfect son-in-law should be, Lin's father urged. Let us get inside and discuss matters. Chi Silen finally invited the Lin family into the living room. Lin's father briefly explained the situation. As Chi Silen listened, he felt increasingly impatient, occasionally zoning out. He'll be honest, he had no interest in the Lin family's trivial matters. His sole obsession was to be with Lin Shuiyan. To compensate for the regret of never having been with his first love, of course, the allure of the married Lin Shuiyan was also significant to him. He longed to hear her whisper in her husky voice, Silen, you are better than Qin Chuan. With that thought, Chi Silen's lips curled into a smile. Lin's father, upon witnessing this subtle expression, felt a wave of confusion. Uncle, do not worry, I will take care of this matter. I will call a few friends at the police station right away to intensify the search. Rest assured, we will definitely find Yin Yin's sister. As he spoke, Chi Silen walked to the balcony, feigning to make a few phone calls. For some reason, Lin's father felt a sense of unease upon seeing the smile on Chi Silen's face. Chi Silen returned to the living room. Lin's mother quickly asked, Silen, who have you contacted? I reached out to a few directors and chiefs. Aunt, you can rest assured, Lin's mother pressed. Which ones did you contact? Chi Silen paused, and his smile became somewhat rigid. Aunt, it is not convenient for me to disclose that information. You know how high-ranking these individuals are. Oh, I understand. Lin's mother nodded repeatedly. Chi Silen turned to Amy. Please escort uncle and aunt back. As he spoke, he gently caressed Lin Shuiyan's back twice, reassuring her, rest assured, your sister will be fine and will return shortly. Suddenly, Lin Shuiyan felt a fleeting touch on her back. causing her entire body to stiffen as if jolted by an electric current, followed by an unsettling wave of disgust surging within her. She could not comprehend her own feelings. It seemed she was instinctively averse to Chi Silai's touch, even harboring a sense of loathing. To mask her earlier overreaction, Lin Shuiyan forced a smile, curling her lips slightly as she nodded at Chi Silai, before trailing behind Amy downstairs. Once in the car, after shutting the door, Lin's mother began her incessant chatter once more. Chi Silai's absence in personally escorting them downstairs, leaving it to Amy instead, puzzled her. Shuiyan, you truly need to be more vigilant. I have a strong feeling Amy is not a good influence. Enough, Mom. I am still married to Qin Chuan. Lin Shuiyan abruptly slammed the brakes while raising her voice, startling Lin's mother momentarily. It's all your fault. You constantly speak of these matters in front of Chengcheng, causing her to misunderstand. Lin's father chimed in. Exactly. Lin's mother pursed her lips. I only wish for your well-being. It's obvious to anyone with eyes that Qin Chuan and Chi Silai are both individuals of merit. Besides, you know Chi Silai harbors deep feelings for you. Mom, could you please stop bothering me? Lin Shuiyan continued to drive. Lin's mother sulked, pouting her lips in frustration, rubbing her chest as she glanced at Lin's father. For some reason, I always feel Chi Silai has been acting rather strangely tonight. At this, Qin Siqing curiously raised her little head to look at her grandmother. Chapter 51. Praise, qualification for cancellation of divorce cooling off period internal test obtained. Lin's mother swallowed hard. Do you think Chi Silai might not have helped us find anyone at all? Lin's father harbored similar suspicions, particularly due to the peculiar details surrounding Chi Silai's behavior. While on the balcony talking on the phone, his screen seemed to remain off. Qin Siqing glanced between her grandparents. Her eyes filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Lin Shuiyan felt an overwhelming sense of agitation while driving. Mom, please stop overthinking. Chi Silai would never disregard my situation. That night, apart from Qin Siqing, who was too exhausted to stay awake, the Lin family struggled with insomnia. The next day, Qin Chuan resumed his live stream, focusing on the renovation of the old house. This time, the content revolved around the transformation of Qin Yu's room. Qin Yang also came to lend a hand. This fellow, lacking a proper profession, primarily earned his living through the trading of jade and gambling on stones. By noon, the three of them were joyfully barbecuing in the small courtyard. After their meal, Qin Chuan began to brew tea. Just as the tea was ready, the Lin family arrived. Qin Yang, initially bringing the teacup to his nose to savor the aroma, was about to indulge when the arrival of the Lin family made him roll his eyes in dismay. How disappointing! In contrast, Qin Chuan remained composed, sipping his tea. Meanwhile, Qin Yu appeared somewhat tense, her delicate hands holding the teacup, glancing at the Lin family and then at her father, seemingly contemplating whether to drink the tea or spill it on the family. Lin Shuiyan glanced at Qin Yu, finding it hard to like her, but at that moment, she felt it unnecessary to dwell on it. Qin Chuan, my sister still hasn't returned. What should we do? At this point, Lin's father voiced his anxiety. Yes, we just went to the police station again, but they still refused to file a missing person report, claiming it hasn't been 24 hours. Weren't you supposed to find Chi Silai? He would surely help you, Qin Chuan replied, his tone devoid of warmth. Why come to me, an insignificant person without power? With his long, elegant fingers gripping the teacup, he spoke with a dispassionate demeanor. The simplicity of his words left Lin Shuiyan and her father momentarily speechless. Why would I seek your assistance? It's only natural to hold you accountable, Lin's mother interjected. If you hadn't allowed Junjin to be exposed online, she wouldn't be in this predicament. It's all your fault. You are responsible. Qin Chuan lifted his gaze, his previously indifferent eyes suddenly sharpening. What if I refuse to take responsibility? What will you do? Will you resort to violence against me? He casually set the teacup down on the table with a resounding thud. His aura shifting with the gesture. Why compliance in the past was not due to the validity of your words or the effectiveness of your methods, but rather out of respect for you as my wife's mother. I regarded you as family. However, if that respect is withdrawn, your words will hold no weight with me, and all your tactics will be rendered ineffective. Lin's mother recalled the pain from being thrown to the ground last night and instinctively rubbed her arm. A fiery anger igniting within her. You. Before she could say more, Lin's father swiftly pulled her behind him. Do not complicate matters further. Remember the main objective. Instantly silenced, Lin's mother bit her tongue. Qin Xuan, you and Xueyin are still married. At the end of the day, we are still family. I realize Zhenjin has acted inappropriately. When she returns, I will ensure she personally apologizes to you. But for now, can we think of a way to find her? Lin's father hung his head, taking a deep breath. I am asking you as your father-in-law. I do not wish to manipulate you with my position or morals, but I am truly at my wit's end. Qin Xuan, as a father yourself, can you imagine the torment of not knowing who has taken your daughter? Qin Xuan paused momentarily, gripping the teacup, yet his tone remained resolute. You should leave. Do not disturb my life any further. Since the day I decided to divorce Xueyin, the Lin family's affairs have nothing to do with me. Moreover, last night, you made your choice, did you not? Lin's father lowered his head in shame. Qin Xuan, I was truly confused last night. I thought Qi Silai might have more connections. I genuinely do not doubt you. That's why we came to find you. File a police report. For professional matters, consult professionals. Qin Xuan's voice remained flat as he continued brewing tea for Qin Yang and Qin Yu. His refined features revealed no hint of emotional fluctuation, akin to an ancient master of the martial arts, calmly playing the guqin, garnering silent admiration from Qin Yang. Yes, this is how one should deal with these ungrateful, disgusting individuals. Lin's father found himself at a loss for words, his face flushed with embarrassment. But if we wait, I fear Zhenjin may be ruined. Qin Xuan, please help us. If Qi Silai cannot help, what can I do? You can. You undoubtedly can. In the past, whenever our family faced difficulties, you were the one who resolved them. Qin Xuan, I know you have a way. Lin's father's voice was filled with conviction, and Lin Xueyin hurriedly echoed, believing Qin Xuan would appreciate their flattery. Yes, you certainly have more capability than Qi Silai in this matter. Qin Xuan scoffed. Then why did you seek Qi Silai last night? Both Lin's father and Lin Xueyin were left speechless. Lin's father, feeling utterly helpless, could only plead, Qin Xuan, Zhenjin may speak harshly, but her heart is good. You know how much she cares for Chengqing. When Chengqing was 2, she nearly fell from a height, and it was Zhenjin who caught her. Could you perhaps consider saving my daughter today, given my daughter once saved yours? Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan's expression softened slightly. At that moment, Qin Siqing approached. Yes, stinky dad, if you don't help my aunt, I will never forgive you in this lifetime. With her words, the warmth in Qin Xuan's expression diminished once more. Gratitude is a principle I uphold, but using it as leverage is unexpected. You all should leave. Do not trouble me further. Before he could finish, his phone chimed with a new message. He glanced at it, his expression suddenly turning serious. He had received a qualification for the cancellation of the marriage cooling-off period. Fearing it was a scam, he stepped inside to call the Civil Affairs Bureau for verification. Upon receiving confirmation, he was overwhelmed with joy. Wonderful. I can finally sever ties with this family cleanly. Re-entering the courtyard, he found Lin Xueyin seemingly summoning her courage, stating, Qin Xuan, let us consider this my request to you. If you agree to help me find my sister, I can agree to one condition. Pausing for a moment, Lin Xueyin awkwardly continued, even if you want to remarry, I would agree. Chapter 52. Hennessy, Mutai, Kondi, are you certain? I can propose any condition? Lin Xueyin nodded affirmatively. Very well. Qin Xuan turned to Qin Yang. Is there a way to borrow a dog with a keen sense of smell? He then asked Lin's father. Do you have any of Lin Xuezin's belongings in the car? Yes. Lin's father quickly responded and went to find them. Qin Yang slapped his thigh. Brother, why didn't I think of that? You're brilliant. I'll go borrow one of my friend's dogs right now. As he spoke, Qin Yang rushed outside, colliding with Lan Wayne. Qin Yang, where are you off to? Borrowing a dog. My brother has an urgent need. Qin Yang replied while dashing out. I have a dog, Lan Wayne exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang immediately stopped in his tracks. Does your dog have a particularly keen sense of smell? Yes, my dog has an exceptional sense of smell. No matter where my dad hides his secret stash or valuable items, they always find them. They're infallible, Qin Yang. This kind of dog brings misfortune to its owner. Nevertheless, Qin Yang called a friend, only to discover that his friend was out of town. He turned to Qin Xuan. Brother, my friend is away. How about we try using Lan Wayne's dog? Qin Xuan nodded. Lan Wayne immediately arranged for the dog to be brought over. Half an hour later, Qin Xuan and Qin Yang watched as 3 dogs descended from a delivery van, both simultaneously raising their eyebrows in disbelief. A snow-white Samoyed, a husky with exceptionally clear eyes, and an enormous Tibetan Mastiff. 1, 2, 3. Each of us holds one leash, perfectly balanced. Lon Wayne gently patted the heads of the 3 dogs. Allow me to introduce them. The Samoyed is named Hennessy, the Husky is called Mutai, and the Tibetan Mastiff goes by the name of Kangdi, Chinchuan, Chinyang. Lon Wayne chuckled awkwardly. My father has a particular fondness for alcohol. Unable to afford fine wines, he decided to name them after drinks instead. Chinyang pointed at the particularly robust dog. But this Tibetan Mastiff doesn't look cheap either. Its imposing presence clearly signifies a hefty price. Not at all. It's a mixed breed. It was crossbred with a mutt. Its parents each mixed with 4 other dogs. All of them were hybrids, so its lineage is remarkably impure. Kangdi seemed to comprehend Lon Wayne's words and growled in displeasure. Fierce and intimidating. Chinyang, frightened, instinctively hid behind Chinchuan. I choose the Samoyed. Lon Wayne grabbed Kangdi's leash, suggesting, how about this? Kangdi is familiar with me, so I'll take him. Senior brother, you can handle Mutai. Chinchuan nodded. Kangdi's size was too intimidating for him, and he worried he wouldn't be able to manage him. Not so, brother. What do we do next? Chinchuan indicated towards the nearby mountain. We should head up the hill. Last night, I noticed a particularly deep trail right in front of my house that extends over there. If I'm not mistaken, it might be a sign that Lin Shuezhen was bagged and dragged in that direction. Leaving such a pronounced mark, upon hearing this, Lin's mother was incensed. So it's you, Chinchuan. You noticed it last night and chose not to mention it. You want to endanger my Zhenjin? Don't you? Chinchuan, uninterested in her tirade, focused on building rapport with Mutai. The reason he hadn't spoken up last night was that he didn't want to involve himself, and this was merely speculation. It could be incorrect. Recklessly sending the police to search the mountain would only waste their resources. As Lin's mother continued to protest, Lon Wayne stepped in front of her. Hey, old hag, what are you yelling about? My senior brother has no obligation to help you. We don't even know what kind of lunatic we're dealing with. We are risking our lives to assist you. Keep talking, and you can find your own way up the mountain. With that, Lon Wayne pretended to hand Kangdi's leash to Lin's mother. Kangdi growled again, clearly displeased. Oof, oof. This frightened Lin's mother into retreating, her face pale. Lin Shuezhen hurried to support her mother. Reproaching Chinchuan. Look at your junior sister. She shows no respect for my mother. Why, junior sister is under no obligation to respect your mother. Chinchuan shot her an irritated glance. You? Lin Shuezhen bit her lip in frustration. This was the first time Chinchuan had treated her so dismissively. All because of that Lon Wayne. Once she reconciles with Chinchuan, she will ensure he distances himself from this Lon Wayne and even write a guarantee. She is nothing but a vixen. The moment she appears, Chinchuan's demeanor shifts dramatically. Lon Wayne returned to her rental, changing into an outdoor sports outfit, a red and white windbreaker paired with adventure shoes. Tying her hair in a high ponytail, making her look both spirited and fierce, she handed each of Chinchuan and Chinyang a walkie-talkie. We can use these to communicate on the mountain. It's faster than using a mobile phone. Channel 1 is for the 3 of us, while Channel 2 is for the enthusiastic citizens I've enlisted to help. They're on their way now. If needed, we can use Channel 2 to call them in. The so-called enthusiastic citizens were, in fact, security personnel from the Lon family. They were currently changing into appropriate attire to join the search. Lon Wayne discreetly slipped several bags of dog treats to Chinchuan. If Mutai doesn't listen to you, give him these. As she spoke, Lon Wayne tapped Mutai on the head. Be good. Understand? You must listen to him. Mutai extended his tongue, showcasing his clear, albeit foolish, gaze. Lon Wayne quickly took a treat from Chinchuan's hand, tore it open, and fed it to him. Be good, understand? Mutai eagerly responded. Oof. Chinchuan. How can he have such little faith in this dog? Go ahead. Senior brother. This dog has the keenest sense of smell. He is most likely to find my father's hidden treasures, which my mother cherishes dearly. Mutai proudly barked once more. Oof, Chinchuan. All right then, I'll tentatively place my trust in him. The 3 of them arrived at the foot of the mountain. Chinchuan, concerned, cautioned, Junior sister, this matter does not concern you and poses danger. You should return. He had already repeated this several times, but Lon Wayne remained undeterred, brimming with enthusiasm. Not at all. I have Kangdi. Lon Wayne was unwilling to let Chinchuan venture up alone. She would be worried sick waiting at the base. It was better to go up and see for herself. After contemplating, Chinchuan pointed in a direction he deemed least likely to conceal anything. All right? You head that way. If you don't find anything, come back down. We'll regroup at the foot of the mountain. Lan Wei nodded, leading Kangdi in the direction indicated by Qin Chuan. After receiving his assignment, Qin Yang also took Hennessy with him. The Samoyed moved slowly, its plump behind swaying adorably. However, after a few steps, it flopped down, grinning foolishly at Qin Yang. Qin Yang, why aren't you moving? The Samoyed continued to grin, extending its pink tongue, utterly charming. No, young lady, don't give me that adorable act. With no other choice, Qin Yang reported the situation to Lan Wayne via the walkie-talkie. What do you think Hennessy is trying to do? She probably can't walk anymore and wants you to carry her, Lan Wayne replied. Qin Yang, is this still a dog? Such short stamina? Reluctantly, Qin Yang accepted his fate, lifting Hennessy and trudging forward with difficulty. Not long after, he simply sat down on the grass. I can't do it. She is too heavy. Hennessy barked in discontent. Why, young lady, I am genuinely too tired. Let us take a break. Besides, I'm not in a hurry to rescue that Lin Shuezhen. Meanwhile, at his location, Qin Yang rested on the spot, while Lan Wayne, following Kangdi, found nothing. Surprisingly, it was the seemingly least reliable Mutai that led Qin Chuan forward with vigor, reaching the entrance of a small cabin at the mountain's peak. Chapter 53, A Battleground. Lin Shuyan encounters her sister nestled in Qin Chuan's embrace. Mutai wagged his tail incessantly, as if to say, "Hey, look at me, I'm amazing." Qin Chuan ruffled his head, signaling for silence, then cautiously approached to assess the situation. However, Mutai blocked his path, still wagging his tail eagerly. Woof woof. Qin Chuan's expression changed abruptly. Silly dog, what if we alert the enemy? He attempted to cover Mutai's mouth, but the dog was too lively, bouncing about. After a few moments, Qin Chuan confirmed that there appeared to be no one in the cabin. If someone were inside, they would have come out by now. Yet, he still wanted to probe the situation. But as he moved forward, Mutai obstructed him. He shifted left. Mutai followed left. He veered right. Mutai mirrored right, then grinned, exposing his pink tongue and clear, foolish eyes. Qin Chuan. Tentatively, he pulled out a treat and offered it to Mutai. The dog immediately began to eat, happily clearing the path. Qin Chuan. So it's a toll fe no longer paying attention to Mutai. Qin Chuan gently pushed open a window to look inside, only to find Lin Shuezhen bound to a wooden pillar, her exposed body covered in whip marks, looking utterly disheveled. Yet, she was still desperately struggling. Qin Chuan swiftly reported the location via the walkie-talkie. Found it.at the small cabin on the mountain peak, following the route I just took, at 2 o'clock. Call the police immediately. After conveying this, Qin Chuan carefully observed the interior. It seemed there were no kidnappers present, so he kicked the door open. With a loud bang, as the door swung open, Lin Shuezhen immediately bowed her head in repentance. Please, let me go. Please don't kill me. Don't saw me. I know I was wrong. I will never speak out of turn again. I will never look down on others again. Fear coursed through Lin Shuezhen's veins, leaving her hands and feet icy cold, her breath nearly failing her. Since the drunken man had threatened to fetch a chainsaw, but never returned, she had been in a state of fear since last night. Now, her taut nerves were on the verge of snapping. As Qin Chuan reached for her, she burst into tears. Qin Chuan, save me. Qin Chuan, hurry. Qin Chuan forcefully untied the ropes binding Lin Shuezhen and removed her blindfold. Just as Lin Shuezhen was about to strike him, he uttered, "It's me." The sudden influx of light caused Lin Shuezhen to instinctively shut her eyes. When she adjusted to the brightness and opened her eyes, she beheld Qin Chuan's face. At that moment, a tempest of emotions surged within her. Disregarding everything, she lunged forward and tightly embraced Qin Chuan's neck. You came. You really came. I thought you would never come to save me again. Qin Chuan, I'm so sorry. Qin Chuan, I truly apologized. I never intended to hurt you like that. I just couldn't control my mouth. Tears streamed down Lin Shuezhen's face. Qin Chuan had no time to listen to her apologies. He pulled her hands away, attempting to lift her up. However, Lin Shuezhen was too terrified, clinging tightly to Qin Chuan. Hurry, get up, we must run. Qin Chuan's voice grew impatient. Lin Shuezhen finally realized, and as she lifted her eyes, she was met with the sight of an older man approaching with a chainsaw. He appeared to be in his 50s, his face marked by hardship, stout in stature yet possessing powerful arms and legs. Likely forged through hard labor. In that instant, As the man entered, the shadows on the ground shifted, and Qin Chuan immediately sensed danger, hastily pulling Lin Xuezhen to her feet. "It's him. It's definitely him." Lin Xuezhen cowered behind Qin Chuan, her face as pale as a ghost. "Since you're here too, I might as well send you to the afterlife as well. What can I do? It's your fault for coming to save that wretched woman." As he spoke, the short, stout old man revved the chainsaw in his hand, which roared to life with a thunderous growl, echoing like a beast of the night. Upon seeing the man, Qin Chuan instantly recognized that he was likely mentally unstable. Such individuals often possess brute strength and must be approached with caution. He called out, "Mao Tai, come help." Mao Tai, munching on its snack, ambled to the entrance of the cabin, set down its treat, and let out a few token barks at the old man. Oof, oof, oof. Then it lowered its head to continue its meal, only to look up again and bark twice more. Oof, oof, oof. It then resumed devouring its unfinished snack. Qin Chuan sighed. No wonder they say huskies are unreliable. "Mao Tai, are you here to be comedic?" At that moment, the old man also realized that this dog was not a threat, disregarding it entirely as he lunged forward with the chainsaw aimed at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan swiftly dodged to the left, causing the old man's chainsaw to slice through thin air. With a quick thrust, he aimed a kick at the man's foot. The chainsaw flew from the old man's grasp, and Qin Chuan immediately engaged him in hand-to-hand combat. They exchanged blows fiercely, each landing 2 punches with considerable force. The man was filled with raw power, and after a swift kick from Qin Chuan, he was sent flying, only to collide with the chainsaw and pick it up again, charging at Qin Chuan. Just as Mao Tai finished its snack and sensed the danger, it leapt forward to bite the old man's hand. The old man, stung by the pain, flung Mao Tai aside and, seemingly producing a hunting rifle from thin air, aimed it at Qin Chuan. Quick to react, Qin Chuan grabbed a chair from the ground and hurled it at him. Seizing the opportunity while the man shielded his forehead, he scooped Lin Xuezhen into his arms and ran down the mountain, both glancing back anxiously. Oof, oof, oof. Mao Tai sprinted even faster than they did, distract him with snacks. Qin Chuan urged, "Oof, oof, oof, oof." Mao Tai dashed forward, seemingly saying, "Do you think I'm a fool?" As they ran, Lin Xuezhen stumbled over a stone and fell forward with a crunch, her bones cracking painfully, leaving her unable to rise. Qin Chuan glanced back, sensing the old man's impending roar, and without a second thought, he bent down to lift Lin Xuezhen into his arms. Her warm body pressed against him momentarily startled her, and she instinctively clung tightly to his neck. As she gazed at Qin Chuan's profile, observing the sweat beading on his forehead and the way he ran while holding her, she felt that nothing in the world compared to the beauty of that moment. A gentle breeze brushed against their faces, and in that instant, Qin Chuan belonged entirely to her. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Xuezhen's heart raced, pounding so hard it hurt her eardrums. She earnestly prayed to the heavens, may this moment last a little longer. Just a little longer. It was their private hour of bliss. However, it seemed the heavens did not heed her plea. Within a minute, a large group rushed over to help. The first to arrive were Qin Yang, Lan Wei-yin, Lin Xueyan, and Lin Fu, all panting heavily. Upon seeing her elder sister tightly embracing Qin Chuan, Lin Xueyan felt an inexplicable surge of anger ignite within her chest, as if a fire had been lit. Her sister appeared utterly enraptured, gazing at Qin Chuan with the adoration one would reserve for a lover, despite her disheveled state. Realizing this, Lin Xueyan felt a pang of jealousy, and her expression darkened as she approached. "All right, it's all over now, Qin Chuan. You can put my sister down," Lin Xueyan said, attempting to pry Lin Xuezhen's hands away. However, Lin Xuezhen clung tighter, shaking her head resolutely. "No, I don't want to come down. I'm scared. My leg is broken. I can't. Are you in? As she spoke, she buried her face in Qin Chuan's neck. "This isn't right. Let Qin Yang carry you," Lin Xueyan insisted, trying to pull her sister away. Suddenly, Lin Xuezhen looked up with a pitiful expression. "Yin Yin, do you really want to hold this against me when I'm in such a state? Qin Yang doesn't get along with me and might drop me. Dad is too old to carry me." Chapter 54. My condition is... Lin Xueyan was momentarily speechless, her heart feeling as though it might explode. She had never seen her sister in such a state. But now that Lin Xuezhen had said this, claiming her leg was broken and she couldn't walk, what could she do? Soon, A throng of eager citizens rushed forward to assist. Lan Weiyin, her face darkened, snapped her fingers and pointed at Lin Xuezheng. You all are responsible for carrying her down the mountain. With that, she approached Lin Xuezheng, her expression deadpan. This isn't suitable. If danger arises, my senior brother Qin must run, and he won't get far. Before she could finish, Lan Weiyin seized Lin Xuezheng's arms, prying them from Qin Chuan's neck and forcefully pulling her away. Several security personnel from the Lan family quickly stepped in to assist. Before long, they hoisted Lin Xuezheng off the ground, each lifting a different part of her body. Some carried her legs, others her back, and a few supported her arms. The process was awkward, causing Lin Xuezheng to cry out in pain, feeling utterly humiliated. Soon, police arrived near the cabin, apprehending the fleeing old man and confiscating his chainsaw and rifle. Lin Fu, Qin Chuan, and the others accompanied the officers back to the station to give their statements. On the way, Lan Weiyin gleefully turned to Qin Chuan, asking, "Mao Dai is useful, isn't it?" Qin Chuan glanced at the dog, which immediately displayed a foolish grin. Qin Chuan struggled to describe this husky. If he called it clever, it often exhibited a silly innocence. If he deemed it foolish, it could be surprisingly astute at times. It was a particularly complex creature. After a moment of silence, Qin Chuan remarked, "It's all right, quite dog-like." Lan Weiyin immediately sensed something was off with his words and playfully punched Mao Dai on the head. Oof! Mao Dai yelped but dared not retaliate against its owner, instead cowering next to Qin Chuan, attempting to trip him several times with its paws. Fortunately, Qin Chuan was quick-witted. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to this vengeful creature. Just a greedy dog with an unpredictable IQ and a grudge. Qin Yang complained, "Brother, I don't know about your dog, but Hennessy is definitely a delicate little princess." As he spoke, he resignedly cradled the dog in his arms. "I've never seen a dog that can't keep its 4 paws on the ground." Hennessy grinned and played cute, showing off its adorable pink tongue. Qin Yang wailed, his expression one of utter despair. Before long, the group finished giving their statements and exited the police station. As they stepped outside, Qin Chuan called out to Lin Xuezheng. "You said that if I saved your sister, you would agree to one condition." Lin Xuezheng halted, turning to face Qin Chuan. Meanwhile, Lin Xuezheng, sitting in a wheelchair, urged her parents to stop pushing her and looked at Qin Chuan. Lin Xuezheng pursed her lips, defiantly lifting her chin as she approached him. She took a deep breath and said, "Yes, I agree to your terms. I will keep my promise." "Qin Chuan, I agree to cancel the divorce." As she uttered those words, Lin Xuezheng felt a wave of relief wash over her. Suddenly, she looked up, displaying a hint of girlish shyness, and poked Qin Chuan's shoulder twice with her finger. "But remember, no more of this kind of drama. If you cause trouble again, I want to give you an easy way out. And neither I nor Chengqing will forgive you. You know I'm a proud ballet goddess. This is the first time in my life I've had to coax someone. Qin Chuan, you better be grateful. When I was with Qi Silly, I never had to coax him." As her voice faded, Lin Xuezheng felt an inexplicable bitterness welling up in her chest. She realized she could no longer bear to see Qin Chuan and her sister being affectionate, especially after recognizing her own petty feelings. At this moment, Qin Yang was also holding back his frustration, wanting to advise his brother not to jump back into the fire, but feeling it was a family matter. He could only fret from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Lan Weiyin was anxiously tugging at Mao Dai's ears, poking it once, twice, 3 times. Eventually, her shoulders drooped as if all her energy had been drained. Seeing the couple on the verge of reconciliation, Lan Weiyin felt her efforts over the past few days were like a small fart, utterly futile. It was disheartening. The most heartbreaking thing in the world is to be given hope, only to have it cruelly snuffed out. With a defeated sigh, Lan Weiyin heard Qin Chuan's gentle voice. "My condition is that you come with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to finalize the divorce." Lin Xuezheng's finger, which had been poised to poke Qin Chuan's shoulder, froze midair, her entire being seemingly frozen in disbelief. What did you just say?" "I said we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to complete the divorce paperwork." Qin Chuan repeated, his expression calm. There was no hysteria, no weariness from repeated disappointments, just a steady, composed tone as he spoke about the matter. Lin Xuezheng's smile faltered slightly. "Qin Chuan, are you joking? How could you want to divorce me?" "I am not joking. I've fulfilled my promise, so please honor yours. Tomorrow at 9, We'll meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau. With that, Qin Chuan prepared to leave. Lin Xueyin, in disbelief, grasped his hand, her body trembling uncontrollably. You really want to divorce me? Yes. Lin Xueyin staggered backward, staring at him in disbelief. How can you do this? I offered you a condition, and you used it to initiate a divorce, and don't forget. We still in the cooling-off period for the divorce. How can we proceed? I have obtained the qualification to waive the cooling-off period. Tomorrow, the divorce proceedings can be initiated. Qin Chuan presented the text message to Lin Xueyin. As if anticipating her response, Qin Chuan interjected, It's not a scam message. I've already verified it with the Civil Affairs Bureau. No, it can't be like this. How could this happen? You love me so much. How could you possibly want a divorce? Lin Xueyin, who had always prided herself as a goddess in the ballet world, found it difficult to maintain her composure at that moment. Her temples throbbed. Her voice quivered with emotion, and she appeared somewhat disheveled. No, I'm busy tomorrow. The dance troupe has important matters to attend to. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Chuan interrupted her. Lin Xueyin, don't forget, you are the proud ballet goddess. Exactly, Qin Yang chimed in eagerly. You are the indomitable ballet prima, the queen of ballet. How could you, at such a critical moment of divorce, succumb to fear and not show up? Right? Lin Xueyin felt her heart racing. And upon meeting Qin Yang's mocking gaze, her head throbbed painfully. Yet, the title of ballet goddess was etched deep within her. The mere mention of it instinctively lifted her chin in pride. Yes, that's right. I, Lin Xueyin, am the proud swan, the ballet goddess. With reddened eyes, she looked at Qin Chuan and declared emphatically, Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. After speaking, she turned with an air of defiance, leaving behind a final warning. Qin Chuan, you had better not regret this. Chapter 55, Lin Xueyin. Have I truly fallen for Qin Chuan? Upon returning home, Lin Xueyin threw her belongings about in a fit of rage. Her mother rolled her eyes and muttered, Why get angry over a divorce with someone like Qin Chuan? If it were me, I would have already moved on. Lin Xueyin, feeling offended, shot a glare at her mother. What's wrong with Qin Chuan? Without him, we wouldn't even have a warm meal at home. Everything is a mess. She gestured toward the disordered living room. Mom, could you at least tidy up a bit while you're at home? You have no idea how much courage it takes for me to return home each time. And the dust on the staircase railing is unbearable. I'm giving you two options. Either you clean it yourself, or I'll hire someone, and you're not allowed to say a word. I want to provide Chongqing with a clean and orderly environment. With that, Lin Xueyin dashed upstairs, slamming her door shut, and swept an array of expensive skincare products onto the floor, the sound echoing like a symphony of frustration. As if that was not enough to vent her anger, she picked up a photo of the three of them and raised it to smash it to the ground. But ultimately, her hand gently lowered, placing the photo back on the table. Exhausted, she slumped against the wall, collapsing onto the carpet. Lin Xueyin tugged at her hair, utterly perplexed as to why she had become this way. She had never liked Qin Chuan. She had only ever loved Qi Silin, a man of noble status, worthy of her affection. But why? Why did the thought of divorcing Qin Chuan leave her feeling so restless and unwilling? She could not bear to part with him. This much was clear. But why she felt this way, she could not comprehend. Could it be that I, the proud ballet goddess, have developed feelings for such a man? Lin Xueyin began to talk to herself, but then shook her head vigorously. No, I absolutely will not fall for a man like Qin Chuan. He has no money, no social standing, and aside from his good looks, he possesses nothing. I, Lin Xueyin, am not that superficial. Yet, if I do not love him, why do I feel this way? Why does my heart ache so painfully at the thought of him wanting a divorce? Lin Xueyin paced around her room like someone on the brink of a breakdown. Suddenly, she froze, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Could it be? Have I truly fallen for Qin Chuan without realizing it? This sudden thought startled Lin Xueyin. In the next moment, there came two light knocks at the door, and then her sister, Lin Xuezhen, limped in, her foot bandaged. Upon seeing her sister, Lin Xueyin instinctively became cold. Her voice laced with reproach. What are you doing here after embracing Qin Chuan like that? Lin Xuezhen's face stiffened, feeling awkward. Yin, I was just scared that we're family. Are you really going to hold that against me? Anyone who has been tormented on a mountain for an entire night would be too frightened to think straight upon seeing their loved ones, just wanting a warm embrace. But he is my husband. Lin Shuiyan emphasized, her tone sharpening. All right, I apologize. Your sister is here to apologize, okay? I was just a bit out of sorts. Now that I'm clear-headed, I came right away to see my dear sister and check on how she is doing. Lin Shuiyan said, casting a meaningful glance at the chaotic mess around them. Lin Shuiyan crossed her arms, lifting her chin defiantly. What could possibly be wrong with me? Lin Shuiyan hopped on one foot to the center of the room and sat on a large carpet. Speaking gently, come on, when we were little, you would tell me everything. It's the same now. Let me help you analyze it. Lin Shuiyan's expression softened, and she finally sat down awkwardly, voicing her internal conflict. Sister, do you think could it be that I've fallen for a man like Qin Xuan? Lin Shuiyan's voice was tinged with exhaustion. She had grown up with a privileged background, her beauty outstanding, quick to learn, and had made a name for herself in the ballet world. Therefore, she prided herself on having high standards in college. She was the belle of her department, with many suitors vying for her attention. She would instinctively rank them and only consider the finest men. Clearly, she was aware of Qin Xuan's feelings for her back then, but he had been categorized as inferior, a man she deemed unworthy. Thus, she could not accept that she had become someone she once despised, falling for a man she considered beneath her. She felt it was an affront to all her efforts. She had strived to become a perfect woman in search of a perfect partner. Upon hearing Lin Shuiyan's words, Lin Shuiyan's expression changed dramatically. Had her foolish sister finally realized her feelings for Qin Xuan? No, she could not allow that. Yin Yin, my dear Yin Yin, Lin Shuiyan forced a smile. What you feel is not love. It is merely a habit. After spending 5 years together, especially with a child in between, how could you simply dismiss it? To put it bluntly, after 5 years of sharing a bed, how could you part ways without any emotional residue? Yes, it's just a habit. Lin Shuiyan's eyes lit up as she slapped her thigh, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. She had found a perfect and reasonable explanation for her emotional turmoil. It must be as you say. I was always conservative, unwilling to be intimate with Qi Silin. The only man I ever allowed myself to be with was Qin Xuan. We shared the most intimate experiences in this world. And now that we are facing divorce, it's perfectly natural for me to feel discontent and uncomfortable. Lin Shuiyan's face became as rigid as a statue. Hearing Lin Shuiyan express such thoughts left her unable to smile. Lin Shuiyan noticed her sister's expression and quickly retracted. I didn't mean to say that in a moment of excitement. Sister, I'm sorry. With that, Lin Shuiyan stood up. But thank you, sister, I now know what to do tomorrow. Lin Shuiyan quickly asked, what do you plan to do? Lin Shuiyan smiled slyly. It's a secret. Meanwhile, Qin Yang had set up a tent in the yard. He decided not to leave today. He was determined to accompany his brother to the divorce proceedings tomorrow. Personally witnessing the smooth completion of this event, to avoid any mishaps, he even set 10 alarms. Qin Xuan, witnessing this, kicked him lightly. Point 10. Aren't you afraid of disturbing me? And yeah? Not a chance. I'll be downstairs. You'll be upstairs, so it won't bother you. As the two exchanged playful banter, an unexpected guest arrived at the yard. When Qin Yang opened the door, his expression instantly turned cold. What are you doing here? Chapter 56. The Secret of the Lin Family. I'm here to find Qin Xuan. Lin's father entered with a beaming smile, carrying gifts. What do you want? My brother doesn't he welcome you? Qin Yang regretted not borrowing a talisman from next door to ward off trouble. Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan. Lin's father called out, stretching his neck outside. With a slight droop of his eyelids, Qin Xuan uttered, Qin Yang, let him in, brother. He definitely has no good intentions. Qin Yang whispered to Qin Xuan. Rest assured, I know how to handle this, Qin Xuan replied, gesturing for Lin's father to take a seat. Lin's father was the only person in the Lin family who had ever shown him warmth. Unfortunately, he held little sway within the family, and his ability to help was limited. Nonetheless, he had genuinely cared for him and spoken on his behalf. Acknowledging this kindness, Qin Xuan felt compelled to show him respect. Once seated, Lin's father pushed the gifts forward, 2 pounds of tea and a bottle of foreign wine. Qin Yang scoffed, how unusual. I've seen a son-in-law giving gifts to his father-in-law, but never a father-in-law gifting his son-in-law. You're not here to ask my brother not to divorce your daughter, are you? Lin's father, caught in an uncomfortable truth, appeared somewhat embarrassed but sincerely replied, I am here to apologize. Qin Xuan remained silent. I'm apologizing for what happened yesterday. In a moment of desperation, I said those things, and I felt very guilty afterward. I am not one to repay kindness with malice. At that time, My thoughts were solely focused on the safety of my eldest daughter. As he spoke, Father Lin pushed the gift forward. Qin Chuan, I owe you an apology regarding this matter. Qin Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, among the Lin family, Father Lin was the only one who could be considered genuinely humane. Qin Chuan did not accept the gift, nor did he utter words of forgiveness. Instead, he handed over 22,000 yuan to Father Lin. This is the money you lent me back then. I have managed to stabilize my finances now, so I am returning it to you. Additionally, here are 2,000 yuan for you to purchase a fishing rod of your liking. Upon hearing fishing rod, Father Lin's eyes lit up as he pointed towards the large pond outside. Is it possible to fish there? Are there fish inside? It should be possible. I have seen others fishing there. That is not a private fishing pond. No one in the village manages it. Father Lin nodded. And as he began to speak enthusiastically about fishing, he suddenly hit the brakes. At this moment, Qin Yang was dispatched by Qin Chuan to read picture books to Qin Yu, leaving only Qin Chuan and Father Lin in the courtyard. Father Lin hastily patted his thigh, trying to be friendly like a brother. Qin Chuan, you handled this splendidly. Whether it was rescuing Zhenjin or the matter of divorcing Yin Yin, it has served as a lesson for the two sisters. These daughters of mine were poorly raised, far too spoiled. However, with your approach, they will undoubtedly be obedient to you in the future. As soon as Father Lin uttered that the sisters would be obedient, he felt something was amiss. Alas, but never mind that. Let us just get through this moment. So, you were merely trying to scare Yin Yin, right? You don't genuinely intend to divorce her, do you? Besides, you have a daughter together. Before Father Lin could finish his sentence, Qin Chuan stated earnestly, this is true. The proposal for divorce was made after careful consideration. I, Qin Chuan, do not engage in frivolities. If I did not wish to divorce your daughter, I would not have mentioned it at all over the past 5 years. You ought to be well aware of this. Upon hearing this, Father Lin's expression changed dramatically. But you still have Chongqing children have their destinies. I cannot sacrifice my entire life for one child. I truly cannot continue with Lin Shuiyan. Our values are incompatible, our paths diverge, and she does not respect or love me. Father Lin, sensing the shift in the conversation, quickly poured wine for Qin Chuan. When one plan fails, another must be devised. After gifts, apologies, and attempts at persuasion all proved ineffective, he sought to intoxicate Qin Chuan. As parents, they only wish the best for their children. Qin Chuan may be unaware, but judging by Yin Yin's demeanor, she likely does not wish for a divorce. She may have developed feelings for Qin Chuan without realizing it. Reflecting on this, Father Lin lifted his glass and downed it in one go. Here's to you. For you are far more accomplished than I. This toast is for you. Let us set aside the roles of father-in-law and son-in-law tonight and instead converse as brothers. Qin Chuan, fully aware of Father Lin's intentions, nodded slightly and clinked glasses with him. However, while we may say such things, divorce is straightforward. Yet post-divorce, if one seeks a new partner, it becomes a second marriage. A second marriage for a man has little market value, Qin Chuan. Wouldn't you agree? Especially when others hear you have a child. That makes you even less desirable. In the realm of marriage and relationships, there exists a hierarchy. Divorce, too, has its hierarchy, with distinctions between those who have lost a spouse without children and those who have children. You see, you suddenly find yourself at the very end of the marriage market. Perhaps you should reconsider. As he spoke, Father Lin discreetly poured more wine for Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled lightly. After the divorce, I have no immediate plans to seek another partner. Living alone has its own comforts. Nonsense. During the festive seasons, it can be quite lonely. Qin Chuan merely chuckled in response. The two continued to drink. But despite Father Lin's efforts, Qin Chuan remained unyielding. Soon, the bottle was nearly empty. Father Lin inquired, Qin Chuan, do you have any more wine? Yes, just wait. I'll fetch some for you. Before long, Qin Chuan returned with a bottle of blended brandy, pouring it for Father Lin while casually remarking, Uncle Lin, you didn't want a divorce back then. Surely not for the sake of this lower tier in the hierarchy. It was because of the two children. That is indeed the case. Father Lin downed the entire glass in one go, then shook his head with a sigh. My situation differs from yours. The Lin family once had some wealth. I, on the other hand, am quite resolute. However, I made some mistakes later on, allowing Yin Yin's mother to take control. With a heavy sigh, Father Lin downed another glass, reflecting on the past with regret. He slammed the table a few times. His face now flushed. How could I have ended up sleeping with the housekeeper? I truly have no recollection of that. I remember drinking heavily that day. I should not have been in such a state. Yet when I awoke, I found Yinyan's mother blocking my way in the housekeeper's room. Taking numerous photographs, Father Lin clutched his forehead, feeling ashamed to recount this event. Yet tonight, he felt an overwhelming need to confide. After that incident, Yinyan's mother caused a scene among my relatives, claiming I was unfaithful and threatening to sue me for infidelity, demanding that I leave with nothing, and no matter how I explained, she refused to listen. Eventually, I had no choice but to transfer 80 of my shares to her and the 2 children for the matter to settle. However, because of this incident, she has continued to hold power over me since. I had no recourse, and as a result, the 2 children, under her influence, have also lost respect for me. Qin Chuan, I genuinely contemplated divorce at that time. But with those photographs in her possession, the Lin family could not proceed with our IPO if she pursued divorce. As Father Lin spoke, his eyes began to glisten with emotion. He wiped them and continued. However, as the old saying goes, a man who suffers from a wife's misdeeds shall find no fortune. I have certainly tasted the bitterness of that. During that period, I was utterly unmotivated to focus on the company. The IPO plans fell through. And not only that, but the Lin family business also suffered a significant decline. After finishing his tale, Father Lin belched and then slumped over the table, falling asleep. Qin Chuan looked at his head and muttered, "It is not quite so." The saying about a wife's misdeeds pertains to the nature of the wife in question. If one suffers because of a devoted wife who shares both joys and hardships, it is indeed a loss of fortune. But if it is a wife who is disloyal and unkind, what fault is there in that? Should a man simply endure unreasonable behavior and abuse from his wife due to gender? As his voice fell, Qin Yang happened to descend the stairs, unable to suppress a laugh upon seeing Father Lin. "Did you manage to bring him down?" Qin Chuan beckoned Qin Yang to help lift the man into a tent. "My former father-in-law cannot handle blended wine." Qin Yang suddenly realized, by the way, Qin Yang, could you assist me in investigating something? I know your family has a formidable network for locating people. Sure. What is it? Qin Yang nodded. Approximately a decade ago. During the time when the Lin family was preparing for their IPO, a young housekeeper had an affair with my former father-in-law. See if you can track down this housekeeper. Why do you want to investigate this? Qin Chuan briefly explained the situation. Qin Yang's eyes widened. No way, brother. Do you suspect this is a setup? I am not certain. Let us conduct a discreet investigation. Qin Chuan cast a glance at Father Lin, who was still dreaming and murmuring apologies to him, hoping to uncover some answers. He simply wished that the truth would not be too cruel. The following day, after Qin Chuan and Qin Yang had washed up early, they set off to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Qin Yu, while Father Lin remained fast asleep. They arrived half an hour early, sitting in the car while munching on McDonald's. Suddenly, there came a couple of knocks on the car window. Qin Yang rolled down the window, only to be met with Lin Shuiyan's glum expression. "Qin Chuan, come out. I have something to discuss with you before the divorce." Chapter 57. Finally obtaining the divorce certificate. What is there to discuss? My brother has nothing to say to you. Just as Qin Yang was about to roll the window back up, Lin Shuiyan interjected. If he want to talk to me, then I want to proceed with the divorce today. Qin Yang was so enraged he nearly cursed. The end result of the tug-of-war was that Qin Chuan stepped out of the car and followed Lin Shuiyan to a nearby tea house. As soon as they sat down, Lin Shuiyan bluntly stated, I am willing to divorce, but I have conditions. Qin Yang rolled his eyes dramatically. That paltry sum of money you possess means nothing to my brother. It has been stated multiple times, and you have already signed the divorce agreement. What more do you want? Are you going back on your word? I am not referring to that. Lin Shuiyan appeared somewhat uneasy. It was difficult for her to voice her intentions. What I mean is, after the divorce, we should not publicly disclose it for the time being, and continue as we did before. Qin Chuan should still care for my daily needs along with our daughter. Chungqing before she could finish, Qin Chuan stood up. I cannot agree to this, Lin Shuiyan. A divorce signifies that we share no further ties. I am under no obligation to support you in this manner. What do you take me, Qin Chuan, for? After the divorce, you can be all affectionate with Qi Silai, and still expect me to cook for you too. Do you see me as such a pushover? Qin Yang also stood up laughing. Well, Lin Shuiyan, you are playing a rather novel game here, aren't you? A divorce without separation from the household. So my brother is still part of your little play with Qi Silai. Is he? It's not like that, Lin Shuiyan, sensing Qin Chuan's fury, grew flustered and quickly reached out to pull him back down into his seat. Qin Chuan, please let me explain. At this moment, Lin Shuiyan realized that if she did not clarify matters, the misunderstandings between her and Qin Chuan would only deepen. Qin Chuan shrugged off her hand and reluctantly sat back down. Only then did Lin Shuiyan begin to explain. Qin Chuan, you need not do anything for Qi Silai. The reason I propose this request stems from several factors. First, you are aware of my sister's situation. She was exposed by the public, and soon, your relationship and our affairs will be scrutinized by netizens. At this juncture, a divorce would incite considerable hostility from the online community towards me and Chengcheng. My actions are also motivated by a desire to protect both myself and Chengcheng. Surely, you do not wish for our separation to bring harm to us. Do you? Qin Chuan, our issues are merely minor disagreements. I have not been unfaithful with Qi Silai. Our relationship is innocent and untainted. I am not a remorseless femme fatale. Must our divorce lead to a bitter end, leaving my daughter and me in despair? Upon hearing these words, Qin Chuan's expression softened slightly. Lin Shuiyan, while observing his demeanor, continued, secondly, I need your assistance in deceiving the media prior to my dance troupe's public listing. You are aware that 10 years ago, the Lin family had an opportunity to go public, but it fell through due to my parents' divorce. This ambition of going public has since become an obsession for me. A decade ago, I had the chance to become the princess of a major corporation, yet I lost that opportunity and watched as women of lesser merit enjoyed greater privileges than I. Therefore, I am determined to see my dance troupe listed. Qin Chuan, you yearn for your own career, and I too aspire for mine. I believe you can understand my perspective. Noticing Qin Chuan's lack of rebuttal, Lin Shuiyan continued. Of course, there is also my own part in this. Pausing, she gazed intently at Qin Chuan. Without you, I feel immensely out of sorts. Qin Chuan, please grant me some time to adjust, will you? As she uttered this final plea, her eyes shimmered with a hint of desperation. It was as if she anticipated Qin Yang's forthcoming words, and she candidly declared, indeed, today I am not the proud ballet goddess but rather an ordinary wife. With that, Lin Shuiyan placed her hands on the back of Qin Chuan's hand, pleading once more, is that acceptable? I am sorry. Qin Chuan withdrew his hand, stating that our divorce would sever any ties between your dance troupe's listing and my life. That is your journey, not mine. I have no obligation to carry the burdens of another's life. I refuse your demands, but I can assure you that I will not deliberately disseminate any news regarding our divorce. Nor will I respond to the media's inquiries about our past, present, or future as a couple. I will not maliciously defame you or reveal any information concerning you and your daughter. This is a promise I can uphold as a man. With that, Qin Chuan prepared to leave with Qin Yue and Qin Yang. Stop right there, Lin Shuiyan exclaimed, rising in agitation. What if I propose a deal? Qin Chuan, if you do not acquiesce to my terms, I will refuse to proceed with the divorce. If I do not seek a divorce, what can you do? Qin Chuan fixed his gaze upon Lin Shuiyan. I can file for divorce. In that case, the implications for your listing will be far more significant. Consider the consequences carefully. Lin Shuiyan felt as though a knife had pierced her heart, and her meticulously crafted makeup seemed to crack under the weight of her despair. She forced a self-deprecating smile, yet felt as though her heart was fracturing, leaving her gasping for breath as she sank into a chair in agony. It was in that moment that she fully comprehended the gravity of the situation. Qin Chuan was indeed steadfast in his resolve to divorce her. He was not merely attempting to frighten her. Lin Shuiyan shut her eyes in torment and spoke to Qin Chuan's retreating figure. I have information about your biological parents. As the words fell, Qin Chuan abruptly halted, turning in disbelief to face Lin Shuiyan. I photographed your jade pendant and sent it to Mr. He Shiji. He claims he recognizes the owner of the pendant. He mentioned that the individual is a highly respected elder who does not meet with people easily. I asked Mr. He for an introduction, but he informed me that he is currently traveling and will not return for 3 months. Is it the renowned photographer, Mr. He? Qin Chuan inquired. Indeed, it is he. You should be aware that ordinary individuals cannot reach Mr. He. Qin Yang had also heard of this man, known for his eccentricity and elusive nature. Finding him is contingent upon his whims, and even those with wealth and power find it challenging to connect with him. At this moment, Lin Shuiyan produced a pre-prepared agreement. Sign this, my conditions are not excessive, as long as you agree to comply. I will facilitate your introduction to Mr. He. Qin Chuan's expression wavered. Discovering his biological parents was a deep-seated desire of his. He yearned to know who they were and the circumstances that led to their separation. The absence of knowledge about his origins felt akin to being a drifting leaf, perpetually incomplete. Lin Shuiyan's proposal stirred something within him. After reviewing the agreement, Qin Chuan pointed to a specific clause, stating, "I cannot unconditionally accommodate your daily life. I will not assume the responsibility of caring for you post-divorce. However, if the stipulation can be amended to relate to safety and the listing, I will adhere to the spirit of the contract in cooperating with your media engagements." Lin Shuiyan hesitated for a considerable time before ultimately conceding and revising the agreement. After both parties signed the contract, they proceeded to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their divorce certificate. Upon receiving the document, Lin Shuiyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she turned away without looking back. Proud as she was, she refused to allow anyone to mock her in that moment. It was then that she made a resolute decision. She would win Qin Chuan back and then cast him aside, leaving him to regret his decision to divorce her. Who was she, after all? She was the ballet goddess. She had always been the one to end relationships. No one else could do so to her. As for Qi Sili, that was one matter, but why should Qin Chuan be the one to leave her? At that moment, as Qin Chuan exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. He glanced down at the small red booklet in his hand, symbolizing the commencement of a new chapter in his life. At last, he was free. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Ming's father. "Qin Chuan, are you free tomorrow for some morning tea? I would like to discuss your biological parents with you." Chapter 58. Have Zhu wear a Patek Philippe to meet Qi Sili. Qin Chuan felt somewhat speechless. If only this call had come a few minutes earlier, he would not have had to sign that agreement. Nevertheless, he agreed to the invitation. Just as he was about to get into the car, Qin Yang caught a glimpse of a fleeting figure. That's strange. That person looked remarkably like Lan Wayne. Qin Yang scratched his head in confusion. By the time Qin Chuan looked up, there was no sign of anyone. Meanwhile, hidden nearby, Lan Wayne excitedly pinched Zhu's arm. "Zhu, they have divorced. They really have divorced. Tell me, I am not dreaming, am I?" Zhu appeared utterly disenchanted. "Cousin, if you want to ascertain whether you are dreaming, you should pinch your own hand." "Why are you pinching me?" Upon hearing this, Lan Wayne pinched Zhu's arm again. "Pinching myself hurts too much. Please, just tell me if this is a dream." Zhu pouted, rubbing her sore arm. "It's not a dream, cousin. If you pinch me again, I won't be able to wear that little spaghetti strap dress to meet Qi Sili tonight." Upon hearing this, Lan Wayne immediately ceased her actions and pulled Zhu into the car. Retrieving a Patek Philippe watch worth over 3 million from the trunk. "Tonight, wear that champagne-colored gown from my wardrobe and pair it with this watch when you meet Qi Sili. He won't fail to recognize the value of this timepiece. That way, he won't suspect your true identity. And make sure the driver takes the Cullinan to drop you off and pick you up. Qi Sili should take the bait." Zhu fastened the Patek Philippe watch around her wrist and delicately traced the diamond-encrusted surface, exclaiming, "Wow, wearing this makes me feel like a wealthy heiress. I could practically afford to sponsor a male model." Lan Wayne shot her a disdainful look. "What is so appealing about male models? They're dirty. Their intentions are impure. There's no one as handsome, kind, and principled as Senior Qin." Zhu suddenly felt as if she had entered a fantasy. Is this really the same fierce cousin I know? How has she transformed into a lovesick fool? Wait, cousin, from what you just said, it seems you want me to do more than just go on a blind date for you. It sounds like you want me to seduce Qi Sili. Lan Wayne let out a cold laugh. "Don't you think it would be amusing for Qi Sili to take the bait and leave Lin Shuiyan? Then, when he discovers that you're an imposter pretending to be the eldest daughter of the Lan family, while the real heir is with Qin Chuan, I can hardly wait to see his expression. Don't you find that delightful? Cousin, your thoughts seem a bit sinister." They look down on Qin Chuan. Whoever looks down on Qin Chuan and bullies him will have to pay the price. With that, Lan Wayne smirked, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Lin Shuiyan should be grateful to me. I've helped her see through the true colors of a scoundrel." On the other side, as Qin Yang drove, he remarked, "Bro, Lin Shuiyan is truly fortunate. Heard from a friend at the police station that investigations are ongoing, but estimates suggest that the old man has been involved in 4 murders. Moreover, he is extremely dangerous. That shotgun was actually modified by him. I can't even imagine how many lives might have been lost if he had not been apprehended a year or 2 later. However, that man is also a pitiful soul. His wife looked down on him for being inept and even cheated on him. Before fleeing, she borrowed tens of thousands in his name, which he couldn't repay. Consequently, he lost his ancestral home and was forced to live in a dilapidated shack on the mountain. It was from that point onward that his mental state deteriorated. Whenever he encountered a woman who looked down on him, he would secretly follow and seek to harm her. Once the case is resolved, I doubt he will ever see the light of day again. Indeed. Qin Chuan responded, acknowledging the unfortunate circumstances, yet he had undeniably transgressed the law. No sooner had his words faded than his phone rang. Hello, Mr. Qin, I am the manager of Epine Mall. Following the conclusion of our recent live broadcast, we have observed a considerable uptick in orders across our platform, a testament to the effective reach of your advertisement. Our owner is aware that you are about to embark on the renovation of Qin Yu's room and wishes to collaborate with you by inserting relevant product links within your live stream. We can offer you a commission ranging from 10 to 25 depending on the products. Would that be agreeable to you? Certainly, please send me the product links and the contract for my review. If everything is satisfactory, we can proceed with the collaboration. Today marks the beginning of the renovation for Qin Yu's room. Understood, and I will send it immediately. As Qin Chuan hung up the phone, without the need for further elaboration, Qin Yang broke into a grin. Brother, this is a promising start. It signifies that you are on the path to good fortune after leaving the Lin family. The recognition from the live broadcast and the prospect of additional income naturally filled Qin Chuan with joy. This external affirmation gradually helped him rediscover the self he once was, rekindle his confidence, and piece together the fragments of his identity that had been repeatedly shattered and suppressed by Meng Mu and the Lin family. Before long, the vehicle arrived at Qin Chuan's modest courtyard. As the three entered, Lin Fu scrambled out of the tent, anxiety etched across his face. What time is it? Upon seeing Qin Chuan return, his heart skipped a beat, and his complexion changed. Qin Chuan, have you divorced Yin Yin? Uncle, we have indeed divorced. Qin Chuan presented the documentation to Lin Fu. Instantly, Lin Fu's shoulders slumped, his demeanor resembling that of a wilted eggplant, bereft of vitality. He sighed deeply, finally placing a hand on Qin Chuan's shoulder. As a father, I find myself at a loss for words to offer you blessings, yet as a man, I cannot help but admire your courage to sever ties so decisively. Unlike me, Lin Fu sighed once more. In truth, my desire for you to return was somewhat selfish. I hoped for companionship in my solitude. In that household, I felt overwhelmingly isolated. With you around, I always felt I had an ally. Lin Fu offered a sardonic smile, shook his head in self-deprecation, and eventually departed with a heavy heart. His stooped figure appeared as if it had been drained of all hope, each step towards home becoming increasingly burdensome. He understood all too well that his reluctance to return to a home filled solely with cold reproaches was growing. In this moment, he truly recognized Qin Chuan's worth, regretting his past treatment of him. Wishing he had been kinder and more supportive, perhaps preventing the current situation from unfolding. With little regard for his former father-in-law's emotions, Qin Chuan hastily retreated to his room, checking his emails and printing the contract. After confirming all details were correct, he signed the document and faxed it to Epine Mall. Once the collaboration was finalized, Qin Chuan commenced the renovation of Qin Yu's room. The three donned comfortable, stain-resistant clothing and began to tidy up the space. Given Qin Yu's youth, both Qin Chuan and Qin Yang assigned her lighter tasks. However, Qin Yu demonstrated remarkable diligence, eagerly assisting in carrying out the trash. Before long, Qin Yu's room was freshly painted, and Qin Chuan and Qin Yang began laying down the wooden flooring. The room, modest in size at merely 15 square meters, was soon adorned with the wooden planks. The bed from Epine Mall was installed, followed by the wardrobe, desk, and other furnishings that gradually filled the room. The transformation was striking. Numerous viewers, currently engaged in the process of renovating their own homes or children's rooms, flocked to Qin Chuan's live stream, eager to purchase similar items, particularly the adorable rabbit-themed children's bed, which quickly sold out. Remaining customers could only secure pre-sale links. Qin Yang surveyed the room and remarked, "Brother, it seems we have nearly completed everything. Shall we proceed with the cleaning? There's just one final touch remaining." Qin Chuan opened his laptop, revealing the design plans. I intend to create a wall relief mural for Qin Yu's room. A wall relief mural? Qin Yang paused, having heard of both wall reliefs and wall paintings, but never of the two being combined. Qin Chuan smiled. Let us give it a try. This was his area of expertise, a direction he had always wished to pursue. Since no clients had approached him for such work, he decided to create a sample himself, with Qin Yu's room serving as the perfect canvas. Before long, Qin Chuan began sketching, outlining, and coloring with pencil. This phase was his forte, leaving Qin Yu and Qin Yang to prepare dinner. After a full afternoon of work, the walls of Qin Yu's room, aside from the desk, bed frame, and wardrobe, were nearly covered with vibrant illustrations. Depictions of banana trees, vines, flowers, mushrooms, and animals filled the space, all contributing to a whimsical forest theme. Viewers in the live stream began to comment, "But isn't this akin to the wall paintings found in kindergartens?" However, in the next moment, Qin Chuan's actions left everyone astounded. Chapter 59. Excitement, surging orders. Qin Chuan meticulously adjusted the quartz sand and began painting a grassy meadow along the wall lines. The varied lengths of grass, enhanced by the texture of the quartz sand, created a three-dimensional effect that was rich in depth. Following this, he utilized quartz sand, plaster, and clay to shape the figures in no time. The head of a giraffe emerged, affixed to the wall. An hour later, the mane of a small lion materialized in exquisite detail. The vines and banana leaves, accentuated by the quartz sand, displayed beautiful textures. In an instant, the entire room appeared alive, no longer a mere flat painting, but a vibrant, dynamic creation. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. "What on earth am I witnessing? Is this the legendary magic forest? Host, please accept my admiration. You are truly remarkable. Oh my, I would love to live there. May I ask, can this room be used as a bed and breakfast? I wish to stay." Haha, this surely puts to rest those who claimed the host was following a script. Honestly, even if there were a script, the host's talent is undeniable. Home renovation influencers, I only respect you, for you are the only one without fast-forwarding. Absolutely, from now on, I will only watch Brother Chuan's home renovation streams. At this moment, several orders for the children's bed and study desk poured in during the live stream. Given that home renovation products are typically large items with higher price points, many similar streams might not sell even a single item in an entire evening. However, Qin Chuan's stream saw sales of over 100 children's beds and more than 500 study desks throughout the day, catapulting him into the spotlight. Within minutes, Qin Yang's phone buzzed incessantly with inquiries about business collaborations. Baffled, he led Qin Yu back to the room, only to be left speechless. "Brother, this is incredible." Qin Chuan chuckled. "Quick, help me document this and apply for an image patent." Qin Yang paused for a moment, then quickly realized Qin Chuan was serious and began to take pictures earnestly. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream left messages. "Excuse me, do you accept orders? I want to create a similar mural for my daughter. May I politely inquire about the price?" "Same here, just politely asking about the price." Upon seeing the flood of inquiries, Qin Chuan responded, "Thank you all for your interest. If you wish to customize a mural similar to Qin Yu's room, please private message me through the backend to inquire about pricing." After concluding the live stream, Qin Chuan, Qin Yang, and Qin Yu gathered in the courtyard to eat. As Qin Chuan enjoyed his meal, he simultaneously responded to the viewers' pricing inquiries. Qin Yang beamed, "Brother, this is exhilarating. I estimate that from this live stream alone, your commission could amount to over 100,000. While it may not rival the streams of major influencers, it was significantly better than what the average worker would earn. If Lin Shuiyin and Lin Shuejing find out, they will surely be filled with regret." A smile curled at the corners of Qin Chuan's mouth. After finishing his messages, he turned to Qin Yang. "In a few days, when I have the time, I will draft a shareholding agreement for you. You'll receive dividends then." Qin Yang hesitated. "Brother, I don't need that. I am more than willing to help you. You saved my life. This is merely my duty. That won't do." Qin Chuan asserted firmly. "It must be clear-cut. Without a fair distribution of benefits, this endeavor cannot be sustainable. Trust me on this." Qin Yang pursed his lips. "All right, I excel in dealing with people, so you can entrust the business matters to me. Honestly, I have little desire to engage with the Qin family affairs. Primarily, I believe those responsibilities should remain with their biological sons. If I involve myself, it feels somewhat inappropriate. However, I still need to travel to Myanmar monthly to procure raw stones. I can't let my skills in that area diminish. I will request leave when the time comes." Qin Chuan nodded. "Sounds good. I will optimize our business operations in the coming days and clarify our division of labor and equity distribution." As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Qin Yu's hair. "Daddy found a wonderful daycare for you online. Shall we take you tomorrow afternoon for a trial?" Qin Yu lowered her head, nervously tugging at her clothing. She had never interacted with other children and felt somewhat anxious. Qin Chuan reassured her, there's no need to be nervous. Yeah, you are so exceptional. You'll surely get along well with the other children. Qin Yu looked up, uneasily glancing between Qin Chuan and Qin Yang. Can't I just stay with you? I can be very good. Even if I can't help, I can quietly sit nearby. Qin Yang was immediately softened by Qin Yu's gaze and spoke up, yes, brother, can't we let Ye stay with us a little longer? There's no rush regarding school, that won't do. Her household registration issue is not likely to be resolved swiftly. If this drags on, it is uncertain how long it will take. Qin Chuan firmly declined. Qin Yang furrowed his brows. Without a household registration booklet, how can she attend school? I found a commendable early education institution that offers basic arithmetic, shape recognition, and categorization for young children. I plan to send Qin Yu to try a trial class. But we can teach her all that ourselves, can't we? Qin Yang, holding Yu in his lap, felt reluctant to let her go to school. Qin Chuan shook his head. Integrating into a group and learning to interact with other children is something we cannot teach her. Qin Yang sighed, pulling her closer, and said to Qin Yu, Daddy Yang can no longer help you. Qin Yu lowered her eyelids, remaining silent. Qin Chuan looked directly at Qin Yu, lowering his voice. Yu? Do you remember what you told me when the shopkeeper's wife hit you? Qin Yu nodded her little head. Qin Chuan reiterated. You said you wanted to survive, that you needed to eat? And when you grow up, you would be able to earn money and gain independence. But how do you earn money? You must first go to school to learn knowledge, step by step towards independence. Pausing for a moment, Qin Chuan apologized to Qin Yu. I am truly sorry. Over the past few days, being with you has meant witnessing your father's divorce. Such matters should not have been exposed to you. However, since you have seen it, I want to tell you that life is never static. Marriage can end in divorce, and a home can transform into a void. The only thing you can rely on is yourself. Only by empowering yourself can you attract those around you, making them unable to part from you. This realization is also Qin Chuan's greatest insight from leaving the Meng family and the Lin family. One can never depend on others to secure a home. Meng Mu, due to her change in status, took away all her love for him overnight, even harboring hatred. Lin Shuiyan, who once joyfully entered marriage with him while nurturing life together, ultimately became a resentful partner. Rather than placing hope in others to attain a so-called home, it is better to establish one for yourself. That is true security. Although it may be premature to share these thoughts with Qin Yu, her experiences differ from those of ordinary children. Qin Chuan believed she could understand. After a long silence, Qin Yu nodded. All right, Daddy, I promise I will try tomorrow. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Yang's phone rang. After answering and speaking a few words, he stood up and said to Qin Chuan, a friend of mine is looking to buy a jade bracelet to gift his mother-in-law for her birthday. Brother, I'll take my leave first. With that, Qin Yang drove away. Meanwhile, Zhu, clad in a blue Wei-in little dress, was on her way to meet Qi Silin for a date. Chapter 60. You betray my brother. I shall betray you. Qi Silin arrived first at the designated restaurant. Zhu was delayed by over 10 minutes. Apologies, there was traffic on the way. I'm late. Zhu placed her handbag on the table and removed her shawl, revealing a champagne-colored slip dress. Qi Silin appraised Zhu, and for some reason, he couldn't help but recall the woman who had been beside Qin Chuan that day in the restaurant, her every move exuding an innate elegance. Her figure was also striking. Sharp shoulders, a deep collarbone, a full bust curve, a slender waist like a willow, and long, fair legs. Every aspect conformed to a man's aesthetic. In contrast, the woman before him, while not unattractive, was slightly plump, with a touch of flesh on her cheeks and a dimple when she smiled. Her waist had a little softness, but overall her figure was fairly proportionate. Yet, she lacked that air of refinement, resembling more of a neighborly girl. However, when Qi Silin's gaze fell upon the luxury watch on Zhu's wrist, his expression shifted entirely. A multi-million-dollar timepiece can truly elevate a person in an instant. Qi Silin found the woman before him to exude a compelling sophistication. Miss Lan, would you like to order some wine? Zhu had prepared in advance and recited a French wine name. Qi Silin was immediately struck by how much she resembled an upper-class socialite. How could he have ever thought that Lan Wei-yin seemed like a neighborhood girl? Soon, Qi Silin placed the order and inquired about Lan Wei-yin's leisure interests. Skiing in Switzerland, feeding pigeons in Paris, occasionally taking my father's private jet to see the aurora. Miss Lan certainly has a wide range of hobbies. Zhu forced a smile and nodded. She felt utterly uncomfortable throughout the meal. Finally, having endured until the end, Qi Silin, ever the gentleman, rose to escort her. I'll see you out. No need. My driver will come to pick me up. Then I shall accompany you downstairs. All right, Juju nodded. As they exited the restaurant, they brushed past Qin Yang. Chi Silin's attention was solely on Lan Wei-yin, and he naturally did not notice Qin Yang. Miss Lan, my family's hope is that we can get engaged first. Upon hearing the word engagement, Qin Yang abruptly halted, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized their retreating figures. At that moment, Juju pressed the elevator button, smiling softly. What's the rush, Mr. Qi? Rush? How could I be in a hurry? Chi Silin chuckled awkwardly. I'm merely conveying my parents' thoughts. I'm not in a hurry. Let us take our time. Juju withdrew her gaze, stepping out of the elevator toward the limited edition Cullinan. Chi Silin could hardly take his eyes off the Cullinan, and finally, with gentlemanly grace, he saw Lan Wei-yin to her vehicle before he himself drove away in a Maybach. Once Juju saw Chi Silin leave, she discreetly instructed her driver to return her to the restaurant, where she ordered an extravagant spread for herself, exclaiming, I'm starving. Chi Silin is utterly ridiculous, ordering only salads. How could that be enough to fill anyone up? Juju grumbled as she ate. Not long after, Qin Yang was seated across from her. Hi, beautiful. May I have the pleasure of knowing you? With that, Qin Yang propped his head on one hand, looking at Juju with a captivating gaze. Juju, momentarily stunned by his fox-like eyes, introduced herself. Juju Dado. So the lady Chi Silin intends to marry is named Juju. Juju choked, almost sputtering, cough, cough, cough. She quickly added, actually, my full name is Lan Juju. Lan Juju? Qin Yang mentally rolled his eyes. What kind of name is that? Juju hadn't anticipated that this man knew Chi Silin, and immediately clarified. Well, you see, Lan is my father's surname. And Ju is my mother's surname. I'm their precious little pearl. Hence the name Lan Juju. Friends who know me call me Juju. However, my household registration also has another name, Lan Wei-yin. Oh, then I shall call you Pig Pig. All right. Qin Yang's tone softened slightly. Juju secretly sighed in relief, then lifted her fruit juice cup to drink, only to hear Qin Yang bluntly ask, Pig Pig, have you ever considered keeping me as your canary? Pfft. Juju burst out laughing, spraying orange juice all over Qin Yang's face. The juice, rich with pulp, left him in a particularly disheveled state, with droplets trickling down his face and bits of pulp clinging to him. Qin Yang, that I shouldn't have said that. Juju. How awkward. What should I do? Sir, are you all right? Not all right. Qin Yang scowled. You discriminate against me. You look down on my identity and my profession. Not at all. Actually, I respect everyone who makes a living in their own way. Hee hee. Juju chuckled awkwardly, raising a glass of water to feign calmness. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. I don't need to resort to such means. Thank you very much, Pift. Juju imagined that scenario and sprayed juice again. Qin Yang. I apologize, truly, I didn't mean to. Juju quickly grabbed a tissue to help him clean up. This is such a mess. Qin Yang had never felt so humiliated in his life. He was once the prince of nightclubs. With a face that drew admiration wherever he went, no woman would ever dare to splash juice on him. I apologize. What can I do to make it up to you? Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's eyes lit up. How about this? You book a room and let me wash my face and change clothes there. I'll forgive you. Juju. There's a washroom in this restaurant. Wouldn't it suffice to wash there? No way. Qin Yang refused. You can't change clothes there. Juju glanced at Qin Yang's white shirt. Feeling a bit embarrassed, regretfully looking at the table full of food, she finally called for a waiter to help her pack it all up and deliver it to her hotel room upstairs. After booking the room, Juju stayed inside to eat, while Qin Yang went to take a shower. After washing up, he towel-dried his hair and donned a bathrobe, then began fussing with his hairstyle in front of the mirror. Chi Silin, you betray my brother. Today, I shall represent him in betraying you. With that declaration, Qin Yang emerged from the bathroom, seated himself opposite Juju, and boldly opened his bathrobe to reveal his sculpted chest. Gazing intently at Juju, what do you think about the proposition of me being your canary? Chapter 61. My brother sells his talent, not his body. Juju, who was gnawing on a roasted pig's trotter, froze at Qin Yang's question. Her gaze fell upon his chest muscles, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. Observing her reaction, Qin Yang chuckled softly and handed her a napkin to wipe her greasy mouth. He suddenly realized that this girl before him was rather endearing. She seemed innocent, lacking the airs of a wealthy heiress, It was his first time witnessing a female executive devouring a pig's trotter. Adorable. Such a person would be ashamed to pair with Chi Silin. No, he had to act for the greater good. After a while, Zhu finally spoke. You were sent by Chi Silin to test me, weren't you? Not at all, to be precise. I am not well acquainted with Chi Silai. I merely learned of his identity as the scion of the Chi family at a certain event. Rest assured. Our profession upholds a strong sense of ethics. In your company. I shall keep this matter from Chi Silai's knowledge. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Zhu glanced at Qin Yang, then at her wristwatch. Her eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness, could it be that the Cullinan and Patek Philippe made her appear affluent, prompting these male companions to approach her voluntarily? Zhu had never experienced anything like this before, and her interest piqued instantly. Ahem, she endeavored to adopt the demeanor of a wealthy individual, asking, So, how many clients have you served? Do you have any cases to share? Cases? Qin Yang felt a sudden wave of awkwardness. What cases could a novice like him possibly have? So far 0.0. How could it be 0? Zhu exclaimed in disbelief. Qin Yang's eyes darted around, then he replied, It's because I've only recently entered this line of work. I lack experience and I am selective. I don't take on clients who are too old or unattractive. Even when I do accept, I refuse to cross certain boundaries, only providing companionship without intimacy, which led to complaints over time. Today, my superior issued me an ultimatum, stating that if I failed to find clients soon, I might be dismissed. When I heard Chi Silai mention that both families wish for your engagement, I surmised that you must be his intended. Being linked to the Chi family, you are undoubtedly wealthy enough to support me, so I thought I'd take a chance. Oh, I see. Zhu was quite curious. Do you have a company as well? Yes, the company provides us with training and a fixed salary. We must give the company a cut from any assignments we accept, whether they are company jobs or private ones. Otherwise, they will demand repayment for the training costs and our monthly salaries. How did you suddenly enter this profession? Zhu asked while nibbling on a roasted pig trotter, clearly treating Qin Yang as a source of entertainment. Qin Yang blinked, casually fabricating a reason. It's easier to fall into extravagance than to return to modesty. I was once a wealthy heir. Then one day, I discovered that I was not biologically related to my family. My adoptive parents wanted to expel me. With nowhere to go, I took out loans to rent a place, and as interest compounded, I ultimately had no choice but to tread this irreversible path. Alas, Dotto, is that so? You aren't still in debt, are you? Like being filmed in a compromising state? Qin Yang. He parted his lips slightly, and Zhu immediately pointed at his nose, confidently declaring, You don't need to say anything. I know you must have, Qin Yang. Zhu shook her head, her gaze towards Qin Yang now tinged with sympathy. Another lost soul. Alas, wait, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before? Zhu squinted her eyes. Licking her fingers, Qin Yang's heart skipped a beat. That's right. Zhu smacked the table, recalling having seen him in her cousin's materials. She had even spotted him at the Civil Affairs Bureau that very day. Aren't you a friend of Qin Chuan? Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. You know my brother? I don't know him. Zhu realized her slip and quickly corrected herself. I've seen Qin Chuan's livestream. You appeared on it. Qin Yang secretly sighed in relief. Indeed, I am Qin Chuan's brother. Streaming is also my side gig. You wouldn't believe it. Nowadays, wealthy women prefer someone with a persona. I'm currently portraying the image of a resilient and delicate flower. Oh, no, I mean, a delicate grass persona. Zhu. So, what do you think? Would you consider supporting me, perhaps with a package that offers companionship without intimacy? Companionship without intimacy? What would I gain from that? Zhu had a shrewd look. You would receive a well-behaved partner, someone who provides emotional support, and an experience unlike any in past relationships. This is the kind of package that all wealthy women covet, specially tailored for those like you who are bound by arranged marriages. We call it the dopamine hormone 10-year reduction package. Haven't you heard? Love is the best form of cosmetic enhancement. Zhu felt a shameful flutter in her heart. She had never been in a relationship, having only worked like a horse for her cousin since graduation. More importantly, Qin Yang had a legitimate job, so even if she were spotted on the street, she wouldn't have to worry about being discovered for paying for services. Ahem, so how much is this experience package? 7 days, 12,000 opt. That's so expensive, Zhu exclaimed. Qin Yang paused. Aren't you the president of the Lan family? Shouldn't this be pocket change for you? But our money doesn't come from thin air. Zhu retorted, If she spent that, all her overtime work would have been for naught. She hesitated. Qin Yang gritted his teeth. How about this? I'll lower the price today. Not $9.98, only $8.88. Then let us stick to $998. Qin Yang. What about $998 for a one-day experience? If it goes well, I can offer you my services again. Zhu Zhu opened WeChat, playfully threatening, if you don't want it, I'll leave. All right. Qin Yang, somewhat speechless, handed over his WeChat. Zhu Zhu scanned his QR code and transferred $998, sending a screenshot to her cousin. Cousin, reimbursement, $998. To gather intel, I bought Qin Yang's companion package experience for $998. At that moment, Lan Wei-yin was busy with work and didn't scrutinize the details, promptly transferring the $998 to Zhu Zhu. After all, she would do anything beneficial for her pursuit of Qin Chuan. After receiving the transfer, Zhu Zhu beamed at Qin Yang. Let us go. Where? Home, of course. Each to their own, back to our respective families. I was only renting by the hour. Zhu Zhu swiftly gathered her belongings and left. Qin Yang looked at her retreating figure in confusion, wondering, is this really the president of the Lan family? How stingy can she be? However, upon reaching downstairs and seeing her get into a Cullinan, he dismissed that thought. Just wait. He would surely charm Chi Silai's fiancée and make her forget him entirely. Once back at his apartment, he copied some cheesy lines from the internet and sent them to Zhu Zhu. Dear, why do you torment me by making me like you so much? My physique is robust enough to carry rice and gas, yet I cannot bear the thought of missing you. It took a long while for Zhu Zhu to respond. Is this the extent of your service? Can I opt for a refund? Qin Yang felt a bit awkward. Of course not. That was merely a warm-up. Zhu Zhu immediately adopted a domineering demeanor. All right, if the service doesn't meet expectations, I will demand an extension or a 7-day unconditional refund. You better bring your A game and not just regurgitate what you find online to fool me. Her words ignited Qin Yang's desire to conquer, prompting him to research numerous strategies for winning over women overnight. He was determined to win Lan Wei-yin's heart, making her call him baby and ensuring she couldn't live without him, all while vexing Chi Silai in the process. The next day, Qin Chuan arrived punctually at the tea house to meet his adoptive father. Chapter 62. Qin Chuan's origins inside the private room of the tea house. Qin Chuan sat waiting for Meng Fu. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, Meng Fu's eyes brimmed with guilt. Qin Chuan, I'm sorry. I've neglected you all these years. Meng Fu took a sip of tea. Exhaling a long sigh. In the years you've been away, I've been overwhelmed dealing with your Aunt Ming's severe manic-depressive episodes. She was constantly breaking things, hurting herself, and threatening to jump off buildings. Meng Fu had been pulling at his hair, feeling an immense weight in his heart. Rather than wishing to see Qin Chuan to share details about his parents, he needed Qin Chuan, someone to confide in. Your Aunt Ming wants to let me help you. I'm also worried that if she discovers my assistance, it will exacerbate her condition. But Qin Chuan, not looking after you has left me feeling deeply remorseful. You have no idea what I've endured over these years. Before the Mid-Autumn Festival, you visited me, mentioning your intention to divorce Shui, and I thought, if I had shown you more care, perhaps you and Shui Yin wouldn't have reached this point. It's all in the past. Qin Chuan casually brewed a cup of tea for Meng Fu, avoiding unnecessary nostalgia, and directly inquired about his origins. Yesterday over the phone, you mentioned you had information regarding my background. Can you share it with me now? Who are my biological parents? I'm not entirely certain who they are. Meng Fu shook his head. Your Aunt Ming knows my temperament and has kept it tightly under wraps. Knowing that she learned about this 4 years before me is telling. I can only share with you some information and clues I possess. Their surname is Qin, and they are likely acquainted with your Aunt Ming, connected to her maternal family. Qin Chuan forced a smile. This clue was far too vague. Meng Fu's wife also bore the surname Qin, hailing from Qin family village. Everyone in her maternal family was named Qin. That village alone contained 3 smaller villages with a densely packed population, and many had left for urban development, making the investigation exceedingly challenging. Meng Fu recalled, I remember once returning home and overhearing a conversation between my brother-in-law and your Aunt Ming. From their dialogue, I deduced that Aunt Ming and your birth mother must have been acquainted, and there was likely some animosity between them. The person who orchestrated the switch between you and your birth mother was also a mutual acquaintance. Out of a desire for revenge, she deliberately swapped the children of both families. Later, she fell ill with cancer and revealed this secret before her death. However, Your birth mother had discovered early on that the child was not hers and reported it to the police. She hoped to enlist their help in locating her biological parents while simultaneously seeking her own child. Who could have known that the police had never managed to uncover the truth? Despite the lengthy announcements, no family of a missing child had come forth to claim Xingzhou. Ultimately, the police, left with no other recourse, followed protocol and placed the child in an orphanage. This has weighed heavily on Aunt Ming's heart. She feels that she has cared for you diligently, nurturing you to adulthood, while your biological parents abandoned Xingzhou to the orphanage, which is why they deliberately tormented you during your 4 years of university. And it is entirely my fault for discovering the truth too late, allowing you to suffer. After a pause, Uncle Ming continued, the reason I have invited you here to share this with you is that I hope you will no longer harbor misunderstandings about your biological parents. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan felt a great sense of relief. Uncle, thank you, he said sincerely. Anyone would feel discomfort upon learning that their biological parents are malevolent figures. However, now that he had heard the account of what transpired, his determination to find his biological parents only grew stronger. They had recognized early on that the baby was not theirs, promptly reported it to the police, and likely had never ceased their search for him over the years. Therefore, he too could not give up. Qin Chuan, burdened by his thoughts, remained silent. Uncle Ming handed him a business card. This is from an old friend of mine. He is returning to settle in the country in half a month. I heard he has been seeking someone to commission a feng shui mural for his home entrance, with a price upwards of 3 million. I mentioned you to him. When he returns, you should visit and see if you can secure this business. All right, thank you, Uncle. Qin Chuan accepted Uncle Ming's goodwill without pretense. Many lucrative and prestigious contracts rely on referrals from the upper echelons of society. One cannot solely depend on personal effort or merely on live broadcasts to achieve success. After exchanging a few more words with Uncle Ming, Qin Chuan departed. As he stepped out of the tea house, his expression darkened, contemplating the limited clues from Uncle Ming. It appeared that to uncover the secret of his origins, he would have to rely on Lin Shuiyan's introduction to Old He. Just as he thought of Lin Shuiyan, a WeChat message from her popped up on his phone, accompanied by a picture of the city skyline. Qin Chuan, I miss you in Changchun by the riverside in Florida. I suddenly realized that it seems we, as a family of 3, have yet to go on a trip together. And oh, by the way, during this business trip, I bought you a small gift, which I'll bring back for you. After reading the message, Qin Chuan did not respond, finding the situation rather ironic. In the past, Lin Shuiyan flew all over the world without ever informing him. Sometimes, he only learned of her absence abroad when he asked. Throughout their 5 years of marriage, Lin Shuiyan had never treated him with the respect befitting a partner. Now that they were divorced, she was the one taking the initiative to inform him of her itinerary. Dismissing Lin Shuiyan's peculiar behavior, Qin Chuan drove his work vehicle, contract in hand, to the client's home. This particular client wished to commission a mural identical to the one in Qin Yu's room. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Uncle Ming was greeted by the clattering sounds of objects being smashed from upstairs. His brow instinctively furrowed, and the sense of relief he had felt after speaking with Qin Chuan was instantly replaced by heaviness. Anyone would feel displeased upon hearing such noise upon returning home. Ming's mother stormed down from upstairs, her demeanor fierce as she demanded, Did you go see that wretched child? Have you no conscience? His biological parents have made your son this way, and you still concern yourself with him, offering warmth and business. Don't think I'm unaware. You traitorous scoundrel. Are you hoping to witness the demise of both mother and son before your eyes? I'll tell you this. Whatever business you've given Qin Chuan, hand it over immediately to Xingzhou. As she spoke, she shoved Uncle Ming's shoulder. The clattering continued from upstairs. Chapter 63. Save me, Uncle Ming, instantly infuriated, raised his hand without hesitation and slapped Ming's mother across the face. How am I a traitor? Every penny of the Ming family's wealth has been earned by my own hands. What have I taken from you? Ming's mother, clearly taken aback by the slap, covered her burning cheek, momentarily stunned. You say you and our son wish to die together, right? Go ahead. Hurry up and do it. Uncle Ming's eyes glinted with fury as he advanced towards Ming's mother. In a split second, the previously domineering Ming's mother turned pale, her face alternating between red and white, instinctively retreating, unable to muster a retort. For all these years, I've been sympathetic to your significant life challenges, harboring resentment yet enduring, yet you take advantage of my kindness. But have you considered that I too have suffered the loss of 24 years with our son? I have also faced immense life changes and struggles, but must everyone act as you and your son do? Must all grievances be vented upon others? How is it that Qin Chuan has managed to shoulder it all? Yes, I did provide him with business. So what? It is my way of compensating him for these past few years. He has done nothing wrong. He should not have to endure this. You claim I neglect Xingzhou? Yet ask him what he has accomplished since returning. He spends all day holed up in his room, indulging in games and laziness. I have intentions to nurture him, but he is simply a hopeless case. With that, Uncle Ming swiftly ascended the stairs, flinging open the door to Meng Xingzhou's room, only to be met with a scene of utter chaos. If you're unwell, seek treatment in a psychiatric hospital. If you're healthy, stop pretending to be a ghost in my Ming family. Clattering about like this, what sort of man are you? You claim you received a poor education in the orphanage, yet not every child from an orphanage is as useless as you. What can't you do well? If you truly wish to die, then go ahead. I have come to terms with it. I am not afraid. At worst, I'll be a widower. The Ming family will not support useless individuals. If pushed to the limit, I won't leave you a single cent of my wealth. Only upon hearing these words did Ming's mother grasp the situation, looking at him in disbelief. If you don't leave money for our son, who do you intend to leave it to? I will donate it to society. With that harsh declaration, Uncle Ming returned to his study. Meng Xingzhou, throughout the ordeal, was left speechless with fright. Once Ming's mother regained her composure, she tenderly caressed her son's head. It's all my fault. My fault for not protecting you well. Hearing Uncle Ming mention the issue of wealth, Meng Xingzhou's expression turned grave, entirely shedding the previous demeanor of depression and agitation. In truth, he had been feigning it. In Meng Chuan's senior year, Ming's mother had proposed that he be driven out. However, Uncle Ming disagreed, asserting that the Ming family could easily support Qin Chuan's. At this critical juncture of Meng Chuan's final year, preparing for postgraduate entrance exams, it would not do to affect him. Reluctantly, he and Qin Chuan ended up living under the same roof. Meng's mother naturally favored her son, while Uncle Ming remained neutral, objectively evaluating both their achievements and encouraging Meng Xingzhou to learn from Qin Chuan. After several instances, Meng Xingzhou began to feel a sense of crisis. He had to drive him away. He could not allow Qin Chuan to remain and divide the Meng family's wealth. Thus, he devised the ruse of feigning illness and depression to evoke Uncle Ming's sympathy, hoping to avoid being pressured to attend university. Contemplating this, Meng Xingzhou's gaze grew darker. Mom, the reason Dad has become like this is entirely because he met Qin Chuan today. Yes, precisely because he met that wretched child. Meng's mother echoed. Mom, we can no longer pretend to be ill. If we provoke Dad further, he might truly leave all his wealth to Qin Chuan. Meng's mother's expression changed. That cannot happen. Absolutely not to that wretched child. Zhou, what should we do? Give me money to help me set up a studio. I want to start a business. Whatever Qin Chuan does, I will do it too. I will crush him in his own field. If that fails, we'll use money to overpower him. I must earn my father's respect. As he spoke, Meng Xingzhou's gaze darkened by degrees, his once unremarkable features gradually twisting into something menacing. Why should Qin Chuan have everything? He enjoyed the childhood I should have had, a life of privilege, and even married such a beautiful goddess. Now divorced, he still manages a flourishing career. Qin Chuan, I want your career. I want your woman too. On the other side, Qin Chuan arrived at the client's house to discuss the mural contract, driving to a detached villa. The door was opened by a young and attractive mother, casually dressed in a lace camisole nightgown, giving off an informal vibe. Come in. Qin Chuan felt a sudden jolt, a sense of discomfort creeping up within him. Normally, one would not dress this way to receive guests. He cautiously inquired, Mrs. Chun, is today a convenient time to discuss the contract? If not, we can arrange another day. It's convenient. Come in. The alluring Mrs. Chen suddenly chuckled, exuding an enchanting charm that felt like a tease, her posture alluring as she added, Don't worry, my husband is home. Only then did Qin Chuan feel a little more at ease and stepped inside. Once inside, he noticed numerous video recording devices scattered throughout the living room, clearly indicating that they were in the same industry. Mrs. Chen did not hide this fact. Oh, we are colleagues, as she spoke. She casually picked up a silk robe, adjusted it, and then sat on the living room sofa, nonchalantly crossing her long, flawless legs. Be frank. The so-called robe made little difference whether it was worn or not. The only distinction was that it covered her arms, while her deep neckline was still exposed. Qin Chuan felt increasingly uneasy. If her husband was indeed home, he surely would not allow his wife to entertain guests in such a manner. "Have a seat. Show me the contract," Mrs. Chun said, opening several cameras in the living room as she explained. "We will be sharing the custom piece of Qin US design on our personal accounts. So we will be recording from the start." Qin Chuan's brow furrowed slightly, discomfort growing within him. He felt quite averse to Mrs. Chen's behavior of leveraging their shared industry for attention without prior notice. "I am sorry, during the renovation of the mural, you may film, but not while we discuss the contract. The contract and pricing are considered trade secrets, and I have no intention of disclosing them externally for the time being." "Ah," Mrs. Chen symbolically shut down several devices, leaving one camera in the corner. Qin Chuan, with his keen eyes, noticed this but chose not to confront it. After all, the angle and distance of that camera could not capture the contract. Suppressing his inner discomfort and adhering to the principle of customer first, Qin Chuan handed over the contract. "Could you take a look and see if there are any issues? 4,000 per square meter? Given our shared profession, might you consider lowering the price a bit?" "I apologize, Mrs. Chen, but we currently have no promotional activities, and all prices are standardized. If you find this price unsatisfactory, you may wait for a future promotional event to collaborate with us." With that, Qin Chuan stood up. Mrs. Chen appeared somewhat anxious and also rose. 4,000 per square meter, so be it. Just a moment, let me fetch my phone to transfer the deposit." Saying this, Mrs. Chen turned and walked towards the inner room. Before long, her voice pierced through the air with a scream. "Help! Chapter 64. Do it! Right now!" "Ah, ah, ah!" Mrs. Chen's piercing screams echoed repeatedly. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen!" Qin Chuan tentatively called out to the man of the house, but received no response. His instincts signaled that something was amiss. He felt it unwise to meddle. Yet if Mrs. Chen were indeed in danger, he could not absolve himself of responsibility, so he proceeded towards the source of the commotion. Ultimately halting at the doorway of the bathroom. "Mrs. Chen? Are you all right? Help! Mrs. Chen continued to scream, her cries growing increasingly desperate. "Mrs. Chen, what is wrong? Do you need assistance?" Qin Chuan knocked on the door. You must come in." Kick the door. Hurry. I'm going to die." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan lifted his foot and kicked the door open, cautiously stepping into the bathroom. "Mrs. Chen." As his words faded, Mrs. Chen, clutching a towel to her chest, dashed past him, crying out, "Help me, husband!" In a swift moment, a shadow cast by a fist descended upon him. Qin Chuan reacted quickly, dodging just in time, realizing he had been tricked, peeping at my wife while she bathes. "You seek death." The assailant threw a punch, which missed, followed by another. He was a few centimeters shorter than Qin Chuan and not a trained fighter. His punches fell weakly, easily evaded by Qin Chuan. However, the confined space of the bathroom made it difficult to avoid all contact, and after dodging twice, Qin Chuan attempted to exit, only to be caught off guard by a punch to his back. Yet, he did not hold back and seized the man's clothing at his chest, executing a shoulder throw. With a thud, the man was flung several meters away. Mrs. Chen, horrified, momentarily disregarded her loosely wrapped towel and rushed to her husband's side. Concern etched on her face. "Husband, are you all right?" Upon seeing his bruised mouth, Mrs. Chen's anger flared, and she pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Chuan. You violated my privacy and even laid hands on my husband. How can such a thing be justified?" Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow disdainfully. "Setting a trap for me. So what if I did?" At this moment, Mrs. Chen dropped her facade, helping her husband to his feet. Oblivious to the fact that part of her chest was exposed. "It doesn't matter," Qin Chuan remarked, casting a scornful glance at the man's disheveled face. "Using your wife as bait is beneath contempt. Even at this juncture, you remain defiant." Mr. Chun, in pain and barely able to stand with his wife's support, pointed towards the still operating camera in the corner. "You have been watching my wife bathe and assaulted me. The entire incident has been recorded. If I cut the audio and release the footage, your reputation will be ruined instantly. You won't be able to make a living in this industry," he added. "Moreover, as victims, we can bravely step forward and gain sympathy from netizens. Are you frightened now?" With that, the man turned to his wife, quietly asking, "Are you certain he wasn't live streaming or recording when he entered?" "No," Mrs. Chen responded emphatically. Mr. Chin's confidence swelled as he laughed. Since you weren't live streaming or recording, it means you have no evidence to prove your innocence. Even if you secretly recorded everything with a pinhole camera, it wouldn't hold up in court. You must comply with our demands. And what is it that you desire? Qin Chuan, unruffled and composed, sat down leisurely, crossing one leg over the other, his demeanor suggesting he was the rightful owner of the villa. The couple exchanged bewildered glances, eyeing their previous extortion endeavors. They had always encountered terrified victims eager to resolve matters quickly. They had never faced a situation like this. The man feigned bravado and sat down. Addressing Qin Chuan, cooperate with us for a video recording, a live promotion. Assist us in creating a wall mural similar to Qin Yu's room, and we won't charge you. We'll let you off the hook. Qin Chuan surveyed the surroundings, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Much of what is in this villa, I presume, was acquired through your deceitful tactics, correct? That's none of your business. The man, feeling cornered, raised his voice defensively. Regardless, now that you've fallen into our trap, you must obey us. With a faint smile, Qin Chuan lifted his gaze to the man. Excluding the windowsill and wardrobe, your daughter's room has an effective wall area of 32 square meters. Calculating at 20 square meters, the total comes to 80,000 yuan. You have already signed the contract. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Yes, the couple replied in unison. However, I never perform work for free. If I undertake this task, I will expect to be compensated. The contract clearly states that you are required to pay for my services. Qin Chuan's tone was calm, his refined features betraying no hint of emotion. While negotiating with the social media savvy couple, he simultaneously accessed a human resources app to seek a female assistant. He understood that in the course of entrepreneurship, one would inevitably encounter unscrupulous individuals. When faced with a problem, one must find a solution. This couple served as a timely reminder that he needed a female assistant to help negotiate contracts and mitigate the risk of encountering similar situations in the future, while also enhancing his work efficiency. Seeing Qin Chuan engrossed in his phone, Mrs. Chen rushed over to peer at the screen. Noticing he wasn't recruiting anyone, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, we signed the contract, but that 80,000 yuan is merely the amount you are offering to settle our dispute. Mr. Chen chimed in. Right? That's the compensation for you peeping at my wife while she bathed. Qin Chuan, gripping his phone, rose to face the couple with a bemused expression. I did see Mrs. Chen's figure, and I will naturally compensate. However, I reiterate, I am not performing charity work. Are you certain you wish for me to proceed? With that, Qin Chuan offered a cultured smile, a seemingly innocuous expression that nevertheless bore an unsettling intensity, leaving the Chen couple feeling inexplicably uneasy. Mrs. Chen tugged at her husband's sleeve, lowering her voice to ask, Husband, what do you think? Should we proceed or not? The man squinted thoughtfully for a moment before declaring, Yes, let us commence immediately. He then reassured his wife, It's fine. We have the evidence. Besides, illegally recorded footage cannot be used as evidence in court. Rest assured, he is merely trying to intimidate us. Mrs. Chen nodded in agreement, suddenly emboldened. Yes, let us do it. Right now. If your work fails to meet our standards, we will expose you online. Chapter 65. The ex-sister-in-law brings soup to make amends, all right? Qin Chuan acquiesced, beginning to transport his tools into the children's room. The man shot a triumphant glance at his wife. I told you he was just trying to scare us. Mrs. Chen smiled broadly, immediately rushing to change clothes, put on makeup, and present herself beautifully before the camera. Good afternoon, my darlings. Yet another splendid day. My husband has mysteriously hinted at a surprise gift for me. I wonder what it could be. I am so excited. As she spoke, Mrs. Chen glanced at her husband. Is it roses? Mr. Chen feigned mystery, shaking his head. Is it chocolate? Again, he shook his head. Is it a diamond ring? He continued to shake his head, leading Mrs. Chen towards the children's room. Upon opening the door, Mrs. Chen's astonished expression lit up as she saw Qin Chuan painting the wall. Oh my, husband, isn't that the home renovation influencer Qin Chuan? In front of the camera, Mrs. Chen gasped in disbelief. You're having him help us create a children's room just like Qin Yu's. Mr. Chen nodded. Oh my goodness, husband, you're incredible. Tears of joy sprang to Mrs. Chen's eyes as she planted a kiss on her husband. Moi, you're truly wonderful. I absolutely love this surprise. My darlings, they say marrying for love is about whether a man carries you and your child in his heart. What do you think? Share your thoughts in the comments. After filming this segment, the Chun couple retreated to the study to edit their video. Watching them perform for the camera left Qin Chuan feeling somewhat nauseous. He had just searched online for their video account, discovering that they curated an image of a wealthy couple basking in love. They posted daily about various luxury items and romantic surprises they created for one another. Previously, Qin Chuan might have envied men who never worked and could spend their days crafting romantic moments for their wives. However, seeing the Chen couple in action made him realize just how much artifice lay behind the seemingly affectionate videos posted by couples online. After working until 6 in the evening, Qin Chuan packed his tools and departed. Before departing, Mr. Chan issued a warning. "Remember to come tomorrow. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I shall arrive on time to finalize this business deal. As for you, just ensure you have no regrets." "Humph, what would I have to regret?" With that, the man slammed the door behind him. Qin Chuan maintained an air of calm composure, leisurely getting into his car. No sooner had he settled in than he received a notification from the Human Resources app, indicating that the system had recommended a job seeker who matched his criteria, inquiring whether he wished to proceed with the trial period. Noticing that the candidate met all the necessary qualifications, Qin Chuan confirmed the appointment and arranged to meet in the small courtyard. Currently, he lacked the budget to rent an office building, so he had decided to convert the first floor of this small building into a workspace. If the candidate were to join in the future, she would undoubtedly be working in this courtyard. Qin Chuan pondered whether the candidate was female and if she might have any reservations about that, when suddenly the wooden door of the courtyard creaked open. In walked Lin Shuezhen, carrying a thermos. She appeared somewhat ill at ease, glancing around nervously but avoiding eye contact with Qin Chuan. "What brings you here?" Qin Chuan's expression hardened at the thought of the interviewees arriving shortly. He had no desire for the new candidate to witness an argument with his former sister-in-law. "If you are here to aggravate me, I kindly ask you to leave. I have important matters to attend to." He issued an unequivocal dismissal. Just as Lin Shuezhen opened her mouth to respond, a surge of indignation welled up within her upon hearing his words. She was still holding the soup she had labored for 4 hours to prepare. It was disheartening that Qin Chuan offered no words of kindness at their first encounter. Anger and grievance mingled within her, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Qin Chuan, is this how you truly perceive me? Is it not the case?" Qin Chuan briefly shifted his gaze from his notebook to cast a fleeting glance at Lin Shuezhen before returning to his work. Continuing to refine the contract terms. "When have you ever greeted me without mockery or sarcasm? When have you spoken a kind word in my presence? Lin Shuezhen, I have severed all ties with the Lin family. If you wish to defend your sister, you need not bother." As he spoke, he typed away, ignoring her reaction. Lin Shuezhen, upon hearing his words, felt an immediate urge to counter. Yet, as she opened her mouth, she found herself at a loss for words. Memories flooded her mind like scenes from a film. There was the rainy day when Qin Chuan had delivered documents to her at the company, and she had scolded him for being tardy, berating him for being a stay-at-home husband. Though he had appeared furious, he had ultimately said nothing. After that encounter, no matter how she called upon him, he never delivered anything for her again. Then there was the memory of Qin Chuan preparing a pot of soup, serving each of them a bowl. She had found it delicious and had taken more from his bowl when he noticed. His lips had parted to speak, but before he could utter a word, she had launched into a tirade, accusing him of being overly petty for quarreling over a mere bowl of soup. In the end, he had remained silent, turning away. Such instances were numerous. Lin Shuezhen's face drained of color as the gravity of her realization struck her. She had never sincerely conversed with Qin Chuan, not even to exchange pleasantries. When he and her sister had first married, he had treated her like an older sister, willingly carrying burdens for her, assisting with repairs, reminding her to take an umbrella in inclement weather. Yet, all those kindnesses had been gradually retracted, bit by bit. With each hurtful word she had uttered, in that moment, it felt as though invisible hands were tightly squeezing her heart, leaving her breathless. How wretched was her relationship with Qin Chuan? How had she spent so long inflicting pain upon him? She had once experienced his kindness, yet it was all too late now. He had withdrawn it all. Regret surged within her like relentless waves, drowning her in remorse. "Qin Chuan, I was wrong. Everything in the past was due to my failings." With reddened eyes, Lin Shuezhen handed him the thermos. "Inside is the chicken soup I simmered for a full 4 hours. A small token of my apology and gratitude. I am thankful for your help on the mountain. Had it not been for you, I dread to think of my fate. Lin Shuezhen. Qin Chuan raised his gaze, calling her name. A tremor coursed through her as she met his gaze, which was as cold as the frost on a moonlit night. I could easily discard this thermos and assert that a soup simmered for 4 hours is hardly remarkable, merely purine-laden broth. However, this is double-boiled. Before she could finish, Lin Shuezhen's face shifted from pale to flushed. Those words were echoes of her own past remarks. Now, Qin Chuan returned them to her in full measure. Lin Shuezhen stumbled back, awkwardly confronting Qin Chuan's previously gentle visage, now imbued with an unfamiliar chill. I could have done just that, but I refrained out of decorum, not because you are worthy. Therefore, I kindly request that you take your belongings and leave. I still have interviews to conduct, and I ask that you do not disrupt us. As her voice faded, Lin Shuezhen hastily interjected, I am the one here for the interview. Chapter 66. No, brother. Where do you derive such confidence? You. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow tightly. He reopened the human resources application and realized that the candidate had no photo. Using an English name, which explained why he had not recognized Lin Shuezhen as the applicant. This app had a feature designed to protect individual privacy, while requiring real names on the platform. It allowed candidates to hide their photos and use English names. Qin Chuan was astounded by the coincidence that the system had suggested his former sister-in-law as his assistant. It was quite absurd. No need for an interview. You are not suitable. Please leave. Why am I not suitable? Lin Shuezhen quickly seated herself across from Qin Chuan. I have experience as an assistant to a foreign enterprise president, as well as in the sales department of an advertising firm that I am quite familiar with legal contract terms and drafting contracts. As she spoke, Lin Shuezhen turned Qin Chuan's notebook toward herself, swiftly reviewing the contract page and suggesting several modifications. These changes will enhance its rigor. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Chuan's eyes. In terms of contract knowledge, Lin Shuezhen indeed surpassed him. So, how about it? Am I suitable for this position? Lin Shuezhen's beautiful eyes shimmered with hope. She was determined not to let go of this hard-won opportunity. Having approached her friend who operated the human resources software, she had unexpectedly stumbled upon the new application in the back end, which indicated that Qin Chuan was seeking an assistant. She had then implored her friend to recommend her to him. Absolutely not. Qin Chuan firmly rejected her once more. Miss Lin, you are well aware of how you were dismissed. I cannot experiment with my clients. As his words trailed off, Qin Yang sauntered in, exclaiming, is there really such strong-arm tactics at play? Qin Chuan was equally speechless. He had heard others mention the high satisfaction rate of this app, which had prompted him to download it, yet he had not anticipated such a method of enhancing hiring satisfaction through free trial periods. Come on, just use her. Qin Yang urged. Haven't you done enough for her in the past? It's time to reclaim your due from her. Lin Shuezhen eagerly chimed in, exactly. For anything that is not company-related. You can assign it to me. I will excel in this assistant role. So, Mr. Qin, it's settled then. I will start work tomorrow. With that, she dashed off. Qin Yang, now seated at the table, opened the thermos of Lin Shuezhen's chicken soup and inquired, what's this? Soup made by Lin Shuezhen. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Then, brother, are you going to drink it? What do you think? Seeing Qin Chuan's lack of enthusiasm, Qin Yang chuckled. Then I'll take it. I have my uses for it. He snapped a photo of the thermos and sent it to Zhu Zhu. Dear President, have you finished work? Your little canary has prepared warm chicken soup to soothe your stomach. This is the result of my hard work over 8 hours. Before long, Zhu Zhu sent a message back to Qin Yang. Just got off work. Where are you? I'll have the driver come pick you up. Qin Yang replied with his location, a broad grin spreading across his face. Look at you, trying to charm me. Qin Chuan shot him a sideways glance. Why are you smiling like that? It's unbecoming. Heh, brother. I'm currently engaged in something grand. Once it's accomplished, I'll share the details. For now, I must take my leave. I'm off to my Cullinan to meet my little wealthy lady. With that, Qin Yang grabbed the thermos from the table and dashed out. And no sooner had Qin Yang left than Lan Wayne entered the courtyard. Carrying groceries from the supermarket. Senior, may I use your gas stove? I forgot to pay the bill. They have no gas over there. Of course, Qin Chuan replied, unfazed by such requests. But in return, I will cook dinner for you and Qin Yu tonight. I shall showcase my culinary skills and prepare my signature dish. Sounds good. Qin Chuan responded with a smile. He was indeed a bit busy. Ever since the colorful mural in Qin Yu's room gained popularity, inquiries about pricing had surged online. He was playing the role of customer service, juggling conversations with multiple people, while also drafting a customer service process to eventually train a suitable assistant. Meanwhile, Qin Yu quietly sat beside her father, engrossed in her drawing. Occasionally, Qin Chuan would glance at her, then at his busy junior in the kitchen, and he suddenly felt a serene contentment. Since his divorce from Lin Shuiyan, Qin Chuan had gained a fresh perspective on marriage. It was not essential to marry someone extraordinarily beautiful or seemingly unattainable. Rather, finding a partner with mutual respect and love, and cherishing the beauty in everyday life, was of utmost importance. Having finished her drawing, Qin Yu's little stomach began to rumble, prompting her to curiously wander into the kitchen to check on Lan Wayne. After observing for a moment, she whispered into Qin Chuan's ear, "Daddy, do you want to check on Enine? She seems to be on the verge of blowing up our kitchen." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan ventured into the kitchen and was greeted by a chaotic countertop and a bowl of rice that was an unappealing mix of black and yellow. "Junior, is this to urchin fried rice?" Lan Wayne appeared somewhat sheepish. "Ahem. Actually, it's just egg fried rice." Qin Chuan felt speechless, realizing that Lan Wayne was not particularly adept at cooking. "Allow me," he said, rolling up his sleeves to tidy the stove. In a matter of moments, the countertop was spotless. He then proceeded to prepare the ingredients with an almost magical finesse, chopping everything into uniform pieces with graceful movements that resembled a pianist performing a masterful piece. Lan Wayne leaned against the doorframe, watching Qin Chuan as the warm light cast delicate shadows beneath his long lashes, his soft black hair glistening subtly, accentuating his refined and striking features. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She couldn't fathom how a man could be so handsome and skilled in the kitchen. It felt almost too perfect. Whoever was fortunate enough to marry him would undoubtedly be blissfully happy. So what if he was on his second marriage? There were men who, even as bachelors, were far from commendable, like Chi Silin, for instance. Before long, Qin Chuan finished cooking the shrimp and carrot egg fried rice and quickly whipped up a fish soup, placing it on the table in the courtyard. Lan Wayne and Qin Yu both inhaled the aroma of the fried rice and exclaimed in unison, "It smells amazing." Qin Chuan smiled with satisfaction. Just then, his laptop chimed with a series of notifications. He chose not to respond, instead closing the laptop lid. Lan Wayne was momentarily taken aback. "Senior, aren't you going to reply to your clients?" She then lowered her gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, I just happened to see it that it's fine. Work is never-ending. None of it is as important as sharing a meal with family and friends. Besides, a blogger can't possibly be online 24/7. With that, Qin Chuan picked up his bowl and began to eat. In the past, he had disliked how Lin Shuiyan would communicate with clients during meals, often replying to messages or making voice calls before even finishing her food. Sometimes, she would even bring her laptop to the dining table, as if she were afraid others wouldn't recognize her as a capable woman. But back then, Qin Chuan refrained from saying anything, understanding that Lin Shuiyan was striving for her career. Now, however, he had the choice to not become that kind of person, to not let a budding career cloud his judgment. Lan Wayne stole another glance at Qin Chuan, increasingly convinced that he was the quintessential family man, ideal for marriage. If one day she could truly marry him, she would surely be overwhelmingly happy. Meanwhile, at the Ferris wheel, Qin Yang held a bouquet of flowers and a bowl of chicken soup. Taking Zhu Zhu for a ride, he planned to profess his romantic sentiments when the Ferris wheel reached its zenith. However, with a soft thud, Zhu Zhu's head rested on his shoulder. Qin Yang's heart raced, and as he turned to speak, he found her fast asleep against him. The Ferris wheel continued to spin, and Zhu Zhu remained oblivious. Qin Yang turned to the staff and said, "Excuse me, my girlfriend is asleep. We'll pay for the extra rides once she wakes up." When Zhu Zhu finally stirred and stepped off the Ferris wheel, she was greeted by the staff holding out the payment amount, leaving her utterly stunned. 900 yuan? Yes, the staff replied with a smile. Each ride costs 45 yuan per person, so for two, it's 90 yuan. You've taken an extra 10 rides, totaling 900 yuan. Qin Yang looked at Zhu Zhu and raised his chin, urging her to pay. "Come on, we generally have our employers cover our expenses for a little joy, right?" Zhu Zhu protested, "No, I don't have that kind of need. And you didn't think it was romantic to let me sleep while you paid? It shows I'm considerate and caring. Romantic? 10 extra rides? I just napped away 10 rounds on the Ferris wheel. How is that romantic?" Zhu grumbled inwardly, fuming as she scanned the payment code and transferred the 900 yuan. Once completed, she immediately left, thinking, who would want to bear the expense for such a frivolous gold digger? She certainly doesn't deserve it. Noticing that Lan Wayne seemed a bit upset, Qin Yang hurried after her. Babe, where did I go wrong? Was it my lack of expertise? Zhu took a deep breath. Your skills are far from lacking, they're downright. Before she could finish her thought, her phone chimed. Her cousin had transferred 60,000 yuan. Take care of him, sponsor Qin Yang, just for a month. In any case, when I'm alone with my senior tonight, I don't want to see him. Zhu accepted the transfer and flashed Qin Yang a professional smile. You simply exceptionally skilled. With that, she sent him 30,000 yuan. This is your fee for a month. Remember to be available whenever I call. Qin Yang eagerly accepted the transfer, grinning from ear to ear. I knew my skills were top-notch. How could you possibly be dissatisfied? Zhu retorted. Where on earth does your confidence come from? The next day, Lin Xuezhen arrived early at Qin Chuan's courtyard. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback, but eventually took Lin Xuezhen and Qin Yang to Mr. Chen and his wife's villa. Chapter 67. Call the police. That would be too lenient for them. On the way, Qin Chuan recounted the events from the previous day. Qin Yang was utterly speechless. Can you believe there are men so shameless as to use their own wives as bait? Lin Xuezhen was equally shocked. She quickly opened Douyin and pulled up an account. Qin Chuan, is this the couple you're talking about? Yes, Qin Chuan replied, glancing at the screen. Lin Xuezhen gasped, I used to be a fan of theirs. I envied how fortunate Mrs. Chen seemed. I can't believe they are such despicable people. I need to unfollow them right away. Before she could finish, she had already canceled her follow. Qin Yang, however, felt that unfollowing was inconsequential and asked, Brother, why didn't you call the police yesterday? Call the police. That would be too lenient for them. Qin Chuan chuckled lightly. Just do as I instruct you later. Follow my lead. Understood? Understood. Qin Yang nodded, while Lin Xuezhen quickly followed suit. Glancing at Qin Chuan's profile, she felt a deeper admiration for him. She hadn't expected that amidst such a significant event, Qin Chuan would remain so composed at that moment. His image in her mind grew even more formidable. However, Qin Chuan had always been the backbone of the Lin family. During his 5 years of marriage with Lin Xuan, though he hadn't been able to work outside and achieve conventional success, his abilities had always been recognized. Whenever there was a family issue, it was instinctive for them to turn to Qin Chuan for resolution. Just like with her current predicament, her parents and Xueyin inherently believed that Qin Chuan would find a way to handle it. Reflecting on this and the strained relationship she had with Qin Chuan, Lin Xuezhen felt an increasing sense of regret for how she had treated him. He was clearly a capable and charismatic individual. Alas, there was no remedy for past mistakes in this world. She can only slowly redeem herself through her actions. Meanwhile, Meng Xingzhou has rented an entire office floor in the city center. Today, he specifically brought Madame Meng to see the office location. As they approached the entrance, he proudly pointed to the grand sign of Xingzhou Network Technology Company and said, Mom, what do you think? Isn't it impressive? Madame Meng beamed with delight, exclaiming, Indeed, it is quite impressive. Upon entering the spacious office floor and seeing the employees diligently working at their desks, Madame Meng was even more astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. Xingzhou, have you really managed to recruit people so quickly? Is the company already up and running? Meng Xingzhou smirked. My decisiveness is commendable. Isn't it? Absolutely remarkable. Furthermore, I intend to excel in everything I do. I have hired only the elite of the industry. Here is the risk control area. Over there is the sales department. This area is for technology, and that section is dedicated to new product development. Each elite in their respective areas has been recruited from other companies. Look at those in the risk control area. They have experience working with major celebrities. Marvelous. Madame Meng's face radiated with joy. By the way, Mom, do you know where Qin Chuan's company is located? Out in the suburbs. He is renting an old house for under 1,000 yuan a month. A place no one wants. He lives there himself and uses it as an office. How impoverished, Madame Meng sneered. It is only fitting. My son should be in a dignified company like this. He is the son of that wretched woman. So naturally, he should be starting his business in such a backwater location. Saying this, Madame Meng transferred 5 million to Meng Xingzhou. Son, I'm off to play cards. Work hard and make your father take notice. Don't let him keep referring to you as that wretched woman's son. If you need more money, just let me know. All right. After Madame Meng departed, Meng Xingzhou walked over to the risk control area and instructed the staff. Start the live stream. Let's watch Qin Chuan's broadcast. I don't care about anyone else's stream. You only need to focus on his. Look for flaws. If you notice any issues, immediately hire trolls to discredit him. Amplifying his problems, in short, whoever can get his stream shut down will receive a bonus from me. With that, Meng Xingzhou returned to his presidential office, reclining in a soft armchair with a cold smirk. Qin Chuan, you wish to rise with the power of the internet? Then I shall use the same power to ensure your utter downfall. At this moment, Qin Chuan's car arrived at the entrance of the Chen family's villa. The door was opened once again by Madame Chen, clad in a seductive, fiery silk nightgown. Lin Xuejing could not help but scold inwardly, shameless, wretched woman, vixen. What respectable person answers the door dressed like that? Upon opening the door, Madame Chen sensed the hostility in Lin Xuejing's gaze and, rather than being displeased, she proudly tossed her long, wavy hair and teased Qin Chuan. Oh, you've brought 2 helpers today. She even threw a flirtatious glance at Qin Yang. This young man is rather handsome. Qin Yang immediately shuddered. For some reason, his mind instantly conjured the image of his family's little rich girl, who was in an entirely different league from the garish woman before him. His little rich girl was adorable and attractive. The group entered the Chen residence, and Mr. Chen chuckled lightly, bringing helpers 1 TB of much use. I have the evidence right here. Allow me to show you. IVE already edited it. He proudly pulled out his phone and displayed the video in it. Qin Chuan kicked open the bathroom door, with Madame Chen screaming and rushing out wrapped in a towel. Followed by a scuffle between Qin Chuan and Mr. Chen, ultimately resulting in Mr. Chen being thrown to the ground. The video abruptly cut off at that moment. All subsequent dialogue was deleted, and the earlier screams and pleas for help had been erased as well. Judging by this clip alone, it could certainly pin Qin Chuan to the wall of disgrace. Qin Yang and Lin Xuejing were infuriated after watching the video, while Qin Chuan remained unbothered, as calm as if nothing had happened. Mr. Chen assumed he was yielding and mockingly laughed. You all better do your job well. Don't try to pull any tricks. If I find the quality unsatisfactory, you will have to redo it. You! Qin Yang and Lin Xuejing shouted in unison, ready to rush forward and confront Mr. Chen. Thankfully, Qin Chuan timely restrained one of them, stating, "Let us focus on the task at hand." Upon reaching the children's room, Qin Chuan directed Lin Xuejing to sit aside as customer service while also instructing Qin Yang on how to conduct the live stream and troubleshoot the equipment. After organizing everything, Qin Yang began assisting Qin Chuan. Lin Xuejing sat in front of the laptop, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Qin Chuan. Clad in beige work attire paired with black boots, he appeared both competent and efficient as he sat on the ladder, deftly painting banana leaves with bold strokes, reminiscent of a calligraphy master. His movements were free and unrestrained yet precise, capturing the intricate patterns of the leaves with exceptional clarity. Lin Xuejing found herself entranced, wondering how she had previously deemed Qin Chuan inept. Clearly, he was a man of immense talent. She realized she could watch him paint all day, and the way he worked was entirely different from what she had seen in the live streams. It was far more astonishing. She felt that someone like him ought not to be painting walls, but should instead create art worthy of exhibitions, deserving of adoration from all. Before long, the Chen couple arrived with their equipment to begin their live stream. Upon seeing Qin Chuan and his team also streaming, both looked displeased, yet they could not reveal their distaste on camera. They began adjusting the beauty settings for the live stream and launched into their broadcast. Hello, everyone. It's us, Sweet Chin. Today, we're live streaming the mural painting in my daughter's room. You can see beside me the dashing Qin Chuan, our host. Please help keep an eye on him and see if he slacks off. Madame Chen said this with a playful tone, yet her words irked Qin Yang. Following this, Mr. Chen entered the frame. I would like to ask Qin Chuan a few questions. Since you mentioned you have taken on so many orders, will you be able to manage? Will you consider hiring someone to assist you? If you do hire someone, how will you justify your pricing and uphold your commitments to your clients? Firstly, regarding your statement about the pricing, I must refute that. I believe that art cannot be merely measured by price. Moreover, I do not engage in forced sales. There are many wall art options available, but my design, with its unique blend of three-dimensional and flat creativity and color scheme, is unparalleled. That is the intrinsic value of this wall art.as its creator. It is my prerogative to set its price. Secondly, as for your question about hiring assistants, I anticipate bringing in help, but I will offer two pricing tiers. One for projects where I am the principal artist, another matter pertains to the pricing for which I am responsible in terms of outlining and supervising. Thus, there is no need for you to concern yourself." Mr. Chen smiled stiffly, and after a few exchanges where he failed to gain the upper hand, he fell silent. Mrs. Chen uttered a few words, placed the live streaming equipment aside, and departed. At this moment, after the revelation of Qin Chuan's mural pricing, the viewers in the two live streaming rooms began to buzz with excitement. Wow, 4,000 per square meter. So expensive. For just the wall painting. One room nearly costs 100,000. That's unaffordable, truly unaffordable. I heard others inquiring about the price, saying it was 4,000. I didn't believe it, but I ended up stumbling upon the price in Mr. Chen's live stream and even saw the official announcement. Shocking. My monthly salary isn't even enough to buy 1 square meter of painting. I truly am a financial pauper. At this moment, Meng Xingzhou's online risk control department also entered the fray. Indeed, it said that the price for murals reaching 4,000 per square meter can only be quoted by somewhat renowned artists in the market. What gives this blogger the right? Alas, things have changed. The young man was fine when renovating old houses, very down to earth, but after one successful transformation, he has changed. Exactly. Why must laborers complicate things for other laborers? It's truly exploitative. When Lan Wayne and Lin Shuijing saw the disparaging remarks in the live stream, they both jumped in to defend. I believe Qin Chuan is not in the wrong. He has the right to set his pricing. Whether to purchase or not is our prerogative. Compared to Qin Chuan's candor, I hold a lower opinion of Mr. Chun, the blogger. Pricing is a commercial secret that many industries tacitly agree upon. To have promised confidentiality and then carelessly disclose it in a live stream. How is that humane? Indeed, Qin Chuan has demonstrated remarkable patience and composure. Soon, the comments from these two resonated with many. In response to his claim that we are financial paupers, I cannot support him. Although I truly am, he cannot expose me. Exactly, I felt insulted. And what is this about him not being an ordinary person, living in a grand villa? Of course he can afford it, goodness. I feel as though the blogger is about to collapse. It feels like he generally looks down on us, but still wishes to garner traffic from us. Disgraceful. To be fair, if Qin Chuan has the capability, why shouldn't he set such prices? This is purely handcrafted work, laborious and time-consuming, producing only a few orders in days. What moral obligation does he have to sell at a lower price? Yes, it is fundamentally a matter of willing participants. LV, Rolls-Royce, Rolex are even pricier, right? Everything in this world exists for a reason. I do not believe Qin Chuan is being unscrupulous by setting this price. At this point, the winds of the internet had shifted entirely. Meng Xingzhou, witnessing an increasing number of positive comments about Qin Chuan in the live stream, angrily smashed a teacup. Qin Chuan, you will not be so fortunate next time. If I do not bring you down, I will not bear the surname Meng. Soon, as a day passed, Qin Chuan began to have the Chung couple inspect the completed project. Qin Yang and Lin Shuijing hastily assisted in tidying up the foam padding on the floor, ensuring the children's room was spotless. The Chen couple scrutinized the mural on all 4 walls for quite some time, attempting to identify any flaws, but ultimately found none, and could only address the live stream with concluding remarks. All right, dear viewers, today's live stream will conclude here. I am immensely grateful to my husband for preparing this surprise for me, and I hope our little girl feels very happy upon seeing it tonight. That is all, goodbye. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Chuan interjected, Wait a moment, Mrs. Chun, you haven't made the payment. As he spoke, Qin Chuan handed over the WeChat payment code. Mrs. Chen, feeling cornered, hesitated due to the live stream and found it difficult to respond. She awkwardly picked up her phone, then suddenly had a thought. My phone doesn't have any money. The phone with funds on WeChat is currently live streaming. How about I pay you after ending the stream? With that, Mrs. Chun attempted to cut the live stream. There's no need to complicate things. We brought a POS machine. Qin Chuan gestured to his live streaming equipment, requesting Mrs. Chun to provide a perfect conclusion to our live broadcast. Exactly. Qin Yang chimed in. Let the vast audience see just how generous Mrs. Chun is when making a payment for living in such a large villa. Oh, by the way, are you paying with a black card? Let this financial pauper witness the black card. As the words fell, Mr. Chan entered the room. What do you think you're doing? Qin Chuan, you are overstepping. We agreed to cooperate for your live stream, and it should have ended here. Now you're going back on your word? Mr. Chin's eyes narrowed with intensity, threatening Qin Xuan to speak properly. Or do you intend for the vast audience to know of our transaction? Chapter 69. Excitement. Grab a small stool and prepare for the drama. Transaction? What transaction between us? I previously stated that if you want me to work, you must pay, that I do not perform charity for someone like you. Qin Xuan smiled charmingly. I shall give you another chance. The question remains, will you pay or not? There is but one opportunity. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chen smirked insidiously. Very well, you wish to sever ties, do you? Then I shall not hold back either. Mrs. Chen added, yes, no more holding back with that. Mr. Chen pointed at Qin Xuan, addressing the live stream camera. I now wish to alert the vast audience and set off a warning. Qin Xuan is of questionable character. Please, do not hire him for such mural work, especially if you have a beautiful wife or a blossoming daughter at home, for it is exceedingly dangerous. Before he could finish, Mrs. Chen was already choked with emotion. At this moment, the viewers were once again invigorated. Wow, this live stream is truly a daily soap opera. It seems we are about to witness something big. Excitement. Grab a small stool and prepare for the drama. Front row. Front row 1. Seeing this, Meng Xingzhou was equally thrilled and immediately rushed to his online department. Everyone, work overtime. Find me some internet trolls. Once this situation unfolds, we must create a stir. I shall blacken Qin Xuan's name from every angle. I want Qin Xuan to be unable to show his face again. Quickly, everyone prepare to hammer those keyboards, and have news articles, posts, and Weibo all ready. At this moment, in front of the live streaming camera, the Chen couple was keeping the audience in suspense. Mrs. Chen had choked back tears for quite a while. Mr. Chen encouraged her repeatedly before she finally agreed to continue. Originally, I did not wish to discuss this matter, as it would hurt my wife. We had come to an agreement with Qin Xuan for cooperation, where he would compensate us 80,000 for emotional distress and medical expenses, offsetting the service fees. However, to my astonishment, he just shamelessly exploited our desire to keep things from being exposed, using the live stream to coerce us into payment. Now, I must publicly reveal that Qin Xuan, under the guise of taking orders, came to our villa to secretly watch my wife bathe, indecently assault her, and after the incident, physically assaulted me. Upon finishing, Mr. Chen looked at Qin Xuan with fervor, resembling a truly wronged husband. At this point, the internet exploded. What a disgusting act. This isn't just a collapse, it's a mudslide. Call the police immediately. Unfollow without hesitation. Disgusting man. Retreat. 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 At this moment, Meng Xingzhou was exhilarated beyond measure. Quickly, write a post. Let's blacken Qin Xuan's name across the internet. No, let's report this incident about Qin Xuan. Invest money. I must get this trending. Qin Xuan, you will soon be on the sewing machine. Within mere minutes, attention-grabbing posts began to circulate wildly. Shocking, with proof, the seemingly virtuous male blogger actually spied on the beautiful Mrs. Chen while she bathed. With evidence. Outrageous. The seemingly upright male blogger actually did such a thing. Hurry and click. The Qin Xuan incident, revealing a plethora of real photos, will soon be taken down. These posts attracted widespread attention, causing many who had not watched the live stream to click on the articles. Naturally, the so-called proof consisted of screenshots from the live stream and some of Mrs. Chen's earlier suggestive photos, lacking any images from the scene of the incident. Nevertheless, it deceived many into clicking. Upon seeing these posts, Lan Wayne was furious. Senior Qin is definitely not that kind of person. Zhu, immediately contact the legal department and the online department. The legal team will handle these individuals from a legal standpoint, while the online team will combat these defamatory posts and delete them. Get it done quickly. Yes, Zhu responded promptly, setting things in motion. However, even as the Lan family began to intervene, the situation continued to escalate due to the numerous shares. Meanwhile, in front of the live stream, Mr. Chen continued to accuse Qin Xuan. Yet unexpectedly, Qin Xuan remained unfazed, as if the accusations were directed at someone else entirely. He stood there with an air of calm, exuding a subtle aura of an artist, much like the moon atop a treetop, clear yet tinged with a touch of aloofness, making it impossible to associate him with the lewd man being described. Have you finished speaking? If you have, then it is my turn. Chapter 70. So, to view Mrs. Chen's body, an offer of 80,000? Upon hearing this, Mr. Chun felt a sudden prickling sensation at the back of his head. You speak. I am curious to see how you will wriggle your way out of this. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. You say I spied on your wife while she was bathing, and you caught me in the act and even hit you. In the end, we reconciled, and I promised to compensate you with 80,000 for emotional distress. I asked that the gist of it. Indeed, that is precisely the case, Mrs. Chen exclaimed, pointing at Qin Chuan with fervor. Very well. Qin Chuan replied with a faint smile. But may I ask why you did not report this to the authorities? Well, that is because you pleaded with us in tears, expressing your remorse, Mr. Chen defended. We are from the same profession, so I refrained from involving the police. Besides, I was concerned that reporting the incident could tarnish my child's reputation. All right, let us consider your explanation valid, Qin Chuan responded, maintaining an air of tranquility. Can you describe to the vast online audience what transpired that day? Of course. I have evidence, Mr. Chen exclaimed. I will not recount it. I will simply release the video from that day. With that, he produced his phone as if it were a talisman. Hey Qin Chuan, let me ask you, are you afraid? If you beg for mercy now, I might reconsider releasing this video. Qin Chuan ignored him and turned to Qin Yang. Instructing, set up the live streaming equipment and aim it at Mr. Chen's phone. Brother. Qin Yang called out nervously. He had seen the video and knew it could easily lead to misunderstandings among the viewers. No worries, everyone will see it. Qin Chuan insisted. If I say we live stream, we live stream. Qin Yang had always complied with Qin Chuan's wishes and proceeded to follow his instructions. At that moment, Lin Shuozhen felt a knot in her heart, anxiously glancing at Qin Chuan, hoping he would emerge unscathed. How could he remain so composed? The online audience shared similar sentiments. Have you noticed how calm Brother Chuan is? Indeed, one would typically be furious when accused. Only the guilty would feel guilty. I can't help but feel that Mr. and Mrs. Chun seem a bit uneasy. Ha ha ha, where did these trolls come from? Did Qin Chuan hire them? Exactly, they claim to have evidence. Surveillance footage is proof, yet they are here trying to cover it up. At this moment, the vast audience in both live streams witnessed the edited video that Qin Chuan had previously seen. The crowd was instantly stirred. Police have been called. No mercy. Wow, how shameless. You really can't tell just by appearances that he's that kind of person. Qin Chuan, go die. Hurry up and step on the sewing machine. I feel like something is amiss, yet I can't quite put my finger on it. Meanwhile, Meng Xingzhou, in front of the live stream camera, was laughing so hard that he could barely breathe. Qin Chuan, I am eager to see how you will meet your demise. The entire online team was on high alert. Get me trending, write posts. I want the whole nation to know about this. Regardless of the cost, I will ensure Qin Chuan's disgrace. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. As the live stream camera focused on Qin Chuan, he stood tall and poised, resembling a poplar tree along the border highway. Exuding an air of calm, he was unperturbed by the impending chaos, as if the mountains could crumble before him without altering his demeanor. Mr. Chen's hand trembled with agitation as he glared at Qin Chuan. What do you have to say for yourself now? All right, let me ask you. When I supposedly attempted to spy on Mrs. Chen in the bath, where were you? I was upstairs. Then do you truly believe I would choose to kick down the door to spy on Mrs. Chen? Mr. Chen's expression shifted dramatically, hastily justifying, that was because my wife refused to open the door. Yes, you had no idea I was home, so. If you assert that I was unaware of your presence, then the person I was negotiating with was Mrs. Chen, correct? Why then, in broad daylight, would she leave our contract discussion to take a bath? That is because you had already finalized the contract. My wife is particularly particular about hygiene and often bathes multiple times a day. That is not unusual. Fine, I shall concede that point for now. However, allow me to inquire, why would a normal man, upon discovering such a situation, not retaliate fiercely but instead seek reconciliation? Moreover, the amount of compensation is precisely the price I quoted for your mural work. How did you arrive at that figure? Or does it imply that a mere glance at your wife bathing is worth 80,000? If that is the case, then choosing to let it slide and resolve it with money contradicts your persona as a devoted husband. Does it not? You claim you did not report it due to concerns for your wife's reputation. Anyone with a sound moral compass knows that if this incident were to spread, the blame would rest solely on the man, not the woman being spied upon. Your narrow-minded reasoning for not reporting the incident contradicts your daily proclamations of positivity, does it not? As Qin Chuan's words fell, Mr. Chin's face twitched violently. You are just making excuses in the face of adversity. The surveillance footage I possess is the best evidence. I see many viewers have already reported this. When the police arrive, will you dare to hand over the evidence? Do you think the police lack a technical assessment department? They wouldn't be able to discern that your video has been edited and manipulated. At this moment, Mrs. Chin's meticulously crafted visage began to crumble. Qin Chuan leisurely adjusted the stains on his sleeves. Speaking at a measured pace, you are quite astute, and you are aware that illicit recordings cannot be presented as courtroom evidence. But what if this footage was not recorded by me at all? What if it was captured by your own surveillance cameras? With that, Qin Chuan lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his lips. I apologize, but this morning I requested your Wi-Fi password, and I conveniently downloaded all the footage from the cameras connected to your network. Shall I invite the online audience to appreciate the unedited original? Mrs. Chin's complexion turned ashen, and without a second thought, she lunged for Qin Chuan's phone. Qin Chuan stepped back. Mrs. Chun, if you have nothing to hide, why do you wish to seize my phone? Mr. Chun, hearing this, quickly restrained his wife. Don't fall for his trick. He can't possibly be that clever. He must be deceiving you at this juncture. Mrs. Chin trembled uncontrollably, her mind in a frenzy. Unable to think clearly, Qin Chuan continued to smile. Shall I proceed with the broadcast? Mrs. Chin anxiously glanced at her husband, lowering her voice to ask, what should we do? Should we gamble or not? Mr. Chin swallowed hard. Wait, let's resolve this privately. End the live stream now. That won't do. You must pay first. Qin Chuan calmly extended the payment code once more, his demeanor unwavering. I recall having mentioned that if I did indeed spy on Mrs. Chen, I would naturally compensate. However, if that is not the case, I deserve to be compensated for my labor. Chapter 71. Lin Shuyan encounters her sister with Qin Chuan. As Qin Chuan's words concluded, Mr. Chin's face turned a ghastly shade. These were indeed words Qin Chuan had said before. At this moment, he could not ascertain whether Qin Chuan possessed evidence, but could not afford to take the risk, ultimately resigning himself to transfer the money, grimacing at the loss. Upon receiving the funds, Qin Chuan immediately activated the video and aimed it at Qin Yang's live streaming camera. The viewers clearly heard Mrs. Chen calling for help. It was her cries that prompted Qin Chuan to kick down the door. Furthermore, after Qin Chuan had thrown Mr. Chen aside, there was more to follow. Mr. Chen outright admitted to setting the trap and claimed Qin Chuan was helpless against him. His expression was utterly repugnant. When Qin Chuan inquired whether many items in the villa had been acquired in the same manner, Mr. Chen did not deny it. As the video played, Mr. Chen attempted to rush forward to stop Qin Chuan, but Lin Shuyan stood in his way. It's too late to stop now. The vast audience already knows your true colors. You, Qin Chuan, you are being two-faced. Mr. Chen seethed with frustration. Qin Chuan smiled innocently. I never claimed I wouldn't broadcast the moment I received payment. Before Mr. Chen could utter more, the sound of sirens blared from the distance, growing louder, striking fear into his and his wife's hearts, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Soon, a plethora of scandals surrounding the Chen couple were unearthed by Lan Wayne, rapidly spreading across the internet. It turned out that their affluent facade was nothing but a fade. The villa was rented, and much of the furniture, appliances, and decor had been acquired through deceit. The entire scheme was orchestrated with Mrs. Chen luring in victims while Mr. Chen caught them in the act. Yet, there were also those who genuinely succumbed to temptation, fearing their partners would find out, and thus they were easily manipulated. The incident quickly escalated, catapulting Qin Chuan to the trending list and bestowing upon him the title of Calm Brother. His followers on Weibo and Douyin doubled. I feel like Brother Chuan has become even more popular. This streamer has gained a massive fan base. Love it, love it. This time, it is definitely not a script designed by Brother Chuan. Considering the Chen couple has been arrested, I adore the dramatic scenarios in Brother Chuan's live streams. Haha. Offline, after completing his statement at the police station, Qin Chuan drove Qin Yang and Lin Shuyan back to the small courtyard. As the trio arrived, before they could step inside, Lin Shuyan stormed down from Qi Sili's car, a whirlwind of fury as she confronted Lin Shuyan. How could you be with Qin Chuan? She resembled a wife who had caught her husband in the act. Her face flushed with rage. Lin Shuyan was taken aback by her sister's outburst, feeling immensely uncomfortable. I came here for work. Lin Shuyan was well aware that their family would undoubtedly disapprove, particularly Yin Yan. Yet, She hoped to delay the truth for as long as possible. The duration of her stay by Qin Shuan's side was entirely at her discretion. However, she never anticipated that merely after a single day of work, her family would catch her red-handed. Lin Shuizhen felt a sudden surge of panic. An unwilling thought of leaving began to creep into her mind. "Tio, work here. What could you possibly do?" Lin Shuiyan's brows knitted tightly, alarm bells ringing in her heart, as the image of Lin Shuizhen clinging desperately to Qin Shuan's neck flashed in her mind. It was utterly displeasing. She was exceedingly irate. As an assistant, Lin Shuizhen swallowed nervously, unable to meet her sister's gaze. Qin Shuan was recruiting assistants online. I didn't even know it was him. I merely came to apply. This explanation was utterly unconvincing to Lin Shuiyan. Even if she were unaware of her boss's name, the location could not possibly be mistaken. She refused to believe that Lin Shuizhen did not know the address of Qin Shuan's quaint abode. "You, return with me? I forbid you to work here." Lin Shuiyan firmly grasped Lin Shuizhen's hand, intent on dragging her back to the car. Lin Shuizhen, unwilling to leave with Lin Shuiyan, found herself in a tug-of-war. "Yin, I have my own thoughts on this matter. Moreover, we signed a trial agreement on the system. If I leave now, I genuinely worry it will affect my account level, making it even harder to find work in the future." When Lin Shuiyan realized her sister's reasoning was falling on deaf ears, she approached Qin Shuan, exuding the authority of a group leader. "Qin Shuan, I command you to dismiss my sister. Now, immediately, at once. It's one thing for my sister to be foolish, but why are you complicit in this nonsense? An auntie serving as an assistant to her brother-in-law, what will people think? Have you both lost your minds? Have you considered my feelings? Qin Shuan, I rushed to find you as soon as I disembarked from the plane, eager to present you with the carefully selected gifts I brought from abroad. And what did I find? I saw you and my sister laughing together. Is this how you repaid my efforts? Have you considered how arduous my time abroad was? I worked myself to the bone, only to witness such a scene? Qin Shuan, do you have a conscience?" The more Lin Shuiyan spoke, the angrier she became, feeling increasingly aggrieved, until she simply threw the gift bag to the ground. A beautiful heart-shaped crystal rolled out, in stark contrast to Lin Shuiyan's agitation. Qin Shuan remained stoic, saying nothing. For a fleeting moment, Lin Shuizhen felt as if he had reverted to the past. Becoming the Qin Shuan who silently endured Lin Shuiyan's tirades, he stood there, his demeanor perpetually calm, as serene as a moonlit night. After a prolonged silence, Qin Shuan finally broke the stillness. "By what authority do you command me? What right do you possess to issue orders?" Lin Shuiyan was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond before Qin Shuan's emotionless voice interjected. "Allow me to remind you, we are already divorced." These words landed like a heavy blow, causing Lin Shuiyan's pupils to tremble violently. In that instant, she felt utterly disheveled, utterly uncomposed. In truth, since the day she left the Civil Affairs Bureau, she had embarked on a trip abroad with her team. In the days that followed, she had continuously filled her time with work, leaving no room to ponder anything. Thus, she had believed that there was little difference between being divorced and not. She had even managed to forget the reality of her divorce with Qin Shuan. It was only upon this sudden reminder that she regained her senses, realizing that she was no longer his wife. For reasons unbeknownst to her, this realization sent a chill through her veins, causing her heart to ache as if it might cease to beat. This familiar sensation of impending anguish was reminiscent of the time Qi Sili had proposed their separation years ago. Lin Shuiyan could not comprehend why she felt this way at that moment. She could only gaze blankly at Qin Shuan's lips as they moved. Now, Lin Shuizhen and I are no longer in the relationship of brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Furthermore, it is not my desire to establish an employer-employee relationship with her. She refuses to leave. Moreover, Qin Shuan's tone paused, prompting Lin Shuiyan to lift her head in confusion, her eyes wide with a hint of anxious trepidation. "What?" Chapter 72. Qin Shuan, I refuse to believe you harbor no feelings for me. Lin Shuiyan, everyone is striving for a living. Everyone endures hardships. Do not project your exhaustion onto others. During your time abroad, you would often emphasize how arduous and tiring it was, as if your frustrations justified your outbursts towards others. But have you ever considered that I never demanded you to work yourself to the bone? All I ever desired was a simple life for our little family of three, sharing conversations, strolling through the park, shopping together at the supermarket, enjoying a meal together, nothing more. Additionally, Qin Chuan cast a sidelong glance at the heart-shaped crystal on the ground. I never asked you to give me gifts. We no longer share a connection. Should you present me with one, I shall not accept it. Please refrain from imposing your sentiments upon me. Exactly, Qin Yang chimed in. Who sends gifts to their ex-husband, especially accompanied by their first love? Those in the know would think you were presenting a gift, while those unaware might assume you were seeking trouble post-divorce. I only came without a vehicle. Ali picked me up from the airport. Before Lin Shuiyin could finish, Qin Chuan interrupted her. There is no need for you to explain. We are already divorced. With that, Qin Chuan turned to walk into the courtyard. Lin Shuiyin suddenly laughed, reaching out to tug at Qin Chuan's arm. You're jealous, aren't you? When I texted you, you were secretly delighted, weren't you? But upon seeing me with Qi Sili, you deliberately treated me this way? Noting Qin Chuan's silence, Lin Shuiyin continued on her own. Yes, I admit, Qi Sili occupies an irreplaceable place in my heart. He is my first love, my moonlight. Someone who stands on equal footing with me. Thus, I instinctively place him on a pedestal. However, Qin Chuan, you merely occupy a slightly lower position than Qi Sili. You are Cheng Cheng's father, someone who once possessed my affection, who married me. Surely, you wouldn't begrudge me that. Am I not permitted to be friends with Qi Sili simply because we cannot be husband and wife? Qin Chuan, I am not pressuring you to utter sweet words today. I am merely reminding you that deep down, you care about me. Your anger and jealousy have clouded your judgment. I have extended my sincerity today by openly expressing these thoughts, which is my greatest change. Have you finished? If so, you may leave. Lin Shuiyin, considering you once bore my child, I wish to refrain from speaking harshly. We have concluded our chapter. Please cease these unfounded daydreams. If I still held any illusions about you, we would not have reached the point of divorce. With that, Qin Chuan stepped into the courtyard. Lin Shuiyin attempted to follow but was blocked by Qin Yang. My brother has made himself quite clear. He has no feelings for you. I kindly ask our esteemed ballet goddess to leave at once and refrain from engaging in such self-deprecating behavior. Lin Shuiyin shot Qin Yang a furious glare before shouting at Qin Chuan's retreating figure. Qin Chuan, I refuse to believe you possess no feelings for me. Qin Chuan, stop deceiving yourself. Qin Yang could no longer contain himself, rolling his eyes dramatically. I am truly exasperated with you. What a ridiculous ballet goddess. You are either mentally undeveloped or have been struck on the head. Who seeks reconciliation while bringing along their first love? And you dare to claim my brother is in a secondary position to Qi Sili? Do you truly think of yourself as an empress, having your cake and eating it too? Hurry up and leave. Stop pestering us. My brother does not need you to harbor feelings for him. There are many who are pursuing him now. If you wish to speak with him, please come to me and queue up. Upon realizing that Qin Chuan was no longer in sight, Lin Shuiyin lost interest in quarreling with Qin Yang. Dragging Lin Shuiyin directly to Qi Sili's CARD, she slammed the door shut. Her gaze fell upon the heart-shaped crystal that had rolled onto the ground. That unique crystal was exceedingly rare, especially one that was naturally heart-shaped rather than cut. Its price was astonishingly high. Lin Shuiyin had been taken aback when she inquired about its cost, yet thinking of Qin Chuan, she had gritted her teeth and purchased it. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Qi Sili and said, Please do not start the car just yet as she spoke. She reopened the car door and walked towards the heart-shaped crystal. She simply could not bear to leave such a fine item discarded. Perhaps once Qin Chuan calmed down, she could present it as a gift again. It was her fault for not considering this today. Arriving in Qi Sili's vehicle, Lin Shuiyin now realized she had not handled the situation well. However, before she could reach the heart-shaped crystal, a shadow dashed past her. A husky with gray and blue fur sprinted forward, seemingly intent on biting her heart-shaped crystal. Hey? Lin Shuiyin barely managed to speak when she saw the husky sniff the crystal a couple of times, then lose interest and turn away. Letting out a sigh of relief, she then watched as the husky turned back, presenting its rear to the crystal in a flash. It defecated a large pile right atop the heart-shaped crystal. Lin Shuiyin's brows furrowed instantly. Qin Yang, witnessing the scene, burst into laughter. Lin Shuiyin, do you see? A delayed expression of affection is akin to this pile of dog waste on the heart-shaped crystal. No matter how beautiful it appears on the surface, it becomes utterly unappealing, enough to make one want to vomit. With that, Qin Yang turned and walked back into the courtyard, shutting the door behind him. You? Lin Shuiyin glared furiously at Qin Yang's smug demeanor. Stomping her foot in frustration, having glanced once more at the crystal marred by excrement, he ultimately turned away, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. An insidious sense of unease crept over Qi Silai. As if Lin Shuiyin, who had professed to place him above all else, was gradually slipping further away. In truth, as a man, he relished being Lin Shuiyin's white moonlight, basking in the feeling of being prioritized over her husband. This notion imbued him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Consequently, following Lin Shuiyin's divorce, he encouraged her to pursue Qin Chuan, embodying the role of a dutiful male confidant. Yet, this encouragement hinged upon the condition that Lin Shuiyin's heart still harbored him. Meanwhile, within the confines of the car, Lin Shuijing scrutinized Qi Silai with growing suspicion. She perceived an increasing strangeness in his demeanor. If he truly harbored affection for Yin Yin, how could he bear to witness the woman he cherished pursuing another man? Unbeknownst to her, Qi Silai possessed peculiarities. He found it challenging to be aroused by ordinary women. Only those who were married could truly ignite his desires. Particularly, the more a woman professed loyalty to her husband in bed, the more thrilling the experience became for him, allowing him to endure longer. Conversely, with other women, he struggled to maintain his stamina beyond 5 minutes. This left him feeling both inferior and jaded. Thus, upon his return, his intention was to ensnare Lin Shuiyin within his grasp. Yet, to his dismay, she had already divorced. He was left with no choice but to support her in her pursuit of Qin Chuan. Hoping to rekindle that enticing feeling of being with a married woman, of course, if one were to inquire whether Qi Silai held feelings for Lin Shuiyin, he would admit to a fondness. For she was his first love, and their lengthy relationship left him with an unfulfilled yearning. However, he was acutely aware that the Qi family would never permit him to wed a divorced woman. Thus, he distinctly separated the notions of play and marriage. Lin Shuiyin was meant for fleeting encounters, whereas Lan Weiyin was designated for matrimony. Before long, Qi Silai returned Lin Shuiyin to her family estate. As she entered the villa, she hurled her handbag in frustration. Both Lin father and Lin mother regarded her with astonishment, inquiring, "What has happened?" In a fit of anger, Lin Shuiyin pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Shuijing. Exclaiming, "Ask her what she has done," Lin Shuijing's heart sank. This was disastrous. Her family would undoubtedly disapprove of her association with Qin Chuan. What was she to do? Yet, she yearned to remain by Qin Chuan's side. Chapter 73. Touching his pectorals, Lin mother cast a discerning gaze toward Lin Shuijing. "What have you done to provoke your sister this time?" "Indeed," she urged, "speak up, and let us resolve this matter without harboring grudges." Lin father attempted to mediate. Lin Shuijing, curling her fingers and lowering her head, murmured, "The system assigned me to Qin Chuan's studio, so I began working there." "What?" Lin mother's voice rose sharply, incredulously striding toward her eldest daughter, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "Are you out of your mind? You are working for Qin Chuan? A studio? What kind of studio could he possibly have? It's merely a makeshift operation." Hearing her mother disparage Qin Chuan so, Lin Shuijing felt a surge of indignation. "Mom, please do not speak of Qin Chuan that way. I have great faith in his studio. He will surely achieve great success. And have you not seen his wall murals? They are stunning, awe-inspiring, and profitable." Lin mother's lips twitched, her expression a mix of disbelief and intrigue. "Have you been possessed by a ghost? Weren't you previously quite disdainful of him? Why the sudden willingness to work for him?" "Well, I am unemployed." "Being unemployed is no excuse. You can afford to disregard that man, but I cannot. You must go on blind dates, meet several suitors each day, and hasten to marry," Lin mother retorted bluntly. While Lin father nodded in agreement, Zhang, working for Qin Chuan is inappropriate. How can a sister work for her brother-in-law? Dad, Yin Yin and Qin Chuan are already divorced. I am no longer in a sister-in-law relationship with him. Lin Shuijing replied, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the mention of that connection. Moreover, she had developed feelings for Qin Chuan long before her sister had. Had it not been for that tumultuous night, things would not have spiraled out of control for so long. Now that they were divorced, it was time for her to reclaim Qin Chuan. Lin Shuijing had even envisioned a future with him, fully aware that her family would vehemently oppose it. However, she was undeterred. She could simply move in with him, sharing that small space together. She did not mind his inability to afford a house. Ultimately, as long as she could remain by his side, Even if societal conventions prevented them from formalizing their union, she would willingly accept it. She was even prepared to care for that child. Yeah, as if it were their own. However, such aspirations must remain undisclosed to her family until her success was assured. Mom and Dad, please do not concern yourselves with me. I have a 3-month internship. During this period, we cannot terminate the contract. Once it expires, I will leave. I cannot jeopardize my professional reputation. Before she could finish her words, Lin Shuiyin let out a derisive laugh. Pretend all you like? Feeling the weight of her sister's gaze, Lin Shuijing faltered, her voice trembling. Yin, what are you talking about? I cannot comprehend. You think I am unaware? You are deliberately trying to stay close to Qin Chuan. With that accusation, Lin Shuijing's complexion turned ashen. That app was developed by your friend's husband. You are quite familiar with her, and it is entirely possible you came across Qin Chuan's job opening and went there on purpose. Even if that were not the case, I refuse to believe that upon seeing that so-called studio address, you would not recognize it as Qin Chuan's. You are doing this on purpose. Tell me, what are your true intentions? As her voice fell, Lin mother and Lin father turned their scrutinizing eyes toward Lin Shuijing, causing her scalp to tingle. Yes, I did it intentionally, she confessed. Upon her admission, Lin father and Lin mother's expressions shifted dramatically. But I did it all for you. For me? Lin Shuiyin was taken aback. Indeed. Qin Chuan's live streams are gaining immense popularity, and he is likely to earn substantial wealth. But shouldn't that money rightfully belong to you in Chengcheng? My intention in going there is to ascertain his financial situation. Shouldn't that money be yours, rather than benefiting another woman? Upon hearing this, Lin mother narrowed her eyes, nodding in agreement. That is indeed the case. Any earnings Qin Chuan makes should rightfully belong to our family S Yin and Chengcheng. We should not have let him off easy without a bride price before. If he strikes it rich, he must compensate. Thus, Lin mother was easily swayed. However, Lin father felt a lingering sense of unease that he could not articulate. Meanwhile, Lin Shuiyin scrutinized her elder sister with skepticism, unconvinced by her performance. Once their parents departed, Lin Shuijing, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her sister's gaze, lowered her voice. In truth, I am doing this to sabotage Qin Chuan's relationships. You have no idea how many women, including the bar owner, are pursuing him. If you keep me there, I can act as your insider, providing you with intelligence to win Qin Chuan over. How could I allow those seductive women to lure Chengcheng's father away? Yin, I am your sister. Do you truly doubt me? Have you forgotten how we supported each other growing up? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyin recalled the moments from their childhood when her sister had protected her. And her expression softened. Very well. You will keep an eye on Qin Chuan for me. Inform me immediately if any woman attempts to seduce him, and ensure they do not get close. Understood. Lin Shuijing breathed a sigh of relief. She had cleared this hurdle for now. That moment, on the other side, Mao Tai rushed back to Lan Weiyin's side, eager to share its triumph. Wagging its tail with delight, it received ample praise from Lan Weiyin. Mao Tai, splendid job. No wonder my mother adores you so much. You are truly capable. Here's a can for you as a reward. Excitedly, Mao Tai leapt up on its front paws. After feeding Mao Tai, Lan Weiyin received a call from the bar owner. Ivy, darling, why have you not visited our bar lately? Do you not miss me? Lan Weiyin chuckled awkwardly. I have been so busy with work. You know how it is, alas, it's quite dull without you all here. Ivy yawned repeatedly. By the way, do you know that Qin Chuan, the home renovation blogger? Not really, Lan Weiyin denied, feeling a twinge of guilt. The one who recently went viral, the calm and composed guy. He is incredibly handsome. Did you not see him when you visited my bar? No, Lan Weiyin once again denied, feeling increasingly guilty. Well, to be honest, I have a crush on him. I attempted to flirt with him last time. But it was a failure. I heard he is divorced now, and my heart is racing with excitement. What are you planning to do? Lan Weiyin quickly inquired. His wall murals have become quite popular. Right? I intend to invite him to paint at my bar. I'll clear an entire wall for him. If he does it, there's a potential income of over 200,000. My plan is to have him come, and while he is at it, we can renovate the bar and increase foot traffic. Once he starts painting, I'll treat him to drinks and touch his pectorals. Hee. What do you think of this approach? Weiyin? At the mention of touching pectorals, Lan Weiyin's expression immediately turned frosty. I do not think that is a good idea. Moreover, his painting style does not suit your bar. How can it not be good? If you like someone, you must engage with them through their interests to find common ground. Ivy argued while sipping her drink, her brow furrowed. I believe my plan is brilliant. I can use it as an excuse to go shopping with him. That would be a date in disguise. Lon Wayne concocted several excuses to evade the matter. After hanging up the phone, she immediately scampered toward Qin Chuan's small courtyard like a little squirrel, peeking out her head at the entrance, her eyes wide with anticipation. Senior Qin, I wish to renovate my self-built house. Could you assist me? Chapter 74. Qin Chuan felt an inexplicable discomfort each time he beheld his junior sister's eager gaze, which invariably compelled him to decline. How do you intend to renovate it? As soon as he spoke, Qin Yang cast a doubtful glance in her direction. There's no need for significant alterations in a rented space. Is there? How many years did you sign the contract for? Would a major renovation be cost-effective? Upon hearing this, Lon Wayne hastily messaged Zhu Zhu, hurry and call away your canary. After sending the message, she heard Qin Chuan's voice again. Indeed. How long is your contract? You must also consider the hidden costs involved. Lon Wayne readily responded, the number of years isn't an issue. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that working individuals, especially women, always hope to return to a clean and tidy environment. I've seen some charming female rooms online, and the costs aren't exorbitant, of course. Why budget isn't high either. I merely wish to make some simple modifications to my room. Always mindful of her persona, Lon Wayne displayed a look of financial constraint. Qin Chuan nodded, very well. I'll come over shortly to assess how we can rectify your room and identify what needs attention. Great. By the way, junior sister, have you had dinner? Qin Chuan casually inquired. I just tore open a packet of instant noodles. I haven't prepared anything yet. Lon Wayne feigned embarrassment. Of course, this was a fabrication. How could she possibly eat instant noodles? She said this to entice Qin Chuan to stay for dinner. As anticipated, Qin Yang was soon called away by Zhu Zhu, leaving Qin Chuan to invite her to dine. If you don't mind, you can join me in Yeye for dinner. I just happen to have prepared a portion for Qin Yang. I don't mind at all. Lon Wayne responded swiftly, grinning broadly. If she had a tail at that moment, it would surely be swirling with excitement. Qin Chuan was touched by her smile, finding her radiant energy refreshing and her disposition quite agreeable. Lon Wayne assisted in the kitchen, serving dishes and leading Qin Yu to wash her hands. She feigned nonchalance, saying, Senior, I owe you an apology. An apology? For what? Qin Chuan paused momentarily, chopsticks in hand. Earlier today at work, a client who owns a bar expressed interest in hiring you for a three-dimensional wall painting, and I declined on your behalf. I considered that a bar is not comparable to a children's room. If the wall painting were to protrude, what if a drunken patron were to collide with it? Injuries, bloodshed, or even eye damage could occur. I thought it best to avoid unnecessary trouble for you, so I declined the client's introduction. Upon understanding the situation, Qin Chuan nodded in approval. You were right. Your considerations are quite thorough. If such an incident were to occur, I indeed wouldn't know how to explain. Just then, AI Wei called Qin Chuan. Darling, have you missed me? Her voice sultry. AI boss, please spare me your jesting. Is there something you need? The mention of AI boss instantly piqued Lon Wayne's interest. Her ears alert. I end the call. AI Wei conveyed her thoughts. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan refused her proposition. A bar is not the same as a children's room. There could be shoving or drunken incidents. If a client were to injure themselves on a sculpture, that would be unacceptable. AI boss, I'm afraid I cannot take on this job. AI Wei was taken aback by Qin Chuan's refusal. However, after hearing his explanations, she found them reasonable and, without a backup plan, reluctantly ended the call. At this moment, Lon Wayne lowered her head, stifling a laugh. Hee, I truly am a clever little fox. A metaphorical tail behind her twirled excitedly. Of course, at this moment, Lon Wayne had no inkling of the chaotic scene that would ensue when her best friend later discovered her secret. After dinner, Lon Wayne took the initiative to clear the table. When Qin Chuan reached for the dishes, she resolutely declined, saying, Senior Qin, my parents taught me since childhood that if one does not cook, they must help with the dishes. You've worked hard from start to finish. It would be unreasonable for me to allow you to wash the dishes after enjoying such a delicious meal. As she spoke, Lon Wayne swiftly gathered the dishes and retreated to the kitchen to clean. However, the process was rather clumsy and noisy, leading to a few mishaps. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she glanced at Qin Chuan and confessed, I'm an only child. I haven't done much of this work. But, Senior, rest assured, I will do it well. You should step outside. Otherwise, I'll get nervous. Qin Chuan chuckled, gently pushed away by Lan Wayne as he exited the kitchen. He increasingly felt that this junior sister was not only polite and cultured, but also possessed a delightful and candid personality. Had he encountered someone like her earlier, perhaps he would not have been so captivated by the ballet goddess Lin Xueyan. Reflecting on this, Qin Chuan shook his head in amusement. It seemed unfair to compare. As his junior sister was also quite beautiful, perhaps even rivaling Lin Xueyan in looks. However, they were entirely different types. The charm of his junior sister exuded a vibrant, kawaii beauty, reminiscent of a delicate doll, while Lin Xueyan's beauty was that of an icy snow lotus, proud and unattainable. And of course, this was merely Qin Chuan's current perspective point. One day, when he witnessed Lan Wayne's decisive demeanor in the office, he would realize just how misguided he had been. How could he liken a cute and adorable little lamb to a wolf? After tidying up the dishes, Qin Chuan followed Lan Wayne to her rented abode. The place was indeed somewhat dilapidated, with many walls peeling. Qin Chuan gestured toward the living room. If you wish to create a pleasant home environment, we should address these issues. Lan Wayne nodded in agreement. Qin Chuan then proceeded to inspect her bedroom. The items within were somewhat disordered, and a pink piece of lingerie lay carelessly on a chair. Lan Wayne instantaneously felt a wave of embarrassment. Her toes digging into the floor. I was so focused on how to get Senior Qin to take orders that I didn't realize he would come to inspect in person. How mortifying, moreover. It was one of those cheeky, cute lingerie adorned with Disney cartoon patterns. Lan Wayne chuckled awkwardly, hastily grabbing the clothing to cover the lingerie. At that moment, Qin Chuan also felt a flush of heat rise to his face. Turning away in discomfort, he had indeed noticed the lingerie and felt slightly embarrassed, for it was a private item belonging to a girl. Cough. Qin Chuan searched for a topic to ease the tension. Pointing to the floor, do you sleep in a tent at night? Lan Wayne nodded. The bed is left by the landlord. I'm not accustomed to sleeping in someone else's bed. With this room renovation, I aim to replace the bed and remove all the landlord's belongings. This was Lan Wayne's intention. After all, individuals of her standing would never use items previously owned by others. Qin Chuan nodded slightly and began measuring the room. I will prepare a budget for you when I return tonight. Okay, Lan Wayne replied, her expression once again tinged with shyness. About that, Senior, my relatives provided me with quite a few discount coupons for Lan's Plaza. It can save quite a bit. You know my budget is limited. So, since tomorrow is the weekend, I wanted to ask if you would accompany me to shop. I would appreciate your expert eye in selecting suitable furniture for the renovation. Certainly, but I must bring Chinyu along. She doesn't have class tomorrow. All right, no problem. Lan Wayne eagerly agreed. She hadn't anticipated that AIW's method would prove so effective. After Qin Chuan measured the room, he took his leave. Once he departed, Lan Wayne made a phone call. Listen up, tomorrow when I go to Lan's Plaza, no one is allowed to call me Lan Zong. Whoever does will forfeit a quarter's bonus. Chapter 75. After issuing her command, Lan Wayne lay in her tent and called Zhu Zhu. I'm going on a date with Senior Qin tomorrow. As she spoke, she buried her face in the blanket, letting out a pig-like squeal of laughter. So soon? Zhu was taken aback. Wait, cousin, are you certain? If Qin Chuan just got divorced and is going on a one-on-one outing with you, then I think this man may not be the best. You must tread carefully. What do you know? It's not as you think. Lan Wayne's tone grew cooler. If she weren't aware that Zhu meant well, she would have scolded her for speaking ill of Qin Chuan. Nevertheless, to prevent any misunderstandings about Qin Chuan, Lan Wayne recounted the events. Upon hearing the details, Zhu was speechless. Please, cousin, that's not a date. It's work. How is it not a date? He is accompanying me to Lan's Plaza. And with Yaya being so young, rounding it off, isn't it akin to us going on a date? Zhu. Wait, you're meeting at Lan's Plaza? Aren't you worried about being found out? What other choice do I have? I don't fancy the furniture out there. Moreover, purchasing expensive items contradicts my persona. I just told Qin Chuan that my relatives provided me with discount coupons for lands. Zhu. This is utterly absurd. Regardless, remember to be on standby tomorrow at Lan's Plaza. Under no circumstances should you create any blunders. Zhu. Is there anyone who respects me as a professional executive assistant? Every day, I'm made to do such things, and on top of that, play the role of a canary. This is getting increasingly ridiculous. DOL, and your bonus this quarter will be doubled. All right, no problem. Cousin, I will definitely be there tomorrow. Lon Wayne lay on a small air mattress inside the tent, gazing up at the tent's ceiling with a sense of reflection. Juju, AI Wei's method is truly ingenious. Do you think what I'm doing is unreasonable? After all, the realm of romance is akin to a battlefield, where sisterly bonds hold little weight, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, money can be given, but a man should never be allowed to slip away. At most, I shall prepare a generous red envelope for AI Wei when I eventually marry. Yes, that shall be the plan. Juju could only ponder. I can hardly imagine how AI Wei would react upon discovering the truth. Yet, her cousin is no pushover either. Ultimately, Juju, the diligent worker, simply wished to save money for a house. Other matters were of little concern to her. The following day, Lon Wayne rose early to purchase breakfast from a private establishment and carried it to the small courtyard next door. Senior brother, yeah, time for breakfast. Upon entering, she found Qin Chuan braiding Qin Yu's hair. With her hair still short, Qin Yu could only have a couple of small braids, which lent her a playful and adorable appearance. Lon Wayne was mesmerized. Senior brother Qin, how is it that you excel at everything, even braiding hair with such finesse? Qin Chuan chuckled at Lon Wayne's exaggerated tone. Oh, it's merely a trivial skill, yet you speak of it as though I were launching missiles. As he spoke, he continued his task. Lon Wayne, however, earnestly corrected him. How can this be considered a trivial skill? Each individual possesses unique strengths and weaknesses. Some may launch missiles, but to me, those who can manage their daily lives and attend to the little things are truly remarkable. Many men disdain these small tasks, believing them to be women's responsibilities, ultimately leaving such burdens to women. As a result, women often become resentful and weary. Thus, senior brother Qin, your willingness to engage in these tasks makes you an exceptional man. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback by her praise, then a subtle smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, you make a valid point. I should not belittle myself, and truth, braiding hair was merely an act, devoid of any gender distinction. When his daughter Chung Chung was born, he was eager to adorn her with every charming princess dress and hairstyle imaginable. He saw no issue in dressing up his daughter. Or rather, many men harbor the desire to beautify their daughters. Consequently, he taught himself various hair braiding skills online. Yet, these skills were often ridiculed by the Lin family, leading him to occasionally second-guess himself. Noticing her senior brother's reluctance to delve further into the topic, Lon Wayne hastily produced steamed buns, siumai, and soy milk. Senior brother, yeah, do give these a try. This private establishment's soy milk is renowned for its organic ingredients. All the steamed buns and siumai are freshly made and exceptionally delightful. Qin Chuan glanced at the packaging, somewhat surprised. I know this place. Their healthy and delicious offerings always draw long lines. You must have waited nearly an hour. He had previously queued for Chung Chung and had received little praise in return. However, he never anticipated that someone would queue on his behalf. A myriad of feelings welled up within him. Lon Wayne, slightly embarrassed, scratched her head. I was quite fortunate and didn't wait long. Probably only about 20 minutes. I thought you hadn't tried it before, so I brought some for you. Besides, I often come here for dinner, and since you don't charge me, I thought to return the favor. Qin Chuan's impression of Lon Wayne improved further. She was a girl who understood the importance of gratitude, which was quite admirable. Her bright yellow wool sweater paired with a burgundy leather skirt made her appear radiant and attractive, a stark contrast to Lin Shuiyan's ethereal white attire. Qin Chuan found himself wondering if he had encountered his junior sister earlier. Would he have been so fixated on Lin Shuiyan's type? The thought startled him. How could he unconsciously compare his junior sister to Lin Shuiyan? Realizing his lapse in composure, Qin Chuan quickly turned to Qin Yu. Yeah, wash your hands quickly so we can eat. You're in for a treat today. Come and try these steamed buns. Qin Yu obediently washed her hands and eagerly took a bite of a steamed bun. After a couple of bites, she politely said to Lon Wayne, "Thank you, Sister Enine, it's delicious." Qin Chuan looked at Qin Yu with affectionate eyes. He adored this daughter of his, well-behaved, considerate, and most importantly, polite. After finishing breakfast, the trio set off in Qin Chuan's small pickup truck to the Lon family mall. Upon disembarking, he held Qin Yu's left hand while she tugged at Lon Wayne's right hand. The three attractive individuals immediately drew the attention of onlookers. Some couldn't help but exclaim, "What a stunning family!" As Lon Wayne basked in the envious gazes, her heart felt as sweet as candied sweet potatoes. Riding the elevator, they arrived at the second floor's furniture display area. They examined this piece and that, engaging in lively conversation. I think this one is quite nice. I believe this suits you well. Yes, I agree. What do you think? Yeah, it's beautiful. The trio chatted endlessly. Suddenly, Lan Wayne caught a glimpse of Qin Chuan's profile. Her cheeks flushing slightly, she felt an overwhelming sense of being a family of three choosing furniture together. How delightful. Just then, a staff member approached. Excuse me, sir and madam, are you here to purchase furniture? Before Qin Chuan could respond, the staff member cheerfully introduced a promotion. Today, we have a special event for couples. Any loving couple shopping here has the chance to win free items, Lan Wayne. A moment's hesitation would be a disrespect to the professionalism of the Lan family staff. Almost instantly, she linked her arm with Qin Chuan's, smiling sweetly. We are. She instinctively glanced at Qin Yu, crafting a picture of a harmonious family. The little girl quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, uncle, my parents are very loving, Qin Chuan. Thought it sounded as if there were some truth to it. Indeed, women are natural deceivers. Young lady, we welcome your family of three to participate in our event. With that, the staff member led the way. Once he left, Lan Wayne turned her doe-like eyes toward Qin Chuan, looking rather pitiful. Senior brother, I'm sorry to borrow you for a moment. If we succeed, it could save me a significant amount of money. Please. What if they ask for a marriage certificate? Qin Chuan voiced his concerns. That certainly won't happen. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. How can you be so sure? Lan Wayne regretted her hasty words, chuckling awkwardly. If they do, we can simply back out. It's not like we would incur any losses. Senior brother, being a chosen worker is rather difficult for me. Please have some compassion. Besides, we must seize every opportunity. Qin Chuan chuckled, conceding with a nod. After all, it was a harmless endeavor. Especially since he had completely severed ties with Lin Shuiyin, he felt little to worry about. Following the staff member, they arrived at the premium boutique area. These beds are all part of the promotion. Feel free to choose any. Qin Chuan immediately recognized that these beds were high-end, yet curiously, they were cheaper than those in the external exhibition area. The prices were so low that he nearly questioned if they had mistakenly dropped a couple of zeros. The staff noticed his skepticism and quickly explained, because these are part of the complimentary promotion. The prices are naturally lower. Qin Chuan nodded, finding it reasonable. Lan Wayne took Qin Chuan's hand to select a bed. What do you think of these options? Qin Chuan pointed to two youthful designs. Do you see anything you like among these? They might complement your room's decor well. Lan Wayne looked over and instantly gravitated towards a large wooden bed. I like this one. Qin Chuan's lips involuntarily curved upward. Actually, this is my favorite as well. The pink one I thought might appeal to you girls. Does this mean we share an unspoken connection? Lan Wayne exclaimed with joy, continuing, I simply adore wooden furniture for its raw vitality. I find those overly processed, pastel-colored items lack a certain natural energy. Qin Chuan looked surprised. He hadn't anticipated that his junior sister would share such similar sentiments. While children might prefer these processed items, he himself favored things imbued with life. Simplifying and returning to authenticity were principles he held in design. Well then, sir and madam, please feel free to try out the beds. Try the beds? Lan Wayne suddenly found her tongue tied. Believing she felt shy, Qin Chuan took the initiative to sit her down, inquiring, is the firmness of this mattress suitable for you? Yes, Lan Wayne instinctively replied. How could she discern the firmness? The moment Qin Chuan took her hand, her mind was in a frenzy, akin to a muddle of glue, entirely unable to think straight. After all, it was Qin Chuan who had initiated the contact. Her awareness dwindled to the sensation of his hand enveloping hers. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, that oh my, was this not blissful? Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced like a hammer, pounding relentlessly against her eardrums. At this moment, the staff on duty remarked, Sir, madam, it seems that you will not be able to discern the effects this way. Why not lie down and give it a try? Bedding is, after all, meant for sleeping. You must recline to truly appreciate whether your spine feels comfortable. Qin Chuan and Lan Wayne exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit shy as they looked away and gradually lay down. In truth, Qin Chuan felt somewhat reluctant, but having come this far in their charade, it seemed a waste not to continue. So he stiffly settled onto the bed. At that moment, the corners of Lan Wayne's mouth involuntarily twitched upwards, struggling to suppress her laughter. Oh dear, it was quite the challenge to hold back her amusement. She felt both anxious and amused. After lying down, she instinctively glanced at Qin Chuan's profile, overwhelmed by a sense of bliss. Could this be what it feels like to marry Qin Chuan? To awaken each morning and gaze upon this face? Just then, Qin Chuan seemed to sense her gaze and turned his head to look at her softly. He had initially intended to deceive the staff, yet upon turning his head, he saw Lan Weiyin's hair cascading over the bed. Her enchanting doe-like eyes fixed upon him, seemingly filled with admiration and infatuation, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. He felt momentarily dazzled. After a brief distraction, he quickly averted his gaze. The two lay there for a short while, their faces growing slightly flushed before they uncomfortably rose. Qin Chuan addressed the staff, saying, "I apologize. My wife tends to feel shy in public." Lan Weiyin's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks seemingly igniting. "My wife." Senior Qin referred to me as his wife. Ah, had it not been for the inappropriate setting, she would have rolled on the ground in delight. Ultimately, they chose the wooden-themed large bed. The staff bid them farewell. "Sir and madam, as long as you do not engage in any quarrels or unloving behavior that our surveillance might capture, you may take the bed home for free." So simple. Qin Chuan was somewhat taken aback. "Indeed, sir," the staff replied, bowing. Lan Weiyin tugged at Qin Chuan to leave, then turned her face to form the words with her lips. "Promotion. Immediate promotion." The staff's eyes lit up, and he immediately bowed deeply. "Thank you, Director Lan." After walking a few steps, Lan Weiyin noticed Qin Chuan still deep in thought and, feeling guilty, asked, "Senior, what's on your mind?" "Nothing. I just find it a bit strange that I don't recall the CEO of the Lan family hosting such an event." Lan Weiyin paused, surprised. "Why do you say that, Senior? Do you have knowledge of the CEO of the Lan Group?" "Yes," Qin Chuan nodded. "She is a remarkably shrewd young businesswoman. In recent years, the real estate market has been declining, and many established companies like the Lan family are struggling. However, I was taken aback to learn that the newly appointed female CEO of the Lan family has sought to leverage the client resources from their properties to expand into surrounding industries, creating the Lan Furniture Mall, the Lan Home Decoration Company, and the Lan Design Institute, all while earning a stellar reputation and successfully transforming the traditional enterprise. I find this individual quite impressive." Lan Weiyin couldn't help but smile at the praise. For all that Qin Chuan lauded was indeed her doing, it turned out he silently admired and recognized her efforts. Feeling giddy with happiness, she impulsively asked, "Then, Senior, hypothetically, if someone as exceptional as the CEO of the Lan family were to be your wife, would you accept?" Qin Chuan chuckled at Lan Weiyin's question. "Little junior sister, your inquiry is rather peculiar. You phrased it as if you would be my wife, asking if I would agree. After posing her question, Lan Weiyin instantly regretted it. Now, she was anxiously watching Qin Chuan's reaction, only able to nod in silence. Not to mention that the Lan family is the foremost affluent family in our city. How could they possibly consider someone like me, who lacks status and background? Even a woman as accomplished as her would seek a partner whose abilities match her own, someone from the same social stratum. So how could she become my wife?" Qin Chuan found it amusing, likening it to the idle daydreams of young boys lying in their dormitories. However, he had outgrown that phase, especially after experiencing a divorce, which had instilled in him a deep understanding of the challenges of transcending social classes. Sometimes, it could be quite painful. Lan Weiyin, hearing his words, felt a sudden surge of anger as she stood before him. "Senior Qin, I will not allow you to belittle yourself like this. You are remarkable, truly exceptional. You possess countless admirable qualities: kindness, a willingness to help others, emotional stability, diligence, a lack of pretentiousness, astuteness, and a remarkable talent for art. This can be seen through your nurturing of Ye, your clever methods in rescuing Lin Shuizhen, and your defeat of the internet celebrity, Mr. Chen. The reason for your divorce from Lin Shuizhen was due to incompatible values between the two of you, not a reflection of your worth. Now that you are divorced, you should step out from the manipulation of the Lin family." "Exactly. Daddy is the best." Qin Yu chimed in, standing before Qin Chuan to emphasize her point. In that moment, Qin Chuan felt an undeniable sense of gratitude, even as his eyes began to swell. After 5 years of joblessness post-graduation, he had been deeply affected by the situation. Man, it was a significant blow, not only due to the long-term manipulation by the Lin family, but also because of the suffocating daily chores that left him little room to pursue his career, plunging him into severe self-doubt. Now that he had severed ties with the Lin family, he was gradually emerging from that dark place. Yet he still occasionally questioned his worth. But hearing these two people affirming his greatness in such a definitive manner shone a rare light on his path, offering him a sense of redemption. Qin Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of appreciation. He ruffled Qin Yu's hair and turned to Lan Wayne with a smile, saying, "Thank you both." The trio walked side by side. Lan Wayne couldn't help but inquire again, "Senior Qin, you still haven't answered my earlier question." "To be frank, I haven't given it much thought, you know. I just concluded a marriage and now harbor some resistance towards the idea of matrimony." Qin Chuan chuckled lightly. "Perhaps it's true that once bitten, twice shy. If you insist on me pondering this matter, I doubt I would choose someone as accomplished as a female entrepreneur." As his words settled, Lan Wayne felt a sudden tightness in her chest and promptly asked, "Why?" Qin Chuan assumed the expression on his junior sister's face indicated she was on the verge of tears due to his lingering self-doubt. So he chuckled and clarified, "Thank you for your encouragement. It's not a matter of insecurity. I just feel the disparity in social classes is too great. Why marriage with Lin Shuyan taught me that being with someone from the same class may be more harmonious. Their lifestyles, backgrounds, and values tend to align better." Qin Chuan couldn't fathom the idea of marrying someone of Lin Shuyan's caliber, as he had been looked down upon by her family. The thought of courting the city's foremost affluent family was far from appealing. He had no desire to experience that kind of disdain again. Oh, Lan Wayne's heart sank, unable to conceal her disappointment, wishing she could capture Lin Shuyan and reprimand her. "How dare you frighten Senior Qin? How dare you instill a fear of marriage and wealth in him, Lin Shuyan? You deserve all the scorn." Qin Chuan glanced sideways at the despondent Lan Wayne. "What's the matter? Why are you so interested in me and the CEO of the Lan family today?" Just as he finished speaking, a male employee, oblivious to the recent announcements, approached with enthusiasm. "Director Lan." Hearing this, Qin Chuan was taken aback, while Lan Wayne felt her scalp tingle. However, at that critical moment, the staff member who had previously attended to Lan Wayne came over. "Ah, no wonder you looked familiar. You're the assistant to Director Lan. It's a pleasure to meet you." The individual shook Lan Wayne's hand. Lan Wayne felt as though she had come back to life, suddenly less inclined to hold a grudge against this male employee. She despised physical contact with the opposite sex, yet this employee was astute enough to grasp her discomfort, offering a gentle handshake that alleviated her unease. Lan Wayne cast an apologetic glance at Qin Chuan, sticking out her tongue. "Hee, sorry, I was just teasing about our cousin." Qin Chuan pieced together the information. "So you are the assistant to the CEO of the Lan family? Or are you the cousin of the CEO?" Lan Wayne nodded. Her surname was indeed quite distinctive. She feared that without mentioning their familial connection, she might not be understood. At this point, the employee who had called her Director Lan was escorted away. The recently promoted supervisor said seriously, "Since you are Director Lan's assistant, can you participate in company events? I need to make a call to confirm." Then, this individual stepped aside, pretending to make a phone call, before returning to say, "The higher-ups have instructed that internal employees can also participate." Lan Wayne silently gave him a thumbs up. "This guy is sharp. If you don't become a supervisor, who will?" The matter was swiftly brushed aside. Yet, Qin Chuan still sensed something amiss. "Little junior sister, I heard that the Lan family salaries are the highest in the industry. As the assistant to the CEO. And given your familial ties, your income should be substantial. Logically, you shouldn't need to be so frugal. As a publicly traded company, those in certain positions could generally achieve financial independence, let alone someone in the role of a CEO assistant." Lan Wayne sighed. "Alas, my salary used to be decent. But unfortunately, I have an avid gambler for a mother, an alcoholic father, and a family on the brink of collapse." As the sound faded, Lan Wayne caught sight of her father and his entourage inspecting them all, standing not far across from her. Chapter 78. Softly nestled in embrace. Alas, did she neglect to consult the almanac before venturing out today? Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Wayne dashed into Qin Chuan's embrace, burying her face against his chest. Hearing her father's boisterous laughter from behind, she instinctively clutched the fabric at Qin Chuan's waist, pressing her face even deeper. Qin Chuan's breath hitched suddenly. Lan Wayne's abrupt crash into him didn't inflict pain. Rather, it felt unexpectedly soft. He glanced down at the person in his arms, noticing her rapid breathing and the warm, damp air escaping through his shirt onto his chest, causing him to stiffen all over. What happened?" he stammered. "I ran into the creditor," Lan Wayne whispered. Observing her trembling form, Qin Chuan's heart softened. He regarded her as a pitiable creature and held her more tightly. It's all right. We'll go around the other way. Qin Yu, also a victim of fate, quickly chimed in upon seeing Lan Wei's state. Sister Enine, don't worry. I will protect you. I will drive away the bad guys. Draped in his trench coat, Qin Chuan guided Lan Wei toward another path. Unable to see the way, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. When she stumbled slightly, her sense of insecurity compelled her to seek something to hold on to, and she inadvertently tightened her grip on Qin Chuan's waist. That squeeze landed on his firm side muscles, making her eyes widen in surprise and her cheeks flush with a mix of embarrassment and inexplicable excitement. Qin Chuan, taken aback by the sudden pressure, let out a muffled groan, sending shivers down Lan Wei's spine. Oh, how I wish to hear senior brother Qin's groans every night. The sound was both deep and sensual, tinged with a hint of huskiness. At that moment, the newly promoted staff member shook his head, bewildered. Is this really the cold, decisive Lan Zong they know? She appears to be nothing more than a love-struck young woman. It turns out that no matter how formidable a woman may be, she can transform into a soft lamb in the presence of someone she adores. Meanwhile, the man who had called her Lan Zong was in tears. Oh, love and indifference are so glaringly apparent. Just as he had not yet left the mall, a notification regarding a salary deduction had already arrived on his phone. As a man, why was he not blessed with the same fortune of being embraced by the female president? After leaving that area, Zhu quickly notified Lan Wei via WeChat, successfully relocated the uncle. Lan Wei breathed a sigh of relief. The two continued to browse the mall, selecting all the bedding, linens, nightstands, and desks. When it came time to pay, after applying numerous internal vouchers, they ended up only spending 500 yuan. Qin Chuan found it somewhat absurd, but recalling Lan Wei's connections within the Lan family, he deemed it reasonable. After providing the delivery address, the trio took Qin Yu to the supermarket, purchasing a multitude of items to bring home. Qin Yu was especially delighted to receive a pack of jelly candies from Lan Wei. The three exited the car, carrying bags of all sizes towards the small courtyard. Upon opening the door, they found Qin Yang and Lin Xuezheng already present. Qin Chuan paused, his gaze landing on Lin Xuezheng. What brings you here? Today is the weekend. Lin Xuezheng had been fixated on Lan Wei ever since the trio had entered the courtyard, appearing as a picture of domestic bliss in that moment. A flame of unacknowledged frustration ignited within her chest. She knew she didn't have to work today, but she harbored a selfish desire to see Qin Chuan. The thought of seeing him quickened her heartbeat, conjuring sweet fantasies in her mind. Thus, she had come to the small courtyard in high spirits, only to discover that Qin Chuan was not there. Lacking a key to the courtyard, she had no choice but to wait outside. While waiting, she imagined the touching scene of Qin Chuan returning to find her patiently waiting for him, which would surely move him. However, 10 minutes before his return, she had encountered Qin Yang. Left with no alternative, she had followed Qin Yang into the courtyard to sit. Initially oblivious, she soon realized how fatigued her legs had become. But what did she find upon sitting? The sight before her was utterly disheartening. Did Qin Chuan truly owe her anything? Suppressing her dissatisfaction, Lin Xuezheng replied, I came to see if you need any help. After all, it's not convenient for a man like you to care for a child. Qin Chuan chuckled at her words. What inconvenience? It's not as if I have never taken care of Cheng Cheng before. If you truly cared, you would have helped me back then, allowing me to manage other matters. The moment those words escaped his lips, Lin Xuezheng was taken aback. She vividly recalled a time when Cheng Cheng had contracted a virus and suffered from a high fever, causing chaos every night. Qin Chuan had endured sleepless nights, ultimately falling ill himself at that time. He had asked his family for assistance, but no one was willing to help, each making excuses, fearing they might contract the virus. Since both you and Cheng Cheng are infected, you two should just stay at a hotel. Lin Xuezheng still remembered the exhausted expression on Qin Chuan's face, filled with resentment. Now, she regretted her past indifference. Had she shown a bit more concern for him or recognized her feelings sooner, she wouldn't be facing such hostility from him now, nor would someone else have so easily captured his heart. Lan Wei placed the items on the table and turned to Qin Chuan, saying, Senior brother, I'll reply to a company document first and then come help with the vegetables. All right. Aware of the trials faced by workers, Qin Chuan replied, No rush. Take your time. A faint smile graced Lan Wei's lips as she exited. Lin Shuejing followed closely behind, grabbing her arm at the entrance to her house. Stop right there. What do you want? Lan Wayne turned, shaking off her grip with a cold demeanor, her eyes glinting with disdain, radiating an aura of chill. The contrast between her earlier sweetness toward Qin Chuan and her current demeanor was stark. If she had been a charming young lady moments ago, now she resembled a fierce sorceress. Startled, Lin Shuejing was momentarily taken aback, but the memory of their earlier laughter ignited her anger. Tell me, do you have feelings for Qin Chuan? Yes, Lan Wayne boldly admitted. Lin Shuejing was taken aback, clearly not expecting her to be so forthright. You shameless, I warn you, do not entertain any ideas about Qin Chuan. He belongs to my sister. He has a wife and child. He is already divorced. May I ask what qualifies you to warn me? Lan Wayne stepped closer, her gaze growing colder, laced with determination. Lin Shuejing was intimidated by her assertiveness. Retreating step by step. Regardless, I have every right. I am Cheng Cheng's aunt, and I will not allow you to disrupt their family. As long as I am here, you shall not entice Qin Chuan. Ha? Lan Wayne regarded Lin Shuejing with scorn. You truly are beneath contempt. What do you mean by that? Lin Shuejing felt both flustered and enraged. Lan Wayne smirked. My meaning is quite clear. You know better than anyone if your words are intended for your sister or for yourself. Lin Shuejing, had you openly acknowledged your feelings for your former brother-in-law, I would have respected you as a rival. But since you haven't, I find you contemptible. With that, Lan Wayne turned with pride. You and your sister are unworthy rivals to me. Qin Chuan will be mine. After declaring this, Lan Wayne returned to her house. Lin Shuejing glared at her retreating figure, a sinister smile creeping onto her face. Lan Wayne, how dare you covet Qin Chuan? I will soon show you the troubles of being involved with a married man. You are far too naive. You will never understand the complexities of being with a divorced man who has a child. But I am different. I am Cheng Cheng's biological aunt. I will not mistreat her. In this regard, I hold the advantage. With this thought, Lin Shuejing dialed her sister's number. Hello, Yin Yin? Cheng Cheng has a large garden party in a few days, and both parents are required to attend on the other side. When Lan Wayne returned to the small courtyard, Lin Shuejing had already left. Qin Yu innocently looked at Qin Yang and asked, Daddy, what does Dai Ge mean? Dai Ge? Qin Yang furrowed his brows. At that moment, Qin Chuan, who was serving fried rice, also frowned. Why do you ask? Our early education center is having a garden party in a few days, and they said both parents must attend. I asked the teacher if I could bring 2 daddies, and then some kids asked me, is Daddy Dai Ge? Qin Yang's lips twitched. That means dead gay. Qin Chuan shot Qin Yang a glare. Qin Yang smacked his thigh. Oh, right, brother. When I went to pick up Yaya, the front desk mentioned this. They said that the educational brand's early education institution and kindergarten will hold a large outdoor garden event, requiring both parents to attend. You and I won't go together. Otherwise, they will really think we're dead gay. Kids nowadays really say the most outrageous things. At this moment, Qin Yu obediently said, It's fine. We don't have to go. Despite her words, disappointment was evident in her little eyes. Qin Yang then patted his thigh. I've got it, brother. You and the little junior sister can take Yaya. Chapter 79. She finally plans to make her move. Qin Yang looked at Lan Wayne and added, I believe the little junior sister won't mind. Qin Chuan opened his mouth, intending to tell Qin Yang not to joke around, but before he could, Lan Wayne quickly interjected, I don't mind. As Qin Chuan coughed, his lips parted and closed, seemingly still wishing to articulate something. Lan Wayne promptly added, Senior brother, you have allowed me to repay you. You just helped me win a free grand bed. I also wish to do something for you and you. Qin Chuan glanced down at the eagerly awaiting Qin Yu before finally nodding in agreement. Qin Yang, pleased with this development, went to the kitchen to assist with the dishes. Upon entering the kitchen, he nudged Qin Chuan with his elbow and remarked, Brother, I think that little junior sister is quite nice. She is down to earth and has a good character. You should consider it. Lan Wei-yin, who was contemplating lending a hand, overheard this and promptly transferred 10,000 to Juju, the token for your little canary. This Qin young fellow knows how to speak and is quite astute. Furthermore, we can eat now, so hurry and call her over. Juju quickly accepted the transfer and sent Qin Yang 520. I miss you. Come over. I haven't eaten yet. Qin Yang nervously accepted the transfer, thinking, goodness, my little rich lady 1T immediately follow up with, I am hungry. I want to eat you. Will she? Oh dear. Earning a rich woman's money is indeed no easy task. He set down the soup he intended to serve and said to Qin Chuan, "Brother, I have something to attend and I need to go earn some money." Qin Chuan lightly kicked him. "Mind your words. Be careful you hears you. Such nonsense." Qin Yang grinned, popped a piece of roast goose into his mouth, licked his fingers, and dashed off on his way. He stopped by the supermarket to buy mantis shrimp, pork balls, and fatty beef for hot pot, then proceeded to check out. At the counter, he glanced at some condoms. Feeling his ears grow warm, and swiftly grabbed a box, placing it in the bag for checkout. After exiting the supermarket, he followed Zhu Zhu's location to the Wangjiang luxury garden community. The residences here are primarily grand flats, boasting magnificent views and exorbitant prices, once hailed as a sky-high real estate development. Qin Yang marveled. No wonder she has the heir of the Lan family, living in such a prestigious and tasteful abode. Over the past few years, he had learned a thing or two from his adoptive parents and made a living through stone gambling, saving quite a bit. Yet, he always felt like an outsider compared to the elite circles of the top-tier wealthy. Upon entering the elevator, Qin Yang arrived at the luxurious flat prepared by Lan Wei-yin for Zhu Zhu. He was instantly taken aback by the sight. The 275-degree circular floor-to-ceiling windows offered an unobstructed view of the entire nightscape of Jiangxing. Exuding opulence, the living room boasted a minimalist sofa and decor, yet it was evident that everything was of the highest quality. For a fleeting moment, Qin Yang felt he was meant to be pampered in such a splendid home. "Darling, I've arrived." He placed the items on the table. Zhu Zhu, clad in a loose t-shirt, reclined on the sofa, munching on potato chips while watching television, lazily responded, "Is there anything good to eat?" "Indeed. I shall showcase my culinary skills." With that, Qin Yang stripped down to only tight-fitting leggings, donning a pink apron from Zhu Zhu's kitchen, admiring himself in the mirror. "Looking sharp, with this figure and this face, how could I not captivate you?" He brought out the induction cooker, placed a flat pan on it, added the hot pot ingredients, and brought it to a boil. "Darling, it's ready to eat." Upon hearing the word eat, Zhu Zhu perked up immediately. As she approached the dining table and set her eyes on Qin Yang, her pupils widened in shock. "This? Am I really allowed to see this without payment?" Those well-defined muscles exposed outside the apron, and the chest that barely fills the apron. Not to mention those long legs that subtly reveal their muscularity as he walks. How can a man have such an exquisite physique and be so alluring? Coupled with that roguish face, it's simply divine. Zhu Zhu gulped, her face flushed with heat, struggling to articulate, "Why you? Why are you dressed like this?" Qin Yang shot her a flirtatious glance. "Isn't it just cooking? It's too hot, so I'm just wearing an apron." Zhu Zhu glanced at the hot pot. "You need not go so far as to say cooking. Besides, it's not that hot. It's winter." "Dear brother, hush." Qin Yang placed a finger against Zhu Zhu's lips, and "Oh, calling me brother. The time for that has not yet come." Zhu Zhu immediately envisioned a pixelated scene and couldn't help but swallow hard. So skilled that a professional company training really shows. "Have a seat." Zhu Zhu, feeling somewhat dazed, plopped down on the supermarket shopping bag. Startled, she pulled out the items from the bag. Overwhelmed, she read aloud the label without thinking. "Strawberry-flavored small condoms." Small? Qin Yang's eyes widened as he snatched the item from Zhu Zhu's hand. How could it be small? Zhu Zhu instinctively looked down. Qin Yang sprang to his feet. "I don't use small ones. I definitely can't use small ones. I grabbed the wrong one. I need to use large ones. I can show you if you don't believe me. And no need. Zhu Zhu hurriedly waved her hand. "I believe you." He. After sitting down, Zhu Zhu inexplicably felt increasingly parched. Goodness, he even prepared condoms. Strawberry-flavored, no less. Does this mean she has to offer herself for work tonight? This. Zhu Zhu stole another glance at the muscular long legs peeking from beneath the apron. It seems that it seems not entirely out of the question, considering that such an opportunity might not come again. Moreover, her cousin even gave her money, so why not take advantage of it? A monthly allowance of 30,000. Just the other day, she transferred him 520. With these thoughts, Zhu Zhu took a deep breath and boldly placed her hand on Qin Yang's thigh. "Qin Yang, she. Is she finally making a move on me?" Chapter 80. A little intimate scene. Is it really happening now? Qin Yang's breath quickened. Zhu Zhu was feeling a bit hungry, her gaze darting between the hot pot and Qin Yang, her heart racing with anticipation. Just as she was about to make a decision, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Zhu Zhu froze. Who could it be at this hour? This place is a property arranged by her cousin, specifically to avoid any exposure. Currently, besides Qin Yang and Qi Sili, only her cousin was aware of this. There was no way her cousin would abandon Qin Chuan to come here. Suddenly, Zhu Zhu's eyes widened. So it must be Qi Sili. She hurriedly peeked through the peephole and, indeed, it was Qi Sili. Oh no! Help! Zhu Zhu glanced at the alluring Qin Yang, her heart nearly stopping, and anxiously pushed him towards the bedroom. You mustn't come out. Before Qin Yang could respond, Zhu Zhu had already shoved him inside. Taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, she opened the door with a stiff smile. Mr. Qi, what brings you here? Her demeanor showed no intention of welcoming him inside. Qi Sili tilted his head and raised the bottle of wine in his hand. What, no invitation? Is there a man hiding inside? Zhu Zhu's face turned pale. Qi Sili chuckled lightly. Look how you've frightened yourself. I was merely joking with that. He stepped forward, and Zhu Zhu, unable to find an excuse to refuse, had no choice but to let him in. Upon seeing the hot pot and 2 sets of chopsticks, Qi Sili paused and asked, Do you have a friend over? No, my friend just got a call and left. As soon as the words left her mouth, a phone rang in the room. Zhu Zhu's scalp tingled. Help, this is definitely more challenging than work. Qi Sili looked at her in confusion. Aren't you going to answer? No, Zhu Zhu declared stubbornly. It's the company's number. I won't answer it. It's after work hours. Let it ring. At that moment, Qin Yang, who had intentionally made the phone ring, wore a dark expression. Goodness, does he really think of me as a clandestine man? Meanwhile, outside, Qi Sili approached the dining table with the red wine and uncorked it. Perfect timing, your friend has left. I'll keep you company. His gaze darkened, harboring an intention to win over Lan Wei-yin tonight. Wine, solitude, a grand flat. If nothing happens, it would be a disservice to the ambience. Moreover, in recent days, Lan Wei-yin had remained lukewarm towards him, causing him some anxiety. His father had begun hinting that if he were to marry Lan Wei-yin, the position of Qi Corporation's president would be his to claim, with his younger brother as his deputy, albeit with fewer shares. Suddenly, Qi Sili felt something poking him from below. Frowning, he reached down to pull out a box of condoms. Zhu Zhu's expression shattered. Oh dear, being a worker is truly difficult. What a wretched scene this is. Did you prepare this? Qi Sili looked at Lan Wei-yin in shock. Zhu Zhu stammered, no, it was a gift from the supermarket. Hee hee. Zhu Zhu's smile was more forced than a 40-year-old piece of rotten meat. Qi Sili smiled but felt inexplicably uneasy. Well, let us eat. Just as Qi Sili picked up his chopsticks, his phone rang. On the other end, a servant's anxious voice came through. Young master, the sir is experiencing heart discomfort. He being taken to the hospital. He in the emergency room. You need to hurry. Upon hearing this, Qi Sili's expression changed dramatically. Heart issues can be serious. He naturally lost interest in lingering, offering a few explanations to Lan Wei-yin before leaving. Once downstairs, Qi Sili inexplicably glanced towards Lan Wei-yin's grand flat. To his surprise, he noticed the curtains in the bedroom swaying slightly. It appeared to be quite vigorous. It looked like some intense activity was taking place. Qi Sili clenched his fists tightly. How could the curtains sway in such a manner? And that box of contraceptives? Could it be that Lan Wei-yin truly harbored a man within her spacious abode? In the fleeting moment of contemplation, his mother called, urging him to hurry over. Qi Sili, unable to ponder further, hopped into his vehicle and drove away. As soon as the car departed, Qin Yang emerged from behind the curtains. At this juncture, Zhu Zhu let out a sigh of relief, seated at the dining table as she savored several slices of tender beef. Delicious. Truly delightful. However, after consuming a few pieces, Zhu Zhu sensed something amiss. Why was Qin Yang not emerging? She opened the bedroom door, only to find Qin Yang sulking at the foot of the bed, puffed up with indignation. Qin Yang, come enjoy the hot pot. Humph. Qin Yang turned his face away. Am I so unworthy of your presence? What do I mean to you? Oh, now that Qi Sili has arrived, you shove me into the bedroom. When you yearn for me, a mere 520 suffices, yet when you don't need me, you cast me aside without a care for my well-being. In your eyes, am I merely a man who can be humiliated for a trifling sum? No, my dear brother, can you not see the light? Surely, you understand your own worth? Does your company not provide professional training in this regard? Qin Yang remained silent. All right, Cease your anger and come eat some beef. After much coaxing, Zhu finally persuaded Qin Yang to join her for the hot pot. He angrily stuffed meat into his mouth. Humph. Regardless, you won't be able to placate me. I am genuinely upset. My attendance at this hot pot dinner stems from my professional integrity, not because I have truly forgiven you. Zhu felt a surge of frustration. Who is truly the benefactor here? Wasn't it agreed that emotional support would be provided? Why is this canary so sensitive? After the meal, Qin Yang took the initiative to wash the dishes. Once done, he flopped onto the bed in exasperation, sprawled out in the shape of a character. Oh no, perhaps in the form of a wood character? In any case, he was clearly vexed. When Zhu returned to the room, she was startled. What are you doing? Serving you. We, as canaries, possess no dignity. If one wishes to be pushed into a room, so be it. After all, if it cannot withstand the light, then it must lay flat at night. Allowing the benefactor to toy with it, come, do not pity me. Feel free to ravage me. Zhu swallowed hard. Must it truly be this exhilarating? Well, her best friend often teased her for never having touched a well-defined chest. Perhaps she should give it a try. With that thought, Zhu reached out, her hand brushing against Qin Yang's chest. Qin Yang's eyes widened in shock. You really touched me? Did you not say I could do as I pleased? Zhu was equally bewildered. Why did Qin Yang look as if he had been wronged? Can you not discern my jealousy? Was my intent not clear? I was merely sulking, hoping for your consolation. Zhu shook her head honestly. Moreover, touching entails an additional cost. Did I not clarify that I sell my art, not my body? Zhu. But the problem is, you possess no real talent, do you? Qin Yang leapt up, trying to mask the embarrassment of having been touched. I am making hot pot. Is that not a skill? Surely, my physique in this attire counts for something. In any case, you cannot simply touch me. I will not serve you tonight. With that, Qin Yang hastily donned his clothes and fled. He vowed never to speak of this incident again. It was too humiliating, too cowardly. Although he had entertained thoughts of betraying Qi Sili, he still did not desire to engage indiscriminately with a wealthy woman. Despite his earlier impulse, he managed to restrain himself. Ultimately, he simply did not wish to be so casual. It was not cowardice. Moreover, that thing was not the right size. Yes, it was all the fault of that thing. Had it been of suitable dimensions, he might have succumbed. After all, he had nothing to lose. This little wealthy woman, with her soft physique and charming dimples when she smiled, was quite endearing as he pondered. Qin Yang unexpectedly fell asleep on the couch, dreaming of the little wealthy woman binding his hands and feet. Taking him by force, Qin Yang, meanwhile Lin Shuiyin called Qin Chuan, using a commanding tone. The day after tomorrow is the parent-child event at Chengcheng School. You are to attend punctually. And do not drive that pickup truck. The parents at Chengcheng International Kindergarten are all either rich or influential. I will drive my car and pick Ching up to meet you. I am unavailable that day. Qin Chuan bluntly refused. Lin Shuiyin was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. She felt that by lowering her status, offering Qin Chuan an easy way out, he should graciously accept. No matter the circumstance, she had postponed her own commitments. She had worked that day as well, but she rescheduled, allowing someone else to take her place. Nothing was more important than her child's activities. Lin Shuiyin wore an expression of entitlement. In truth, she did not place much value on the child's event. When Lin Shuiyin mentioned it, she instinctively declined, claiming to be busy. After all, she had not attended such activities in the past, but Lin Shuiyin insisted she accompany Qin Chuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyin suddenly had an idea. If she attended Chengcheng School event with Qin Chuan, providing him with a chance to save face, perhaps he would soften his stance. In truth, Lin Shuiyin still did not believe that Qin Chuan did not love her. He must be upset, jealous over her interactions with Qi Sili. If she merely lowered her stance a fraction and granted him the respect he desired, he would surely hold her once more in his palm. The cold voice of Qin Chuan came through the phone. Lin Shuiyin, you were never this concerned about school events before. The Mother's Day event at Chengcheng School. I was the only one attending as a father to accept the carnations made by the children. Have you forgotten? That was. Before Lin Shuiyin could defend herself, Qin Chuan cut her off. I have already promised to accompany Ye to their school event that day. I will not go back on my word. As his words fell, Lin Shuiyin was rendered speechless with anger. What? Qin Chuan, you claim you are unavailable that day to accompany that illegitimate child. Please mind your language. Qin Yu is a child, not an illegitimate child. You are well aware that she shares no blood relation with me, so do not insult her. Furthermore, incessantly calling her an illegitimate child or a bastard only reflects poorly on your upbringing. At this moment, Qin Chuan felt a twinge of disappointment. The way Lin Shuiyin was shouting resembled that of a shrew. She bore no resemblance to the girl he had first encountered beneath the cherry blossom tree. At this moment, Lin Shuiyin's voice on the other end of the phone erupted uncontrollably. Qin Chuan, listen to me. She is nothing but an illegitimate child, a bastard. She cannot even compare to a single strand of hair from my daughter. Why? Why must you accompany her and not your own daughter? Qin Chuan, are you mad? I believe you have truly lost your mind. Finally, Qin Chuan hung up the phone, switching his device to airplane mode. He contemplated blocking Lin Shuiyin but ultimately refrained, remembering that she had borne him a daughter, thus refraining from being too extreme. On the other end, Lin Shuiyin, having been disconnected, was left in a state of madness. You hung up on me, Qin Chuan. How dare you hang up on me? When subsequent attempts to call failed, Lin Shuiyin hurled her phone away in frustration. This is infuriating. Qin Chuan, you scoundrel. You bastard. As her voice faded, Qin Siqing, who had been eavesdropping outside, stepped into the room. Although she had felt a twinge of longing for her father during this time, she would never admit it. After all, her father had changed. He had brought her shame. Therefore, she would not acknowledge him, waiting for him to return and apologize before she would consider forgiving him. And while Qi Shu had not been as affectionate as before, she had called him twice to express her desire for platinum ice cream, but he had said he was unavailable. Yet even so, she would not confess that she missed her father, Lin Shuiyin. Upon seeing her daughter, paused her actions, feeling somewhat awkward. Cheng, what is the matter? I heard everything. If he refuses to go, we shall call Uncle Q. I not beg him. Uncle Qi is 1,000 times better than Dad. You must not speak of him that way. Lin Shuiyin suddenly grew stern. Qin Chuan is your father, your biological father. Qin Siqing was taken aback by her sudden harshness. Being just a child, she was brought to tears. But he does not want me anymore. He does not come home. He no longer makes me breakfast or helps me with my hair. Nor does he attend my school events. I hate him. I hate him. Lin Shuiyin felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, her eyes growing moist. She crouched down, embracing her sobbing daughter, whispering softly, Yes, he no longer comes home, nor does he make me breakfast, nor remind me to pack my stomach medicine for business trips, nor help me with my luggage. In truth, Lin Shuiyin did not wish to admit it. Without Qin Chuan's presence in the room, she had no desire to return. Sleeping alone at night felt a bit cold. During these days, she would unconsciously say, Qin Chuan, could you please grab me? Only to realize that the air had grown suffocatingly still. Initially, she thought she was merely unaccustomed to it, but gradually, she discovered that every memory related to Qin Chuan filled the room. Each and every one capable of plunging her mood into despair, causing her emotions to spiral out of control. Lin Shuiyin held her daughter tightly, feeling a swell of indignation. Very well, I shall heed your wish. If your father will not attend, I shall have Qi Silly attend. Later, I will send him the photos of the three of us at the event. Let it infuriate him. Does he not wish to feel jealousy? Then let him indulge to his heart's content. Soon, the day of the school parent-child event arrived. Lon Wayne had already purchased breakfast in advance and brought along 2 sets of sportswear. Senior brother, I chanced upon these delightful matching sports outfits for parents and children online, and they were quite affordable, just over 300 for 3 pieces. Here, one for you and one for Qin Yu. Qin Yu accepted the red and white sportswear with a grateful thank you and promptly wanted change. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, feeling a bit awkward, suggested, Shall I transfer the money to you? This is for Yea's school activity. I can't let you bear the expense. Senior brother, if you keep being so formal with me, I might just get upset. The large bed in my room was set up by you for free, saving me several thousand. I'm simply returning the favor. Qin Chuan then went to change into the sports outfit as well. The red and white ensemble, with its minimalist design, radiated vitality when worn. The 3 of them, already possessing striking looks, became even more captivating in their energetic outfits. Upon arriving at the event, they drew the attention of everyone present. Coincidentally, Qi Silai, Lin Shuiyin, and Qin Siqing also arrived at the venue at that moment. Chapter 82. Qin Chuan's Indifference. Lin Shuiyin, don't exaggerate. As Qi Silai, Lin Shuiyin, and Qin Siqing stepped out of the car, They were met with a chorus of admiration from various parents. Look at that family of three. Their looks are stunning, indeed. They resemble celebrities. They are truly a sight for sore eyes. That man seems somewhat familiar. Perhaps he is a star. Upon hearing these remarks, Chi Silai, Lin Shuiyin, and Qin Siqing couldn't help but straighten their backs, subconsciously raising their heads. This was the adoration they craved. However, in the next moment, a new wave of discussion reached their ears. I recognize that person. He seems to be some internet celebrity. This revelation. Chi Silai, Lin Shuiyin, and Qin Siqing exchanged glances, feeling a sense of unease. They turned to see a group of ladies whispering and pointing at Qin Chuan in the distance. Instantly, their expressions darkened in unison. The chatter continued around them. They truly make a perfect match. Perfect match, my foot. What kind of blind eyes do you all possess? How could they possibly be a match? Lin Shuiyin flared up like a firecracker. Being the subject of hushed gossip and suddenly confronted, the parents fell silent. One lady disdainfully scrutinized Lin Shuiyin, muttering to another parent, "Who is that? How can she behave like this? Right? The parents at this kindergarten shouldn't display such behavior. Yes, she resembles a shrew." Lin Shuiyin's fury ignited upon hearing these remarks, and she was about to retort when Chi Silai swiftly restrained her. Calling her by her English name, he recited an English proverb. "Yin yin, don't behave this way. It undermines your dignity." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyin calmed down considerably, though her envious gaze burned like a flame, wishing to incinerate Lan Wayne. Chi Silai, noticing the intensity in her eyes, furrowed his brow. "Yin yin, are you particularly concerned about that young lady beside Qin Chuan? What nonsense. How could that be? I, Lin Shuiyin, am a proud ballet goddess, the only principal dancer in our city. Why would I care about her? But it seems you are quite concerned about her. Yin yin, you wouldn't have fallen for Qin Chuan, would you?" Chi Silai's brow tightened, a foreboding feeling creeping in. Lin Shuiyin was indeed attentive to Qin Chuan, not merely out of rivalry, but perhaps she had genuinely developed feelings for him. Stop with the useless chatter. Even if Qin Chuan and I were to part ways, he would still be Cheng Cheng's father as long as he remains her father. I want to allow him to mingle with others. That woman is not even worth a single strand of my hair. How dare she take the man I once had? With that, Lin Shuiyin took Qin Siqing's hand and marched toward Qin Chuan, determined to see just how compatible they were. Chi Silai watched her approach Qin Chuan, feeling increasingly unsettled. This sensation was quite unpleasant. He sensed that his influence in Lin Shuiyin's eyes was no longer as significant as before, even feeling as if he might be surpassed by Qin Chuan. At that moment, Lin Shuiyin abandoned him to stride towards Qin Chuan. No, this simply wouldn't do. He was the scion of the Qi family, raised in privilege. How could he possibly be overshadowed by someone like Qin Chuan? A man of humble origins? Chi Silai tugged at his tie, increasingly agitated. Recently, he had felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune. Lan Wayne had slipped through his fingers, and now even Lin Shuiyin was beginning to disregard him. The family inheritance disputes had also remained unresolved. His luck had truly hit rock bottom. Taking a deep breath, Chi Silai followed Lin Shuiyin and her daughter. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, Lan Wayne, and Qin Yu were engrossed in devising a strategy for the fair. Lin Shuiyin deliberately walked past the trio. Qin Chuan maintained his composure, not even sparing them a glance. He neither greeted them nor deliberately avoided them, acting as though they were mere air, proceeding with his own affairs. Lin Shuiyin felt a surge of impatience as she observed Qin Chuan leading Lan Wayne and Qin Yu towards the shooting area. She hurriedly followed with Qin Siqing in tow. While waiting in line, a girl from the same class spotted Qin Siqing and asked, "Where is your dad, Qin Siqing?" Qin Siqing proudly pointed to Chi Silai behind her, exclaiming, "He is right here. Isn't my dad handsome? So dashing and wealthy. Plus he drives a luxury car." As she spoke, Qin Siqing deliberately glanced at Qin Chuan. Although she found Qin Chuan quite handsome, his profile even more so, she wanted to assert her point. After all, her father had been ignoring her. Himph. At that moment, a boy who had admired Qin Chuan's wall painting in kindergarten piped up, pointing at Chi Silai. "But he is not your dad. His surname is Qi, while yours is Qin. Well, can't I just change my name?" Qin Siqing crossed her arms defiantly. "From today onward, I shall be known as Qi Siqing." As her words fell, Qin Chuan cast a calm yet icy glance at Qin Siqing, as if assessing just how disappointed he could be in the daughter he had raised day and night. Lin Shuiyan caught sight of Qin Chuan's gaze and couldn't help but mockingly laugh. So, Qin Chuan, how does it feel to see your own flesh and blood being doted on by someone else? How does it feel to watch your daughter wanting to take on a different surname? With a hint of arrogance, Lin Shuiyan edged closer, her eyes gleaming with a sense of vindication. Today, I offered you an opportunity. You chose to disregard it. You insisted on bringing along that illegitimate child with no blood ties. How does it feel now? Is it tearing you apart? Qin Chuan coldly retracted his gaze. Do not embellish your role. You are not that significant. Since the day you had me sign the divorce agreement and sever ties with Qin Siqing, she has been no longer my concern. With that, Qin Chuan protectively placed his hand on Qin Yu's back and moved forward. Soon, it was their turn to participate in the shooting game. They had 10 bullets in total. The father scored 4 hits on the target, the mother 3, and the child 3. Their total scores would determine the medals and prizes they could earn, with a minimum of 60 points required to qualify for a medal. At that moment, Qin Yu pointed at a large strawberry bear, exclaiming, "Dad, that strawberry bear is huge." Bending down, Qin Chuan asked, "Do you want it?" Qin Yu, filled with envy, hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Qin Chuan ruffled her hair. "Then let Dad give it a try." Nearby, another parent remarked, "That's tough. That bear requires a total of 80 points. In other words, Dad needs to hit the bullseye with 4 shots, and Mom needs to do the same with 3. While the child must also hit the target with their 3 shots to have a chance." Another parent pointed at a child currently shooting, stating, "I just observed. Most kids miss the target." Upon hearing this, Qin Siqing looked up at Qi Silai and declared, "Uncle Qi, I want that strawberry bear too. I want to let them have it." Having previously visited a shooting club, Qi Silai felt somewhat confident and agreed. Ignoring their presence, Qin Chuan turned to Lan Wayne and asked, "Are you up for it? Have you played this before?" Lan Wayne smiled, "Let us give it a try. Let us see if I can win the strawberry bear for Yaya." As they moved forward again, Qin Chuan and Qi Silai stepped up simultaneously, each picking up a toy air gun. They exchanged glances instinctively. Qi Silai smirked, "Shall we have a little competition?" Chapter 83. Expecting bronze? Only to find a champion. Qin Chuan did not respond. He wasn't out of fear, but rather a realization that he found no need to engage. Since the day of the divorce, he had no desire to be entangled in past affairs. He simply wished to move forward and embrace a new life. Little did he expect that both Qi Silai and Lin Shuiyan were still fixated on the past, unwilling to let him go. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan raised the toy air gun and aimed decisively at the target, firing with precision. Bang! A perfect bullseye. "Wow, that's impressive," exclaimed a parent who had just been analyzing the situation with Qin Chuan. Suddenly wide awake, Qin Chuan had taken the lead, and now Qi Silai felt a twinge of apprehension. He aimed at the target, firing again. Bang, and 9. With a quiet sigh of relief, he thought, "Not too shabby. The next shot should be a bullseye." He glanced at Qin Chuan. "On the next one, luck 1 TB on your side." But before he could finish his sentence, Qin Chuan fired again, hitting the target squarely. Another bullseye. "Wow. Yaya's dad, you're amazing. Did you just ignore my earlier analysis?" The father who had been chatting with Qin Chuan realized that he had been the fool all along. Qi Silai's expression darkened. Qin Siqing tugged at his pant leg. "Uncle Qi, what's wrong? Why are you so weak? Hurry up and win against him." Lan Wayne chuckled softly. "It seems even a little cotton-padded jacket can't escape the wind when worn by anyone." Qi Silai, feeling anxious from the pressure, shot once more, only to hit the 7 ring. It was even worse than his previous attempt. Instinctively, he glanced towards Qin Chuan, expecting mockery. Yet, to his surprise, Qin Chuan didn't even spare him a glance. The greatest humiliation in life is when you perceive someone as your rival, yearning to overpower them, even fantasizing about how they would ridicule you upon your failure, only to discover that they don't regard you at all. With a swift whoosh, Qin Chuan shot again, hitting the bullseye. 10 rings, another 10 rings. The male guardian nearby chuckled. "Buddy, I initially thought you were merely bronze, but it turns out you're a king. Who would have imagined that without any fanfare, you'd score 4 shots, all 10 rings? No wonder it's said that villains perish from living too long. A character as formidable as you should shoot fiercely and speak little." Impressive. Afterward, feeling a bit embarrassed, he laughed awkwardly at Qi Silai, saying, "I didn't mean to imply you were the villain, just a slip of the tongue, you know? Don't take it to heart. Scoring a 9 ring is already remarkable." Hitting a 7 ring is quite an achievement. Some can only manage 3 rings or even 1. Chi Silai gazed at the guardian, his eyes betraying disdain. The guardian, catching the look, smirked slightly and muttered, "What is so impressive about that?" As the words faded, Chi Silai focused intently on the target once more. With a whoosh, he hit the 3 ring. Another whoosh, and he struck a 1 ring. The male guardian couldn't help but chuckle. "What's with my mouth today? Did it get blessed or something?" Chi Silai. Meanwhile, Qin Sicheng rolled her eyes dramatically. "Uncle Chi, you're so pathetic." At that moment, she seemed to think her uncle fell short compared to her father. Her disdain evident. After the male guardian finished his shooting, it was the female guardian's turn. Both Lan Weiyin and Lin Shuiyan picked up their air guns simultaneously, while Lin Shuiyan was still aiming. Lan Weiyin skillfully fired 3 shots, all hitting the 10 ring. After setting down her gun, she raised an eyebrow at Qin Chuan. "So, what do you think, Senior Qin? I didn't drag you down, did I?" Lan Weiyin was a gold member of the shooting club, so handling the air gun was a breeze for her. Qin Chuan nodded, casting her an appreciative glance. Indeed impressive. Seeing the flirtation between the two, Lin Shuiyan felt her anger boiling, aiming at the target as if it were Lan Weiyin's face, firing wildly in the end. Only 1 shot hit the target. Chi Silai, witnessing this, secretly sighed in relief and consoled her. Yen, you're already quite skilled. You don't need to excel in this. You're a ballet goddess, and you only need to shine on stage. That goes without saying." Lin Shuiyan glared fiercely at Qin Chuan and Lan Weiyin. Completely ignoring Chi Silai, he noticed this small detail, feeling a rising displeasure. Yet he kept silent, sensing that many things seemed to be spiraling out of control. It felt as though this turmoil began the day Lin Shuiyan divorced. After the adults had finished shooting, it was time for the children. Qin Chuan crouched down patiently to teach Qin Yu how to shoot. "Hold the gun like this. Yes, then squint one eye. Good. Imagine your eye is shooting a straight line towards the bullseye. Hold your breath. Don't move. Yes, let it fly." Qin Sicheng watched her father patiently instructing Qin Yu and felt a surge of annoyance. Stupid dad, how can he teach others? In a fit of anger, she shot her pellet without even glancing. Unsurprisingly, she missed the target. Meanwhile, under Qin Chuan's guidance, Qin Yu shot and hit a 5 ring. Very good. Lan Weiyin was generous with her praise. "Yaya is really impressive. Focus a bit more, and the strawberry bear will be yours." With another shot, Qin Yu hit a 6 ring. Whoosh, another shot, and she struck a 3 ring. Total score, 84 points. The staff brought over the strawberry bear and the medal. "Congratulations, little friend. You've completed the project and earned a medal, along with the strawberry bear." As they spoke, the staff turned to Qin Sicheng. "Unfortunately, little friend, you didn't succeed in your challenge, so you cannot receive a medal. Would you like to try again?" "No," Chi Silai awkwardly declined. The staff smiled. "All right, you can go find other activities to earn a medal. Enjoy your time." At this moment, Qin Yu hugged a strawberry bear taller than herself, beaming with joy. "Dad, I think I like kindergarten now." Qin Chuan and Lan Weiyin exchanged smiles, momentarily feeling as though they were genuinely taking their children to a theme park. Lan Weiyin felt sweet contentment, while Qin Chuan experienced a fleeting daze reminiscent of a life he once longed for but never attained. A family participating together in joyous activities. Who would have thought he would feel this today through Qin Yu and Lan Weiyin? The connections between people are indeed wondrous. Seeing Qin Yu happily clutching the strawberry bear, Qin Sicheng stormed over, fuming, "Give me the strawberry bear. I'm Dad's daughter. All of this should belong to me." Chapter 84. Qin Sicheng faces collective mockery. Qin Yu instinctively looked towards Qin Chuan while hugging the strawberry bear. Qin Chuan smiled at her, saying, "This is yours. No, it's mine." Qin Sicheng stomped her foot, insisting. "Grandma said, what's yours is mine. I'm your daughter. Everything of yours is mine, including this strawberry bear." "Then Chi Silai, are you my daughter?" Qin Sicheng was momentarily taken aback, her little eyes filled with confusion. But soon, she made another attempt to seize Qin Yu's strawberry bear. Lan Weiyin noticed Qin Yu's hesitation and knelt beside her, saying, "Yes, we earned this together. You also put in effort. If you don't want it, you can refuse." After pondering, Qin Yu hugged the strawberry bear tightly and said, "I don't want to." "Why won't you?" Qin Sicheng lunged to grab it. However, Qin Yu had grown used to her rural upbringing, quick on her feet and strong. She pushed the strawberry bear behind her and firmly shoved Qin Sicheng away. "I want to give it to you. You can't take it if you try again." ILL report you to the teacher. Qin Siqing stumbled back, and Lin Shuiyan's anger flared. Qin Chuan, are you even a man? You're allowing this wild child to push your daughter around? Lin Shuiyan, I've said it before, please show some respect. Calling her a wild child is very disrespectful to Qin Yue.as. Qin Chuan's words fell. Qin Siqing's eyes filled with tears. And she shouted, leave. You and this wild child both leave. I don't want to see you. Wherever I am, you're not allowed to appear. Stupid dad, you've embarrassed me. A faint disappointment flickered in Qin Chuan's eyes. Like mother, like daughter. If the mother constantly calls her a wild child, it's no wonder Qin Siqing has learned to do the same. Moreover, her grandmother's unreasonable logic, as if everyone in the world should pave the way for her, seemed to have been instilled in Qin Siqing as well. At the tea that moment, several boys from Qin Siqing's class chimed in. I still think your dad is more handsome, tall, and can shoot so well. Yeah, he is practically my idol. Upon hearing this, Qin Siqing, who prided herself on her looks, immediately retorted, he is my dad, not that wild child's. One boy pointed at Qi Silai and said, didn't you just say he was your dad? Uncle Qi is my dad. He is also my dad. Qin Siqing clenched her small fists, asserting herself. The boys erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, a person can only have one dad. How could you have two? How silly. Qin Siqing has grown up and still doesn't he know who her dad is? Yeah, a dad can only be one. And that's your biological dad. At this moment, another boy earnestly added, fat kids can have two dads and two moms. His biological parents are divorced. How pitiful. Oh, so Qin Siqing, did your mom and dad also get divorced? Shut up. You all shut up. Qin Siqing yelled angrily, storming off. Lin Shuiyan's heart tightened, and she hurried after her. This was her first time confronting the impact of divorce on a child. Before the divorce, the older sisters in the group had advised her not to act impulsively, saying it would greatly affect the child. She hadn't believed them. Even after the divorce, she traveled abroad every day, busy as a bee, thinking divorce was no big deal. Feeling nothing at all. But just now, she truly felt heartache and panic. For the first time, she faced the reality of her divorce. It dawned on her how others viewed this matter. It was clear that this issue would affect the child. Lin Shuiyan caught up with Qin Siqing and hugged her tightly. At that moment, Qin Siqing peeked out from her mother's embrace, her eyes red as she looked at her. Mom, can a person have two dads at the same time? Why did Grandma say I can have a dad and also have Uncle Qi as my dad? Lin Shuiyan froze, momentarily speechless. It was then that she began to realize the implications of what Qin Chuan had previously said. Her own mother had negatively influenced the child's thoughts. But what could she do? How should she respond? Originally, having a child was never in her plan. She didn't want to be a mother. She only wanted to shine on the ballet stage, becoming a revered ballet goddess. She truly didn't know how to be a good mother. Lin Shuiyan's eyes brimmed with confusion. That moment, her gaze fell upon Qin Chuan, Lan Wayne, and Qin Yu, who were chatting and laughing not far away. Her heart growing darker. So, Qin Chuan, you're flaunting your affection in front of me, huh? Want to win us over? Not a chance. Lin Shuiyan straightened up, taking Qin Siqing by the hand and heading towards Qin Chuan. That shooting was just a fluke. Mom will help you regain your face right now. As she spoke, she turned to Qi Silai, who had caught up. In this game of three-legged race, we are destined to triumph. Indeed, Qi Silai was equally eager to reclaim his dignity. He could not fathom losing to someone like Qin Chuan. Moreover, he felt an urgent need to impress Lin Shuiyan. He could not allow Qin Chuan to eclipse his own brilliance. He longed to see Lin Shuiyan regard him as her white moonlight, her singular, irreplaceable love, with that unmistakable glimmer in her eyes that screamed number one in her heart. The yearning, the remorse, the eternal love reflected in her gaze. Thus, the group made their way to the three-legged race area. Qin Chuan, Lan Wayne, and Qin Yu secured their legs together with the Velcro provided by the fair. The trio deliberated on their strategy, deciding when to move their left foot and when to advance with their right. In truth, the three-legged race proved more challenging than the two-legged variant. The latter merely required two adults of equal height to cooperate seamlessly. However, the three-legged race involved a height disparity between adults and children, necessitating the coordination of an additional person. Hence, strategy became paramount. Qin Yu listened intently, nodding earnestly. With the referee's command, a sharp whistle echoed. Lin Shuiyan swiftly propelled herself forward, closely followed by Qi Silai. Qin Siqing, nearly dragged along, clutched tightly to Qi Silai in her mother's hands, frightened. On several occasions, her feet barely touched the ground, relying entirely on the adult's momentum. At this juncture, Lin Shuiyin had already gained a few steps on Qin Chuan, who was still maintaining a rhythmic, measured pace. They appeared to be mindful of Qin Yu's shorter legs, calling out a steady 1-2, 1-2 as they advanced. Lin Shuiyin smirked coldly. This time, victory is assured. She was determined to sprint faster, wishing to reach the finish line in one bound. Moreover, at this moment, both she and Qi Silai had their eyes fixed squarely on Qin Chuan, utterly oblivious to the path ahead. Soon enough, Lin Shuiyin and Qi Silai tumbled to the ground. They, along with Qin Siqing, fell hard. Qin Siqing cried out in pain, yet her mother and Uncle Qi urged her to get back up and continue running. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan and his team maintained their rhythmic 1-2, 1-2, their pace quickening as they surpassed them. Alarmed, Lin Shuiyin and Qi Silai scrambled to their feet, only to fall again due to their lack of synchronized effort. After several attempts, their frustration mounted, while Qin Chuan and Lan Weiyin had already looped back towards the finish line. Realizing their chance of victory had slipped away, Lin Shuiyin and Qi Silai tore off the Velcro binding their feet and ceased their participation. Surrounding parents observed them, whispering among themselves. There was a distinct lack of sportsmanship. Indeed, they failed to set a commendable example for the children. Lin Shuiyin shot a glare at the onlookers. Mind your own business. With that, she fumed, watching Qin Chuan receive the second medal from the staff, then striding towards the basketball game area. Before long, cheers erupted from that direction. Qin Chuan effortlessly sank a basketball into the hoop. Each shot as precise as if he were sipping plain water. The surrounding applause grew louder, with Lan Weiyin transforming into an enthusiastic fan. Lin Shuiyin found herself momentarily captivated. After 5 years of marriage, she had never realized how exceptionally talented Qin Chuan was. His shooting form was undeniably impressive. His profile was more striking than that of any male celebrity, which explained the frenzy among the onlookers. Some mothers had taken on the frenzied demeanor of idol-chasing fans. Witnessing Qin Chuan's seemingly flawless performance, Qi Silai decided against joining the fray. Qin Chuan soon earned another fair participation medal. Before long, they arrived at the final challenge. This round was the domain of the mothers, primarily showcasing their vocal talents. AI would score them based on their pitch accuracy, and those who met the standard would earn a participation medal. The competition involved a two-person PK format. One song, two mothers singing together, each taking a verse, with the AI providing the final score. At this moment, Lan Weiyin stood on stage, awaiting a mother to join her for a duet. Lin Shuiyin let out a cold laugh. This is my forte. I refuse to believe you can outshine me. With that, she confidently ascended the stage in her high heels. I'll take the lead. Chapter 85. Qin Shixiang finally called me Enin. Lan Weiyin stood on stage, gripping the microphone, her expression revealing a hint of anxiety. Upon seeing Lin Shuiyin join her, her nervousness intensified. Qin Chuan, standing nearby, immediately sensed her unease and silently offered her a gesture of encouragement. Qin Yu also clenched her tiny fists, cheering for Lan Weiyin. She nodded at the two, though her heart raced faster. Qin Siqing scoffed. My mama sings beautifully. Not only is she a great dancer, but she also has an incredible voice. Hearing this, Lan Weiyin tightened her grip on the microphone. Soon, the system rolled out a popular song that nearly everyone could sing. Eyelashes Curled by Wang Xinling. The staff looked at the two. Is this song okay? Do you both know it? I can. Lin Shuiyin replied confidently, her presence commanding as if she were a superstar. Lan Weiyin nodded. Eyelashes Curled was one of the few songs she could sing from start to finish. Which of the two mothers will go first? The staff inquired. Lin Shuiyin glanced at Lan Weiyin. Let her go first. I want her to lose fair and square. The staff member, a teacher from the school, chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this. Dear mother, this is a friendly competition. You need not be so tense. Lin Shuiyin, exuding arrogance, paid no heed to the teacher, microphone in hand, radiating goddess-like confidence. The prelude began. My heart races. My soul is about to escape. This feeling is so wonderful. As Lan Weiyin's voice emerged, Lin Shuiyin's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this singing? It sounded more like reading aloud. At that moment, Qin Yu seemed to sense something amiss, lifting her little head to look at Qin Chuan, quietly asking, Daddy, is this how it's sung? Qin Chuan stifled a laugh. Though a nearby father could not contain his amusement, it was quite the spectacle. Not a single note was in sync with the rhythm. The onlookers stifled their laughter, while Lan Weiyin grew increasingly anxious. It was now Lin Shuiyan's turn to sing. With utmost confidence, she delivered 2 lines, prompting the surrounding parents to exclaim, "Now, that is singing, goodness, I almost thought it was a different song altogether." They laughed heartily, wondering if the other mother was there to entertain. Hearing these remarks, Lin Shuiyan's confidence soared, while Lan Weiyin's anxiety deepened. She clutched the microphone tightly, her gaze fixed on the lyrics on the screen. Nervously awaiting her turn, at that moment, she wished she could just dig a hole and disappear. Qin Chuan's singing was so melodious, and he played in a band. Would he look down on her for singing like this? Oh no, so embarrassing. "Yinin, don't be too nervous," Qin Chuan softly reassured her. Lan Weiyin felt as if a jolt of electricity had coursed through her, staring at Qin Chuan in disbelief. "Did you just call me Yinin? You finally called me Yinin." Her heart swelled with emotion. Qin Shixiang had finally addressed her by her name, and his voice was so gentle, like a deep cello. Why didn't Ti record that moment? Just as Lan Weiyin was lost in her thoughts, it was her turn to sing. Missing a line made Qin Yu nervously remind her, "Yinin Jie, it's your turn." Oh, Lan Weiyin instinctively followed the rhythm and began to sing. Qin Chuan watched her intently, mouthing the words, "Relax, relax." In that instant, she felt as though the world had shrunk to just the 2 of them. There were no onlookers, only him and her. Thus, she disregarded the lyrics, fixing her gaze on Qin Chuan instead. "Baby, who are you? Why have I turned into a coward? I like you so much, yet I say we haven't seen each other for ages, though we've only just met." Perhaps she had genuinely relaxed, for this time she hit several correct notes. Qin Chuan smiled and nodded at her, mouthing yes, relax. He and Qin Yu began to sway to the rhythm, singing along with her. Eyelashes curled, flutter, flutter, flutter. When words are on the tip of the tongue, how can they twist? Your smile is like the crescent moon. With Qin Chuan and Qin Yu harmonizing, Lan Weiyin felt her body loosen considerably, moving in sync with the beat. Her inherently sweet and cute appearance, combined with her gestures echoing the music, made her resemble a sugary sweetheart. The male parents nearby also began to get into the groove. Suddenly, Lan Weiyin's performance seemed quite delightful. "Ha ha ha, it's both amusing and sweet. There's something captivating about it. Why do I feel like she's singing it right?" They laughed heartily, noting how youthful she appeared. Meanwhile, some executives from the Lan family, witnessing the stage, were left speechless. "She hasn't even graduated from college?" One executive trembled, recording the video on stage. He secretly created a group chat, adding several close executives to everyone. "Watch this immediately. I will retract it in a minute." The executives held their breath, timing their clicks to withdraw the video. The group erupted in chatter. "Does our President Lan have twin sisters? I heard internal news that President Lan is recently pursuing a divorcee. Could it be true? Has President Lan fallen for the stage? Whoa, who doesn't he know that President Lan's Achilles heel is being called on stage to sing at the annual meeting? Indeed, who would let her sing? She could flip the table. Is this still our formidable, cold-hearted President Lan? Wow, she sings so amusingly. I want her to be my alarm clock." As dawn breaks, the sound of Lan Zong's voice pierces the silence, instantly awakening one's senses. "Ha ha ha, what a riot. I'm off to report to Lan Zong now. Just imagining that scene alleviates my stress significantly." The executive who had just shared a video in the group quickly chimed in, saying, "Remember, if anyone leaks this today, they'll be 3 centimeters shorter." After sending the message, he promptly disbanded the group. Meanwhile, the song on stage continued. Lin Shuiyan noticed Qin Chuan assisting in the singing, and under his guidance, Lan Weiyin's pitch improved considerably. She quickly turned to the staff and exclaimed, "She is cheating. She has someone helping her sing." As her words fell, many parents in the audience, caught up in the moment, began to sing along with Lan Weiyin, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Shuiyan responded with an exasperated silence. The teacher, feeling awkward, attempted to soothe her, saying, "Ma'am, please try to remain calm. This is merely an event. What we value more is the atmosphere of family and collaboration. You could also have your husband assist in the singing." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyan felt her blood boil. What could she possibly say? Should she confess that her husband was helping another woman sing? As the performance concluded, AI was set to release the scores. Lan Weiyin was exceedingly anxious, while Lin Shuiyin felt a surge of determination. On the screen, the words continuously scrolled. This chapter's lyrics are extracted from Wang Xinling's song Curled Eyelashes. Pinned by Yin Yunong and others. In Chapter 86, Lin Shuiyin and Qin Siqing found no joy. Lan Wayne, feeling humiliated, dashed off the stage, hiding her face behind Qin Chuan's shoulder. Woe is me, how embarrassing. I am certain I'll fail. She then apologized to Qin Yu, saying, I'm sorry, yeah. We might not earn the final check-in badge. It's alright, Sister Enine, you've already done your best. Still, I feel so ashamed. Lan Wayne lamented, covering her face. Qin Chuan chuckled at her antics. I find it rather adorable. At that moment, the first scores were announced. Lin Shuiyin received a score of 95. Mommy is amazing, Qin Siqing exclaimed loudly. Turning to Qin Yu with a smug grin, Humph, my mom scored 95. You can just wait for a big fat zero. Who said that? Sister Enine sang beautifully. Qin Yu shot back, fiercely defending her. Just moments ago, so many people were singing along with Sister Enine. At this juncture, Lan Wayne's score was revealed. 62. And upon hearing this, she felt even more embarrassed. The staff on stage announced, congratulations to Qin Siqing's mother for winning this round of the game and earning a set of puzzle toys. Also, we kindly request the on-site staff to present 2 badges to the enthusiastic participating parents in this round. As long as you pass, you will receive a check-in badge. Lin Shuiyin claimed her prize and check-in badge. Intending to gloat at Qin Chuan's group and relish their disheartened expressions, only to realize they weren't even looking their way. Lan Wayne, embarrassed, covered her face, while Qin Yu endeavored to make her smile. Qin Chuan gently ruffled Lan Wayne's hair, uttering something that made her suddenly punch him playfully. The trio laughed and played together, and at that moment, Lin Shuiyin felt a strange sense of confusion. She had won. She had secured first place. Her singing had been exquisite, her stage presence commendable. Yet Lan Wayne's performance was akin to a disastrous scene. Why were they so joyfully immersed in laughter? Watching them revel in happiness, Lin Shuiyin suddenly felt like a clown. She even found herself envying their ability to sing so poorly yet remain so cheerful. At that moment, Qin Siqing felt the same as her mother. She wished to boast but found herself unable to do so. Her mother had triumphed, yet she couldn't bring herself to feel joy. She despised seeing her father show concern for others, and equally loathed witnessing him smile at other children and interact with other sisters. The more they laughed, the more sorrowful she felt. But she had Uncle Qi, didn't she? Why then was she still unhappy? The staff approached Qin Chuan, saying, congratulations, Mr. Qin. You are the first family to collect all our check-in badges. Please proceed to the award stage to receive your prize. In addition to the commemorative badge for first place at our garden party, you will also receive a Princess Castle toy and a tuition waiver for a semester. Qin Chuan affectionately ruffled Qin Yu's hair. Well done. You've secured yourself a semester of free tuition. He said this because he understood Qin Yu's deep-seated insecurities and her fear of being a burden. She often privately inquired of Qin Yang whether her tuition was exorbitant. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing this, Qin Yu beamed with joy. Then we must participate next semester. This way, I can continue to attend school without incurring costs. Qin Chuan, reluctant to inform her that such grand events occur only once every 3 years, nonetheless smiled and nodded. All right, let's South strive for first place again next time. The 3 of them walked towards the awards stage, laughing and chatting. Lin Shuiyin, consumed by jealousy, felt her eyes blaze with fury and could not help but shout. Wait, they're not even a family. They are imposters. They cannot claim this prize. In Chapter 87, Lin Shuiyin felt a pang of pain so intense it was as if she could hardly breathe. As her daughter faced cruel treatment, as her voice resonated, the entire venue fell silent. All eyes turned towards the Qin family and Lin Shuiyin. After all, this matter concerned everyone's interests, leading many parents to whisper among themselves. Indeed, if they were not a family, a thorough investigation was warranted. Yes, if I had known that parents were not required to participate, I would have brought my brother instead. I know him. He is a home decor blogger. That girl is indeed his adopted child. The murmurs around her filled Lin Shuiyin with a sense of triumph as she cast a victorious glance at Qin Chuan. Her eyes clearly conveyed, you make me uncomfortable, and I shall make you uncomfortable in return. At that moment, Qin Chuan held tightly to the bewildered Qin Yu, while Lan Wayne grasped her hand firmly. Standing on stage, Qin Chuan, under the scrutiny of the crowd, spoke resolutely. I believe that when loving individuals come together, they form a family. That is my understanding of family. I love Qin. I am willing to take responsibility for her growth. Accompany her, nurture her with love, and help her become a person of value and integrity to society. Therefore, I believe I am her father. Indeed, Lon Wayne declared assertively, I am also willing to raise Qin Yu alongside Qin Chuan. I am the child's mother. We are a family. As her words echoed, the previously silent executive from the Lon family suddenly shouted, well said. He then led the applause, which was soon echoed by those around him, who clapped along, albeit rather foolishly. Lin Shuiyan, witnessing the overwhelming support for them, felt her anger boil over as she pointed at Qin Chuan, shouting, you are merely confusing concepts and making fallacious arguments. What integrity? It is nothing more than the self-soothing of the impoverished. Such notions hold no value. Do not attempt to deceive everyone with your grandiose rhetoric. Rules are rules. The truth is, you share no blood relation whatsoever. You cannot stand on that stage to receive this award. No, Lin Shuiyan, you are mistaken. Qin Chuan replied steadily, gazing intently at her. You still fail to comprehend the significance and value of a person of integrity. Yes, some individuals may enjoy advantages due to their favorable backgrounds, allowing them to attain wealth, material possessions, and fame more easily, garnering praise from others. Yet, character and values are the backbone of a person. Devoid of these, all worldly success means nothing to me. Qin Chuan, have you forgotten? You are a victim of poor character and flawed values. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyan's expression shifted dramatically, igniting her fury. What do you mean I have become a victim of poor character and flawed values? Speak up. Say it. Have you forgotten the pain of your breakup? Your former boyfriend once said, I want to develop abroad. Will you come with me? If not, then we part ways. And then he left, leaving you to suffer alone. Have you forgotten all of this? This is a matter of character. A person of integrity would never act so callously towards a girlfriend of many years. They would possess a sense of responsibility. Chi Silly, his lips parted slightly, seemed to want to interject but found himself unable to utter a word under Qin Chuan's unwavering gaze, which delivered each sentence with precision. They would consider your feelings more. Communicate with you beforehand, seek solutions, and work together to overcome the difficulties of reality, instead of fleeing abroad and leaving you to learn of their departure from someone else. Lin Shuiyan, do you still insist that as long as one has money, character is irrelevant? The moment those words were spoken, Lin Shuiyan felt as if she had been struck mute, her heart aching as if she could scarcely breathe. At that moment, she was engulfed in a double dose of pain. One stemming from the anguish of being abandoned, buried deep in her memories, and the other from Qin Chuan publicly reopening her wounds. Why? Lin Shuiyan could not comprehend why Qin Chuan would treat her this way. To win, to assist that illegitimate child in securing a tuition waiver, he was willing to harm her publicly. Chi Silly's expression turned utterly mortified, his lips pressed tightly together, unable to articulate even a single word. At that moment, the principal approached, the very one who had initially commissioned Qin Chuan for the mural. I personally resonate with Mr. Qin's words. Indeed, I occasionally watch Mr. Qin's live streams. I am aware of his circumstances. I believe that in this society, for Mr. Qin to adopt Qin Yu, to willingly take on the responsibility of raising a child who is temporarily unable to protect herself and with whom he shares no blood relation, is an act of courage and profound love, qualities that are exceedingly rare in our society. Therefore, I endorse Mr. Qin's assertion that love creates a family and believe that we should award him the tuition waiver today. What does everyone think? The assembly of parents nodded in agreement. I concur. One voiced, I agree as well. Support. On the stage, the principal smiled and nodded at Qin Chuan, who reciprocated with a grateful nod. After receiving gifts and medals, Qin Chuan descended the stage with Lan Wei, Yin, and Qin Yu, making their way towards the parking lot. Qin Si Chung watched enviously as Qin Yu clutched a set of princess castle building blocks, and, in a fit of pique, declared loudly, Uncle Qi, let's go have platinum ice cream. Very well. Qi Si replied gently. However, Qin Yu did not spare Qin Si Ching a glance, clutching her beloved castle blocks as she walked away. Ignored, Qin Si Ching's frustration boiled over, and she rushed in front of Qin Yu. Hey, I'm going for platinum ice cream. Ma'am, I heard you. Qin Yu responded, aren't you envious, you poor thing? Qin Si Ching placed her hands on her hips. Not in the slightest, Qin Yu replied, tightening her grip on her blocks. Our teacher once read us a picture book. There was a character named Chong Chong who had ice cream, while Dong Dong did not. But Dong Dong's father took him to buy a cool Spider-Man costume. Dong Dong had the Spider-Man costume, but Mei Mei did not. However, Mei Mei's mother made her a beautiful dress by hand. Our teacher told us that just because someone else has something, it doesn't mean you must have it too. I have building blocks, and you do not. You have platinum ice cream, and I do not. So what is there to regret? Qin Si Chung was rendered speechless. Qin Chuan, satisfied, affectionately ruffled Qin Yu's hair, praising her. You're wonderful. Lan Wei Yin also admired the child, gently patting her head. Yu's thoughts are truly splendid. The three departed, laughter echoing, leaving Lin Shuiyin staring at their retreating figures with a contorted expression. Upon reaching the garage, Lan Wei Yin made a brief stop at the restroom. Just as she finished washing her hands and exited, she unexpectedly collided with Lin Shuiyin, who had deliberately sought to confront her. Unfazed, Lan Wei Yin brushed past her. Stop! I said stop! Lin Shuiyin called out sharply, moving in front of Lan Wei Yin to block her path. Is there something you need? Lan Wei Yin lifted her eyelids coolly, exuding an air of indifference towards Lin Shuiyin. The latter, incensed, retorted, What gives you the right to disregard me? Lan Wei Yin found it amusing. What reason do I have to regard someone like you? Lin Shuiyin was momentarily taken aback, her confidence wavering under Lan Wei Yin's quietly powerful demeanor. I am the top ballet dancer in the city. The principal dancer, a ballet goddess in the eyes of many, with a prestigious background. Why do you treat me this way? You've just outlined your own issues. What does that have to do with me? Did you provide me with care or favors that I should look up to you? Lan Wei Yin's gaze turned icy as she stepped closer to Lin Shuiyin. I detest people like you who classify others into hierarchies. Isn't it better for everyone to live their own lives? Why must you act as if you are a royal from ancient feudal times, expecting everyone to revere you, even the janitor passing by? Have you ever considered what value you offer us that warrants our admiration and reverence? Lin Shuiyin, stop embellishing your own narrative. You are not as exceptional as you believe. With that, Lan Wei Yin attempted to walk past her. Having encountered many remarkable women in her life, she recognized that true excellence is characterized by humility, grace, and an acceptance of the validity of every individual's existence, rather than by the self-aggrandizement exhibited by Lin Shuiyin. Stunned into silence by Lan Wei Yin's words, Lin Shuiyin quickly grasped Lan Wei Yin's wrist as she tried to leave. I need to ask you, do you have feelings for Qin Chuan? Yes, Lan Wei Yin unabashedly declared her intentions. Lin Shuiyin was taken aback, not expecting such a forthright response, and in a fit of rage, raised her hand to strike Lan Wei Yin. You wretched person. I've never encountered someone so eager to play the role of a stepmother. Yet before her hand could land, Lan Wei Yin seized Lin Shuiyin's wrist with a single hand. If you and he had not divorced, I would accept that slap.it would be deserved, but allow me to remind you, you are no longer entitled to strike me. Why am I not entitled? Lin Shuiyin retorted. I risked my life to bear Qin Chuan's daughter. I sacrificed my position as the principal dancer and abandoned my dance career for him. Have you ever seen a principal dancer give birth? Lan Wei Yin let out a cold laugh, regarding Lin Shuiyin as if she were a simpleton. Are you laughing at me? Lin Shuiyin demanded, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze. I find your situation amusing. Giving birth is a mutual decision between two individuals. If you were unwilling, Qin Chuan would be committing a crime. You could report him to the police. You are an adult, and as such, you should know how to protect yourself. If you truly did not want a child, you should have taken precautions or sought medical assistance afterward. The responsibility for this child lies equally with both of you. You chose to keep this child, yet you constantly leverage it against Qin Chuan, as if it were a favor you bestowed upon him. Is that not absurd? You speak so lightly of it. Why don't you try giving up your current job for Qin Chuan and bear him a child, and then you will understand the hardships involved. He ruined my ballet career. Then I shall try. Let me tell you, I would willingly bear 1, 2, or 3 children for Qin Chuan. As her voice faded, Lan Wei Yin caught sight of Qin Chuan halting in his tracks, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Chapter 88. Lin Shuiyin panicked, desiring to retain Qin Chuan. Lan Wei Yin wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. How mortifying it was to have spoken such words in front of her senior brother. Ah, the embarrassment! Lin Shuiyin frowned, observing the myriad of emotions flitting across Lan Wei Yin's face. First regret, then shyness, followed by biting her lip. Suddenly, Lin Shuiyin's expression shifted drastically, as if she had encountered a high-voltage current. leaving her momentarily dazed. No. She turned around to find Qin Chuan's elegant visage, resembling a refined gentleman under the cool moonlight. His features were striking, even more so than before, yet an air of chill seemed to emanate from him. No. Qin Chuan, wait, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean to imply that you ruined my life or my ballet career. I was just angry and spoke without thinking. Please don't hold it against me. Lin Shuiyin felt a tumult of emotions swirling within her, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. Yet she was acutely aware of her fear. Fear that Qin Chuan might misunderstand her, fear that he would never speak to her again after hearing those words. But why this fear? Why this trepidation? She could not fathom it. After all, the one she loved had always been Qi Clit. It was Qi Cili who deserved her efforts to reclaim him. She sought Qin Chuan only to draw him back into her life, to exact her revenge. Yet why was she so unsettled? Lin Shuiyin could not discern the reason, only instinctively reaching out to retain him. She extended her hand to touch Qin Chuan, but he coldly evaded her grasp, walking away with the oblivious Lan Wei Yin in tow. She could only watch as he held Lan Wei Yin's wrist, leaving her with the echo of his chilling words. You need not explain anything to me. You are under no obligation. Your words will have no impact on me anymore. Lin Shuiyin? You are not that significant. At that moment, Lin Shuiyin felt as if an invisible blade had pierced her heart, rendering her immobile with pain. The agony and her pride left her unable to move, forcing her to watch as the two figures faded from her sight. It was only when they had entered the car that she sank to the ground, clutching her heart, gasping for breath. Qin Chuan, you? Unbeknownst to the departing Qin Chuan, Lin Shuiyin was in utter disarray. Yet such matters were of no concern to him. Since the day of their divorce, he had sought to sever ties with the past. At this moment, Qin Chuan walked alongside Lan Wei Yin, who kept her gaze lowered, biting her lip in embarrassment. Senior brother Qin, earlier I understand. Qin Chuan replied softly. Lan Wei Yin's eyes widened in shock. You understand? Do not feel embarrassed. I know you were merely trying to shield me from embarrassment in front of Lin Shuiyin, Qin Chuan said with a warm smile as he opened the car door. A sudden wave of disappointment washed over Lan Wei Yin, her expression growing despondent. Senior brother Qin, actually before she could finish her thought, Qin Chuan's phone rang. He had not yet entered the car before answering. Hello, Qin Yang, what is up, brother? Could you bring you over to my house for dinner tomorrow? My adoptive parents wish to meet her. They just asked about you as well and suggested you come along. Certainly, Qin Chuan replied. He had met Qin Yang's adoptive parents a few times and found them to be a cultured couple, so he was not averse to the idea of dining with them. By the way, didn't your adoptive father give you a significant business deal involving feng shui sculptures and murals? You might consider consulting my adoptive father. He knows a great deal about that. Yes, I had the same thought. I was planning to find an opportunity to visit them for guidance and to prepare myself. All right, it's settled then. Tomorrow morning, I will pick you and you up to go together. I had just departed from the apartment, conveniently on my way. All right. After Qin Chuan hung up the phone, he turned to Lan Wei Yin and inquired, What were you about to say? Nothing at all. The fleeting courage that had briefly surged within Lan Wei Yin had long since evaporated. She pressed her lips together and got into the car as well. In truth, her words had been poised on the tip of her tongue. Yet suddenly she found herself unable to articulate them. Primarily, she feared that once uttered, it might jeopardize their friendship and even their neighborly rapport. Should Qin Chuan reject her or express that he had recently divorced and was not ready to embark on a new romantic venture? She would feel too apprehensive to even seek a meal with him. After all, she was a woman, and she too valued her dignity. Lan Wei Yin reassured herself to wait a little longer. To exercise patience, a refined hunter must possess ample patience to attain the affections they desire. Yet, despite this mindset, her spirits inevitably waned. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Lan Wei Yin mentioned she had to return to handle work matters and left abruptly. An unprecedented occurrence of not lingering in the courtyard for a meal. Qin Yu gazed quizzically at Lan Wei Yin's departing figure and innocently turned to her father. Sister Yin seems unhappy. Qin Chuan's expression darkened at her words, and he remained silent. Later that night, just as he was about to drift into slumber, Qin Chuan received a phone call from Lin Shuiyin. Her anxious voice came through the line. Qin Chuan, Chung has a stomach ache. Rolling around in pain, her face has gone pale. What should I do? Assessing the severity concerning the child, Qin Chuan explained in a calm, almost bureaucratic tone, if it is not serious. It could merely be pain caused by diarrhea. You might give her some Baoji pills and observe her condition. However, if she appears lethargic and continues to cry out in pain, it might be intestinal spasms, necessitating a trip to the hospital. Should her complexion change and she exhibits rapid breathing, it would be prudent to dial 120, inform them of the situation, and have an ambulance dispatched. Qinchuan, I truly do not know what to do. Lin Shuiyan's voice trembled as she spoke, nearly in tears. She had never encountered such a situation before. Typically, it was Qinchuan who managed these matters. Qinchuan, Chang seems to be in great distress. You must hurry over to see her. Lin Shuiyan's hand trembled as she held the phone. Upon hearing this, Qinchuan directly inquired, has she eaten platinum ice cream? Lin Shuiyan froze momentarily. And after a brief pause, she stammered, yes, she had too. That must be an allergic reaction. You should take her to the hospital immediately. This is not something that can be managed at home. Qinchuan's tone remained devoid of any fluctuation, as if discussing the weather or another child entirely. All right, then you come to take us to the hospital. As Lin Shuiyan spoke, she prepared to hang up the phone, only to hear Qinchuan's voice on the other end refusing,